Chapter 281. Directly drive the guards to patrol and arrest. It's nothing special. Just a bronze cauldron. After Gu Shanhai dug out the Earth Emperor cauldron, he felt a little strange. If this thing is used as a symbol of imperial power, then it's really not a big problem. But it's just not that big a fight. The main reason was that he went very smoothly when digging, and there was no big battle or any beautiful woman in trouble. So it gave Gu Shanhai the feeling that it was too easy to get it. Or do you mean that you need to get all three pieces of this thing to form a set effect? Gu Shanhai scratched his head, confused. The human emperor's cauldron is soaking in the bottom of a certain big river, while the emperor's cauldron is buried in Yong'an City and under the capital of Sili Prefecture in Daolong. Gu Shanhai can't figure it out. Why is it not buried in the soil or put in the water? Take a look. This has been lost. Besides, the symbol of imperial power is not just the three emperors' cauldron of heaven, earth and man. Do you really think it can't be orthodox without this symbol? As long as your fist is hard enough, you can pick up a stone. So it's more symbolic in nature. You can take the time to put together a set and see if you can refine it into a magic weapon to hit people with. Gu Shanhai said this, but his actual idea was to take it if he encountered it, and discard it if he didn't touch it. Anyway, he doesn't lack such a few things. It's better to be stable than anything else. In fact, he was thinking of finding a place to bury the Earth Emperor cauldron to avoid any problems with it again. Someone came to attack Liangzhou's capital before, and it was because of this thing that it caused trouble. Under normal circumstances, he could develop to the point of crushing him. But in the end, he died in the middle because of such a trivial matter. This is not happy for anyone. As long as the other party came to communicate with Gu Shanhai privately in the normal way, as long as the price was right, he would turn a blind eye to the Earth Emperor cauldron and let the other party take it away. This would be good for everyone. A secret must be discovered and has value. Then it is considered a secret. If he cannot discover it, it will be a treasure trove without access, which is a disaster. In terms of opportunity, Gu Shanhai took it lightly. After all, he always let his subordinates grab it for him instead of doing it himself. After studying the Earth Emperor cauldron for a whole night, nothing was found. The final result was an ordinary bronze cauldron. He had already tested it, and the forging process was quite poor. It was an obsolete process thousands of years ago. So I casually threw the Earth Emperor cauldron into the space of the motherwort, and would see if it had any use in the future. I haven't slept for another day. I feel like I'm almost out of sleep now. It's so miserable. It's already 007 hours at work. Gu Shanhai understands one thing. He has already been the chosen worker. He is 996 anyway. There were holidays and off work. Not only did he not take holidays or get off work, he didn't even get paid. It made him want to exploit his Tau soldiers like this. Looking back, I checked the various auras collected from the battlefield. The current amount has reached a level that can be used for about 10 experiments. Gu Shanhai wanted to see if he could give birth to a white tiger as an accompanying spiritual creature. This kind of aura is naturally only used as a supplement, not as the main material. As for the main material, Gu Shanhai had a lot to choose from. Firstly, it was his own magic power. And secondly, his own emotional desires. Or even more simply, he could make it into something similar to magical powers. Then just cut it into a small piece. Even if the demon double comes out, it will work. Raw materials have never been a problem. What really needs to be dealt with is how to produce a white tiger. Bai Hu himself is a kind of military soul. His idea is to use the inner demon substitute to directly transform it into a half-supernatural and half-companion creature. The main reason is that the original function of the Heart Demon stand to replace the dead and wounded has been taken over by the Heart Demon Dao soldier. As for abilities such as the 5 poison hearts and the guarding of the spirit platform, they can also take effect after becoming a white tiger. It is essentially an advancement. The ability will definitely not disappear. Another thing is that both the subsequent Heart Demon guards and the Heart Demon soldiers are derivatives of the Heart Demon stand. It is more appropriate to change it to the white tiger. More importantly, the white tiger itself is the main killer, and the Heart Demon stand it specializes in negative aspects. And there is a certain degree of compatibility between the two. Then change it. It just so happens that I'm free now, Gu Shanhai thought. Anyway, the inner demon substitute cannot be changed. Even if it is changed, he can repair it. After all, this magical power was created by himself. How could you not know how to cultivate? As for 36 strategies, I won't talk about this until I have time. Anyway, he doesn't rely on it very much. As long as the companion creature White Tiger succeeds, then the increase in his inner demon Taoist soldiers will be far greater than that of perfecting. 36 strategies. Strategy is much stronger. Broken. As soon as Gu Shanhai took action, he saw that the inner demon substitute in Zifu Wuzhuang Temple was shattered. It was obvious that the activation failed. We lost the first battle. It seems we need to guide them well. I casually grabbed a guardian demon and decomposed it. And the inner demon substitute recovered again. The inner demon substitute can absorb emotions and desires to regenerate. And the guardian evil demon itself is a being composed of emotions and desires. So Gu Shanhai can use the guardian evil demon to recharge the inner demon substitute, and then use mana to resurrect the dead one. The coming and going of the guardian demon is similar to using mana to restore the inner demon's double. The reason why it is said to be similar is because there will be losses during the transformation process. And it is not 100% transformed. The next Jiufen battlefield aura was all consumed as expected. In the end, he only collected the experience of 10 failures. Gu Shanhai was not depressed at all. This was normal. If he could really succeed in 10 attempts, he would have to wonder if someone was trying to trick him. Although he succeeded many times, he failed so many times that he lost count. After running out of materials, Gu Shanhai could only continue to perfect the defeat strategy in 36 strategies. Otherwise he would just be idle. Mr. Gu, Master Li Yuli wants to see you. The servant on the side came to report. Let him come in. What's going on this morning? Gu Shanhai didn't intend to stop him. This kid must have come to him for something. Otherwise he would be very busy if he didn't go to the Three Treasures Hall for anything. Li Yu hurried in and said, Something happened. What's going on? Gu Shanhai always felt like he was having a bad time lately. And things happen everywhere. On the other side of Minzhou, Zhanghe has been cut off from food and grass and cannot supply supplies. Li Yu said. Gu Shanhai calculated the time. And it wasn't quite right. It wasn't that the time hadn't come yet, or that the future had changed because of his spoilers. Is there any solution? Gu Shanhai asked directly. Now that people are here, they must come up with 2 or 3 solutions. They can't just let Gu Shanhai come in and tell the truth if something goes wrong. What's more, now is not the time to tell the truth. I have asked Chui Feng to personally bring an army to escort the grain and grass. It's just that our grain route is hidden. How could it be exposed so quickly? I suspect that there is a trick among the senior officials. Li Yu had already arranged for people to solve the problem. But their transportation, how the food route was exposed, needs to be found out. You must know that every time they transport food, their route is different. How do you plan to investigate? Gu Shanhai finally understood that this was his right to come to him for investigation. As for saying that the grain transportation route was accidentally encountered by the enemy, this is simply impossible. First of all, the areas where food was transported were occupied by them, and a large number of defenders were stationed there. Therefore, large-scale Taoist soldiers could not go around at all. Once they were mobilized, they would be discovered by the front. Secondly, the guerrillas who are broken into pieces are out of date. Do you really think that the only ones who escort food and grass are those who deliver food? The minimum guarantee is to be escorted by tens of thousands of Taoist soldiers. After all, it is food transported to hundreds of thousands of Taoist soldiers. How can it be taken lightly? So if guerrillas come to rob food, there will definitely be no return. The most likely possibility is that a large group of enemy troops circumvented and accurately located the food and grass in some way and intercepted it. Therefore, it is most likely that only someone at the top of our side betrayed them. Of course, other possibilities are not ruled out. I need your approval, teacher, to proceed as a whole. Li Yulai is already here. He must have even prepared the plan. He obviously has his intention a long time ago. Directly control the guards. Patrol and arrest. Gu Shanhai looked at Li Yu. He did not expect that this boy would actually form a royal guard. Disciples have this idea. From the assassination of the teacher to the robbery of the food road. This is a shortcoming of our own. Li Yu did not hide it at all. But he also raised the banner. The rights demanded by the other party are not small. They can engage in reconnaissance, arrest, interrogation and other activities, as well as participate in collecting military information and instigating rebellion against enemy generals. They can arrest anyone, including important officials of various ministries, and conduct closed interrogations. This series of actions is only responsible to those with the highest authority. We are indeed lacking in intelligence. But do you think you can handle it well? Gu Shanhai asked casually. The idea is good, but Gu Shanhai is not optimistic about Li Yu, mainly because he is not very good at it. There is really no problem in letting him manage business and economy. After all, he is really professional in this area. But he has to be involved in such a big project. Right. Who knows if he will make any small moves? The small actions are secondary. The real reason is that there is a high probability that he will not be able to handle it well. If such a large organization is counter-infiltrated by the enemy, wouldn't it become a sharp knife for his own power? If it were during the time of great unification, it would be easy to do, and it would not be a big problem in itself. Now in the period of Warlord War, it is definitely not a good thing for an intelligence agency to have such great power. Li Yu also heard what Gu Shanhai meant. He did not object to the formation, but doubted his ability. This matter was not brought up by my disciple, but my daughter did it. I would like to recommend my daughter to be the commander here, Li Yu said on the spot. Gu Shanhai naturally knew about Li Yu's daughter Li Hui. His disciple became Jiang Lu's goddaughter after Jiang Lu became the shepherd of Liangzhou, in order to deepen the relationship between Li Yu and Jiang Lu. And he studied with Gu Shanhai for 2 years. It has to be said that in terms of ability, Li Hui is indeed much stronger than Li Yu. The only pity is that she is a daughter, which means she cannot serve as an official in the court or become a military leader. This is a matter of ethics, not her. The problem. As a teacher, I would like to agree to your request. Gu Shanhai knew that it would be possible to get his daughter to sit in this position, but it would be very difficult. Hui is almost old enough to find a son-in-law. Afterwards, Gu Shanhai immediately changed the topic, meaning to get married and have children honestly and not get involved in these things. The reason is very simple. There are so many capable people that Gu Shanhai does not need to choose someone who can do twice the result with half the effort and be prone to criticism and unwarranted questions. You have indeed reached this age, Li Yu said helplessly. And he also heard Gu Shanhai's voiceover saying that this was not possible. Well, if necessary, I can help her find a good husband. It won't be too late to make a decision after Jiang Lu comes back. Gu Shanhai didn't refuse so hard, but directly offered him throw the blame out and ask him to find Jiang Lu. If Jiang Lu agrees to his daughter and son-in-law doing this job, he will leave it alone. But the premise is that this son-in-law must be chosen by him to ensure that there will be no problems in the entire intelligence agency. When Li Yu heard this, his expression perked up. Gu Shanhai was willing to help him find it. But that was something he couldn't ask for. Thinking back to the Zhang Yin that Gu Shanhai had recruited back then, he saw how talented he was. He was stunned that one person could support such a huge force. Then, thank you, teacher. Li Yu knew what Gu Shanhai was thinking, which was that he must have this person, and he must be one of his own. So he reaped this benefit, and was able to indirectly use his son-in-law to get his daughters use their talents to achieve corresponding development. It can be regarded as indirectly agreeing with his idea. But Gu Shanhai also threw the blame away, meaning that it was useless if he agreed. You should find your son-in-law first, and then go to Jiang Lu to apply. He wouldn't care about it. In this regard, Li Yu knew that Jiang Lu would definitely agree. The only possible variable was Gu Shanhai. So he had to come and find out what Gu Shanhai was thinking. He just wanted to be in power. Not rebellion at all. Neither Gu Shanhai nor Jiang Lu nor his 3 sworn brothers could be shaken by him. For this reason, he deliberately reduced his proportion of military power to avoid suspicion. Now he only has 100 Taoist soldiers, which is not many. Gu Shanhai actually just wanted to teach Li Yu casually, mainly because he was too utilitarian. On the contrary, his daughter respected teachers more. Otherwise, how could Gu Shanhai be willing to help? The most he could do was find a good teacher for her. My husband raised the case together and raised eyebrows together, and it was okay. He follows the master-disciple lineage, so naturally he values this more. The results of the divination prediction came out quickly. I immediately wrote down the address, name, family members, and other relevant information, and also drew portraits. Remember not to get into a fight. Be gentle, Gu Shanhai said as he handed the information to Li Yu. He was worried that if this guy directly used violence or arrogance to recruit a son-in-law, something bad would definitely happen. Although it was unlikely that this would happen with Li Yu's character, it was best to give him a warning. Disciple understands. Li Yu happily took the information and left directly. Chapter 282: The Butterfly Effect. A bad omen for Jiang and Lu. The marriage of Li Yu's daughter was very low-key because it was during wartime, so it could only be kept simple. Gu Shanhai also followed. Anyway, he just sat at the main seat and waited for the newlyweds to serve tea. Even Li Yu is ranked behind Gu Shanhai, and his replacement is probably the newcomer's grandfather. This is really the position. And he is also the master after all. It went very smoothly, and there was no marriage robbery or assassination. Ever since the battle at the gate of the city, everyone has known about the low-key existence of Gu Shanhai. The inner demon Taoist soldiers in his hands are extremely terrifying and are everywhere. The son-in-law he recruited was a bit reserved. Everyone who came here to attend the wedding banquet was a big shot. He was just a son of an Orion who could read. But he was not the eldest son, but the second son. There were also younger brothers and sisters. So he was recruited. As a son-in-law, he doesn't have many ideas. His appearance is of good foundation. But he looks a bit rough due to exposure to wind and sun over the years. But his body is very strong. Unlike Zhang Yan, who can work as soon as he is caught. The other party needs a certain period of training. After that, let Li Hui enlighten him first. And then go to Gu Shanhai for a year or two to learn all his potential. Come out and become in existence no less than Zhang Yan. Of course, this person was cut off by Gu Shanhai. Otherwise, how could he have created a talent out of thin air? It took a lot of energy. And it cost him 1,000 years of life. He didn't know who was responsible. But he was sure that his ability was not bad. Zhang Yan was cheap because he died early. If Gu Shanhai hadn't been around, he would have died suddenly last year due to a tumor in his brain. So when he found Zhang Yan, he only had a few years left to live and had no life left at all. Otherwise, could he have been packaged and sold to Gu Shanhai in 10 years? Later, Zhang He and Zhang Yan took advantage of the situation to capture the entire Minzhou. Because of Gu Shanhai's reminder, they successfully avoided the node that originally caused the entanglement. Then Zhang He once again sent his troops north to attack Xiangzhou. This time Zhang Yan did not follow him. He stayed in Minzhou. Such a huge force is not over after being defeated. The subsequent digestion is the big part. We're short of manpower. We're in trouble. Gu Shanhai was also a little helpless. Since Minzhou was captured, Liangzhou has supported many people. It's not that Minzhou's original talents are not used, but the efficiency of those so-called talents is far worse than those they trained in Liangzhou. Therefore, a group of people are needed to carry out corresponding vocational training, establish corresponding systems, etc., in order to further stabilize it. Fortunately, Zhang He and others killed a lot of people before and deliberately weakened the aristocratic families, which made these things go smoothly. However, those aristocratic families are also honest. After all, Zhang He and others are also outsiders. How dare you play tricks with them? Zhang He dared to play with the knife with him, to see if the opponent's head was strong or his own knife was sharper. The family is greedy, but not stupid. If the other party wants to maintain its dominance, it would like someone to jump out and scare the monkeys. So I had to endure it. When the other party established a firm foothold, he would definitely have to come back and befriend him. How to be a qualified helper was a compulsory lesson for a noble family. Otherwise, how could it survive for several dynasties? There is still not enough development time, and the talent pool is too far behind. After looking at the data, Gu Shanhai ignored it. Nonsense. What else can he do? This takes time, and Gu Shanhai can't do it for him. He can neither speed up time nor create talents in batches. So he can only sigh and throw the pressure to if Jiang Lu and Zhang Yan can't. Then the three sworn brothers Jiang and Lu can bear the burden together. As long as he doesn't bear the pressure, anyone can. But then again, why are the coalition forces stuck at Taya Pass this time? Does Taya Pass specialize in the coalition forces or something? Gu Shanhai couldn't help complaining when he looked at the latest information sent back from Jiang Lu. It has been more than a month, and the coalition forces have gathered together again. However, in more than 3 years, the situation has changed many times. Many old princes have perished, and new princes have risen in power. So a lot of people were changed. The result was good, as we were still stuck at the gate of Taihe. This time it was not just a foreign worker who was unable to work hard. It seemed that he was really stopped at Taihe Pass. This time, there were experts behind the scenes who were able to defeat the coalition forces, and they also used methods such as alienation tactics. So that not long after the coalition forces arrived, there was a vague situation of alienation. Therefore, Jiang Lu was not optimistic about the coalition forces this time, and was already thinking of running away. Another hacking incident. If Liangzhou relies on the border, I won't play with these group of soldiers and go directly to the outside. Gu Shanhai was also helpless. The main reason is that Jianglu's own power base is in Silkworm Village. It doesn't mean that you can develop in another place. If there were no Xiangyong from Sericulture Village in the early stage, he would have no soldiers at all. If you go to a place where you are unfamiliar with your life, and you say that you need to prepare Xiangyong to resist the rebels, no one knows you. How can you ignore you? Therefore, the start is relatively limited. After the momentum is established, the position of the Fu Lord will be determined by the boss. It will be good if it can be operated. There is no way to pick and choose. Master Gu, please report urgently. What's the matter again? Gu Shanhai covered his forehead, thinking that something was wrong again. General information or affairs cannot be transmitted to him. After taking the information, I simply started to read it. What the hell? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. The coalition was defeated. Yes, the coalition forces were defeated. Just now, he was reading the information that the coalition forces were about to disband. But it didn't take long before he became disillusioned. I thought back then, with millions of Taoist soldiers and tens of millions of military leaders under their command, they could not defeat the coalition forces. But this time, they lost so miserably. First there was the roar of the camp. Then there was rebellion. And in the final chaos the coalition forces were defeated. And everyone fled in all directions. Then they were defeated one by one. Especially those kings with different surnames. One by one, they were hunted down in a panic. This is all a magical plot. Gu Shanhai's expression was also a bit exciting. This was really incredible. All three of the enemy's lines collapsed. And we had already pushed the enemy's crystal. As a result, the opponent's god came down to earth to fight against 5. And also smashed 3 of our own lines. Jiang Lu was able to escape because of his fast running speed and his inconspicuous power. But he seemed to be blocked as well. Just thinking about it makes me sick. I don't know how the other party did it. Mainly because it came so suddenly that Jiang and Lu didn't even react. And the entire coalition army was in chaos. I'll do a fortune telling to see if he can come back. Gu Shanhai's idea is very simple. It doesn't matter if he fails. If he is alive, he still has a chance. He is just afraid that this kid will die on the way. Gu Shanhai could tell that this Otaki was a real monster. From time to time, a monster with natural talent would pop up. Such as the one he met before. Or the one who broke up the coalition forces. Big disaster? Gu Shanhai quickly figured out Jiang Lu's situation. And his expression suddenly changed. Didn't he escape? Why is he still so violent? The problem is a bit big. At this time, Gu Shanhai was also weighing the pros and cons. A major disaster is basically not much different from a near-death experience. Just because Gu Shanhai can survive it, doesn't mean that others can also survive it. He is over the top and has cheating qualities. Jiang Lu is not as outrageous as Gu Shanhai. So there is a high probability that he will die. Save me! Seeing this, Gu Shanhai had no choice but to take action. Jiang Lu had provided him with a lot of resources over the years, allowed him to perfect the inner demon Taoist weapon, and also given him enough training time and leisure. He couldn't just watch him die. But Gu Shanhai also knew that he couldn't just go there like this. He had to make some preparations in advance. There are at least about 10 days left. At my speed, we could arrive in 1 day. Then we have to prepare enough trump cards in the remaining time. For Gu Shanhai, he would not activate the extreme state unless he could. And he would not activate the world tree form unless he could. The consumption of lifespan is secondary. And the main reason is that it will overdraw the vitality. His lifespan can be increased again. But if his vitality is overdrawn, his strength will temporarily decline. More importantly, he cannot leave this world casually. Once he leaves, he can only come back after 10,000 years. Unless he gets it for the second blank invitation. It would be better to wait 10,000 years. Plain merchants are not that easy to meet. Anyway, he has been around for such a long time, and has never met a third plain merchant. It also takes a lot of time to bump into the past life. Sometimes you may not be able to bump into a plain merchant after experiencing hundreds of worlds. Let me see what I want to order. Gu Shanhai began to look for a way to break the situation in his memory. After some searching, I quickly found an efficient and concise processing method. Bomb! I'll bring a warehouse of bombs and missiles over there and direct a saturation strike. Gu Shanhai's requirements were not high. Even if he couldn't kill the opponent, he could still delay it for a while. Come here. Notify Liu. Gu Shan's poster showed a list of names. Basically high-level figures. Ask them to come see me. It's urgent. The order was passed quickly. And everyone arrived quickly. Teacher, what do you want from us? Liu rushed over in a hurry and asked with some confusion. Everyone is here. I need these things. Get them for me within 3 days. Whether it's Zhang or Zhang He. Give me priority to handle this matter. Gu Shenhai's tone was unquestionable. Yes, teacher. It was also the first time that Li Yu saw Gu Shenhai like this. He quickly took Gu Shenhai's list and asked someone to copy it down. I just don't know what the teacher needs. After arranging the copying of the list, Li Yu also asked with some hesitation. An explanation was needed for such a large transfer of materials and authority. Although Jiang Lu was the most respected person in the entire force, Gu Shenhai was able to act unscrupulously. But he still had to consider other people. The matter involves confidentiality, Gu Shenhai said with a cold face. Explain? It's completely unnecessary. The more people know about it, the more risks there will be. Besides, it was too late to raise troops to rescue him. Even the Taoist soldiers' urgent march could not arrive in time. Only Gu Shenhai relied on the movement method of 5 elements escape to arrive in 1 day. When everyone saw Gu Shenhai say this, they all stopped trying to find out. Gu Shenhai was usually kind to them, and would communicate with them when it was not related to some important matters. This time he showed such a demeanor, and everyone was speculating on what had happened, which made this person uncharacteristically. If you have any questions, let's talk. I will answer those who can answer them. If nothing happens, go to work and charge as much as you can. Gu Shenhai also softened his expression before continuing to speak. During this period, Li Yu also asked some questions about materials, and the others naturally had no ideas. Even Li Yu didn't dare to continue to inquire, so naturally they had no other ideas. This was the fastest meeting that had ever been held, and it was dismissed after just a cup of tea. However, the work was not easy at all. The materials Gu Shenhai needed not only were purchased in the state, but also had to be purchased from other places. More importantly, what's wrong is that Gu Shenhai has limited the time and needs it within 3 days. As for using the lack of procurement as the reason for not doing it, it may be fine now, but he will just wait until the end of the autumn to settle the accounts. Gu Shenhai has never been soft-hearted, regardless of Gu Shenhai and He Qiqi. Just the insane level of the inner demon Taoist soldiers made everyone dare not think of perfunctory thoughts. It's a pity that there has been no breakthrough in energy technology. Otherwise, I would have directly arranged the mecha army. After the people left, Gu Shenhai sighed. Whether it was a giant god mecha or a god killer mecha, they could not be wholesaled on a large scale due to energy problems. Otherwise, they would not be able to fight back and save people if they relied on the 4 sacred beasts system. No big deal. It's useless to let him wear the Titan mecha. It's not as strong as his own. But he can't wear the God Killer mecha. And he can't be used as a source of energy. It's a pity that this world itself is different from the Xuanzhen world. The Soldier Master cannot be used as an energy source. And the Taoist soldiers are even less likely. Otherwise, as long as the Mecha Legion is brought with a large amount of ammunition, even if it cannot be defeated, it can cause considerable power by self-destructing. So why would Gu Shenhai personally bring the bomb there? The reason why he does not develop energy technology is that on the one hand it is his knowledge blind spot, and on the other hand, he is a walking large energy source. After all, there is also a large spiritual vein contained in the body. If you refine the wonders of the world in the future, you can even reach a higher level. I just didn't expect that such an unfortunate thing would happen now. Jiang Lu is not the protagonist after all. He has no destiny, and cannot have the effect of being lucky in disaster. However, even if he has destiny, the probability of the increase in destiny in this world is not the effect of luck, but is similar to talent and ability. Opportunities are only part of it, and he has to seize the opportunity himself. Speaking of which, Jiang Lu was also unlucky. He probably didn't encounter such a life and death crisis in his previous life. Gu Shenhai complained in his heart. After all, at this time in his previous life, Jiang Lu was still living under various princes relying on his status as a royal family member. At most, he could only be a military leader, and he did not have such a status at all. Naturally, there is no need to worry about being targeted and hunted down. Chapter 283 The Reborn Person from 100,000 years later. Ahem. That kind of strategy is simply unbelievable. A mere 10,000 Taoist soldiers can actually give it the power to resist 100,000 Taoist soldiers. Jiang Lu coughed up a mouthful of blood and looked a little pale. He knew that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in Otaki, but he really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful existence. The young military leader, who was entrenched in Si Liunan and held the emperor hostage to command the princes, was indeed very powerful. He only had 100,000 Taoist soldiers in his hands. Even these 100,000 could unleash the terror of no less than 1 million or even tens of millions of Taoist soldiers. Power. It is also true that the entire coalition army in Taihiguan was beaten like a dog by the opponent and was unable to resist at all. Now he only has less than 1,000 of his 100,000 Sun and Moon Taoist soldiers. The other party seems to have personally led his troops to hunt him down. He is very confused about this and doesn't know why the other party is targeting him. It stands to reason that the other party had killed many queens with different surnames at that time. And the next step should be to hunt down those warlords who were stronger than him. But I don't know why he was chosen. It seems that we can't go back this time. But with the teacher here, there should be no problem in Lianzhou. Jiang Lu knew that he was indeed no match. Even the Sun and Moon Taoist soldiers could not match the opponent's military strength and strategy. However, he was not afraid of death. He just felt regretful and felt sorry for Gu Shanhai. He had clearly promised to be successful at the beginning, but he died before he could do it. In addition, since his heir is still young, I am afraid that Gu Shanhai will have to take care of him again. Otherwise something will happen to him sooner or later if he is too strong. Compared to his sworn brothers, he naturally trusts Gu Shanhai more. Sir, the spies have come to report that the pursuers are catching up again, a Sun and Moon Taoist soldier said with a tired look on his face. Let's go. Leave immediately. Jiang Lu also got on his horse again and fled with the Taoist soldiers. When riding the horse, he felt that every bump was burning inside, and he suffered internal injuries. Naturally, he had already fought with the opponent before, and in this battle, the opponent easily crushed him, as if a strong man from a higher level had taken action. It's too late. If it had been an hour earlier, you might have been able to get out of the encirclement. A clear voice came. I saw a young man in the lead who had an extraordinary appearance and was wearing a luxurious cloak. He didn't look like a war master at all, but more like a young man from a noble family. It seems that I really can't go back this time. Looking at the Taoist soldiers surrounding him, Jiang Lu also smiled. He was very calm and did not appear hysterical. Do you have any last words? Since you are also a temporary hero, I can satisfy you if it is not too much. The young man asked calmly. In his eyes, Jiang Lu was just a dead man. Please also send my and Pao Zai's bodies back to Lianzhou. Jiang Lu was not hypocritical. The other party said that he could satisfy it if it was not too much. This request was definitely not too much. The young man nodded. Okay, then please go on your way. When a hero meets his end, it's just a matter of returning the body. It's not a big deal. But his meaning is also very obvious. For the sake of everyone's dignity, he will commit suicide. And the rest is easy to talk about. Wait, I have something to say. Gu Shanhai came out from the side. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Gu Shanhai to show up. Teacher? Why are you here? Jiang Lu's eyes almost popped out of his head. The young man looked at Gu Shanhai with a slightly confused expression. He didn't understand how this middle-aged man got into his circle, and he didn't seem to recognize him either. Oh, I figured that you were in danger of something bad, so I came here to save you. I hurried and I almost missed you. It was all because of those people. They were too slow. Gu Shanhai said with a slight complaint. Teacher, how many reinforcements did you bring? Jiang Lu was a little surprised. Reinforcements? I didn't bring any. I came here alone, Gu Shanhai said after taking a breath. As soon as these words came out, the originally silent atmosphere seemed a little solid. Ahem. That young man? Give me some face. Let's just forget about this. Gu Shanhai turned around and looked at the young man and said, Sorry, sir. Your face won't work with me. The young man replied calmly. It was obvious that he didn't like Gu Shanhai very much. That's such a pity. But I brought some specialties here. I hope you like it, Gu Shanhai said, taking out a bullet that was 8 meters long, 2.1 meters in diameter, and weighed about 27 tons. Let me introduce Great Ivan 5 Element Sect version 3.7. A hydrogen bomb with 50 million tons of TNT equivalent. 3-phase elastic properties. And I have imposed a series of increases. If you don't give me face, you have to give this thing face, Gu Shanhai said. Seeing this, the young man also sneered. You want to threaten me with a metal lump? He didn't notice any fluctuations from the Big Ivan. It was just an ordinary metal. I mean, this thing will explode. It will explode very big. What Gu Shanhai has in his hand is not the original version of Big Ivan, but a modified version of his. The power is much stronger than the original one, and regardless of the pollution or range, It's all jaw-dropping. Even if Gu Shanhai used the 5 elements escape to the extreme, he could only barely escape the explosion range. With the opponent's ability, he couldn't escape at all. Teacher, are you sure you can do it? Jiang Lu misunderstood Gu Shanhai and thought he was a threat. But in fact, Gu Shanhai's idea was to take advantage of the opponent's lack of attention, sweep the person away, and then directly detonate the Big Ivan. As a righteous knight who has been in various worlds, he can tell at a glance that this person is extraordinary, especially the inheritance of the art of war in the opponent. The power of 10,000 Dao soldiers can actually be compared to that of 200,000 Dao soldiers. Power. That's right. It wasn't the strategy that Jiang Lu imagined to give 10,000 Dao soldiers the ability to withstand 100,000 Dao soldiers. That was their foundation. If they really relied on strategy, they would have been crushed to pieces long ago. No wonder he dared to coerce the emperor to order the princes, or even directly defeat the coalition forces. It works. How are you thinking about it? Gu Shanhai asked again. The other party smiled. Since you are here, then don't go back together. Me. Before he could finish his words, he saw Gu Shanhai suddenly roll up his sleeves, and Jiang Lu and the remaining Sun and Moon Taoist soldiers were rolled into his sleeves. Farewell. Gu Shanhai cupped his hands and instantly activated the 5 elements escape, and his entire body disappeared from their sight. The young man's expression changed, and he suddenly noticed a heart-stopping power emanating from the iron lump in front of him. Raise your shield. The military formation is as motionless as a mountain. At that moment, he immediately reacted and used the 3rd ability in the art of war that was not military momentum or strategy. Huge earth veins emerged and turned into various auras. Boom. Big Ivan turned into shock waves, fire, and heat energy exploded. But this young man and the Taoist soldiers he led remained motionless amid this terrifying attack, like mountains. As the terrorist outbreak subsided, no one on the other side or the Taoist soldiers he led was injured or killed. However, his face also looked ugly to the naked eye, and he was obviously not relaxed. Let's retreat. The other party knew that he couldn't catch up this time. As expected of one of the 9 kings of this era, I didn't expect that someone would appear to rescue him when he was about to be sent on his way. He was very angry because he was just 1 step away from success. Luo Chuan, who was reborn after 100,000 years, possesses military skills that are far superior to the current era of 100,000 years. He is not only proficient in military power and strategy, but also knows various military preparation methods. He even has military formation methods that have never been possessed in this era. He does both. It is precisely because of his rebirth that he possesses powerful power beyond this era. In his eyes, the art of war in this era was very crude, and all focused on stacking Tao soldiers. Whoever had more Tao soldiers, and whose Tao soldiers had high quality would be stronger. He scoffed at this. Who is the teacher of King Liang? Why is it not recorded in the history books? How can he be unknown with such a powerful armament? Luo Chuan looked gloomy. Since he was reborn in this era, he has never encountered such a huge setback. Sir, it's poisonous, a Taoist soldier under Luo Chuan suddenly warned. At this time, Luo Chuan also suddenly became aware of his own problems, as if there was an invisible force eroding them. Military formation. Shishu Rulin. Everyone march quickly to get out of the explosion range. Luo Chuan also gave the order immediately, and then used military tactics to resist this invisible force. The King of Liang is now in a great position, and he has the help of a mysterious figure. King Yen must have just raised his flag and received help from the village, intending to gain momentum. I killed King Shi in advance, and I fully accepted everything about him. Now I am King Shi. King Shen is a concubine and is still trapped in a noble family. King Ku is still in a state of poverty and has no food to eat. King Zhou is still a corvée at the border. King Bai is still a dandy even though his family has not been wiped out. King Li is also a dandy now. As a poor scholar, King Kong could not bear to be kicked out at this time. And these characters will rise up one after another in the next 3 to 5 years, dividing the entire Dalonghua into 9 parts. And each will dominate. This is known as the 9 kings fighting for hegemony in history. It's a pity that Luo Chuan only knows a little bit about it. After all, the history of 100,000 years ago is too long. He only has a partial understanding of the 9 kings' struggle for hegemony. The only person who knows a little more is that the Liang King fought during the Second Alliance. It shines brightly in the middle and establishes the identity of the princes and kings. As for other people, he doesn't know much. After all, He majors in military master, not history. Even if he majors in history, he may not be able to know this. Of course, today's trend is completely different from the original history. After all, in the previous life, the coalition forces were not defeated miserably. Instead, they marched triumphantly into Yongnan City in Sili Prefecture. The man who originally held the emperor hostage to order the princes was killed by Luo Chuan, King Shi. Otherwise, how could he coerce the emperor and order the princes? If I had known I would be reborn in this era, I would have studied more. Luo Chuan also felt a little regretful about this. It's a pity that money can't buy it. He only knew some allusions to the Nine Kings, similar to idioms. No matter how detailed the details were, he didn't know them clearly. Therefore, his idea was very simple, which was to kill King Shi first, and the most powerful King Liang who could be found. Unexpectedly, he only succeeded in half, and King Liang finally ran away. And he was also seriously injured, especially when he had to carry the unknown armaments. If it weren't for the military formation, the military strength on him, and the previous strategies, and his Taoist soldiers would have exceeded the upper level. There are no such powerful Taoist soldiers in this era. But it's okay. The advantage is still with him. As long as he recovers and then raises troops with Sili Prefecture as the starting point, and the Emperor as the great cause, he can completely encroach on the surroundings step by step. He was also reflecting on himself. If he had not been in a hurry, but had used the momentum to crush King Liang, how could the other party have escaped? If he hadn't divided his troops, he wouldn't have ended up like this if he had had 5,000 more Dao soldiers. The reason for dividing the troops is very simple. Not only does he want to destroy Liang Wangjianglu, but he also doesn't want to let go of the rest of the coalition forces. If he can take advantage of such a good opportunity to weaken them, he naturally wants to weaken them as soon as possible, in order to avoid causing trouble. It was this mentality that caused him to be frightened away and injured by Gu Shenhai's Big Ivan. Sir, the bandits' armament range is no less than 1 million people. A Taoist spy came back from the investigation and reported to Luo Chuan. This also shocked Luo Chuan. These millions of people meant that the military master who commanded millions of Taoist soldiers was attacking with all his strength. At present, he could also rely on 50,000 Taoist soldiers to release them. But it would never be so easy. The opponent can produce a large amount of this type of armaments, but he cannot release them infinitely. So he is essentially inferior to him. Arrange spies for me to go into Liangzhou to investigate, and have people collect all the information about teacher Liang Wang as soon as possible. Luo Chuan had a hunch that this mysterious teacher of Liang Wang was far more troublesome than Liang Wang. Yes, sir. The Taoist soldier also hurriedly agreed. How long will it take to leave the range of this arms explosion? Cough. Luo Chuan asked, and then coughed again, apparently because the invisible erosion had intensified. Although he relied on the military formation to resist most of the erosion, he was the core of the military formation, so he naturally bore the brunt. If we go straight, it's less than 10,000 miles. The Taoist spy also responded quickly. Hearing this, Luo Chuan also took out a pill from his pocket and stuffed it into his mouth, and began to recover his own losses. Mainly because if he didn't recover, problems would really arise. In this era, after the military master's military power is consumed through strategy, it will take time to recover. However, it will be different 100,000 years later. Corresponding supplies have already been developed. But there is no corresponding supply in this era. The armaments are processed, and Luo Chuan also manufactures relatively few. The military formation is as fast as the wind. Strategy walking on the clouds. Strategy tiger and leopard traveling in the stream. Strategy. In addition to the wind-like military formation he led, Luo Chuan also implemented a large number of strategies to increase the marching speed. It was not that he was impatient, but that he had to do this. If there was only 1,000 miles of land, he would grit his teeth and get over it. A straight line of 10,000 miles means that 10,000 miles is the guarantee. If he really keeps going at his original speed, I'm afraid if he goes back, this invisible erosion will leave sequelae in his body. Chapter 284 Ambition. Intending to have tens of millions of Taoist soldiers, Gu Shenhai did not bring Jian Lu back to Liangzhou with great fanfare, but went back quietly. Teacher, thank you for your hard work this time. Jian Lu looked a little bitter. From the beginning to the end, he never thought that his high-spiritedness would end up like this. I don't blame you for this. It's because the opponent is too strong. I'm not too sure about it. Gu Shenhai can be sure that his Big Ivan shot will never kill the opponent. The strength of the Taoist soldiers under the opponent's command far exceeds the current highest level. It wasn't that Gu Shanhai didn't get any benefits. He got a lot of battlefield aura from the opponent, such as the aura of military evil, etc. And the amount was extremely large, enough to support Gu Shanhai to complete tens of thousands of White Tiger experiments. Otherwise, why would Gu Shanhai have nothing to do with the other party? He would have already tried his best to lure people and detonate Big Ivan. As for how to collect it, it is also very simple. It uses the method of collecting qi in the Xuanzhen world. Naturally, he took action personally and collected a large amount of it. Then what should we do next? At this time, Jiang Lu really had no idea of how to deal with it. For him, the opponent was too powerful. No way. I can't beat him either. You hurry up and explode your troops. 1,000,000 Taoist soldiers might be able to do it. Gu Shanhai spread his hands. He really couldn't beat the opponent, unless he activates the World Tree form. Otherwise, he will basically be in vain if he rushes over. It's not that there is no solution. Once he creates the companion Spirit Beast White Tiger, his overall strength will immediately increase to a higher level. Whether it is the Kyushu instrument, the 4 Sacred Beasts system, or many magical powers, he can become more powerful. When the time comes, maybe we can actually form an army to fight against the opponent. Furthermore, if he has perfected the strategy, 36 strategies, and is still creating a new folder for his military strength, he can still fight against the young man's Taoist soldiers by relying on the inner demon Taoist soldiers. It's just that I don't know how many years or months it will take to do this. He still only has 1 honey trap, and the rest are basically just titles. What? Are you scared? Gu Shanhai asked. Afraid? Of course I am. But if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. Teacher, you will be here. If he says he is not afraid, it must be a lie. But Jiang Lu believes in Gu Shanhai. Have you ever thought about it? You are actually the tallest one? Gu Shanhai was a little speechless. You have already taken the position of a prince. Why do you still want to let him fight for his life? It's too abominable. Once a teacher, always a father. Jiang Lu said that he wanted to see his father if he had something to do. Gu Shanhai felt a little headache, and in the end, he had no choice but to say, please wait for a while, and I'll give it a try. The only chance now is to perfect Bai Hu. Once he succeeds, he will be able to become Liangzhou's Optimus Prime. By then, even if the opponent does not fear Jiang Lu, he will have to fear Gu Shanhai, an individual powerful person in the power of the group. It's weird when you think about it. Can it be solved? Jiang Lu also looked surprised. I don't know either. But in the short term, we don't have to worry about the other party attacking us for the time being. Gu Shanhai made some divination predictions. I don't know why, but the divination process was a bit distorted. Not like the one from Yanzhou. A layer of mosaic. The person from Silizhu is a long and slender section. But he also got some information. After experiencing Gu Shanhai's blow, the other party was ready to move forward step by step and expand through Sili Prefecture bit by bit. Therefore, there will be no contact with them in the short term, at least within 1 or 2 years. Teacher, I want to continue to conquer other states, and I hope you will sit in the states. The opponent is too strong. 1,000,000 Dao soldiers are not enough. I want to have tens of millions of Dao soldiers. Jiang Lu's tone was firm. Since 100,000 was not enough and 1,000,000 seemed too small, he would use tens of millions to see if the other party could stop him. He knows that he is no longer alone now. He needs to take care of the entire force. He also has his wife, children and teachers to take care of. So he absolutely cannot retreat. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he was also stunned. This is not a small amount. It requires at least 12 states to support it. It doesn't mean that one state can support 1,000,000 and only needs 10 states. That's not a small amount. Where are the other soldiers? This in itself is an exponential growth. Of course, richer states have more resources, so the actual situation will still fluctuate. I'm only responsible for sitting in charge, not managing. I don't have that much free time. Gu Shanhai replied calmly. With his prestige, sitting in command is enough. Teacher, how much did it cost you to save me this time? Jiang Lu didn't mean to refute Gu Shanhai. He knew that this was Gu Shanhai's bottom line, and then asked about Gu Shanhai's situation. Not much. It's not a big problem. For Gu Shanhai, it really wasn't a big problem. With this little lifespan, he could just pop 2 longevity pills and get his life back. This time, Jianglu did not continue to ask. He was silent for a moment, and then said, I understand, teacher. In his eyes, Gu Shanhai just didn't want to speak out and make him worry. After chatting for a while, he almost recovered after being stuffed with a few pills by Gu Shanhai, and then he left, taking his remaining 1,000 Sun and Moon Taoist soldiers with him. After coming back, I naturally threw myself into work intensively. Otherwise, what else could I do? There is no problem if he wants to attack the various states. But since he only has 1,000 Dao soldiers now, how can he do it? He will definitely have to recruit soldiers and transform them into Dao soldiers before he can do it. Now that Minzhou is in hand, and most of Xiangzhou has been acquired, Jianglu can complete a series of preparations before Xiangzhou is completely captured. As for Gu Shanhai, he won't interfere in these matters now. It's not his fault anyway. We still have to improve productivity. Gu Shanhai knew that insufficient productivity would cause a series of unnecessary problems in Minzhou and Xiangzhou. If you want to promote a series of modern government decrees, you need someone with iron-blooded skills. If Zhang Yan is concerned, it is unlikely that he will continue to work for Gu Shanhai. It is more likely that he will stay here to work for Gu Shanhai, follow Jianglu on his expedition, and serve as auxiliary personnel. There are very few people in Liangzhou who can compare with Zhang Yan. Li Yu's son-in-law will be fine in the future. But forget it now. He is still a country boy who has just entered the city and is being educated by Li Hui. Forget it. No matter how many things there are. Let's improve White Tiger. Gu Shanhai quickly put behind him problems such as lack of talents and difficulty in implementing government orders. For him, the best solution to this problem is to have a fist that is big and hard enough. As long as he has enough strength, it's okay to kill them one by one. If he doesn't accept it, he has to hold back and work honestly. There is no need to bother with Huairou or Lixian Corporal. The main focus is a violent method. His brain is used for study and research. How could he use it to deal with these crooked ways? When he has enough strength, his emotional intelligence can be completely abandoned. The experiment was carried out very quickly, and a large amount of battlefield aura was continuously consumed by Gu Shanhai. Fortunately, the hardware of the Four Sacred Beasts system was derived from Gu Shanhai. Otherwise it would be designated to emit smoke. That's right. So the one smoking now is Gu Shanhai, mainly dissipating heat. For a moment, the whole room was filled with fog, just like when the Peach Blossom Convention was held in heaven. Master, why is there such a heavy fog in your house? Came a female voice. Oh, I'm cooling off. You two are newlyweds. Why do you have time to come to me? Gu Shanhai stopped working. He knew that the people coming were Li Hui and his new son-in-law Sidu Jian. There was no feeling of being at odds with each other. On the contrary, the two of them had the illusion of falling in love at first sight. I'll send my husband to class, Li Hui said respectfully. After Gu Shanhai cleared the clouds and mist, he felt a little strange. Have you learned the Mingxue yet? Master, the husband you chose for me is naturally extremely talented. Li Hui praised her without any ambiguity at all. Are you praising me or your husband? Gu Shanhai complained. I've met my master. Situ Jian also took this opportunity to salute, and then secretly glanced at Shanhai. I don't have much free time recently, so let's just come here in the morning and listen to the lectures. I won't have to go to school in the afternoon, but the homework will be doubled. Gu Shanhai really didn't have time. However, talent training must be done. Situ Jian is more capable than Zhang Yan. If it doesn't work, just adjust the Four Sacred Beasts system and give some online classes. It will be fine anyway. There is also an intelligent being, so there is no big problem in giving him lessons. When Li Hui heard that her homework had been doubled, her pupil shrank, and she said with fear in her tone, Isn't this bad? What's wrong? Otherwise, what will he do in the afternoon? Gu Shanhai glared at Li Hui, which made her shrink back. Gu Shanhai's prestige, let alone her, was even afraid of her father, who was in a high position. Homework is the psychological shadow of the top people in Liangzhou. Whether it is Jiang Lu, the leader of Liangzhou, or Zhang He and others who hold heavy troops, Gu Shanhai's calves will tremble when he mentions these two words. How about I do it? Li Hui asked tentatively. She felt sorry for her husband. After all, she had also experienced the consequences of failing to complete her homework, especially when she had just been studying with Gu Shanhai and suffered a day of bleeding. The amount was more than she would bleed in a year. You have a good idea. Your pumping is useless. I'm afraid it won't even break the skin. If it's not profound, how can you study hard and make progress every day? Gu Shanhai refused without hesitation. Situ Jian was a little confused. Isn't it normal to get whipped for not finishing his homework? Why does my wife have such an expression? Okay. In the end, Li Hui gave in. She wanted to see if intergenerational marriage could help Gu Shanhai break through the bottom line. Unexpectedly, Gu Shanhai's bottom line was still very strong in this regard. Here is the textbook. Take it back and preview it carefully. Remember to take notes and insights. You will teach well. If what he writes dissatisfies me, remember to bring an extra set of clothes for you two tomorrow. Remember to ask your father to arrange the carriage. Take you back. If you report on the first day, you won't be left with any homework. Gu Shanhai said that he couldn't leave any homework on the first day. Oh, by the way, I went to the back office to take a paper for the preliminary exam. Hand it over tomorrow. I want to see how your foundation is. If it doesn't work, someone will be ready to get a second grade for the crime. Gu Shanhai said the words were addressed to Situ Jian. What about that? Teacher, I have to help my dad tomorrow. Li Hui felt that she didn't want to come tomorrow. No need to help. Even if Jian Lu has something to do, I will help you. Gu Shanhai said in a very bad tone. If you let yourself go to work, you have to pay the price. As the saying goes, a husband and wife are of one mind and come here. How could Li Hui be like this? Ran. Okay. Let's go back and prepare. Gu Shanhai waved his hand, indicating that they could get out. The two of them didn't say anything. They understood what Gu Shanhai meant and naturally left. Situ Jian didn't feel anything at all. But Li Hui looked as if Xuan had beaten an eggplant. As if he was embarrassed. From time to time, he muttered, I knew he wouldn't come. Ask Dad to bring him here. He should stay in school for a while. Why do I have to be punished? And a series of other words. Situ Jian's hair stood up a little when he heard this. And he felt that something was not right. Madam, you seem a little afraid of Master? Situ Jian couldn't help but ask. It's not my master that I'm afraid of. It's homework that's not only afraid of me, but also of my father, Li Hui said, adding, both fathers are afraid, as well as Uncle Zhang, Uncle Cui, Uncle Wu, and even Uncle Zhan. They are afraid too. How scary is it? Situ Jian became more and more confused. It's okay. You'll know when Master gives you 3 kilograms of homework to cheer you up. Li Hui didn't say it clearly because she was afraid of hurting Situ Jian. Anyone who has experienced it will understand that the ability of Liangzhou's senior leaders is inseparable from Gu Shanhai's teaching quality and teaching methods. As long as you have a Chicago typewriter on your forehead and a Gatling machine gun on your back, no matter how bad your studies are, your grades will improve step by step. 3 caddies? This was the first time Situ Jian heard that there was still a matter of caddies. Then what if I can't finish it? I can't finish it. It's okay. I'll just endure it and let it pass, Li Hui said quietly. She didn't expect that she would still receive such treatment after graduating. Hearing this, Situ Jian became more and more confused. He knew that Li Hui didn't want to say it. Otherwise it would be impossible to influence him. Let's ask Dad when we get back. Situ Jian thought about whether he should ask Li Yu. Maybe Li Hui was not suitable to talk about it, and it was possible. I know you want to go back and ask Dad, but I suggest you don't ask. Otherwise he will scorn you. Li Hui saw Situ Jian's thoughts at a glance. If Situ Jian really wanted to ask, it would not be much different from exposing Li Yu's dark history. Not to mention asking Li Yu about this. Anyone who asked him had to keep silent. After all, no one wanted to spread the news that he was punished by the teacher for not finishing his homework. No matter how much your homework weighs, people will only think that there is something wrong with you. Not the teacher. It's the kind of thing that's embarrassing and embarrassing. Situ Jian became more and more confused. Why was this matter still so mysterious? Could it be that Gu Shanhai would teach them highly cherished knowledge? Otherwise, everyone would be like this. Chapter 285 Human Companion Creature White Tiger. Hack! It's done! It's done! Gu Shanhai looked at the formed white tiger with excitement in his expression. It took a year for Gu Shanhai to perfect it successfully. The painting style is much better than the original one. At least it's not so eye-catching. Gu Shanhai summoned the white tiger. In the early days, the white tiger looked more like a tiger demon with a tiger head and a human body. He was full of demonic aura, almost like a person in the evil way. After all, he was transformed with a substitute for the inner demon, so it was normal to be scary. Later, it was transformed bit by bit into what white tiger looks like today. The next step is to load it into the Kyushu instrument. Now, there is only the last step left, to perfect it into the Gyojou-e. The same goes for the Four Sacred Beasts system. Gyojou-e itself is a piece of hardware belonging to the Four Sacred Beasts system and can be directly connected to it after loading. In the past, Qinglong had to be a little more troublesome because Qinglong was a program installation, while Baihu was similar to an upgrade patch, and Gu Shanhai had almost perfected it. The loading process is very simple, and the Four Sacred Beasts system can even display an installation progress bar for Gu Shanhai to check. It didn't take long. It was installed successfully in just 1 minute. System. Display all data. Gu Shanhai gave the order. A large amount of data appeared in his field of vision. Gu Shanhai compared them one by one and successfully connected all aspects of the program. After having White Tiger, many resources have been integrated, and the strength of the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers has increased at least 10 times. Gu Shanhai felt the power fed back by the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers through the art of war, and this was only part of how he became stronger. Compared with Qinglong, a multifunctional toolbox, Baihu is more like a large-scale amplification auxiliary, which itself does not have many attack methods. But after the increase, it was different. Through the White Tiger, Gu Shanhai integrated all the mana auras, and the Hard Demon Dao soldiers could also use it to attach the power of the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger when fighting. In the future, Suzaku and Xuanwu could also form the Hard Demon Dao, the special power of soldiers. In addition, there is the military soul. When the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers reach a certain number, they can condense the White Tiger military soul, which is probably a giant war beast. After the White Tiger army soul appears, it can not only fight as the main force, but also form a military soul field. The strength and ability effects of all the Hard Demon soldiers will undergo qualitative changes. Taking the Hard Demon soldier attack as an example, it can arouse the enemy's emotions and desires when attacking. When it is damaged, it can also form a Tiger Shadow attack to cause secondary damage, adding an additional 2-hit combo effect. What's more important is that Gu Shanhai can also use the 9 abilities of the Hard Demon Dao weapon. He really couldn't use them before. After all, they are derivatives of the magical power of the Hard Demon Dao weapon. The magical power of the Hard Demon Dao weapon is essentially a special summon formed by combining spiritual plants. Things. He is not an orthodox summoner, so naturally he cannot share the ability of the summoned objects. It's just that the ability of the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers is not of much use to him. It can only be regarded as the icing on the cake for Gu Shanhai. He rarely fights anyway. Now that he has the Taoist soldiers, he doesn't need to do anything to fight. All that's left is to perfect the 36 strategies and train troops. Of course, the training is to train his Inner Demon Taoist weapons. Otherwise, what else would he be training? After possessing the White Tiger, he also had a new way to become stronger with this magical power. And that was fighting. As long as the battle continues, the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers will continue to become stronger during the battle. There is definitely an upper limit, but this upper limit will increase as the artificial companion creature Baihu is trained and strengthened by Gu Shanhai. As for the consumption of getting stronger, if the Inner Demon Taoist soldier is in battle, Gu Shanhai's mana will be consumed first to replenish it to avoid power outage during the battle. Of course, Gu Shanhai can refuse, but if he is resting, he will consume the Inner Demon Taoist soldier. The emotions and desires stored in oneself are transformed to further compensate for consumption. It is equivalent to Gu Shanhai's Inner Demon Taoist soldiers having the ability to fight monsters and upgrade. This means that after Baihu was loaded into Gyojou-e, his Four Sacred Beasts system gave the Inner Demon Taoist soldiers the same abilities as the Braves in the world of Braves. If you look at me now, I should be able to fight against Luo Chuan back then, Gu Shanhai said in a low voice. Of course he was talking about Luo Chuan, who had 10,000 Dao soldiers. If he had 50,000 Dao soldiers, he would have to seduce the demonic Dao soldiers. The Inner Demon Taoist soldiers also need to expand their army. They will need at least 100,000. In the past, Gu Shanhai did not have a White Tiger and needed to be refined with his spiritual veins. But now it is different. With the White Tiger as the center, and the cooperation of the 4 Holy Beast systems, he is fully capable of carrying 100,000 Inner Demon Taoist soldiers. The White Tiger must also improve accordingly. The current White Tiger is the same as the newly formed Qinglong. They are both artificially mentally retarded. Gu Shanhai glanced at the White Tiger, who was staying in Gyojou-e, and the people who were looking around the White Tiger with some curiosity. Qinglong, as a man-made companion creature, has a big problem with his intelligence. For Qinglong to have his current spiritual intelligence, Gu Shenhai's focused training provided huge help. Thanks to the Four Sacred Beasts system, it was much easier to train Gu Shenhai in terms of spiritual intelligence. There is no need to worry about cultivating Baihu's strength. It's just an extra resource expenditure, which doesn't matter. Now Jianglu occupies the 7 states of Dalong and is the second largest force in Dalong. The first force is naturally Luochuan, who holds the emperor in power to command the princes. Now he has proclaimed himself King Shi, Prime Minister and Grand Master, and occupies the power of the 13 states of Dalong. It's not that he doesn't want to continue to expand, but that it has expanded so much in 1 year, and the pace is a bit too big, and he almost breaks his eggs, so he can only settle down and digest it. On the contrary, Jianglu, although not as big as Luochuan, has extremely stable rear, mainly because Gu Shenhai has tapped a large number of talents and promoted various modern technologies, which has greatly improved productivity. Therefore, Gu Shenhai also enjoys extremely high treatment. So for him, the resources needed for Baihu's training are not a big deal. The reason why Luochuan, the Shi King, is a fool is because Jianglu directly shouted the slogan of the Luo thieves bullying the emperor, and used the policy of supporting De Long to gain the thoughts, clothes and belt of the puppet emperor Long in Yongnan City. The imperial edict was gone, but he still took advantage of the time when Luochuan was fighting in the north and south to confer the title of king on Jiang and Lu. He became the king of Liang from the Marquis of Liang, and he was also called the emperor's uncle. In this way, Jiang Lu's legitimacy was directly determined. The consequence was that the emperor contracted the cold and died. Luochuan was replaced by a new emperor, but it was already too late. The title of King Jiang, Lu, and Liang was decided, and his legitimacy was hammered down. No matter how much he wanted to deny it, it was impossible to deny it. Too late. The last emperor Long was able to do these things. Of course, not because he thought Jianglu could help him, but because he was able to do so through operations, thanks to many imperialists. In addition to Luochuan's forces in Yongnan City, there is naturally the presence of the imperial party. For political needs, Luochuan cannot kill them all. In addition to Jianglu, the king of Liang, there was also King Yan from Yanzhou. He was a king with a different surname, named Zhou Ding. Gu Shenhai also confirmed that he was the man from Xiangzhou. He is the third-ranked warlord with a different surname in Otaki. He controls 5 states, and has many elite soldiers and generals under his command. If instead of judging the overall power, one chooses to make the decision based on talents, King Yan's subordinates should be number 1. Even Luochuan, who occupies the Great Righteousness, does not have that many talents. Gu Shenhai was also confused. How did Zhou Ding become King Yan this time? Jianglu was able to succeed because he was a royal clan member and the orthodox member of the Dalong royal family. Luochuan was simply because of his strength. And Zhou Ding, under Gu Shenhai's eyes, looked a little strange. It's just that Gu Shenhai didn't go to investigate. This kind of thing was done in an extremely secretive way, either using gold and silver to buy it, or using righteous persuasion. It was nothing more than these methods. In addition to the 3 warlords in Otaki, some people have also risen. Most of them are still fighting within the state. At this stage, there are only a few people who stand out. Master Marquis, the king has returned to the court. I would like to invite you to see him. After the announcement, a chamberlain came to ask Gu Shenhai to see Jianglu. When did it happen? Gu Shenhai asked casually. After Jianglu became the king of Liang. He also followed the rising tide, and was made a marquis. Jianglu himself made the title through the power of Liangzhou. Gu Shenhai is an Anhou. According to this situation, if Jianglu can really unify the entire Dalong, Gu Shenhai can directly become a king with a different surname. But he does not rule out becoming the duke of the country. I came back yesterday. The king heard that Lord Marquis was obsessed with research, so he didn't disturb you. He saw that you had some free time today, so he came to invite you. This servant was not shy at all. What he meant made it clear that someone was spying on Gu Shenhai. Gu Shenhai also knew this. And it was the genie guards who were monitoring him, led by Jianglu, with Situ Jian as the first commander and Li Hui as the brains behind the organization. When it comes to monitoring Gu Shenhai, they actually have nothing to monitor. They mainly focus on protection, vigilance and running errands. Gu Shenhai was always in the basement when he was doing experiments, and the genie guards didn't dare to come in. So it was this time that Gu Shenhai came out and reported it after being seen by the other party. Genie Wei was not a fool. As the king of Liang, Jiang and Lu both called Gu Shanhai his teacher and treated him as his father. If he really dared to break the casserole and ask what the trouble was, he would probably have to be dealt with first if it wasn't for them. Not even looking at the commanders and the genie guards who came to see Gu Shanhai. They all told the master honestly not to mess around. But in other places, Genie Wei is not so timid. In the states under his command, everyone is frightened by the news. The noble families all sleep uneasily because of Genie Wei. It's really troublesome. I still have to go, Gu Shanhai muttered quietly. This chamberlain was also watching his nose and heart, as if he didn't hear anything. In Liangzhou, Gu Shanhai was the only one who dared to say this. If anyone else is disrespectful to King Liang, they may be captured on the spot. Okay, I'll take half an hour of free time and treat it as a holiday. Gu Shanhai sighed helplessly. Master Marquis, please come this way. The Master of Ceremonies has already prepared it for you. Seeing this, the chamberlain breathed a sigh of relief. But he was afraid that he would not be able to invite this person. Although Jiang Lu wouldn't say anything if he really wasn't invited. It just made him look a little incompetent. It's a bit too ostentatious. Gu Shanhai looked at this instrument. How should I put it? It was very luxurious and eye-catching. Not to mention anything else. The number of entourage and various ceremonial guards alone can block a street. Otherwise, how can it be called a ceremonial drive? What are the specifications? Next time, if you keep it simple, it'll be fine. A whole carriage will be fine. Gu Shanhai is a low-key person, and the high-profile appearance during this trip really made him uncomfortable. Let's see. I'll go over first, and you can handle this situation. Gu Shanhai thought to himself. This would be a waste of time. It shouldn't take more than half an hour from here. This chamberlain is also in a dilemma. No need for this. Just listen to me. After Gu Shanhai finished speaking, 5 elements escaped moved away in an instant. In the palace, Gu Shanhai directly emerged from the ground. Who broke into the palace without permission? Several Taoist soldiers reacted instantly. If they hadn't seen Gu Shanhai clearly, they would have almost taken action. I have seen the Marquis. Fortunately, they also reacted quickly and gave in immediately. Gu Shanhai did not think of embarrassing them, but waved his hand to signal them to continue standing guard. Look for me as soon as you come back. What's the matter? Gu Shanhai asked, looking at Jiang Lu, who was reviewing official work. You guys go down first. Jiang Lu asked these Dao soldiers to go down. Although they were personal guards, some secrets were still not suitable for them to know. The Dao soldiers naturally left together. Teacher, sit down. Jiang Lu motioned to Gu Shanhai not to be polite, and then said, now that we are sitting in the land of 7 states, our talent reserve, resource strategy, etc. are far better than a year ago. But next, which state should we target? As Jiang Lu spoke, he opened a map of the entire Otaki, which showed a rough division of forces. Gu Shanhai looked at the map and narrowed his eyes. Go south and open up the sea. Gu Shanhai just took a look and then came up with an idea. And then continued, we only need to conquer Xianzhou again. Open up the sea to collect profits. And we can raise Dalong. Great navigation is basically equivalent to great wealth, especially the ability to colonize other countries. Xianzhou has such potential? Jiang Lu was also stunned. Xianzhou was named after Zhuangzihai. It was a poorer state than Liangzhou before, so Jiang Lu never thought of choosing Xianzhou. Yes, but before that we have to develop the shipbuilding industry, Gu Shanhai explained. Whether it is large-scale navigation or shipping, the premise is that there must be a sufficiently developed shipping industry. It's a pity that in Otaki, this area is not very developed. 90% of the battles are mainly land battles. There are also water battles, but not many. Teacher, do you have any good ideas? Jiang Lu didn't know much about this, so he could only ask Gu Shanhai directly. Let's set up a maritime merchant navy, but you have to figure it out on your own. The most I can do is provide you with some institutional suggestions and some shipping technology. Gu Shanhai definitely can't do it himself. At most, he can help those who take the lead and do the hard work. Please answer your questions. Jiang Lu thought for a moment and then said, Teacher, please do more work. After finishing speaking, he summoned senior officials to come over for a meeting to formulate decrees, plans, etc. Chapter 286 Don't catch the other person. The calculation of defeat in the 36 strategies has been completed. Gu Shanhai was a little relieved to see that 1/6 of the strategy was completed. With the improvement of the strategy in the art of war, by whose strength naturally also changed. After all, the composition of the White Tiger also included the art of war, the beauty trap, the empty city strategy, the anti-intermediate strategy, the bitter meat strategy, the chain strategy, and the best strategy. With this said, at least when you are at a disadvantage, you don't have to worry about running out of strategies. The next thing is the well strategy. If the defeat strategy is when one's own side is facing a big headwind, then the 6 tactics of this well strategy are used to deal with backstabbing by teammates. When Liangzhou's power was small, it was relatively harmonious internally, and there was no need to worry about someone backstabbing him. But now that the power is huge, various factions will naturally follow. Who knows if someone will backstab him? Therefore, this well strategy is very important. Of course, it does not necessarily require a backstab to be used. Just like the defeat strategy, it can also be used as a normal strategy, but it will have a very strong effect at certain times. After finishing today's work, Gu Shanhai took out the intelligence scent and checked it as usual. Jiang Lu had already led troops to capture Xianzhou and was preparing to launch a shipping plan. The corresponding data and information provided by Gu Shanhai were also very powerful proof, allowing everyone in the entire King Liang force to see that it was indeed profitable. But in fact, it is useless for people in the power to object, as long as Jiang Lu agrees. It is true that there are many factions in King Liang's power, but it does not mean that Jiang Lu will be coerced by them. On the contrary, everyone will be subdued by Jiang Lu. Military formation? What is this? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. Jinyui's spies discovered a brand new force from Luochuan in Sili Prefecture, called the military formation. The general idea is that the Dao soldiers formed a certain formation, with the soldier leader as the core, forming a brand new force. Strange. Is this a brand new military ability invented by Luochuan? Gu Shanhai looked at the information. Luochuan had 6 military formations in his hands. Namely, they were as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, and as motionless as a mountain. It's as hard to know as the clouds, and it moves like thunder. Each military formation has extremely powerful power, and is a new active ability beyond strategy. However, compared to the strategy, which is released by the soldier leader, the military formation requires the cooperation of Tao's soldiers and certain conditions. Although the increase is powerful, the restrictions are not small. Gu Shanhai remembered that this military formation did not exist in his previous life. Of course, it is also possible that the information he collected was insufficient, because the relevant information in this world was mostly used to fill gaps. So he only picked out some useful things. It is possible to miss a lot. Fortunately, this is not important, because Gu Shanhai has no intention of taking advantage of his foresight. Besides, even if he knows it, so what? So many top-level military techniques in his hand do not record military formations. It is difficult to cut off the beard. As for why Luochuan's military formation was suddenly exposed, there had been no movement before. It was also because the other party took the initiative to spread the news and cashed it out as a carrot dangled in front of the donkey to his subordinates. This is used to reconcile conflicts. Judging from a large amount of intelligence, Luochuan's strength is beyond doubt. But he seems politically immature and has a feeling of being weak. The opponent can conquer the country, but he is not able to defend it. If you can get these 6 military formations for me. Wait, can I just buy one with Krypton Life? Gu Shanhai was just thinking about asking the genie Wei lurking in Yong'an City to collect one for him. And then I realized that it would be okay to directly predict in divination. Although this world is sold in bundles, it is really given, and the price is quite appropriate. No! What's going on? Gu Shanhai directly predicted that the divination would require an ownerless military formation inheritance. But naturally, the result was that no such person could be found. I've been planning on spending 100,000 years to get in. But you're telling me that there is no ownerless person? Okay then. I'll take a step back and look at the military formations in these 7 states. Since there is no one without an owner, Gu Shanhai plans to rob him. Anyway, he is shameless. As the saying goes, only those with virtue will live in the treasures of heaven and earth. His nickname is Wuda. There are 5 virtues in this group. The quantity should be enough. It turned out that there was still none. This made Gu Shanhai's forehead wrinkles almost appear. It shouldn't be. I'm planning on robbing it in some evil way. How could it be possible that I haven't already? Gu Shanhai always felt that something was not right. If you want to say that there are no owners, then he can believe it. After all, This military formation looks like some kind of secret method that even the aristocratic family does not know. But the problem is that there are no owners. That means there are 7 people under the command of King Liang. None of the states. Then I will just ask for the military formation. It doesn't matter whose it is. Gu Shenhai directly performed the visceral divination technique, using the highest standards, and using a lifespan of nearly 100,000 years. A large amount of information and documents constantly appeared before his eyes, giving him the feeling that he was wandering among the boundless stars. At this moment, he seemed to have come into contact with a secret. Hack! Come back to your senses! Come back to your senses! Gu Shenhai felt uncomfortable all over, and the huge wound on his abdomen turned pale white. It's been so long! Even the muscles are almost dead. Gu Shenhai glanced at the bright sky. He had predicted that it was almost noon when he predicted the divination. And now it was the dawn of the next day. He felt that he was about to become a corpse. Dead body. He casually cut off the muscles near the wound and threw them into his body to use as nourishment for the spiritual plant, allowing it to heal. Then I started to check the harvest this time. He saw a book of Art of War called The Art of War of the Hidden Dragon, which could cultivate powerful art of war for king-level Tao soldiers. At first glance, king-level Tao soldiers and superior Tao soldiers only differed in one ability, but they had qualitative differences. The difference is that the 10th ability can integrate the first 9 abilities and form a power similar to the secret. In addition, it is the strength between the Master of War, the Art of War, and the Taoist soldiers. If the current Taoist soldiers went based on quantity, this Qianlong Art of War adds quality to the quantity. Speaking of which, this book on the Art of War is not from Luo Chuan. Right. Gu Shenhai saw that in the Art of War. In addition to the 5 volumes of the general outline, the Taoist volume, the strategy volume, the military situation volume, and the armaments volume used for the training of the Master of War, there were also more got the military formation volume. If you let go and take a look, you will see that it is as fast as wind, as slow as forest, as aggressive as fire, as motionless as mountain, as unpredictable as shadow, and as moving as thunder that shakes the 6 military formations. This kid couldn't have been reborn from the future or travel through time. Looking at the entire volume of Hidden Dragon's Art of War, Gu Shenhai can see that his skills are beyond this era by countless years, compared with the tactics in his hands. This Hidden Dragon's Art of War is simply of legendary quality. Probably the Art of War in this era is still walking on 2 legs, while the Art of War of Qianlong has already launched supersonic fighter jets. How can this be compared? If this is the case, it can really explain why Luo Chuan came to hunt Jiang Lu in the first place. Gu Shenhai knew that Jiang Lu was one of the future overlords through some fragmentary memories. So Luo Chuan, he can you not know? Gu Shenhai even suspected that if Luo Chuan hadn't intervened, the coalition might not have failed like this, and Jiang Lu might have flourished. So, what kind of HL is this world? And a reborn person actually appeared out of nowhere. Gu Shenhai also performed a divination to confirm. However, the results obtained were distorted and could not achieve effective confirmation. It was precisely because of this that Gu Shenhai became more and more sure of this matter. And he is certain of one thing. That is, Luo Chuan's rebirth should be different from Dugu Tianqing's original rebirth. Dugu Tianqing's rebirth relied on a page in the history book of time, and Luo Chuan was probably created by the movement of the world itself, which meant that Gu Shenhai would most likely not be able to make another fortune. I don't know how it came about, but he must be very desperate. Gu Shenhai couldn't help but smile. If it hadn't been for him, Luo Chuan would have eradicated a future overlord. But then again, is there any historical inevitability in this? This kind of situation occurs in some worlds. Just like Gao Yao and Zhao Gaoan, the myth are of the same nature. You seem to have changed history, but you are a part of history. When he thought of this, Gu Shenhai's expression calmed down. If this was the case, the other party's rebirth might really be caused by Gu Shenhai's arrival. He had never been to this world in his previous life, so he didn't actually know much. The impression of this world is actually that it is an exclusive world for Legion style and mainstream players, which produces a large number of military types, standard armaments, and a special profession called Soldier Master. Gu Shenhai also discovered a big problem at this time. That's why he has a memory fragment from 10,000 years ago in his memory. First of all, this is very unreasonable. In his previous life, it was impossible for Gu Shenhai to remember this incident because it was of no value. From the beginning, Gu Shenhai never thought that he would come to this world in a short time. because his rebirth strategy only planned to join the Mark Druid school, and there were no subsequent plans. In other words, this memory does not belong to me at all. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. He is in the inevitability of history, so that memory is imposed by the world and makes him participate. Fortunately, he didn't dwell too much on it, because there were problems in itself. Furthermore, with the existence of the first era, there was no need to worry about such off-board tricks, because the world that was already being targeted was probably thinking about how to deal with the first era. First era resisted? How could he have the heart to deal with him? Furthermore, there is no luck. No luck. No disasters. Many things cannot be directly interfered by the world. But as long as there is indirect interference, Gu Shanhai has nothing to fear. Just like the memory, it is not as powerful as the knowledge calamity. Gu Shanhai didn't realize it before. It was because he didn't think about it after the memory was liberated from the true spirit. So he was led by the nose. After discovering it, everything didn't change. It has become very simple. And now that the Four Sacred Beasts system monitors him in more detail, it is absolutely impossible to attack him quietly this time. What's more, what is given is only a memory, which cannot affect Gu Shanhai's subsequent choices at all. If the control is really so strong, Gu Shanhai will not carry out modern reforms at all, nor will he think of obtaining it through prophecy and divination, methods such as the art of war. Most likely it was laissez-faire. This matter is not a big deal. It's just mutual use. As long as there are no relevant interests involved, it's okay to follow the other party. Gu Shanhai said he was very free and easy. He came to this world to use this world system and resources to become stronger. So in return, when he came to this world, he could naturally use Gu Shanhai to achieve something. As long as it's not as malicious as the Xuanzhen realm, Gu Shanhai doesn't mind helping. He is shameless, double-standard, and petty. But he also understands that there is no such thing in the world that only he can do and others cannot. He will not say that if the world uses him, he will take revenge on the whole world. He is obviously relying on the world to become stronger. Well, the premise is not to go too far. So, bundle sales are not actually a feature of the world, but a kind of welfare treatment for me. Gu Shanhai was a little skeptical. It would be better if there was a discount on the price. It was like Gu Shanhai only wanted military formations, but in the end giving him the entire volume of Qianlong Art of War highlights his thoughtfulness. Just in time. Let's study the Qianlong Art of War, and then upgrade the entire Liangwang party. As long as Luochuan loses this advantage, his defeat will be a matter of time. Gu Shanhai was still thinking about giving his inner demon Taoist soldiers as for the upgrade. After all, the Taoist soldiers have become stronger, and he, the leader of the army, can also receive feedback accordingly. A brand new national policy? Zhou Ding, who has now become King Yin, looked at the new national policy that appeared on the national policy panel on the Dynasty Conflict System panel. Not long ago, his Dynasty Hegemony system was updated and received a new national policy. A new king-level Taoist soldier and a national policy called military formation have been added. So, the reason why Xiwang Luochuan is so powerful is because he has king-level Taoist soldiers and military formations? Zhou Ding was also a little excited when he thought of this. Naturally, he has his own intelligence system. He doesn't know about the king-level Taoist soldiers, but he knows about the military formation. He also learned about it through the spies lurking in Yong'an City. But this thing is really expensive, and the national policy points are not enough. It will take a lot of time to get them out. Zhou Ding began to think about the idea of continuing to expand externally. Naturally, the fastest way to gain national policy points is to conquer cities and expand territory. Just like his identity as King Yin with a different surname, he uses national policy points to point out the national policy of making a king. Of course, there are also titles such as lordship, the whole article, but he directly clicked on the title of king at one time, and the next step was to proclaim himself emperor. If you just want to be emperor, you must occupy at least 12 states in the world to activate it. Otherwise, even if you have enough national policy points, you will not be able to activate it. This is a hard prerequisite. But even if Zhou Ding can click to become emperor now, he doesn't know how to implement national policies, so he can easily become the target of public criticism. Chapter 287. Your abacus is all blown off my face. Teacher, are you sure this change can work? Jiang Lu, who had just returned from the battle in Xianzhou, looked at the Sun and Moon Art of War 2.0 that Gu Shanhai had given him with some doubts. and there was something wrong in his expression. Why can't this work? I think it can work, Gu Shenhai said confidently. Nothing will happen. Jian Lu looked through it and couldn't see any problems. They were all very reasonable. They even added military formations. He didn't know how Gu Shenhai developed them. Based on the data on paper, there will be no problems, Gu Shenhai said very conservatively. He only guaranteed the data on paper and not the rest. Jian Lu immediately recognized Gu Shenhai's voiceover. So he held his forehead. No wonder he came to him today. It turned out that he was planning to trick him. Okay, what's the success rate? Jian Lu asked helplessly. It's quite high. There is a 90% chance of success. Gu Shenhai didn't lie. Before studying Sun and Moon Art of War 2.0, he had already applied an upgrade patch to his inner demon Taoist soldiers and successfully transformed them from superior to superior. One is waiting for the Taoist soldiers. In other words, at this time, the strength of his inner demon Taoist soldiers has reached the same level as Luochuan's Qianlong Taoist soldiers. But overall it is still a little inferior to the opponents, because the other side has an increase in military strength, while Gu Shenhai's side does not have one. Only the mana aura can defeat the opponent. The 10th ability is called the Hard Demon Tribulation. It is a passive skill that increases the ability of the 9 abilities. In order to achieve all-round enhancement of strength, the battle of the Hard Demon Dao soldiers becomes more distorted and ugly. Before it's enough to challenge common sense, but now it also has an indescribable sense of weirdness. Correspondingly, the 9 abilities will also give the enemy the feeling of facing some great terror. Hearing the probability of Gu Shenhai's situation, Jiang Lu reluctantly breathed a sigh of relief. The probability of 90% was not low. Then teacher, you have only perfected the Sun and Moon Art of War? Jiang Lu knew that it was unlikely that a single copy of the Sun and Moon Art of War would affect the overall situation. I didn't expect Luochuan to be so strong. But he was still stuck in place. If you can fight, you have to have those who can fight with you. When you can fight alone, you stand out from the crowd. What? Are you still not satisfied that I perfected the Sun and Moon Art of War in such a short period of time? Gu Shenhai raised his eyebrows and said teasingly, I don't dare. I just want to comprehensively strengthen Liangzhou's power. I can't do it alone. Jiang Lu can have the most Taoist soldiers, but he can't say that he doesn't care about his subordinates. Being unkind is a recipe for death. Sharing blessings and sharing hardships is the long-term solution. It will take some time. As you know, I have many tactics at my disposal. Even if I change them one by one, it will take time. Gu Shenhai said perfunctorily. The actual situation is not like this. After improving his own inner demon Taoist magical power and using the art of war of the Sun and Moon as a foundation, Gu Shenhai does not need to do the subsequent transformation himself. He can just leave it to the 4 sacred beasts system. With Baihu joining, the computing power and logic ability are enough to do these things. At first glance, there is a difference between the art of war and the art of war, but the actual foundation is the same. Just like 1 plus 1 is equal to 2 and 1.9 plus 0.1 is equal to 2. As long as Gu Shenhai masters the final answer and a large amount of data, the 4 sacred beast system can be deduced based on the foundation of the art of war and the data entered by Gu Shenhai. It just consumes more time than Gu Shenhai and sometimes makes mistakes. But it is very good for dealing with these chores. How could Gu Shenhai have so much free time to deduce superior military techniques into king level ones one by one? He also had to perfect the 36 stratagems, deduce a new military formation, develop military strength, and a series of other things. Luochuan's 6 military formations are actually very good, but they don't match him a bit. And he has studied them carefully. They seem to be the most basic military formations, not high-end things. The advantage of having a foundation is that many things are developed from it. The only drawback is probably that it is not as powerful as high-end ones. It's just that in this era, the military formation is a dimension reduction attack, especially if everyone is on the same level. If you have an additional increase, you will be much stronger than the opponent, and the victory will belong to you. I have to rely more on you, teacher, for this matter. But Jiang Lu knew that after having Sun and Moon Art of War 2.0, other Art of War had to keep up. But it could be slower. But now there is one more thing. Gu Shenhai needs help. Gu Shenhai heard only 2 words, and his expression immediately became wary. What do you want to do? What? The Xianzhou shipping matter requires a person with prestige and ability to take charge, Jiang Lu said with some guilt. Just like this? It was clear that this candidate could only go to Gu Shanhai. After all, he had the money and some military power. So Jiang Lu naturally chose the teacher he trusted most. In fact, Liu could have gone. But he was not politically suitable, and was not as detached as Gu Shanhai. Liu himself controls the finances of King Liang's power. And his son-in-law and daughter are the overt and covert commanders of his special intelligence agency. If he gets another economic lifeline and part of the military power, it will easily become unbalanced. Such a huge power has already allowed Jiang Lu, the king of Liang, to start a balance of power. You mean this person is me? Right. Gu Shanhai said expressionlessly. Most of the ambitions of people in this world are the pursuit of rights. So they have to bear corresponding obligations. Gu Shanhai is different. He converts the corresponding obligations into scientific research results. So he is also working. But the work he does is the remaining part when he becomes stronger. So he does not feel that he is working. So asking him to sit in charge, supervise, etc. is more like working overtime. Of course, there is overtime pay. Just like asking him to manage shipping and other matters. Gu Shanhai just pretended to be invisible when he was greedy for Jiang Lu. He might even be able to secretly give more to Gu Shanhai. But Gu Shanhai didn't want to do this. If he could take it openly, no one could find fault with it. Why should he be greedy secretly? Doing so would cause unnecessary trouble. Yes, teacher. What do you think? Jiang Lu was getting more and more unsure. Gu Shanhai had only left Liangzhou once in the past few years. And it was to save him. He was not sure whether Gu Shanhai would agree to it. What do you think? Of course I sat and watched it. Gu Shanhai said somewhat speechlessly. Isn't his attitude obvious? It was almost obvious that I wasn't going. How about you just move around and don't do anything in the field? Just take some time to let go of your inner demon Taoist soldiers for a while. At this time, Jiang Lu could only pretend to be stupid. He had never seen Gu Shanhai's inner demon Taoist soldiers. But he had heard of them. They were said to be very evil. Many military leaders in Liangzhou were unwilling to offend Gu Shanhai even if they wanted to offend Jiang Lu. Gu Shanhai had a black line on his face. This kid was determined to invite him to Zhengshuanzu, a future money bag. Otherwise, we wouldn't be so desperate. Okay, let's go there. But I have to take away the things in my house. Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while, and just went. Anyway, it was just a change of place for experiments. And he didn't need to do the overall work. As for the reason why, you can rest assured that the magic soldiers will go out. It is also very simple. The main purpose is to shock. The people in Xianzhou are strong. And there are aristocratic families, clans, etc. So it becomes a very difficult bone to crack. You won't be able to reason with the other person. Instead, he will coerce ordinary people into confronting you. Therefore, using force to suppress it is the best way. In this case, it cannot be changed in a year or two. It takes many years of subtle changes to prevent this group of people from causing trouble. You definitely can't kill them all. And you can only be stable for a while by killing chickens to scare monkeys. No problem. As long as you are willing to move. Teacher, I will arrange for people immediately and leave nothing behind for you. Jiang Lu also breathed a sigh of relief. He also understood what Gu Shanhai said. He just planned to stay in Xianzhou longer. Otherwise, it would be impossible to bring all your belongings with you. It's true that Xianzhou is poor. But those who are poor are also the lower class and the overall environment. As a senior executive, Gu Shanhai's treatment was not only the same as before, but had to be doubled. So poverty has nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He is going to sit in charge and not be exiled. So there is no way his treatment can be lowered. Huh? It seems that I can save a lot of trouble by doing this. Gu Shanhai realized one thing. In Liangzhou, he still had to spare 2 hours a day to teach others. Even though he was a substitute teacher for the 4 sacred beasts system. But if I leave, I won't even have to teach as a substitute. It's okay. Seer and teacher, you go to Xianzhou. Just in time to let him suffer a little. So that he won't become a dandy after being pampered. If he makes a mistake, you can beat him to death. Jiang Lu said that he had made arrangements. Jiang Lu's abacus was so good that he put his son here with Gu Shanhai to teach him together. And it could even be used as training. Your abacus is blowing my face. You know? At this time, Gu Shanhai couldn't bear it anymore. This was too much. And he actually wanted him to take care of the baby. In this case, when the second and third babies grow up in 2 years, will they still have to be stuffed next to him? Jiang Lu was not the only one who did this. Zhang Yin, Zhang He and others all sent their children to Gu Shanhai. Anyway, they came to class every day, and then went home to do homework like crazy to improve their abilities. Gu Shanhai was here. It has almost become a place for newbies to brush up their attributes, skills, and talents. Son, you can stay in Liangzhou by yourself. When the time comes, you can take online classes. Gu Shanhai sighed. He definitely couldn't take the belt with him, and he couldn't just leave it alone. He designed a remote device and organized teaching and homework assignments. A multifunctional online course device that integrates inspection, punishment, and reward. The class was on the Four Sacred Beasts system, so it didn't matter if it was him or not. Jianlu didn't know what online classes were, but since he brought a class word, there was probably no problem. The modernization of the Liang King's area of influence was more about improving productivity in industry and agriculture, and did not really step into modernization. The main reason was that if modernization was to be carried out in an all-round way, the impact of ideological trends could easily lead to instability. Therefore, most of the systems and technologies given by Gu Shanhai have been castrated and changed to a certain extent. He has no idea of pushing the world forward. This is not his business. He only wants to maximize the benefits he absorbs. Teacher, I can rest assured that you are doing something good, Jianlu said. In this world, the person Jianlu trusted the most was Gu Shanhai. If you don't believe him, who else can you believe? It would be better if you find something less for me to do. Gu Shanhai finished angrily, then stood up and prepared to leave. Teacher, please walk slowly. Seeing this, Jianlu also stood up and sent Gu Shanhai away from the hall with a smile. Gu Shanhai took 2 steps and then directly activated the 5 elements escape method to move away. It would be troublesome to walk back, so it would be much more efficient to go back directly using the escape method. After returning to his mansion, Gu Shanhai also started to pack his things. Most of them are clones of himself. Mainly because if Gu Shanhai wants to conduct relevant experiments, it is best to conduct experiments on himself. If he didn't have only one, he wouldn't even want to use a clone. He would just do it on himself. He has also thought about supernatural powers such as clones or incarnations. But it is a bit difficult because it has to be completely consistent with himself. So the best way is to grow another self from himself. There are a lot of things involved, and the cost is also high. It is better to use cloning technology. With the addition of Gu Shanhai's mini-system knowledge, the cost is very low. So low that if he is willing, he can mass-produce his own body for reincarnation. The only drawback is probably that there are no spiritual plants. The collection of clones went very quickly. This thing has no self-awareness and is just a piece of meat. Even though it has internal organs and a brain, it cannot have a self. There is no need to worry that the clone will wake up and the 2 of them will look at each other in confusion. Even if he wakes up, the other party will not have Gu Shanhai's memory or even himself, but will be a brand new individual similar to Gu Shanhai's genes. Furthermore, even if he wanted to wake up, he couldn't wake up. Gu Shanhai had already castrated this part when he was cultivating these clones as experimental subjects. So this would never happen. In addition to the clone body, the only things left in the laboratory are some things like the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and spiritual plants. Gu Shanhai had already sorted these things into categories and stored them securely. He just needed to put them into the mother of pearl and that's it. Most of the things he collected were shameful things. After all, if you collect these human body parts, it would be very problematic at first sight and could easily cause moral backlash. In the ancient world where women could not even serve as military leaders and could only stay at home, Gu Shanhai's research on these would immediately cause a blow to his prestige. Gu Shanhai doesn't care about reputation. The premise is that reputation will not be part of the interests. Now he pays attention to these reputations, because a good reputation can bring him greater benefits. Just like when he was in the Xuanzhen world. He didn't care about reputation at all. One life will do and both parties will be satisfied. Chapter 288. Do I accept it? Who saw it? Xianzhou is really not possible. After Gu Shanhai arrived in Xianzhou, he couldn't help but sigh. It felt to him like a replica of the original Liangzhou. And it was even poorer. It was probably because they were already poor and remote. And Jianlu led his troops to plow back and forth again, which made it even worse. I have to ask you, Lord Marquis, to save me. Who doesn't know that Liangzhou's current situation depends entirely on you? Lord Marquis. A man following Gu Shanhai said rather flatteringly. This man's name was Su In, a military leader. He was escorting Gu Shanhai. But he was more of an errand boy. He can be considered a wonderful person. And he is diligent in doing all this. As if he is not a military leader, but is really just a bully and a horse for Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai also noticed that this boy was planning to increase his favorability. You flatter me. But you're flattering me, Gu Shanhai teased, not caring about Suin's compliment at all, and then said, if you do more practical things, I can recommend you one more fan. Compliments are of no use. Suin doesn't mean that he only knows how to flatter and wear high hats. He knows how to do things, not just flatter people. Otherwise, how could Jiang Lu send this person to Gu Shanhai? I can only say that he is smooth and very smart in his dealings with others. Hearing this, Suin also smiled bitterly. On the way, he could never find a chance to talk to Gu Shanhai. After all, Gu Shanhai was constantly improving. 36 strategies on the carriage. So naturally he had no time to talk to Gu Shanhai. He chatted. It's rare to say something with emotion. In Suin's eyes, it is naturally a good opportunity. What are we going to do next? Gu Shanhai asked casually. He didn't know anything about the process. It was mainly a deterrent, not a real job. Whoever had a nuclear bomb would have to participate in catching the thief. I've already gone to notify Daizhou Mu. He must be arriving soon. Suin had already done it, and he had already arranged for someone to notify them before they arrived. Oh, will that give us a kick? Gu Shanhai was slightly excited. This was a proper slap in the face for showing off. He had experienced this after being around for so long. Even Gu Shanhai was thinking about how to pretend to be smoother next. Not even a minute after thinking this, I heard the noisy sound of gongs and drums in the city, and saw the leader leading the ceremonial guard. They are also very sincere. No one rides a horse. Everyone walks. As soon as you arrive, it's a big, okay gift. Jiang Geng, the acting governor of Xianzhou, has met the Marquis. This Jiang Geng was called an honest man, and a large number of people knelt down after him. Gu Shanhai was speechless. He had just thought of how to slap him in the face next, and you brought someone over to greet him. He seemed to have no backbone. Jiang Geng is not stupid. Why should he give Gu Shanhai a blow? It's because he's tired of living. If he dares to come today, he will be gone tomorrow. Do you really think that Gu Shanhai is one of those people with no foundation? Or is this Xianzhou under his control? I'm afraid that as soon as this news gets out, a general in the army and Taoist soldiers may come to him for a heart-to-heart talk the next day. If the talk goes well, he will still be alive. If the talk fails, he will have to become a part of the flag sacrifice. As the defeated party, if you dare to mention any arrogance, you will definitely be kicked to death. Especially for someone like Gu Shanhai. The best way is to confess the other person honestly instead of going against him. If someone destroys his own strength, he doesn't even need to consider the consequences. No matter how stupid he is, he won't do it. Get up! Why is there such a big battle? I said. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Gu Shanhai also spoke. The other party did not embarrass him, and there was no need for him to embarrass the other party. I don't dare. I have already arranged a reception banquet for the Marquis. I also asked the Marquis to show his respect. After Jiang Geng stood up, he also said respectfully. He was neither humble nor overbearing. That's fine. I'm a newbie here. I hope Mr. Zhou Mu can help me a lot. Gu Shanhai was also carried in a fancy sedan chair, without any airs. Nor was he indecisive or informal like in the past. When going out, a face is very important. The subsequent process of entering the city and entering the mansion went very smoothly. There were no assassinations or provocations. Su In and the 3,000 Taoist soldiers he brought were real killers. He was slightly flattering to Gu Shanhai, but he rose to power by relying on military merit, and flattery only made it easier for him to rise to power. Not the main reason. Please take a seat, Lord Marquis. Jiang Geng invited Gu Shanhai to take the lead. All the guests at the reception banquet have already arrived, except for some officials from Xianzhou. They are also the heads of the aristocratic families. Those who can come are all important. Gu Shanhai also excused himself. Lord Zhou Mu is joking. I am not the head of the family. I can sit on the throne, so I invite Lord Zhou Mu to take the seat. The two of them also went back and forth, and finally Jiang Geng reluctantly sat on it. There was no one at the banquet who was angry or angry. On this occasion, you offended Gu Shanhai, and you will feel better after that. Because if you do this, you will not only target Gu Shanhai, but also Daizhou Mu Jianggung. As long as you are in a high position, you will be surrounded by good people, and the bad people will be hidden, and they will not dare to target you openly. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 tastes of food, musicians, drummers, and dancers were invited to accompany them, looking very sensual and sensual. Gu Shenhai is really not interested in this. But there are not many problems with etiquette. Face belongs to face, and Lizzie belongs to Lizzie. When it comes to face, you have to do a good job. When it was getting late, he said Gu Shenhai to his residence. There was originally a second game, but Gu Shenhai refused. It was enough to waste an afternoon with him. And a second game was not worth it. Although the second game may be more exciting than the first. Gu Shenhai has never been a person who pays attention to excitement and enjoyment. On the contrary, being steady and steady is more suitable for him. Gu Shenhai didn't even participate. So the second game ended without any success. Master Ho, these people are not well-intentioned, Su In reminded. As long as they work, it doesn't matter if they are well-intentioned or not. Of course, Gu Shenhai realized what these people were up to. At the banquet, everyone seemed to like you and me, but in fact, they wanted Gu Shenhai to die. As long as it's not implemented, don't care what the other party thinks. But if it is implemented, just deal with it. 3-legged toads cause trouble for me, and 2-legged people are everywhere in the streets. Gu Shenhai didn't care about what the other party thought at all. When he was crushing the other party with his strength, any small move would not be a concern. It's not that if you can do it, you can do it. But if you can't do it, get out. But if you can't do it, you have to die. I still think about getting out to save my life. How can I get such good treatment? Do you really think Xianzhou is still the original Xianzhou? It's just that this may cause unforeseen consequences. Su In said it euphemistically. That is, you can't use strong methods. If you go head-on, both sides will lose. Unpredictable? I cut off their heads. Can't you predict what they can do? Gu Shenhai said jokingly. People die. Enough of them die. And there will always be someone who is afraid. Simple and crude. This is Gu Shenhai's way of handling this matter. He doesn't have that much time to compete with these people. When will the management and technical staff arrive? Gu Shenhai did not intend to continue chatting with Su In on this topic, but changed the topic and asked about the situation. If you want to open shipping in Xianzhou, the premise is to improve productivity and then develop corresponding industries. So it is definitely not Gu Shenhai alone, but a lot of people. Gu Shenhai just arrived faster. It will take up to 3 days to arrive, Su In replied quickly. He had always paid attention to this aspect. Well, I understand. I won't be involved in the rest of the matter, unless someone blocks the progress and you can't solve it. Gu Shenhai just calculated the time. When he comes here, he naturally takes action when there are things that cannot be solved. He can't have to personally see everything. The management and technical staff are here, so why should he intervene? He just hangs up and... That's it. Yes, Lord Marquis. Su In also understood Gu Shenhai's situation. He really didn't care about things on weekdays. If he really wanted to take care of things, it would be a big deal. After the entourage settled down, Gu Shenhai continued to devote himself to his research and study. There was no need to rest. Not to mention the fatigue of traveling and traveling. He would not be tired even if he ran back and forth 7 or 8 times. In just a blink of an eye, more than half a month has passed. And the entire Xianzhou has also entered into a full swing of reforms, without Gu Shenhai having to interfere at all. The people who come are all experienced. So Gu Shenhai naturally doesn't need to worry. It's just that the locals don't have much experience in dealing with it. So conflicts are inevitable. Master Ho, these people are going to drive this official to death. Outside the door, Jianggung knelt at the door and cried. The shouts were loud. Gu Shenhai felt a little headache after hearing this. He didn't expect that this guy would actually come to report to him. Tell me, what's going on? Seeing this, Gu Shenhai also asked someone to bring Jianggung in to see what kind of medicine was sold in the gourd. Those gentlemen, they want. Jianggung cried over and over again. Gu Shenhai quickly understood. The general idea was that the management needed to be restructured, and the technical layer needed resources. No matter which one it was, it would harm the local power. And he was also preparing to break up the aristocratic families, clans, and even the original Xianzhou officialdom. They say this is harming the people, but in fact it violates their own interests. So that's how it is. Gu Shenhai nodded, and then said bluntly, then what's the benefit of helping you? These words were said without any concealment. Jiang Gung even stopped crying. You should be tactful. What if this is found out? Xiaoguan and several aristocratic family heads collected some small gifts. After saying that, the other party also hurriedly took out a stack of land deeds, house deeds, banknotes and other things, and arranged for someone to carry a load to deliver 10 boxes of gold, silver and jewelry, jade and other objects come in. That's it? After seeing this, Gu Shanhai's tone was filled with disdain. Jiang Gung called him a good guy in his heart. He didn't expect this person to be so greedy. I dare not hide it from the Marquis. There are still some small items that have not been delivered. Jiang Gung finally said through gritted teeth. Easy to say, easy to talk to. I like you as a sensible person, Gu Shanhai said with a smile. I will give you a good greeting about this. This is filial piety. It can't be the same for everyone. There must be more and less. My management may also be mild or severe. Hearing this, Jiang Gung was speechless. Do you still want to make another move? Of course. Of course. I will ask someone to replace me today. Jiang Gung was relatively unconcerned because he knew the family that Gu Shanhai beat. Hey, this matter is not a question of whether to make up for it or not. This first time is very important. I just want to know who is good to me. Gu Shanhai said that you understood it wrong. Jiang Gung said that he understood correctly. He planned to ask for the list, and then let those who gave less spit out more. Master Ho, I have already prepared a list. Jiang Gung very cooperatively took out the gift list. Gu Shanhai also took it and glanced at it, then nodded with satisfaction. Yes, let's go back and wait for the news. There will be news tomorrow at most. I would like to thank the Lord Marquis for your kindness on behalf of the people. Jiang Gung was also happy in his heart. This person like the Supreme Emperor spoke, so it was not a problem. I'm tired. Let's go down. Gu Shanhai waved his hand and said. Jiang Gung also realized what was going on. So he said, I'm resigning, and left. After the people left, Gu Shanhai said to Su In, let the people who come here take care of these things, and then start according to this list. I'm going to kill you. I've already given you the money. Let them show no mercy. Eat and take when you need to, and kill when you need to. Gu Shanhai said calmly. Yes, Lord Marquis. I promise to pass this on. Su In also hurriedly agreed. You dare to bribe me with just this little thing. Gu Shanhai fully expressed his disdain, and really thought he was a fool. When Xianzhou Maritime Development is successful, it will be a cornucopia that can continuously produce a large amount of wealth. The things this group of people have said cannot even compare to one hair. It was as ridiculous as asking Gu Shanhai to give up a gold mountain for a penny. If they follow the trend instead of blocking it. Although there will be losses at the beginning. Once the entire shipping industry chain is formed, it will not be a problem to increase their wealth by 100 times. It's a pity that these people are short-sighted and only see the immediate losses and fail to see the long-term benefits. So now that it's delivered to your door, let's get rid of it all. It's not impossible to bribe Gu Shanhai. Just give him more than Xianzhou shipping. The problem is that this group of people simply cannot afford to give so much. And even if they can, they are unwilling to give it. After all, giving such a large amount of wealth to others is better than gambling on their own rebellion. It's just that, Lord Marquis. If you accept it and let people do this again, isn't it a bit bad? Su In asked after hesitation. Collect? What did I collect? Did you see it or who saw it? Gu Shanhai said that they are all my people from top to bottom. If he said no, there would be no one. As for those who dare to question, the inner demon Taoist soldiers will shut them down. Mouth. The permanent kind of shut up. Master Ho. Su In has seen shameless people before. But this is the first time he has seen such a shameless person. Chapter 289 Well War Plan and Melee Plan. The incident in Xianzhou naturally caused a small-scale chaos, which quickly subsided after Gu Shanhai's inner demon Taoist soldiers went around to kill the chickens and scare the monkeys. It is true that the others killed people in the past. When the inner demon Taoist soldiers came over, there were no blood stains on the bodies or parts, let alone the bodies. Everyone looked at them in silence, and no one dared to continue to take action. I thought that Gu Shanhai only had Su In and the 3,000 Taoist soldiers under his command. But I never thought that the real ruthless man was Gu Shanhai. The managers tried to reason with them, but they didn't listen. Gu Shanhai had no choice but to explain physics to them. It was best if they could understand. It didn't matter if they didn't. Anyway, it would be solved if the person died. Now, at night, There are still ghost-like inner demon Tao soldiers patrolling from time to time. These Tao soldiers look like humans, but inside, they are full of demons and monsters. After that, everything went smoothly. The main reason is that these people were killed by Jiang Lu's troops first, and now they don't dare to resist openly. They use some unscrupulous methods. Gu Shanhai does this again, killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, expressing that he must be honest or die. Signal. In the end, he gave in for the sake of his own life. The progress is very good. The transformation of the entire Xianzhou should be completed before the year. Gu Shanhai looked at the reported data and was also very satisfied. The faster Xianzhou shipping develops, the more resources Gu Shanhai will be able to obtain. As for someone coming to pick peaches, this kind of thing is basically impossible to happen. Anyone who comes has to weigh whether his status is important enough. However, in the entire Lianwang party, except for Jiang Lu, no one has a higher status than Gu Shanhai. How could Jiang Lu do this? Recently, it has rekindled its weapons and ambitiously continued to expand its influence abroad. In addition to Jiang Lu, Shiwang Luochuan also took steps forward again. The entire situation in Otaki didn't have much time to recover before it was once again dragged into the flames of war. There is also King Yin, who has also started a foreign war. But the three parties have a tacit understanding with each other, and are not directly facing each other. It may be because they are too far apart and not adjacent. In addition to these three people, there are also several others who have risen like legends. Gu Shanhai also knew some things through prophecy and divination, but they are not as powerful as these three parties. These things are one of the important pieces of information for Gu Shanhai. Fortunately, Xianzhou is surrounded by sea on three sides, and the maritime technology is underdeveloped. Otherwise, this group of aristocratic families, who were forced into a corner, might have to cooperate with foreign enemies in order to protect themselves. It's not that it's impossible to happen. It's just that because of their special geographical location, there's really no way around it. Even if they wanted to seek refuge with Luochuan or Zhou Ding, or even other princes, it would be impossible. Because if the reinforcements wanted to rescue them, they would have to cross the entire Liang King's power. If you want to accomplish this feat, except for Zhou Ding, who has special space technology, basically no one else can do it. The problem is that Zhou Ding is not a fool. He has traveled thousands of miles across half of Dalong to save this group of people. What is the family doing? Not to mention the poor geographical location of Xianzhou and insufficient supplies. Even if they succeed in occupying it, there will be no benefit, and they will have to be hated by Jiang and Lu. It is simply thankless. Of course, you can also fight directly, but they have even conquered the entire state occupied by the Lianwang party. So why do they need recognition from you guys? Therefore, among many forces, Xianzhou is not a piece of chicken rib, because the chicken rib still has meat after all. This thing is just a piece of bone. It was only after meeting Gu Shanhai that it was turned into a treasure. If it had been someone else, they wouldn't have even looked at it. The ocean itself is inconsistent with the entire Otaki. Speaking of which, this barbarian is really miserable. He originally wanted to invade Otaki while he was weak, but instead, he met Zhou Ding and had to be scraped off another layer of oil. Gu Shanhai looked at the latest force intelligence. Not long ago, Zhou Ding led his troops eastward and happened to encounter the barbarian troops, who came to plunder. Naturally, they were all wiped out. Afterwards, many barbarians were captured and used as guides. We turned to the grassland to clear grass in the valley. Not to mention other things. The harvest of cattle, sheep, horses and other materials alone is a huge harvest. It was this harvest that allowed Zhou Ding to start the road of conquest. He did not say that he would exterminate the barbarians. He obviously wanted to use them as leeks and harvest them every once in a while. In fact, Zhou Ding's behavior was a way to avoid future trouble for him. Otherwise, if he led his troops on an expedition, he would be attacked by barbarians from behind. Then it would be a disaster for him to attack from both front and rear. Gu Shanhai took another look at the situation in Luochuan. Before the expedition, the other party customized a law called the Nine-Rank Law. After Gu Shanhai read the law, he found that it was somewhat similar to the law of the nine-rank officials in the Wei and Jin dynasties. So he took over the move. The system of filial piety and incorruption was fully appreciated by aristocratic families. But relatively poor families and ordinary people were completely unable to get ahead. This system examines family background, reputation, and talent. As long as you have a background and your background can help the court, you can be an official. If you have a reputation, that's even better. Talent is secondary. As for moral character, it doesn't matter. Anyway, what matters is whether you are useful to the court. If you use Shi Yan's recommendation system and hire a famous teacher to run it and promote yourself, there is still a way to rise from a poor family. But now it is directly eliminated. But it was this hand that stabilized Luochuan's rear. This is not without a solution. And the imperial examination system can be inherited in the future. But the prerequisite is that Luochuan carries out reforms. If he dies and is passed on to the next generation, any one of his heirs who lacks ability will be counterattacked. During the Eastern Jin dynasty, the Langia Wang family was evenly matched with the Jin dynasty, commonly known as the king and the horse, sharing the world. If Luochuan didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to stabilize the situation at the rear. The main reason is that his subordinates are all from aristocratic families. So there is no way, unlike Jiang and Lu, whether it is Zhang Yin who is in charge of internal affairs, Li Yu who is in charge of economics, or even Zhang He, Cui Feng, and Wu Yan who have heavy troops. They all started from humble beginnings, and the best belongs to them. Among the poor families, the worst was Li Yu. He was a merchant from a humble background. So even if they became a noble family, they would still suppress the power of the noble family, because they belonged to the first generation. They know that their power relies on Jianglu, not on the aristocratic family. Gu Shanhai, who was on Zhou Ding's side, was a bit strange. He found that their cohesion was so terrifying that they were almost united as one. As long as all government orders were issued, nothing could not be accomplished. Even on his side, there will be various obstacles, but everyone is able to solve them. Even Gu Shanhai is puzzled. What is the charm of this Zhou Ding that can attract so many talents to defect to him? There are some in Jianglu, but there are so many capable people. More of them are ordinary people. Capable. However, Gu Shanhai didn't think too much about these things. What could he do if he knew it? Whether it was Luochuan or Zhou Ding, there were at least 500,000 Taoist soldiers around him, and their strength was extremely powerful. They were no longer now, there are only 3 or 2 big cats and kittens. Gu Shanhai wanted to assassinate him, which was basically the same as seeking death. With his strength, at most he could only deal with 100,000 king-level Taoist soldiers. Of course, counting the 100,000 hard demon Taoist soldiers in his spiritual veins and longevity mountain, he can defeat 200,000 king-level Taoist soldiers. Lord, he alone can only bear 100,000, not 400,000. However, the one with the most Taoist soldiers is Jiang Lu. He is gritting his teeth to develop towards tens of millions of Taoist soldiers. Now he has 3 million soldiers. Fortunately, the productivity of these 8 states has increased so much that he can afford it. It is estimated that the experience of being surrounded and killed at the beginning became his obsession. So he was very determined in this aspect. Even if his sun and moon Taoist soldiers were already kings, they did not give up. Of these 3 million Taoist soldiers, only 500,000 are actually king-level Taoist soldiers, and the remaining 2.5 million are still only upper-class Taoist soldiers. It is not that fast to upgrade Taoist soldiers. This is similar to upgrading. Jiang Lu, the Dao soldiers under his command, are not the inner demon Dao soldiers in Gu Shanhai's hands. They can all be upgraded with just one upgrade patch. The other party needs enough time to do so. I don't know if the winner can be decided within 30 years. Gu Shanhai actually didn't know. At least it had only been a few years before a battle of this scale had developed. In another 3 to 5 years, Otaki might not even be alive, because the next step is probably to become emperor. At this stage, Otaki is just a SHL, completely unable to stand up. It's better to leave Jiang Lu to worry about this matter. I can't control it. Gu Shanhai quickly forgot about this matter. Of course, he was thinking about letting Jiang Lu return to Ditaki orthodoxy within 30 years. Even if he conquers the entire world, then he can brand it into a wonder of heaven and earth that attracts ministers from all over the world and comes from all directions. Taking this as a breakthrough, how many people in the Tianjing period in the Xuanzhen world can match him? It's a good idea, but it's very difficult. He was sure that he could refine the spiritual veins within 30 years, but he was not sure that Jiang Lu could truly unify the world in 30 years. Otaki is only a part of this world, not all of it. Maybe it is the strongest force, but maybe the whole world is so big that even Gu Shanhai doesn't know the boundaries. After reading the information as usual, Gu Shanhai also continued to perfect his 36 strategies. He had been here in Xianzhou for a year and completed the well strategy of subverting the pillars, criticizing others, pretending to be crazy, and going to the house to take out the ladder, blossoming on trees, mainly rebelling against guests, as well as the melee plan to draw fuel from the bottom of the cauldron, fish in troubled waters, escape from the golden cicada, catch thieves behind closed doors, make distant friends and attack closely, and cut off through fake roads. If the well strategy is for backstabbing teammates, then the melee strategy is a strategy used when facing a melee between friends and foes, or between warlords. At this point, Gu Shenhai has perfected the last 3 strategies used by his inferior copycat version of 36 strategies. As for his 36 strategies, apart from the same name, even the Southern Song Dynasty General Tan Daoji, who was the source, had to express what it was. It was a ploy, and Gu Shenhai directly changed it to a special effect, so everyone would be confused. But it's normal in this world. That's how this thing was originally used. Victory strategy, enemy strategy, attack strategy. The next step is to continue to perfect it backwards or to perfect it from the beginning. Gu Shenhai was thinking about perfecting techniques. If we continue to improve backwards, we will continue to improve from the headwind situation to the tailwind situation according to the plan. If we were to start from the beginning with a winning plan, we would start directly from the downwind round. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Shenhai sadly discovered that he had too few troops and could not win the downwind situation. Even if they can fight, they are still a bunch of rotten fish and shrimps. So let's proceed according to the original plan. The offensive strategy, the strategy of being on the offensive, is one of the most commonly used. The 6 types of strategies are divided into striking at grass to frighten a snake, borrowing a corpse to bring back the soul, diverting a tiger away from the mountain, playing hard to catch, throwing a brick to attract a jade, and capturing a thief and the king. The main focus is the word attack, which is completely different from the previous 3 strategies. When it comes to this offensive plan, the original passive side becomes the active side, so the corresponding effects and abilities will change. It is no longer the previous situation of weak defeating the strong, but gradually becoming the active side. At first glance, it seems that he is of no use in this world. The problem is that Gu Shenhai will be useful if he leaves this world, especially the victory strategy used by Shufeng Bureau. The world he came to is far beyond the current, first era, at the world energy level. Everyone was grinding the level 10 dungeon. Gu Shenhai came to the level 100 dungeon. The equipment and skills he took out were returned to the original level 10 dungeon, and he was designated to kill indiscriminately. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to come to this world? Other than to go back and crush the game? If it weren't for his lack of strength and his concern for life, he would have thought of going to the world of classical mythology. He wouldn't even have to change worlds later, and he could just stay in the same world until he became a big boss. Justice Gang fight. TSK. Gu Shenhai thought that when he returned, who else could compete with him? After 30 years, it is guaranteed to reach the peak of the Lingyuan stage. It only needs to obtain the wonders of the world to break through the Tianjing stage. After that, it will be able to support at least 1 million demon soldiers. By then, a sea of people can drown the enemy. As for saying that there are no suitable wonders of heaven and earth in this world, that doesn't matter. You can just go back to the Xuanzhen realm if you really can't. But if he really wants to go back, maybe Gu Shenhai will find a way to see the world that Shenheng traveled to. After all, his strength at that time was definitely far beyond the Dao Peeping stage. And with many magical powers, it is still possible to go there. No matter what, he would have to stay in this world for 30 years at a minimum. And at least, he would have to refine his spiritual veins before leaving. No, there seems to be something wrong with my style of painting. If I continue like this, I will become a demonic figure? Gu Shenhai thought about the appearance of his inner demon Taoist soldier. His appearance had already dropped to the lowest limit. If he continued to cultivate and grow, it would inevitably affect him and become an indescribable person. Is there any way to improve it? At least the appearance should be improved. Gu Shenhai hesitated for a while, but still lowered his requirements. He didn't dare to say that he would change it to fairy aura, as long as he could see it through. It would be fine. In fact, his art of war is not complete. He has only completed the Dao soldiers. At least half of the strategies have not been completed, as well as the military situation and military formation that have not been started yet. Completing all of these will affect the direct Dao soldiers. Drawing the wind is estimated to be able to reach the underworld from the underworld, although it is already in the underworld now. Chapter 290, Surrender is not allowed, and the waves regenerate. 5 years have passed, and the entire situation of Otaki has undergone tremendous changes. The originally chaotic forces now only have 9 remaining forces. However, compared to the 3 forces of Liang Wang Jianglu, Shi Wang Luochuan, and Yin Wang Zhou Ding, the other forces are basically relatively weak and not so strong. These 3 forces divided a total of 60 prefectures in Otaki, and the remaining 6 forces occupied the remaining 48 prefectures. Among them, there were naturally differences in strength. Among them, Zhou Ding came from behind and became the first one on the list, occupying 23 states, followed by Luochuan, who relied on the 9-rank law to gain the support of a large number of aristocratic families and owned 21 states. Jian Lu ranked third, with only 10 states. Among the 7 states, there is still a gap among the 3 parties. The 2 of them were faster at one step, and naturally they were faster at each step. If he wanted to catch up later, he also needed an opportunity. Especially after the success of the Xianzhou shipping, Jian Lu was forced to allocate part of his energy to go to Xianzhou. But the result was it is also very big. Among the 9 major warlords in Daolong, the richest one belongs to the Liangwang force. Not only do they have money, but they also have no shortage of food, military equipment, etc. With a land of 17 states, they have raised 30 million Tao soldiers. Among them, Jian Lu himself has 10 million Tao soldiers. And the remaining 20 million Tao soldiers, the soldiers were divided among the soldiers under their command. And no one else dared to think about it. Therefore, this can make the 9 warlords a lot more stable. Of course, the real reason for stability is to restrain each other. In this situation, Gu Shanhai felt that at least Zhang Yi or Su Qin would have to join forces with Zhong Lianheng. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break the current situation. In the past 5 years, Gu Shanhai has perfected the 36 strategies to take his Taoist soldiers one step further when the enemy is evenly matched. The tactics used when the enemy is evenly matched include creating something out of nothing, secretly infiltrating the warehouse, watching the fire from the other side, hiding the sword in a smile, standing in the way of a peach, and stealing the sheep. Strategies for winning when in an absolutely dominant position include concealing the truth, encircling Wei and rescuing Zhao, borrowing a knife to kill, waiting for work, taking advantage of the situation, and attacking in the east and west. At this point, 36 strategies can be considered to be put together by him. Among them, Gu Shanhai also added a lot of experience and abilities as enhancements, especially the inspiration given by his breakthrough magical powers and many formations. 6636. There is a skill in a number, and there is a number in the skill. The principle of yin and yang lies within it. The opportunity cannot be set, and the set will fail. The purpose of combining magic and numbers is to fit the corresponding military formation. Gu Shanhai's military formation also has some signs of success. Since 36 strategies has been copied, the long-standing 8 formations should also follow the copycat. It's just that he has never been able to find the corresponding core. Gu Shanhai can be the core, but he can only be the main core. Because this set of 8 formations, Gu Shanhai never thought that it was just a basic formation like Luochuan. He was more ambitious and demanding. The 8 formations picture is named after heaven, earth, wind, cloud, dragon, tiger, bird and snake. Together with the Chinese army, there are 9 formations in total. The central army is composed of 16 small formations, and the 8 surrounding formations are each composed of 6 small formations, for a total of 64 small formations. Among the 8 formations, the sky, earth, wind, and clouds are the 4 righteousnesses, and the dragon, tiger, bird, and snake are the 4 wonders. In addition, there are still 24 formations deployed at the rear for maneuverability. That's right. Since Gu Shanhai plans to build a copycat, he must copy everything. Otherwise, what's the use of just having a name? Gu Shanhai can serve as the core of the entire 8 formations diagram, but he cannot serve as the corresponding core of so many 9 major formations, 64 small formations, 4 uprights, 4 oddities, 24 rears, etc. Finally, he turned his attention to the demonic energy that had followed him out of the world of Braves. Ever since he left, he has become a pitiful little creature and has lost weight due to hunger. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai feeds a few Tao-protecting demons from time to time. Otherwise, he would have dissipated long ago. After this thing leaves the world of heroes, it becomes a motherless child, no different from a root grass. The main reason is that this thing is really of no use to Gu Shanhai. so he doesn't pay much attention to it. The abilities possessed by the demonic energy are also possessed by Gu Shanhai's Heart Demon series of magical powers. And due to the exhaustion of the demonic energy, the effectiveness is not as good as it. It was because of its special origin that Gu Shanhai kept it. Otherwise it would have been dealt with long ago. It's just right now. After it is divided into 8. It will be used as the 8 military formation eyes as the core. Looking at it this way, it seems that I can gather the 8 demons together? Gu Shanhai's mind suddenly twitched. The 8 formations diagram. If there are 8 demons in total, it seems to be a good match. Anyway, his inner demon Taoist soldiers were already fighting during the battle. No more eyes. In addition, the raw materials are called magic energy. So it is really a professional counterpart. It seems that you can try it? Gu Shanhai wondered if this was the heavenly soldier. Oh, no. If it were to be created, it would become a demon soldier. A demon general, or a demon soldier, and demon general. Thinking of this, his face fell. Before he came to this world, what he wanted was the yellow turban warriors, the Dubu celestial generals, and other Taoist generals, who looked like they were on the right path. Why was it so crooked in the middle? It made him feel helpless. He actually doesn't want the 8 demons. The conditions are so good that he has to follow the copycat. If it really succeeds, the power of the 8 formation diagram of the military formation will definitely increase to a higher level. As long as I am strong, we can decide later whether I am handsome or not. Gu Shanhai also wants to know whether he is strong or not is a matter of version, and whether he is handsome or not is a lifelong matter. But he is not a serious player. If he dies, the resurrection mechanism is not as strong as theirs. Although he now has high health, high defense, fast running, and still has 100,000 lives. This is not a reason for him to waste time. It's okay. I can imitate the 8 immortals in the future. Anyway, the 8 demons were surrendered by the 8 immortals. I put on the 8 immortals vest. It's understandable that there are 8 demons under my command. After Gu Shanhai deduced the scene in his mind, he felt that the scene was getting weirder and weirder. And he always felt that it was going to be bad. Probably not. Gu Shanhai felt increasingly unsure. And as the art of war progressed, Gu Shanhai found that the Taoist soldiers were becoming more and more powerful against him, giving him the illusion that he was almost no longer human, with a slightly indescribable look, just like some players of the evil gods and ancient gods in previous lives. Either their bodies mutated, or their souls mutated, or more simply, they mutated together. The mutations of these players come from unbearable knowledge, physical and mental stress, pollution or energy corruption. But Gu Shanhai is different from them. He is simply too strong and becomes inhuman. A kind of irreversible progress in becoming stronger. The main reason is that the system he used in the process of becoming stronger is too weird. He is not like a serious immortal cultivator, warrior, magician or the like. He is still a human being after he is strong. Gu Shanhai may not be a human being until he is strong enough in the middle stage. Sample. He actually doesn't care about this. He was a world tree in his previous life, so he doesn't care much about his own race. And even his body size doesn't matter. However, this will also create a new problem. That is, unnecessary problems will appear because of his appearance. Trouble. In his previous life, he became the boss of World Tree, so he didn't have to worry about these things at all. It changes a bit fast. I only have this little strength. Maybe it's because of the inner demon Taoist soldiers. Sure enough, there is a price to pay for becoming stronger. It would be nice if I could become bald instead of grotesque. Gu Shanhai sighed. It doesn't matter if he is bald. He has a spiritual plant. When the time comes, he can let the spiritual plant pretend to be hair. He can change it every day, let alone green grass. It can be colorful flowers or messy trees. While he was complaining, he began to divide the plan of 8 arrays into sections and started research and development according to the plan. It is expected to be completed within 3 years. Gu Shanhai briefly estimated the development progress. 3 years is about the same. The original 36 strategies was also at this time, mainly because Gu Shanhai was using magic energy to create the 8 demons. Finally, there was a new support point, which made the difficulty drop a lot. Otherwise, the entire huge military formation would be pressing down on Gu Shanhai, making him a little unable to resist. No matter what, there are 100,000 inner demon Tao soldiers, not 10. If it were 10, Gu Shanhai wouldn't have to worry so much. Moreover, the number of inner demon Tao soldiers will continue to grow in the future. Gu Shanhai plans to have millions of inner demon Dao soldiers. This will really cause problems if it is placed on him. What's more, the strength of the inner demon Dao soldiers will also grow with him, rather than remaining unchanged. It's just that the recent situation is getting harder and harder to understand. Gu Shanhai found that the whole of Otaki had fallen into an inexplicable silence recently. However, Otaki was quiet. Jianglu's ships and warships were expanding overseas. Zhou Ding's cavalry was wreaking havoc on the grasslands. And Luo Chuan sent soldiers deep into the mountains. There is quite an illusion of opening up new territories. It's just that those civilizations outside of Otaki suffered a lot, being whipped crazily by these monsters who came out. Just like Jianglu, they discovered many other civilizations that were still in their primitive stages. And the continent they lived in still had abundant supplies. Fortunately, there was no scalping. But the treatment was not very good, and they were directly enslaved, and then mined, logged, and so on. Seeing that Jiang and Lu are about to embark on the road of colonizing the world, Otaki cannot lose its basic base. Otherwise the move will be even greater. Master Marquis, the latest information. Su-in strode in and brought in the information as usual. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai nodded and motioned for the other party to put it down. Su-in's status has also risen over the years. The main reason is that Xuanzhou's income is far beyond everyone's imagination. As the first batch of people to open up Wasteland, they have naturally been promoted. Even if Su-in only works as a handyman and errand boy, also appears very conspicuous in the credit book. This information is sent every day, from Geniewei and other sources, mainly to smooth out the information gap. Just after watching the first one, Gu Shanhai was shocked. This kid Luo Chuan is going to usurp the throne? According to the latest information, Emperor Long issued a decree to give up the throne to King Shi Luochuan. But Luochuan did not accept it. This is normal. Luochuan is concerned about his reputation, so he is unlikely to accept it the first time. Then he will need to do it twice more, and it will be okay. So, when the other party succeeds in usurping the throne, Jianglu can also claim the throne. Gu Shanhai rubbed his chin and thought about this matter. Don't tell me. There is really no big problem. If someone starts it, the rest won't be a problem. Moreover, Jianglu could also take over the title of Long, as a matter of great righteousness to increase cohesion, as long as Luo Chuan succeeds in taking the throne. Even if Jianglu doesn't want to claim the throne, he will be set up by his subordinates. Otherwise, if they really agree with Luo Chuan's legitimacy, they will become traitors and traitors. Who can accept this? Therefore, corresponding resistance must be carried out. I don't know what the remaining people think. Once Luo Chuan succeeds in taking the throne, Jianglu will follow suit and proclaim himself emperor. And Zhou Ding will definitely not just watch. As the largest three-party forces, they will check each other during certain big moves. The only thing that is unclear is the remaining 6 princes. The strength of the other party is not comparable to that of the 3 parties. Whether to proclaim the emperor or not depends on the other party. And Gu Shanhai is not sure. If you don't proclaim yourself emperor, you will basically have no choice but to proclaim yourself a vassal to Luo Chuan. But that's the kind of person who listens to orders but not announcements. If you want to be emperor, the problem will be more serious. With the national strength, you are not qualified to be emperor. Gu Shanhai hoped that the 6 princes would be strong-willed and just proclaim themselves emperors. After all, it was already such a mess. How much more chaos could it get if it continued? You have to prepare in advance. Now that he has guessed the follow-up development, Gu Shanhai is also thinking, why not raise the legitimacy a little more and let justice and public opinion be on his side? At this moment, Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the 3 emperors' cauldron of heaven, earth and man. In terms of symbolic significance, this thing was definitely qualified. It is more qualified than the imperial seal of Otaki. And the 3 emperors' cauldron was lost and recovered, which is a good story. It shows that Jianglu is favored by God. Otherwise, how could he get the 3 emperors' cauldron? The human emperor cauldron is easy to fish, but the emperor cauldron is a bit troublesome. Gu Shanhai felt a little helpless. The emperor's cauldron is in Yong'an City, Sili Prefecture, which is Luo Chuan's home base. If Gu Shanhai goes there, he will basically not be able to come back as long as he is exposed. But Gu Shanhai was not at ease about letting others pass. Finally, after thinking about it for a while, I had no choice but to go by myself. The emperor's cauldron was buried more obscurely. After Gu Shanhai arrived in Yong'an City, he did not cause trouble with much fanfare. Basically, he did not have to worry about being exposed. Although Yongan City was like an iron barrel, it was not really harsh. As long as Gu Shanhai was not involved. Go to the relevant core and behave normally without worrying about being discovered. Go get the human Emperor Cauldron first. Now that he had made a decision in his heart, Gu Shanhai naturally planned to take action. Suan, I'll be out for a few days, and you can help me deliver this letter to Jianglu. Gu Shanhai had to say something before he left. Otherwise Jianglu might have to overturn the entire Xianzhou if he found himself gone. Come over. You have to say H. Low in advance to avoid any trouble. Yes, Lord Marquis. Then I will go and prepare your travel arrangements. Su-En naturally agreed without thinking too much. No, I'm alone. Gu Shanhai refused directly. He was going to do something shady. So there was no way he could do it in a big way. He had to do it secretly. Chapter 291 Blessings and good deeds are not blessed and not good. Speaking of which, this thing has been soaked in water for thousands of years. Why hasn't it been damaged? Gu Shanhai fished out the human Emperor Cauldron, and after cleaning it, he found that the quality of this thing was really good. That's right. It doesn't look damaged at all. It just tastes a bit big. After all, it has been soaked in the water for so many years. And it is muddy and messy. It is normal to have an odor. This thing is the same as the Earth Emperor Cauldron. It has no special effects. It is just a cauldron made of special materials. After Gu Shanhai checked it, he found that except for the different words and patterns on the paintings, there was no big difference. Even the styles were exactly the same. Then he put it away directly. Next, the only thing left is the Emperor's Cauldron. Gu Shanhai had performed divination before and found that if he passed by, there would be divination signs ranging from minor to major, which meant that the other party might have certain surveillance techniques. He was so big individuals are likely to be discovered if they enter. Even if he has changed his appearance now, there is no guarantee that something will happen. Therefore, he exchanged his Krypton life for the strategy. Needless to say, there is really a way to crack it. It's just that the whole process is a bit troublesome. As for how he got into the minor and major dangers, he was also confused. The main reason was that the results of the divination were all distorted and he couldn't tell. So there was no other way. Let's wait for the people at the predicted place first. Gu Shanhai processed the traces here and cleared away all the leftovers before leaving with the 5 elements escape. According to the guide, someone will take him into the city, but he will need to provide him with a little help. Speaking of which, will anyone really pass by in the middle of the night? Gu Shanhai was squatting in a forest at this time, saying that someone would come over in about 2 hours. Let's not say this is weird. I can only say that the person who came here is definitely not a serious person. Who would be a serious person walking in the woods in the middle of the night? 2 hours passed in a flash, and Gu Shanhai was almost sleepy waiting. Soon, he noticed the movement, and then stood up and moved around. 5 men and 1 woman. The woman runs in front, and the man chases behind. Isn't this way of elopement a bit bold? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but doubt his life. He had seen elopements before, usually with 1 man and 1 woman. But now 5 men and 1 woman really challenged his idea. I have to say, this woman's skills are top-notch. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh. Then I heard cries for help. Help! The female voice shouted, and her voice seemed a bit broken. She must have broken her throat. I saw the woman's hair disheveled as she ran and shouted, and her body was covered in mud. Not only did she fall badly, she even lost her shoes. It looked like she was not eloping. After all, if she was eloping, she would be disheveled, not this unkempt. Hey, hey, hey! No matter how loud you are, no one will come to save you. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but say this. For a moment, the atmosphere couldn't help but solidify. The 5 people chasing behind also stopped and looked at Gu Shanhai, who emerged from nowhere. And the woman also had a frightened look on her face. There was a wolf in front of her and a tiger in the back. She was filled with sadness. Sorry. The atmosphere is so suitable. I can't help myself. Gu Shanhai also smiled awkwardly. Time 6. They didn't expect that they would meet a madman in the middle of the night. You guys are having such an exciting time tonight. Okay. Young people should exercise restraint. Gu Shanhai reminded him tactfully. Sir, help me. These 5 people are trying to kill me. They are thieves. The woman could not care too much at this time and hurriedly asked Gu Shanhai for help. Gu Shanhai took a breath and said, It's so scary. This look made everyone feel more and more that there was something seriously wrong with Gu Shanhai. If you know what you are looking for, get out of here. I'm not here today. The leading man was not stupid at all. He didn't say anything weird about dying and leaving a whole body for you. On the contrary, he didn't think of causing any trouble. Would you believe me if you said you were going to arrest me? You didn't attack me while I was running away. Gu Shenhai asked with a suspicious look on his face. As soon as these words came out, the 5 men were a little confused. How could they still fight with them? There is actually no need to silence them, because the 3 parties do not know each other, and trouble may arise for no reason. Besides, they are not locals, so they don't have to worry about being discovered. They kill people and leave to return to their lives under the cover of night. Who knows they are the ones who did it? Don't want to leave. Okay, let's stay together. The leading man's face showed a ferocious look. He didn't want to be kind, so let's send them on the road together. Anyway, it's not short of such a knife. Look at the thin skin and tender meat of the other party. It must be very crisp when you cut it with a knife. It's over. It seems like the game is over. What suggestions do you have? Gu Shenhai looked at the 5 men gathered around and asked the woman. The woman glanced at Gu Shenhai and said, "Run!" After saying that, he ran away without caring about his image at all. Gu Shenhai thought it made sense. Since she said they would run away together, she would run away. She thought he would take action. As a righteous knight, Gu Shenhai must abide by the law, such as not going against a woman's will, mainly because Gu Shenhai was thinking about who he wanted to help. The prophecy said that the person who could take him into Yong'an City was not necessarily this woman, but could also be the 5 men opposite. Judging from the probability, Gu Shenhai is more inclined to pursue the pursuer. After all, the pursuer is also a powerful person. This woman is not powerful enough, so she is being pursued. It's not dangerous to help him enter Yong'an City. He must be powerful. Could it be that he is the one being hunted? So he was thinking now. Or else giving her a knife would be regarded as surrendering? But before running very far, Gu Shenhai noticed movement in the distance. Wait! It's soldiers and horses! Gu Shenhai said suddenly. A third-party force appeared. Judging from Gu Shenhai's perception and spiritual knowledge, it should be a group of Taoist soldiers. From far to near. It arrived soon. Princess Fushan! The time has come! A group of Taoist soldiers stopped Gu Shenhai and the other 2. And then, the leading soldier spoke calmly. You guys! The woman known as Princess Fushan's expression darkened. She didn't expect that she still couldn't escape. What about that? I still have soup simmering on the stove at home. How about I go back first? You guys talk slowly, Gu Shenhai said with a hint of joking. He knew that Princess Fushan was the eldest princess, the emperor's sister who was preparing to abdicate the throne to Luo Chuan. She was the most loyal royal party member and had been running around with her consort. She was one of the few opponents of Luo Chuan and the most jumpy one. Of a person. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. Gu Shenhai probably planned to get rid of her because she had become an obstacle to Luo Chuan's ascension to the throne. Look at this. Her consort and the entire imperial party have been wiped out. Both sides ignored Gu Shenhai. And the soldier just said, "Send it over." Then the 3 Taoist soldiers held a gold plate with poisonous wine, white silk, and daggers on each plate, meaning you can choose one yourself. You will not have a good death, Princess Fushan said through gritted teeth. If she can do it on her own, then give her some dignity. If she doesn't do anything, then help her with dignity. She is nothing now. What? Can I leave? Gu Shenhai jumped out to regain his presence. Tell him to shut up. The soldier glanced at Gu Shenhai and said calmly. In his eyes, Princess Fushan was the most important, and Gu Shenhai was just an unlucky guy who got involved. A Taoist soldier drew out the long knife from his waist and slashed at Gu Shenhai, splitting him in half without hesitation. The blood and internal organs flowed all over the floor, which was very eye-catching to see. On the other side, several Taoist soldiers also held down Princess Fushan and forced her to drink poisonous wine. After a struggle, it was to no avail. After finishing, the group of people left without even cleaning up the traces. Princess Fushan's body was just thrown on the spot. Bring back? Why take it back? It's just causing trouble. As an imperial party member, the best outcome is to disappear. Because if you die, you have to be buried according to the regulations. Luo Chuan is about to ascend the throne. Wouldn't it be unlucky to hold a funeral? No one knows about it anyway. Plus there are so many wild beasts in the forest. Tomorrow I will say maybe it will be chewed up beyond recognition. When the time comes, they will directly deny that the body is not Princess Fushan. Just roll up the body with a straw mat and throw it into a mass grave. They want to kill not only Princess Fushan, but also many members of the royal family who have fled here, and they have to be eliminated one by one. After the people left, Gu Shanhai also got up. My acting skills are pretty good, Gu Shanhai said with some pride after sewing himself up casually. Oh, yes. There is still a dead person waiting for me to resurrect him. Gu Shanhai also came to his senses and looked at the dead Princess Fushan. She was dead, but she was saved by Gu Shanhai. He activated it casually, and then the vitality in the other party's body flowed, and the whole person recovered in a trance. Then she vomited a large amount of black liquid in her mouth, and Gu Shanhai casually detoxified her. You're awake. You've successfully turned into a boy, Gu Shanhai reminded him. I guess he had been brain deprived for a long time, and he was a bit unresponsive. He swayed for about 10 seconds, and then he came to his senses and said hoarsely, I'm not dead? No. Why are you not dead? Princess Fushan looked horrified. She saw with her own eyes that Gu Shanhai was cut in half with a knife. His internal organs were all over the floor. How could he survive? If you didn't wake up, how could I die? Gu Shanhai said dissatisfied. At this time, Princess Fushan also calmed down. She knew that she had met a capable person. Otherwise, how could she experience such absurd things as resurrection from the dead? Thank you, sir, for saving me. She didn't dare to ask any more questions. She was in trouble now, and was no longer the aloof eldest princess. Gu Shanhai wanted to remind her that she was the eldest princess. But she was not superior. In her place, the only one who was truly superior was Luo Chuan. This woman is still immersed in the era of Otaki, not the era of warlords and overlords, which is commonly known as unclear. At this point, it's time to be timid. Please help me, sir, to help me put things right and eliminate the Luo thieves, Princess Fushan invited without hesitation. Gu Shanhai didn't even know how to answer these words. Kill Luo Chuan? Are you kidding me? They have millions of Taoist soldiers, and you don't even have a younger brother. How can you kill them? You just go and assassinate them. The assassination must also pay attention to the basic method. According to the feedback from millions of king-level Taoist soldiers, Gu Shanhai cannot defeat Luo Chuan. The assassination can only be successful unless he calls Shang Jianglu. After all, he is the only one who has the number and strength of the Taoist soldiers to match him. Just let the leader of the force assassinate the leader of another force. If you win, forget it. What if you lose? This is what people do if they are mentally ill. Let's just talk. You are alone. How can I help? Are you looking for death? Gu Shanhai remained calm. He felt that this should be his opportunity. I still have 3,000 old men in Yong'an, and I can contact my old ministers and help them. We will take action together when the traitor comes to the palace next time and forces His Majesty to declare abdication. If I can get help from you, sir, we will be able to do it. At that time, all high-ranking officials and generous salaries can be offered to your husband. What he said made sense. Gu Shanhai was moved by what he heard. But the other party obviously didn't realize how powerful Luo Chuan was. Gu Shanhai had actually seen how powerful Jiang Lu was, who had tens of millions of king-level Taoist soldiers. It's scary. Even if there are no Taoist soldiers around, Gu Shanhai can't survive even 10 moves against Jiang Lu in his extreme state. At this time, Jiang Lu was at least level 3,000. Luo Chuan might be a little bit worse, but he was at least level 2,900 or above. The main reason was that the span between level 2,999 and level 3,000 was too big. Jiang Lu was stunned by the number of Dao soldiers. A force breakthrough. Otherwise the 100-level gap would not require 9 million king-level Taoist soldiers to distinguish. In theory, Jiang Lu can now push forward completely. But it is only a theory, not a reality, because there are many factors to consider. It's like although he has 10 million Dao soldiers, it is impossible to actually command all the Dao soldiers. There are too many. So many that Jiang Lu's scalp is numb. Therefore, he can wield only about 100,000 Dao soldiers with his arms. And his maximum use is only 1 million Dao soldiers. The same is true for Luo Chuan, Zhou Ding and others. The other Dao soldiers are more of a kind of foundation and strength. Princess Fushan invites you. I'm overjoyed. But how should you and I go to Yong'an? It's so far away and so difficult. Gu Shanhai thought in his heart that you were seeking death. But he must have agreed. He thought sneak into the city with the opponent, then use the opponent's power to dig out the emperor's cauldron and run away. Gu Shanhai estimated that Princess Fushan was his shield. Sir, don't worry. I have already made arrangements. If it weren't for the arrival of Naluo bandits, why would we be in trouble? Princess Fushan said proudly. After Gu Shenhai agreed, she changed her title from concubine to lord. Even though she still called herself sir, she directly regarded Gu Shenhai as a subordinate. Gu Shenhai didn't care at all about this. People were using him as a shield, so it was right for her to scold her. Then he said, Princess is really far-sighted. Luo Thief made a mistake. It's not a big deal to just give him a thumbs up. Chapter 292. It's your first time here, so you can't be empty-handed. This was Gu Shenhai's first time visiting Yong'an City. Compared to other cities, as the capital of a country, it was far larger and more majestic than other cities. Along the way, Gu Shenhai also saw why Princess Fushan could become an imperial party member and survive until now before being liquidated. The opponent was obviously chosen by Luo Chuan to attract firepower, rather than relying on her own hard power. Judging from the words and deeds, he has all the royal demeanor and etiquette. And he is also very smart. The only shortcoming is that his vision is too short. He only looks at what is in front of him. And he uses cleverness. This is not without its benefits. In a normal era, this kind of princess would not cause any big trouble. And it was also suitable for marriage. But now, being plotted by Luo Chuan to become the royal party has attracted many knowledgeable people who want to bring order to the chaos. The next step is relatively simple. The monsters are attracted to hate, and AoE clears the monsters. That's it. Therefore, the previous glory of the imperial party was essentially shaped by Luo Chuan through means. He wanted to usurp the throne because the cleanup was almost done, and the only target left was Princess Fushan. Princess Fushan didn't know these things at all. Instead, she felt a little complacent because it was her own fault. Gu Shenhai was thinking about how long his 3,000 old men could survive, and how many of those veterans were willing to help her. From the time Luo Chuan arranged for people to kill her, it showed that these people were no longer relevant, and there was no great possibility of them doing this. The two entered Yong'an City one after the other. Gu Shenhai did not enter the city with Princess Fushan, but deliberately left the team. At this time, he had already understood the role of Princess Fushan, and the shield was already in effect. If he followed her, wouldn't he be shot by arrows together? Gu Shenhai couldn't understand why he knew Luo Chuan was going to kill her, but he still dared to walk in so arrogantly. And he dared to ride in such a luxurious carriage, bring a large number of guards, and not even pretend, disguise, and use your true appearance. This behavior is tantamount to telling people that I am Princess Fushan. Not only is she not dead, she is back alive and ready to cause trouble. But I have to say that Gu Shenhai was very satisfied with this way of absorbing hatred. So after entering the city, he quietly left the team and prepared to find a place to stay until night. Moreover, I did a divination on the way and found that the original ominous divination has now become ordinary, which means that there is no danger in digging the Emperor's cauldron this time. The reason was naturally that he had changed something. Originally, Luo Chuan would have discovered that he might have been guided by something. But now it was different. With Princess Fushan attracting attention, how could it be Gu Shenhai's turn? Her ability to absorb hatred is absolutely top-notch. Gu Shenhai estimated that she would return to her princess mansion after entering the city. Just like that, she felt that what she did was very covert, and Gu Shenhai was almost numb when she saw it. Fortunately, Gu Shenhai's requirements are not high, as long as he can attract Princess Fushan's attention for a night. No, for half an hour. With his strength, he must carry out aftermath, disguise, processing, etc. while ensuring concealment. It's normal to wait for a long time for work. Tisk, Gu Shenhai watched Princess Fushan drive away, sincerely wishing that she could complete her plan and not fall into the water or die of cold due to something. As for sympathy, what could Gu Shenhai have to sympathize with? He had saved the other person's life, and it was normal for the other person to do him a small favor. Besides, it was not Gu Shenhai who brought it up, but her own. What does it have to do with him? Gu Shenhai? Next, find a safe place to stay until night and listen to the information. After Gu Shenhai thought for a while, he randomly found a deserted place and buried himself in it. If it was prudent, it would be most appropriate to bury oneself, and then grow a special spiritual plant similar to a foxtail grass from the forehead and put it outside for photosynthesis. The amount is a bit small, but the warmth is so comfortable. Gu Shenhai felt that his whole body became lazy when he was photosynthesizing, and then roots pierced the surface of his skin and began to absorb nitrogen. phosphorus, potassium, and other substances. At this time, it feels particularly relaxing to drink drinks while basking in the sun. Into a vegetative state, Gu Shanhai thought leisurely. Then the perception and spiritual consciousness continued to expand, and soon spread to the entire Yong'an city. He did it very covertly, and was not noticed. If it was really noticed, someone would have come to investigate long ago. It may not be possible to detect it, because Gu Shanhai has buried himself about 100 meters in the soil. No matter how hard the opponent digs, they won't be able to explore 100 meters down. As time passed little by little, Gu Shanhai also saw the result of Princess Fushan. Not even half an hour after returning home, the entire princess mansion was surrounded by water. However, because she had already returned, it was difficult to kill her. So she announced that she was infected and was immediately imprisoned. As for how she was surrounded, of course, it was because there was a spy in the princess's house. When the person came back, the news was confirmed. And then, he was infected with the disease. It is estimated that after Luo Chuan ascends the throne, another person will catch the cold and die. Don't even think about escaping this time. After being rescued by Gu Shanhai before, she just left and found a place to hide her name. Even if Luo Chuan knew about it, he would turn a blind eye and ignore it. But she just came back. What's the difference between returning to the princess mansion in such a high-profile manner and giving Luo Chuan eye drops? Gu Shanhai still knew the process. After all, Huang Yanshan was also very good at it. However, he was much more ruthless. 2 years after he ascended the throne, all members of the former royal family were killed by a plague. They died in a horrible way, without even a piece of good meat on their bodies. Although Huang Yanshan became emperor and chatted with Gu Shanhai, he seemed to be still a junior. But in the entire Dashu dynasty, he was a terrifying tyrant who ruled absolutely with force. None of the civil and military officials and powerful men dared to disobey his authority. There were only 2.5 people in the whole group who could persuade Huang Yanshan. One was his uncle Gu Shanhai. The other was his wife. And the remaining half was Xiao Bai. Neither his son nor grandson could dissuade Huang Yanshan from what he wanted to do, even if his grandson was satisfied with it. Hack! Gu Shanhai found out in the dirt that Princess Fushan actually dared to have people contact the old department now. Gu Shanhai looked at it and said, Hack! As a result, he choked on the dirt. This was the first time for Gu Shanhai to see such a fierce man. What's even more arrogant is that the other party didn't invite me secretly, but issued the invitation openly and openly. Well, I don't know if this move is a mistake or if it's really stupid. Gu Shanhai knew that the other party was thinking of breaking the situation. Therefore, it is best to be as high profile as possible. Otherwise it will really become a transparent person with no sense of existence. And then no one will know the fate of death. On the contrary, he should be more low-key. Maybe he, the princess of the previous dynasty, would not have to die. Even if Luo Chuan looked disgusted, he would have to make a gesture and treat the princess of the previous dynasty kindly instead of actually killing her. It is a model of doing the opposite. Just because Princess Fushan made such a fuss, the entire top management of Yangon was attracted by this. No wonder it changed from fierce to ordinary. This ability to absorb hatred and block arrows is really top-notch. As a result, whatever plans Luo Chuan had originally had were delayed. As the night wore on, the commotion subsided. Seeing that the opportunity was ripe, Gu Shanhai also used 5 elements escape to move directly over. Let's loosen the soil first, and then take it away. Gu Shanhai did not plan to dig into the ground this time, but simply loosened the soil and took it away. That's it. Then wait until you are in a safe place before taking it out and cleaning it. There is not much difference between this Heavenly Emperor cauldron and the Human Emperor and Earth Emperor cauldrons. The only difference is the words and patterns on the cauldron. The excavation process went smoothly, but the collapse problem was difficult to deal with. Compared with the sudden disappearance of such a big thing underground, there must be traces on the surface. The Emperor's cauldron was not buried very deep. It hasn't collapsed yet because Gu Shanhai is supporting it. Since it was absolutely silent, it definitely couldn't just leave. Fortunately, I was prepared. Gu Shanhai poured out a large amount of soil directly from the mother of pearl, and the quantity was quite large. And he quickly filled in the missing soil. Very good. You can run away now. After dealing with it, Gu Shanhai was ready to leave. Otherwise, why would he stay in the enemy's base camp? Boom. Suddenly, a loud noise came, and Gu Shanhai felt the earthquake. It was as if something hit the ground hard. Princess Fushan took action? Gu Shanhai was a little surprised. Just now, Princess Fushan actually entangled the 3,000 old men, and many veterans took advantage of the situation to attack Prince Shi's mansion at night. As for Luochuan's Taoist soldiers, an internal agent stole their military symbols and temporarily deployed them. The huge movement just now was caused by some kind of military equipment in the Otaki royal family. At this time, the entire Prince Shi's mansion had turned into a ruins of flames. I had no reason to kill you, but now you have given me a reason. Luochuan was wearing a luxurious cloak and was followed by a large number of Taoist soldiers. He was calm and seemed to be waiting for the other person. Princess Fushan intends to rebel. Take it down. Seeing this scene, Gu Shanhai couldn't help but smile. How can I put it? Luochuan obviously knew Princess Fushan's plan, and the reason why he deliberately let it go was to find a reason to kill people. The other party has the golden body of the eldest princess. No one knew before that he could kill him at will. Now that the other party is so high profile and disgusted with him, he has to find a reason. Gu Shanhai even had reason to suspect that it was the people arranged by Luochuan around Princess Fushan who encouraged her to take action tonight. He could think of all the reasons, just to take advantage of her unpreparedness. After all, she had just come back, so she must have been hidden in everyone's thoughts. It turned out to be a failure. While Princess Fushan was cursing, the surrounding 3,000 old men and many old ministers were all beheaded by Tao soldiers. She was better off, because she was captured alive because of her identity as the eldest princess. You definitely can't kill her now. If you want to kill her, you have to go through the follow-up process. It's just that now this matter is basically nailed down, and there is no possibility of Princess Fushan turning around. You're already here. Don't leave any room for him. When Gu Shanhai saw Luochuan, his mind twitched, and his petty problem recurred. This kid had offended him, and now he still holds grudges. If he hadn't met him, Gu Shanhai would have just passed away. Now he has to give him something no matter what. Damn it! Biggie One is gone! Gu Shanhai was also cursing at this time. He only built one big island back then. After all, he was in a hurry and the materials were limited. So it would be great if he could build one. Forget it. Let's deal with it with the mana halo first. We don't need to blow up the entire Yongin into the sky. We also need to let Luochuan know what the auxiliary anger is. Gu Shanhai took out the Jiuzhou instrument, and then a mana halo emerged that was blessed by Qinglong and White Tiger. Qinglong has mana aura breath, and White Tiger naturally also has mana aura and tiger power. One is to develop the damage effect of mana aura, and the other is to develop the amplification effect of mana aura. It's not enough. I have to add some more ingredients to it. He casually pulled out a guardian demon and stuffed it into the mana halo. With the evaporation of the mana halo, this evil demon will make the entire Yongin city smart for 3 days. When the time comes, each of them will be as stupid as the villains faced by the stallion protagonists in urban novels. I don't believe that Luochuan won't be in a hurry. This effect will definitely not affect Luochuan, and even the soldier master and Taoist soldiers may not be able to affect it. After all, just stuffing a Tao-protecting evil demon into it will have much power. Just put it on ordinary people, and the effect is absolutely great. Many desires and emotions are amplified at the same time, mixed with the intelligence-reducing effect. The harm may not be great, but it is extremely insulting, and the subsequent remaining problems are not small. If Gu Shanhai wants to target Luochuan, there is no need to target him himself. He can completely target the forces under his command. It's not that Gu Shanhai doesn't want a hearty revenge. It's mainly because he can't defeat the opponent, so he can only use some underhanded means. Is my behavior a bit too villainous? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the situation where the villain used the public to blackmail the protagonist. His behavior was even more outrageous. He didn't even threaten him, and he just took action. It's okay. There is no protagonist in this world. I won't be stopped by the protagonist who suddenly pops up. Besides, even if he wants to, he has no chance. Gu Shanhai activated the countdown on the mana halo. The countdown was 10 seconds. Then after throwing it down, 5 elements escaped moved directly. In an instant, he moved several times to disguise himself and clean up his traces, and then left Yongin City. 10 seconds passed in a blink of an eye, and it exploded in an instant. The halo of mana swept across the entire Yongin City, and Luochuan naturally noticed it instantly. And then his expression changed. Luochuan immediately suppressed the spread of the mana halo through military tactics. But even so, it had already covered less than half of the city. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, An even weirder aura burst out, instantly covering the entire Yongnan city, and then seeping into everyone's body. This made his eyes wide open. To do such a thing on the eve of his acceptance of the throne was simply adding to his troubles. Take me down here and torture me to find out what's going on. Luo Chuan glanced at Princess Fushan with a gloomy expression in his eyes. This matter was absolutely inseparable from her. Chapter 293, Proclaimed Emperor. Ironclad ship on the sea. Emperor Long's resignation to Luo Chuan happened 3 months after Gu Shanhai obtained the 3 Emperors' Cauldron of Heaven, Earth and Humanity. Although everyone had already known about this matter, it would still be a bit shocking if it was actually done. Luo Chuan changed the country's name to Shi and called him Emperor Shi. After this incident caused an uproar in the world, Jian Lu also issued a timely protest. Later, he was forced to proclaim himself emperor under the 3 emperors' tripod of heaven, earth and man provided by Gu Shanhai. However, he was not Emperor Liang of the Liang Kingdom, but inherited the title of Long, and was still Emperor Long. Then Zhou Ding, King Yin, also took out the ancient blackbird seal, a symbol of the king, and proclaimed himself emperor. His country name was Yin, and he was called Emperor Yin. Gu Shanhai originally thought that it would end here, and the other 6 princes would just pretend to be dead. After all, they did not have the corresponding strength to become emperor. Luo Chuan, Jian Lu, and Zhou Ding were able to claim the title of emperor because they had enough strength and needed some legitimate reasons. Even for Jian Lu, he thought, but there was no good reason. So he couldn't do it. So he needs someone to help him, and add a yellow robe. But I didn't expect that there was a particularly brave person among the princes, who actually followed him, and proclaimed himself emperor. Su Bu, whose country name is Zhou, claims to be Emperor Zhou, and the art of war practiced by the other party is Dragon Tooth Art of War. The previous king of Zhou was not a high-ranking figure among the 6 princes. He could only have an average level, and was not successful. I don't think the other party could have such great ambitions. It can be seen that the opponent's strength in Dragon Tooth Art of War is very deep, but the result is one can imagine. The remaining 5 princes formed an alliance and began to attack the Zhou Emperor. Jian Lu and others didn't pay attention to Su Bu. To them, he was just a clown. Dragon Tooth Art of War is very powerful, but it is only a superior art of war. The 3 major forces have mastered the king's art of war, and the 2 sides are not on the same level at all. After proclaiming himself emperor, the entire situation became tense, and all it took was a little excuse to start a war. Everyone is thinking about unity. Who wants to share it with others? Gu Shanhai also felt very good about this, as it would save him 30 or 50 years of trouble, which made him upset. It's just that the specific way to fight, and how to fight is very particular. The emperor's abdication on Luo Chuan's side can be regarded as orthodox, while Jiang Lu's on the other hand inherited the title, which is also orthodox. The most embarrassing one is Zhou Ding's Yanhua. If he loses, he will really become a rebel. As for Su Bu, the Zhou emperor, no one took him seriously. It will definitely be a chaotic fight. At least it will be a 3-party fight. Other small forces will be affected and will probably be killed or injured. But looking at their appearance, it is very likely that they have to implement the idea of taking control of the country first before fighting against the outside world. It was probably to deal with the 6 annoying princes first, and then they would have a decisive battle to avoid being taken advantage of. This behavior can not only expand one's own strength, but also deal with future troubles. It is a killing 2 birds with 1 stone. So, Su Bu is going to be in trouble. Gu Shanhai thought of the person here who was most likely to be targeted. His idea was confirmed 3 days later. Jian Lu pointed his troops at Su Bu in the name of crusading against rebellion. In addition to him, Luo Chuan also did the same. Zhou Ding said that it was because he was too far away and couldn't get through. However, a large piece of propaganda was also published. The content was naturally to scold Su Bu for his unfair name. The main reason was that everyone brought a fig leaf with them when they proclaimed themselves emperor. Luo Chuan used the emperor's great seal. Jian Lu used the 3 emperors' cauldron of heaven, earth and man, and Zhou Ding used the ancient black bird to grant the seal. As for Su Bu, he had nothing. He ascended the throne as soon as he said he would ascend the throne. If he grasped this opportunity, he could not curse him to death. Jian Lu did not lead the expedition in person, but asked Zhang He to lead the troops. Now that he has become the emperor, naturally he cannot go out casually, and it is easy to be outed. If you really want to take action personally, you have to wait until the Three Kingdoms War. Gu Shanhai has now retreated to the third line. And his behavior has become increasingly low-key. And he even doesn't care about anything. The main reason is that Jiang Lu inherited the title of long after he ascended the throne. So he gathered many loyal and patriotic people. However, the reputation of Luochuan has dropped a lot. And many people have left. But there are not many people who came to serve. Few. With the abundance of talents, Zhang Yan no longer had to do everything he had done before. So Gu Shanhai naturally became more leisurely. Jiang Lu did not let Gu Shanhai return to Liangzhou from Xianzhou. He knew Gu Shanhai's temperament, and would not move his home no matter what the big deal was. Gu Shanhai also thought about sending the inner demon Taoist soldiers out for training. But the time was not right. In the eyes of all forces, Gu Shanhai's inner demon Taoist soldiers are the great killer weapons of the Long Kingdom. Once they appear, it means all-out war. The reason for this situation is all caused by rumors and rumors. They are all rumors about eating people without blinking an eye and chewing people without spitting out the bones. Anyway, it has reached the point where a child has stopped crying. The reason why Gu Shanhai did not stand up to refute the rumors was that the rumors were true and incomplete. So he did not dare to stand up and say that it was nonsense. As for those military leaders who had seen the inner demon Taoist soldiers, they kept silent and did not want to reveal a word. They could only say that you would see them in the future. Jiang Lu put Gu Shanhai in Xianzhou with the intention of letting Gu Shanhai keep an eye on him. The money bag of the Long Kingdom. After all, Gu Shanhai was strong and capable, so he could rest assured. Otherwise, at times like this, he would have to come over and shout, "Teacher, what to do?" Gu Shanhai had seen this kind of thing a lot. Whenever something happened, he would call the teacher. Fortunately, he was not in Liangzhou. Otherwise, he would have to come to him every 2 days to ask him what to do. It was as if he didn't have any brains when Gu Shanhai was around him, relying entirely on Gu Shanhai to disguise his brains. Wait a minute. If I send the cursed king's sword to Luochuan, will it affect him? Gu Shanhai suddenly remembered this matter. This sword can allow people to embark on the path of becoming a king like the evil star. Well, just walking on it does not mean that one can 100% become a king. There is no such thing as fate or fate in this world. So how can it be 100% successful? I guess it won't work. This thing was fine in the era of high demons in the Sun Never Sets dynasty. But in this world, if it really falls into Luochuan's hands, it won't be able to turn over. Even now I can't turn over in my hands. How dare you use the equipment of a low-level dungeon to touch the boss of a high-level dungeon? If Gu Shanhai hadn't been cautious, it wouldn't have been a big deal for him to hold this cursed sword of kings in his hands now. At most, it's just a slight decrease in luck. And it's still the temporary luck of eating Halusi. With the accumulation of time, his fortune in this life has been twice that of ordinary people. This is permanent fortune. If you add in the temporary fortune gained by eating fried gourd every day, it can be increased by half. However, it is embarrassing to say that because the curse has been resisted, the effect has also expired. The two of them are integrated. There is no way that the road to the king can take effect normally without the positive effect of Tianxia Lone Star. Therefore, he thought that when he was stronger, for example, after breaking through the Tianjing stage, he could start to refine the crushed sand of the Stone of Destiny, the cursed sword of the king, and the Xianwei sex cause and effect into special spiritual plants. That is, 3. The last item in the life plant set is the life plant. When he thought of the sky scene, he nodded. He had already imprinted the previous wonders of the world. Yes, it was the scene when Jiang Lu ascended the throne. Not to mention, this effect is at least the strongest among the wonders of the world that Gu Shanhai has seen. In the Xuanzhen world, there are very few that can match it. Gu Shanhai should have been satisfied at first. But the wonders of heaven and earth formed by the enthronement ceremony of several states are already so powerful. How powerful would it be if the wonders of the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the gods after unifying the world were? When he thought of this, he felt itchy. Since he had a guarantee, why not try harder to get more? You have to have dreams. Not to mention that the probability of them coming true is not small. When you come to such a high-level world, you can't keep up with many things. This is a good thing for Gu Shanhai. After all, most of the things he can use have some problems, and they are not professional enough. A little bit. The professional mismatch Gu Shanhai said was naturally because the world was not suitable for his Tianji system. But it would be fine if he could become stronger. The Tianji system was actually quite inferior in terms of combat power. After all, it mainly focused on revealing information. Master Marquis, Some minor problems were discovered at sea. Some fishermen saw an armored ship. Suen came over and said with a solemn tone, "Iron armored ship?" Gu Shanhai raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. Which prince actually followed him into the sea? "Yes. My subordinates have investigated it. It is true. This iron stone can actually float on the water. It is really ridiculous." Suen was also a little unbelievable. The ships of Taki are actually made of wood. And the main structure is also biased towards this. Being able to withstand the waves and reefs was more due to the military masters and Taoist soldiers. Gu Shanhai developed a naval variety of military tactics as a way to develop maritime transportation. This behavior was mainly to make money, because all maritime trade is monopolized by the national merchants of the Long Kingdom. This kind of people are protected by the Long National Navy, and do not need to worry about bad weather and various storms. This is equivalent to the shipbuilding industry being developed for the naval branch. In this way, if outsiders want to get involved in shipping, they must either become an official state businessman of the Taki Kingdom, or risk it yourself, and they will not stop them. Therefore, the shipbuilding industry appears to be somewhat deformed. If it were to be normal, Gu Shanhai would have manufactured strategic ships long ago. However, in terms of force, Gu Shanhai did not have technology that could rival this world. God-killer mechas are a bit scarce in this world. Not to mention pistols, sniper rifles and other weapons. Systems and policies can be used, but using technology is not as good as directly using the art of war system. Gu Shanhai probably needs at least the technology in the main world of the brave world to be qualified here. If it were the world before Shen Hung traveled through, it would probably not be qualified. It is impossible for him to say that he should use low against high. It's like using a modern world with a technological level of about a millennium to compare with the world of Xianxia, which has the power to destroy the world and control the road. It is also impossible to say that using a martial arts man who can develop true energy is a great master. There is simply no comparison between the world and a technological world that arbitrarily interferes with dimensions and cosmic parameters. Nothing is impossible. Can you find out who it is? Gu Shanhai asked. It's just an armored ship. If placed in a low magic and low power environment, it is indeed powerful enough. But in this world, even an aircraft carrier fleet is not enough. Gu Shanhai's directly modified version of Great Ivan couldn't hurt Luo Chuan, who had king-level Taoist soldiers. Now in the main battlefield of the Three Kingdoms, the main soldiers are all king-level Taoist soldiers. Falling nuclear bombs would not pose a danger, let alone an armored ship. It is of course possible to develop modern science and technology in this world. But if you want to develop it to the same level as the art of war, it will take a lifetime. I don't know. But according to the intelligence, it is suspected to be Yanhua. Now, except for our country, Longhua, which is offshore, there is only the Jianzhou part of Yanhua. Suen only gave a guess based on the intelligence. Yanhua? Gu Shanhai had actually always suspected that Zhou Ding was a time traveler. But there was no corresponding evidence. The main reason was that Yanhua's technological explosion was very abnormal. In just a few years, he could possess so much technology and have completely destroyed the entire country. People's livelihood has been improved, and the domestic productivity has almost caught up with the country of Long. Of course, the most abnormal thing should be the opponent's utilization rate. It stands to reason that the national strength has kept up, but it has always been in third place in terms of military strength. It is as if something accounts for most of the national strength, making it impossible to use it. It's like there is obviously a lot of memory, but most of it is occupied by something unknown. Otherwise, with Yanhua's technology and national strength, Jiang Lu and Luo Chuan can only resist if they join forces. Otherwise, when Zhou Ding proclaimed himself emperor, he would have been beaten long ago. Instead of the two sides turning against Su Bu's Zhou kingdom, as if they didn't see it. Do the spies in Yangwoli have any relevant information about this matter? Gu Shanhai was unable to perform divination, mainly because Zhou Ding was covered up. Not yet. Yanhua is extremely difficult to infiltrate, and all officials are extremely loyal. Not only have there been no cases of successful bribery, but many spies who have successfully infiltrated have also been damaged. Suen also sighed. Such an evil official. It was also his first time seeing it. Therefore, it is very difficult for various forces to infiltrate Yanhua. And basically few can succeed. Let the Navy patrol more and pay more attention. If you can capture them alive, it's best to capture them alive. If you can't capture them alive, sink them on the spot. Gu Shanhai was also thinking about this. If it is really Yanhua, does that mean that tanks, aircraft, etc. have been produced? Well, if it is just a technological product, it is really not a big problem. If it can be refined into armaments and used by Taoist soldiers, then its power will directly increase exponentially. The analogy is a technological magic weapon. But compared to technological magic weapons, armaments are really only used to serve wars. Even Gu Shanhai couldn't do this. Also, send a letter to His Majesty and ask him to launch Plan Number 2. Gu Shanhai had to consider this situation. But fortunately, he also had a countermeasure plan. He must have been on guard against the evil Yenhua. Chapter 294, Situation. Bagua Formation formed. In the 5th month after the appearance of the ironclad, Yen Guofang invested tanks, aircraft and many other war machines on the battlefield. These machines were not real technological creations, but brand new war armaments formed by combining military technology with technology. Everything he passed was conquered. More importantly, Yenhua had control of the air. Takiguo also launched a corresponding response plan. Although it was not as strong as Yenhua, it was able to withstand the pressure through the other party's insufficient production capacity. The only ones who were confused were probably Luochuan and Ishigwa. In such a short time, their status dropped to 3rd place. He had no corresponding solution, and he didn't even understand where these things came from. The king's Taoist soldiers and military formations that were his advantages were not exclusive to him, and the advantages he had accumulated were gone in an instant. Watching both sides sharpening their knives, they were ready to attack him. For a while, the whole Shi kingdom was in a state of panic. But what surprised Gu Shanhai the most was naturally not these, but the Zhou kingdom. Unexpectedly, Su Bu was able to hold back the 6 forces, and also took advantage of this gap to destroy 2 forces that continued to expand. With the help of Dragon Teeth Art of War, it started to snowball, causing the original decline to be constantly reversed by him. Once Su Buzhen's Dragon Tooth Art of War is completed and becomes the Abyss Demonic Dragon, and if the time is right, it may be able to replace Luochuan and become a third-party force. The main reason is that the Dragon Tooth Taoist soldiers are strong and low in consumption. Even if they don't have enough productivity, they can easily command millions of people. When Gu Shanhai saw this situation, he became even more worried. Su Bu's Dragon Tooth Art of War was probably just a hair away from becoming a success. Under such high pressure, he might be able to directly force the opponent to succeed. 8 Formation Diagram. Completed. Gu Shanhai has been specializing in the research and development of the military formation. 8 Formation Diagram. These days, and the results are still very good. After dividing the demonic energy, smelting and transformation, etc., the 8 demons were created as the core. However, these 8 demons are not entities. Instead, they need the inner demon Taoist soldiers to form an array before they can form the formation from the sky covering formation, the earth carrying formation, the wind rising formation, the cloud hanging formation, the dragon flying formation, the tiger wing formation, the bird flying formation, and the snake formation. The Pan formation was born out of the 8 formations, and was similar to a military spirit like a white tiger, rather than a real physical existence. Otherwise, Gu Shanhai wouldn't be able to support him. In other words, the inner demon Taoist soldiers can be summoned after forming an array. The 8 demons themselves are derived from the inner demon Taoist soldiers. Therefore, the number and strength of the inner demon Taoist soldiers also determine the strength of the 8 demons. Of course, these 8 demons are not the main body of the 8 formation diagram. They are just 8 pillars. In order to recycle waste, Gu Shanhai allowed them to have the main body so that they could become killing machines on the battlefield, instead of actually creating them for these 8 demons. 8 Array Diagram. It's just that the inner demon Taoist soldiers are becoming more and more abstract. Gu Shanhai sighed. He finally saw that the painting style of the inner demon Taoist soldiers was completely ruined. In the past, there was still a layer of armor and mounts as a cover. Only when fighting would it turn into that distorted and deformed appearance. Now it's better. And the cover can't be covered. Blood and flesh are overflowing or roots are spreading under each armor. What's more, all kinds of chaotic limbs and organs can grow with every step. You can't even fool people into saying it's an individual. And everyone is not blind. Well, even a blind person might not be able to think that this inner demon Taoist soldier is a human being. Every action is accompanied by some kind of terrifying aura, which will give people the illusion that their hair is standing on end. You can tell at a glance that this thing is very hungry. Want to eat people. As for the armament, it's almost optimized. Anyway, It's just how strong it is. The armaments of the inner demon Taoist soldiers are naturally transformed from spiritual plants. They use grained spiritual plants as their bodies, and then assist other spiritual plants to form various weapons or special effects. Gu Shanhai didn't dare to ask for good looks anymore. He could see that the things he created were either so powerful that they were ugly, or they were so ugly that they were extremely powerful. He had also thought about correcting it. If he could succeed, the inner demon Taoist soldiers would no longer be like this. Now there is only the last piece of the puzzle left in my art of war. After completing the military strength, the value of this world system will probably be almost gone. The system of this world is the art of war. After he creates his own art of war, the system will definitely have no value. But other values will still exist. I just don't know how abstract the inner demon Taoist soldiers will be after the military is completed. Gu Shanhai feels that his inner demon Taoist soldiers should be kept at the bottom of the box and used to kill him and provide strength. If they are released, it will damage his right path. The identity of a knight. Military strength is a passive skill, but the increase is not on yourself, but on the Dao soldiers. Therefore, among the 4 military preparations, military situation, military formation, and strategy, the one that had the greatest impact on him must be the military situation. Before he even started to change it, the inner demon Taoist soldiers had already lost sight of it. If it really happened, there is no doubt that this group of inner demon Tao soldiers will be more abstract than the demons protecting the Tao. It might even be fed back to him, causing him to carry some kind of pollution, like those indescribable things. The most intuitive one is the effect of the 5 poison minds. When others look at him, he will not only be subdued, but will also have many emotions and desires, becoming unreasonable, irritable, jealous, etc. Fortunately, there is no aura of ridicule about him. Otherwise, if he had, he would have enjoyed half the treatment of the protagonist Long Outyan. That is, no matter where he goes, there will be people looking at him displeased. He does have a taunting aura, but it is not on him, but in the mana aura. Under normal circumstances, if it is turned on, it will not be him as the main body, but the enemy as the main body. That is, a taunting halo will appear on the enemy. Gu Shanhai was not a human shield, so why did he throw a halo of taunting at himself? The birth of the taunting halo is actually based on the inner demon substitute, which mainly guides emotional changes. The art of war has many military forces, and it also overlaps with my mana aura to a certain extent. It is also only applicable to Dao soldiers. So if we really have to manufacture them one by one, the cost is too high. It is better to directly unify them like the mana halo. The best way is to use the white tiger, a companion creature in military spirit, together. It can not only save costs, but also improve them together during optimization and upgrades. Under normal circumstances, the military power lies with the military leader, but Gu Shanhai cleverly guided it to Baihu. White Tiger itself is a part of Gu Shanhai, so there is no big problem. It's just that it makes feedback to me even more troublesome. Doing this will not reduce the increase received by Gu Shanhai, but will increase it. White Tiger itself is the main increase. After this, Gu Shanhai is even thinking about whether he can maintain his human form in the future. This is very important. If he can't maintain it, he has to prepare in advance. 36 changes and 72 changes cannot transform into humans. They can only transform into animals and plants. Because in the original setting, humans are the basic template. If it's appropriate, it's best to suppress it and wait until the magical power of the Tianjing stage is perfected. Gu Shanhai needs to calculate enough data to protect his own interests. He does not reject being a non-human, but becoming a non-human at this juncture will easily lead to loss of profits. The main reason is that these 2 changes are ways to avoid disasters, not changes. Although they are mainly based on change, the directions are different, so the effects are also different. Too many inner demon soldiers? Following the calculated results, Gu Shanhai quickly figured out how to temporarily suppress himself and ensure that he was not completely dehumanized while improving his military strength. Of course, he didn't have the luxury to say that he had suppressed them all. He only had to suppress most of them. As long as there are no more than 200,000 inner demon soldiers, I will not be completely dehumanized. The fewer the inner demon soldiers, the lower the degree of dehumanization. At this stage, I have 100,000 Heart Demon Dao soldiers. It seems that the millions of Heart Demon Dao soldiers will have to wait. When the military is perfected, there will probably be about 10% dehumanization, and I can suppress it. Gu Shanhai quickly came to the conclusion that it was not that the 200,000 hard Demon Dao soldiers were dehumanized, and the 100,000 hard Demon Dao soldiers would not be dehumanized. This in itself was an exponential change. Plus Gu Shanhai was in the middle. It is normal to adjust and suppress the inhuman level to 10%. Thinking about it this way, the 6th layer of the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality is about to be found. Gu Shanhai thought of stuffing it into the first 5 layers. But it didn't have much compatibility. Even if he has Dao soldiers, it is to quickly strengthen himself rather than to really follow the Legion stream. If the fit is not enough, he can only open another level. It is not a big deal. As long as he enters the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality, it is the same system. As for the true dehumanization, Gu Shanhai needs to use the breakthrough magical power of Tianjing period as guidance and cooperation. Otherwise, who knows what he will become. He doesn't think much about dehumanization. But human potential is limited. Especially since the world where his body is located is not a high-energy world, but an ordinary human being with no bloodline of gods or demons in his ancestors, or the favor of a powerful person. Even for players, without the semi-digitization of First Era, the upper limit of growth would not be high. Gu Shanhai's ability to reach this point depends entirely on his transformation rather than his own talent. If he is a human race with the blood of gods and demons or some great merits, he naturally doesn't have to worry so much. It's a pity that he doesn't have any of these things. If it were really limited to the human body, or beauty and ugliness, how could Gu Shanhai's road to becoming stronger have been so smooth? The need to plant spiritual plants in his body would have been gone. So without Lingji's help, Gu Shanhai would definitely not be as strong. What's more, it's not even sure whether he is still alive now. In his previous life, he was able to succeed because he had the First Era to back him up. Now that it's gone, how can he succeed without paying the price? Do you really think that everyone can be the protagonist of those fairy-like, white-clothed and snow-clad protagonists, who are not only earth-shatteringly handsome, but also handsome all the way to the sky? If someone like him is obsessed with personal beauty and ugliness, he will end up as cannon fodder. I hope it can be completed before the fight starts. Gu Shanhai didn't know how long the current situation could last. At least after the new special armaments such as aircraft and tanks came out. The country of Xi where Luo Chuan was located has become a disadvantage. Now there are still 3 vassal forces that have not been solved. Coupled with the rise of the Zhou kingdom, it is a fool's errand to fight. Coming out soon. Master Marquis, Your Majesty has a secret report. A guard in uniform came in a hurry without even reporting. Gu Shanhai also narrowed his eyes and hurriedly took it. This matter must be urgent. Otherwise Su En would usually bring it to him instead of a royal guard. Opening the secret report to investigate, it was written that Zhang He was defeated and Su Bu succeeded in a surprise attack with 100,000 dragon-toothed Taoist soldiers. The current report was diverted to King Ke, which means that if you can't defeat the hard bones, you will have to pinch the soft persimmons. It's probably because Zhou Gui is tough. But don't even think about continuing to develop. The same is true for the military leader set by Luo Chuan. But Luo Chuan's side is more unstable. This is to prepare the original 9-party forces to become 4-party forces. Gu Shanhai was thinking about this matter in his mind. In addition, there is a secret report in it. That is, Luo Chuan plans to form an alliance with Jiang Lu, without explicitly saying that he will fight against Zhou Ding. But in the name of suppressing rebellion, the rebel is naturally Su Bu, mainly because of Dragon Tooth Art of War. As from the beginning, after all, the root of Otaki's rebellion was the Ryuya Art of War. But this is indeed a reason. After destroying the Zhou kingdom first, the two of them can work together to deal with Zhou Ding. After leveling Yanhua, it would not be too late for the two of them to have a decisive battle. Jiang Lu didn't reply immediately. He was also thinking about this matter. Yanhua's sudden outburst made him somewhat unable to deal with it. Even with Gu Shanhai's advanced planning and help, he was unable to resist in the face of the modern armaments that combine the advantages of the two civilizations. The fact that Yanhua can have tanks and planes means more than just these. Trains, rails, battleships, cannons, etc. are constantly appearing like dumplings. It is not only Luo Chuan that is endangered, but also Xianzhou, the money bag of Longhua. This makes Jiang Lu had to consider alliance matters. The problem is that if he really wants to form an alliance, it is tantamount to him recognizing the legitimacy of Luo Chuan. In that case, what should he, Emperor Long, do? Legally and nominally, one is inherently inferior. That's why he sent a letter asking Gu Shanhai what he should do. After thinking about it for a while, Gu Shanhai realized that they must not form an alliance. Su Bu of Zhou State was serious and rebellious, and forming an alliance with Luo Chuan of Shi State would be tantamount to admitting its legitimacy, which would be a loss of justice. And Yen State was even more unable, and a true alliance would be tantamount to seeking death. There are ways to break the situation. Gu Shanhai quickly went through it in his mind. Of course he has a way to break the situation, which is the bodybuilding genetic potion, which can be used to enhance the strength of the Taoist soldiers as a supplement. He also needs the Lingyuan type, but the cost is very high. But if he wins, not only you can make up for your losses and make a fortune. I will write a reply to your majesty. Please wait a moment. Gu Shanhai took out paper, ink, pen and inkstone and started writing. This world has not developed corresponding communication technology. The only way to communicate is the art of war. As for Zhou Dingxian was sighed. Gu Shanhai is not sure. Anyway, if he wants to reform, there will be many environmental obstacles and confidentiality. It's not high, and it's far less practical than the art of war. Chapter 295 The First Battle on the Harbor. The bright sun about to be born. Another 3 years passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, only the Shi, Long, Yan, and Zhou kingdoms were left. Among them, the Zhou kingdom was the weakest, but the most crazy because of the existence of the dragon-toothed Taoist soldiers. Like a mad dog, it would bite anyone who came. Take 2 bites. Yanwu is the strongest, with a large amount of modern military technology combined with armament technology, coupled with a large number of talents and unscientific implementation efficiency of government orders, making it firmly rank first. The Long Kingdom ranks second, because of the Super Taoist plan modified from Gu Shanhai's bodybuilding genetic potion, and a large number of new policy reforms. The overall national power was directly behind the Long Kingdom. The two sides became more and more fierce, and there was a tendency to start a war if they disagreed. Situation. The country of Shi where Luo Chuan, the reborn person, is in an awkward position is neither superior nor inferior. After he exhausted all his advantages as a reborn person, the overall national strength developed extremely slowly. If he hadn't accumulated a lot of advantages by taking advantage of the opportunity, he might be the one at the bottom right now. But he wasn't doing much good either. Zhou Guo was biting Shi Guo, and he didn't know what grudge the two sides had, and there would be some friction from time to time. Gu Shanhai has lived a fulfilling life these days, but he has also been guarding against Yanwu's maritime fleet. The opponent would come over from time to time, which made Gu Shanhai feel a little confused. With the naval strength of the Long Kingdom, he basically couldn't even think about breaking through the opponent's maritime hegemony. It's just a bit strange that the other party obviously has maritime military strength, but has not developed overseas-related policies. Under the influence of Gu Shanhai, Long Kingdom has already begun to colonize overseas. Therefore, a large number of colonies were formed to support them. Otherwise, there would not be enough resources for many reforms and enhancements. It feels like the other party has only unlocked half of the effects, and has no thought of developing it overseas. It's just that this is a good thing for Gu Shanhai, since the other party doesn't have this idea. It's best to kill him before he has this idea. If a fight really breaks out, Gu Shanhai can be sure that the other party will attack Xianzhou immediately. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the economic lifeline of Long country is here. Once Xianzhou is broken, Longwa Congress will quickly collapse due to excessive internal friction. Luo Chuan must also know. Unfortunately, the Shi kingdom is located in the central plains and does not face the sea at all. So it is useless even if he knows it, unless he can penetrate the Long Kingdom. The problem is that he can penetrate the Long Kingdom. So why should he care? Xianzhou, only Yanwu, who is also facing the sea, has this strength. Gu Shanhai also completed his military power in 3 years. He called it the sole military power. It was dominated by white tigers and formed a large number of passes that amplified the inner demon Taoist soldiers. These passives can also be superimposed with the mana aura, create a similar duet effect. And this also became the 6th level of the Blue Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. White Tiger, which was once again a great achievement in magical power. Later, he also started a new research project, which was to use the inner demon Taoist soldiers in the 6th level White Tiger to accelerate the refining of spiritual veins. He tried not to wait for another 30 years to see if he could successfully refine the spiritual veins within 10 years. The pulse reaches the peak of the Lingyuan stage. Of course, he actually didn't care much about the realm of cultivating immortals. The main reason was that the spiritual veins could not be fully used if they were not refined. Such a large amount of mana could only be looked at but not used, which made Gu Shanhai a little unable to sit still. Master Marquis, Yenwa's armored fleet is here again. I don't know what they are thinking. They come only every 3 to 5 days. Suen came over to inform Gu Shanhai with some helplessness. Stay vigilant. Gu Shanhai couldn't kill him directly. The other party only wandered outside the sea area of Long Kingdom, and didn't step on the line. He just came to show off his power, and then left. Once it happens more often, everyone gets used to it. If they really want to kill someone, it will become the trigger for the war between the two countries, and they will be at fault. Although they have always regarded themselves as orthodox, this also requires sufficient strength. Therefore, we can only tolerate it for a while. As long as it does not affect the other party, then let the other party go. That's true. But Lord Marquis, if one day the other party really fires or drives in, we won't be able to react at all. The gap between our armored fleet and Yenwa's is too big. Suen is also quite anxious. Their warships are just warships, and have not yet been integrated with armament technology. These things are not being done by Gu Shanhai, but by the Research Institute of Long State. It can only be said that the progress is not ideal. Gu Shanhai also relies on this. This matter was originally done by him, and there will be clues in a year or two at most. But some people wanted to take credit, so Gu Shanhai gave it to the other party. After all, it was just a detail. What was really decided was the Super Taoist plan. It had been successful a year ago, and now most of it has been promoted. Then the group of people striving for merit were tied up in the project of modern armaments. As for showing it off, or fishing in troubled waters to defraud funds, it was a nice thought. But Jiang Lu directly demanded these people according to Gu Shanhai's standards. If they couldn't do it, it wouldn't be resignation, but going to the guillotine. Gu Shanhai was able to mobilize the resources of the Long Kingdom because he had that status and ability. Others who wanted to imitate and replace him could not have that ability. It can only be said that this group of people are too young. They probably took refuge in the leadership after Gu Shanhai came to Xianzhou. However, all the old people who followed Jiang Lu and the others knew not to mess with Gu Shanhai. If he really had any evil intentions, don't worry. As soon as Shanhai takes action, someone will take care of him. Then what else can we do? Everyone in the institute has issued a military order, but there is still no sign of it. Gu Shanhai spread his hands and threw the blame away. After being around for so long, whether it was to throw the blame away or find a scapegoat, Gu Shanhai also gained a lot of experience. When Suen heard this, he was silent for a moment, and then said, "Those people deserve to die." "Don't say that. They are still very good." Gu Shanhai still had to defend the other party. It was not that the people in the institute were incompetent, but that the process itself was so slow. Yenwa's unscientific behavior was like cheating, and Gu Shanhai was specialized, so he made them look slow. But in fact they were not slow at all. Gu Shanhai had also seen their experimental data. While the two were chatting, Gu Shanhai suddenly frowned, then moved in an instant, and disappeared in front of Suen's eyes, leaving only one sentence. "Enemy attack!" "What?" Suen's expression changed, and he hurriedly left to gather people. Gu Shanhai moved out of the port in an instant, and saw dense SHLs flying towards him, like a rain of arrows. "Cannonballs with Taoist power! I can't hold them in my sleeves!" Gu Shanhai's expression also changed slightly. This was the first time he had seen such a perfect combination of art of war and thermal weapons. This SHL not only has the power of a normal SHL, but also has the power of a Taoist soldier. Whether it is speed, power or hit, it can be controlled by the soldier master. And this is at least the power of 100,000 level king-level Taoist soldiers. If the Qianquan in Gu Shanhai's sleeves is put into it, there is a high probability that it will be torn apart. Therefore, he only resisted with the power of Taoist soldiers. 100,000 inner demon Taoist soldiers emerged and formed 8 formations. 8 demonic shadows condensed to guard the 8 formations. The White Tiger Army Soul wrapped the Soul Army and cooperated with Gu Shanhai's mana halo. "Do it!" The huge White Tiger roared, and the sound formed a sound wave that shook most of the sky. There were constant waves on the sea, and the armored warships on the opposite side also formed some kind of special military formation at sea as a means of resistance. As for the flying cannonballs, they were shattered by the White Tiger's roar in midair. "Kill them!" Gu Shanhai ordered again. The inner demon Taoist soldiers also moved, walking on the sea as if they were flat. without even ripples. They were all suppressed by the 8 formation diagrams. Don't worry that Gu Shanhai just gave an order. In fact, the entire action instructions of the inner demon Taoist soldiers were mobilized after being analyzed and deduced by the 4 sacred beasts system. Therefore, it was Gu Shanhai who gave the order, and the one who commanded was the 4 sacred beasts system. As a system, it is used to do such chores, but Gu Shanhai can just customize the general direction with battlefield models and combat models. It is far simpler than Gu Shanhai's manual operation. The inner demon Dao soldiers all look strange and quickly approached the Yanhua battleship on the sea. The battleship also continuously released cannonballs to attack, each time with greater power than the last. From the 3rd round onwards, the White Tiger's roar was unstoppable. Under the 4 sacred beasts system, the 8 demons of the 8 formation diagrams also followed suit. The huge formations were operating, making all attacks useless when it landed. Application Transfer Strategy 36 Strategies. The request of the 4 sacred beasts system appeared in front of Gu Shanhai's eyes. After the two sides got closer, they naturally planned to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Past, Gu Shanhai naturally had no reason to refuse. Then the 4 sacred beasts system directly transferred mana and began to form 36 targeted strategies, either targeting the enemy or amplifying itself. The two sides were about to explode, and the 2 military formations collided with each other. And then the two sides began to tear each other apart. The first factor to hurt the other side was that the other side did not have the corresponding military formation. The 8 formations of the inner demon Taoist soldiers are aided by the White Tiger and the 8 demons, while the opponent's military formation is based on battleships and has extremely powerful defense. It's a bit interesting, but that's where it ends. Gu Shanhai immediately took out the Azure Dragon. This was a war, not a one-on-one duel. The key was to kill the opponent. Qinglong began to accumulate power, and Gu Shanhai continuously input mana into it. When it comes to what is the most offensive in Gu Shanhai, it is undoubtedly the Qinglong. Whether it is the Qianquan in the sleeve or the inner demon Dao weapon, these are essentially just auxiliaries. Only the Qinglong has been designated as a weapon by Gu Shanhai from the beginning. Warn! Qinglong is approaching the limit. The warning from the 4 sacred beasts system flashed by, but Gu Shanhai didn't take it to heart. Instead, he sneered and said, "You don't need to remind me. I am much more familiar with the things I made myself than you are." Then, a violent mana halo, laser beam dragon breath burst out, combined with the power fed back to him by the Tao soldiers. The entire sea area rolled out various powers from this terrifying laser beam dragon breath, including flames and frost. There are also poisons and so on. The laser beam dragon's breath was extremely fast, and before the enemy could react, it bombarded the military formation. The enemy formation began to melt like snow, and then the dragon's breath exploded, turning into a terrifying halo that enveloped the entire battlefield. This halo is not only used to amplify the inner demon Taoist soldiers, but also to weaken the enemy. Sure enough, the perfected 6th level allows me to fight against 100,000 kings and other Taoist soldiers and their military masters. Gu Shanhai has always used individual power, whether it is the inner demon Taoist soldiers, White Tigers, or 8. The array diagram is only part of him as the 6th level, relying on finding a new way. One person can have a special existence with the number of Tao soldiers and the ability of the soldier master. The main thing is that White Tiger is awesome. After the enemy lost their military formation, the 8 formation diagram directly swallowed up the entire fleet. The enemy who lost the increase and protection of the military formation lost a layer of strength, and the original balance of power turned into the current disadvantage. A large number of wailings and screams continued to be heard from the fleet, and the sea surface was dyed with a layer of blood red. At this time, Suin also rushed over with people, and he swallowed his saliva after seeing this. "Master Marquis, have you solved it?" he asked in disbelief. "Have you written a letter to your majesty?" Gu Shanhai did not answer, but asked directly. "We have received a response. Yanhua has launched a full-scale war and invaded our country. Otaki and Shigua, on 2 fronts without any warning. The kingdom of Shi was caught off guard and lost 3 states in a row. The kingdom of Zhou was also advancing. At this time, the kingdom of Shi was in danger." Suin also put away his shocked look, and then said solemnly, "What's the reason?" Gu Shanhai asked again. "It's not clear yet, but according to the intelligence, the other party seems to have mastered the power of the sun. But this matter cannot be verified for the time being," Suin said. Gu Shanhai was a little bit confused. Of course, he knew what the power of the sun was. If it were a normal nuclear bomb, it would not be something to be afraid of. But in this world it must be mixed with his own system. If he is hit by one damn, it can really kill someone. If this is really the case, there will be a big problem. Gu Shanhai knew that if Zhou Ding really mastered the nuclear bomb combined with the art of war, he would indeed have the hard power to do this. The next step is probably to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But I don't know who Zhou Ding will choose as the unlucky chicken. You go and send a message to His Majesty. I will go back in the evening. Gu Shanhai looked into the distance and said, he really didn't expect that the situation would change so quickly. At this point, it was impossible to win in a frontal battlefield. So if he wanted to win, he had to use off-the-chart moves. Yes, Lord Marquis. Suan's expression also changed. He also understood Gu Shanhai's temperament. He would never stand if he could sit. He would push for any job that he could do. Even he was ready to go back. Which meant it was true. Things are going to change. Gu Shanhai's off-the-beaten-path move was very simple. It was to kill Zhou Ding directly by beheading him. The difficulty is indeed very high. But it is much less difficult than facing Taoist armaments that combine modern military power and nuclear bombs that incorporate military tactics on a frontal battlefield. Gu Shanhai can withstand a nuclear bomb. But he cannot withstand a nuclear bomb with military power. This is no longer a simple nuclear bomb, but a top-level armament with multiple capabilities. Chapter 296, Royal Chariot. Personal Expedition. Internal and External Coordination. Long time no see. Teacher. Jian Lu was also middle-aged at this time. And his military skills could not last forever. Nor could he keep his appearance. In addition, he is busy with official duties and dealing with all kinds of important things. The more he thinks about it, the more pressure he will have. And he will naturally grow old quickly. You age a bit fast. I'll give you some time to make up for it. Gu Shanhai looked at the other person's appearance and said, thanks to the disguise he had made over the years, his appearance has also aged with it. Thank you very much. Teacher. Jian Lu looked at Gu Shanhai and sighed in his heart. Unknowingly, Gu Shanhai was getting older. At this time, he also realized that when he started the incident, Gu Shanhai was no longer young, and now looked like he was in his twilight years. He suspected that it was the sequelae caused by his shortened lifespan. Teacher, please come over here. Although Jian Lu hadn't seen Gu Shanhai for a long time, the exchange of letters between the two continued. He would ask Gu Shanhai many questions when he had questions. The two entered the side hall, and there were a lot less people. Jian Lu put down his burden and felt a lot more relaxed. At least in other places, he needed to maintain his majesty all the time. But here in Gu Shanhai, he could rely on him. I'll make a long story short. When I come back this time, I'm going to help you get rid of Yin Guo. Otherwise, it might be too late. Gu Shanhai said with a solemn expression. He knew that with Yin Guo's development momentum, he would really have to delay it again. In 10 or 8 years, the gap between Taki, Shi, and Zhou will only widen. Gu Shanhai alone cannot forcefully drag the entire Long Kingdom forward. The issuance, implementation, promotion, etc. of decrees all require time and cost. Unlike Yin Kingdom, Gu Shanhai suspects that the other party has a system just like cheating. But when Jiang Lu heard these words, he actually had a different meaning. He thought that Gu Shanhai was saying that he was too late and that he might die soon. Teacher. Jiang Lu was in a very complicated mood at this time. For his great cause, Gu Shanhai couldn't even support himself in old age. Question mark. Gu Shanhai looked at Jiang Lu strangely. Why he suddenly became emotional. But he quickly ignored the matter. And then said, Zhou Ding has a weakness compared to you and Luo Chuan. And that is his own strength. From the intelligence point of view, the opponent's Taoist soldiers are less than 1 million. He is stronger in comprehensive national strength, so he can completely carry out beheading operations. Zhou Ding can have such great talent and strategy. His heirs, by the way, he seems to have no heirs. At this time, Gu Shanhai discovered another blind spot. That is, Emperor Yin not only had no heirs, but also no wives or concubines. He was really focused on his career. For example, Jian Lu, Luo Chuan, Su Bu and others have a large number of descendants. At least they all started in double digits. Heirs here symbolize stability. And even Jian Lu has established a crown prince. Yes, that is the eldest son. He first studied with Gu Shanhai, and now works with Jiang Lu to assist the government. and has trained him as his successor. So as long as Zhou Ding dies, Yin Kingdom will collapse. Then Qi Kingdom and Zhou Kingdom will not be a threat. Even if the alliance between the two countries is like that. Gu Shanhai analyzed the situation for Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu also thought carefully before he said, "It's just teacher. Even if Zhou Ding has less than 1,000,000 Taoist soldiers, he is protected at all levels. If we can survive the encirclement and suppression by many Taoist soldiers and the saturation strike of the aircraft and cannons, we can go all the way to Zhoudu. And there is no need to carry out beheading operations. How can it be so easy to assassinate the leader of a country? What's more, even if the opponent has less than 1,000,000 Taoist soldiers under his command, it is not possible for a Taoist soldier without a soldier leader to kill him. I'm going to kill. With my strength and some special weapons, I still have a chance to win." Gu Shanhai came to propose a plan, not for others to implement it, but for him to go. Anyone can come up with this plan, but no one has the ability to implement it. No, this absolutely won't work. Jiang Lu refused immediately. If it were someone else who would do the assassination, he could still think about how to implement it. "Teacher, you are already old. What if something goes wrong in the past? I think it would be better to stay and enjoy yourself. Forget about such a dangerous thing." After Jiang Lu retorted, he also began to give tactful advice. "If you think this plan is feasible, I can arrange for others to implement it, and you can just watch." Then he said that it is not that he will not implement it, but that the person who implements it cannot be you. The problem is that no one can go except me. Gu Shanhai also understood what Jiang Lu meant, but Jiang Lu didn't understand him. The entire Otaki is where his investment and interests lie. Now his investment is about to collapse. If it really collapses, it will be a loss to his grandma's family. Fortunately, he can save it. Die. There is no need to be afraid at all. When the time comes, a few inner demon Tao soldiers will be planted in the territory of Long Kingdom. If they die, they can be directly resurrected from the inner demon Tao soldiers. Besides, he also has the limit state and the world tree form, so the probability of solving them is not small. And he can also escape from them. Then we'll discuss it later. Jiang Lu followed Gu Shanhai's words and was determined not to let Gu Shanhai go. We have to postpone further discussions. You have seen that the whole front of Yanwei is going to war. Xuanzhou's navy will not come back in the short term after it was destroyed by our group. But what about the other fronts? The battle report shows more losses than wins. Right? How many cities were lost yesterday? And how many cities were lost today? Gu Shanhai's tone was a little aggressive. When the intelligence of these days was sent to him, Gu Shanhai could easily detect that he had been passively manipulated. At present, it was certain that the situation of Long, Shi, and Zhougua on the front line was not good. Armed with the power to crush their armaments, everyone's Taoist soldiers, military strength, strategies, and military formations are all on the same level, which is slightly inferior to Su Bu's Zhou dynasty. But the superiority in armaments is enough to determine victory or defeat. There is a super Taoist plan here in Long State. The problem is that before it has become popular, the other party comes over. It is just such a surprise that it leads to the defeat. It's just a temporary failure. We'll wait for the super Taoist plan. Jiang Lu still wanted to be tough. It's too late. Gu Shanhai interrupted the other party without hesitation. I can't do it if I say no. I am Emperor Long. Jiang Lu knew that he couldn't defeat Gu Shanhai, so he played a simple and crude trick. I said, "You are such an adult. Why are you acting like a child?" Gu Shanhai felt helpless. Jiang Lu didn't say anything. He felt that anyone could do this, except Gu Shanhai. Don't be stubborn. I'm sure I'll escape unscathed if I fail. With my ability, Zhou Ding can't do anything to me. Gu Shanhai continued to admonish. Teacher, I know you are capable, but you are already your age. So why bother? Even if Otaki cannot hold it, we can retreat overseas. The Navy has discovered many habitable places overseas, and the natives are slaves. The land is filled with gold and black soil, which is enough to serve as an opportunity to rise. Jiang Lu felt that there was a way out, so he had this idea. Gu Shanhai looked at Jiang Lu like a fool. Don't you think the Yinghua's maritime military will be weak? Their warships are much stronger than ours. I was able to annihilate the whole army this time. Otherwise the port would have become a ruins. In fact, Gu Shanhai also understood Jiang Lu's thoughts. In Otaki's eyes, the Central Plains were orthodox and wealthy, while the surrounding barbarians were poor, and overseas was even more nonsense. Therefore, for them, Retreating overseas was almost the same as being exiled, which is also equivalent to withdrawing from the struggle for hegemony. Others will not pursue him. As the saying goes, don't chase after the enemy. If a short-term retreat can bring another opportunity to develop, that's no problem. But if you retreat this time, there is a high probability that Taki will never catch up with Yan's development in its lifetime, and will end up with the same fate as the Indians. In fact, Gu Shanhai was also a little confused as to how Zhou Ding and Yen Guo were so outrageous that they were defeated in their previous life. If he hadn't died, how could he still be in the era of cold weapons 10,000 years later in his previous life? Only if Zhou Ding lost, would the world still be in the era of cold weapons and Taoism. In the previous life, Gu Shanhai did not come to correct it. But this matter has nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. The past life is the past life. And this life is this life. If you quit this time, it's basically hopeless. It's better to just vote and still be a happy man. Gu Shanhai complained. Let me think about it. Jiang Lu originally thought about continuing to refute, but he quickly realized what he was doing to refute Gu Shanhai. He just wanted to delay it. That's fine. He didn't give a clear reply. You can't leave either. If you have any problem, just call him. You're perfunctory with me. Right. Gu Shanhai looked at Jiang Lu suspiciously. Even if the other party was unable to detect his thoughts through detecting thoughts because he was now too powerful. Based on Gu Shanhai's understanding of Jiang Lu, it was definitely not that easy. Okay, teacher, let me put it another way. If I use the strength of the whole country to attack Yinhua with tens of millions of Taoist soldiers, do you think there is a 10% chance of winning? Jiang Lu said helplessly. Well, Gu Shanhai didn't expect Jiang Lu to ask this. Through deduction with the Four Sacred Beasts system, he quickly came to the result. About 80%. It's just that such a big move is difficult to handle. If Jiang Lu really brought his tens of thousands of Taoist soldiers, Yinhua might not be able to resist. The main reason is that the opponent's Taoist soldiers are at most 1 million levels. And there is a huge difference compared to those who are at the level of tens of millions. Basically, there is no difference from crushing. But if you really want to do this, you can move your whole body with one shot. This is 10 million Taoist soldiers. Not 1,000 Taoist soldiers. Jiang Lu cannot fully control it. If you really want to lead a personal expedition with so many people, can you defeat Gu Shanhai? I don't know. But as time goes by, Taki country will definitely collapse first. Then, the emperor will conquer it himself. Jiang Lu gritted his teeth and said. Since his power became stronger, Jiang Lu no longer led troops to fight, but stayed firmly in the rear. Ah, then you haven't considered the remaining 20% failure rate? Gu Shanhai complained. 80% success rate. You can give it a try. Jiang Lu didn't care about this. Gu Shanhai said that if he didn't give it a try, he would die. So let's put the whole country on the line. It's okay. But your plan is not stable and needs to be changed. Gu Shanhai didn't object. At this time, he really had to fight when he should. Otherwise it would be worse to wait for chronic death. How to change it? Jiang Lu was a little confused. You have sent troops to the border and spread the news that the whole country will attack Yinhua. When the time comes, I will lurk behind the scenes and assassinate Zhou Ding. If I can kill them, I will kill them. If I can't kill them, I will find a way to move them to the border for you to kill. Gu Shanhai said. His idea was very simple. Although the opponent had less than 1 million Dao soldiers under his command, it would not be easy for Gu Shanhai to kill him. Therefore, if things really couldn't be done, he could use the Qianquan in his sleeves plus 5 elements escape to drag him away directly. Go to the border and let Jiang Lu kill him. After all, Jiang Lu on the border has tens of millions of Taoist soldiers, and they should be able to kill the opponent with one blow. Jiang Lu was speechless. His plan was to prevent Gu Shanhai from assassinating him. But after going around in a circle, he came back again. At this time, he finally understood that he could not persuade Gu Shanhai. So he could only sigh helplessly and said, Teacher, your assassination plan is also flawed and there is a risk of failure. How about we get there in one step? I will send thousands of soldiers to the border and release news to attract their attention. You can just move the people over and let me kill them. What do you think? Jiang Lu could only take a step back. Otherwise it would be impossible for the two of them to remain in a stalemate together. That's okay. Then let's do it as you wish. Gu Shanhai thought for a while and realized that this plan is okay. But the specific implementation will be discussed later. Gu Shanhai was also thinking carefully. thinking about whether he could get the opponent's technology tree. He was very greedy for this stuff. The main thing is how the opponent applies the special characteristics of Dao soldiers' armaments to thermal weapons. This is equivalent to changing from the original fixed damage to fixed damage plus the damage increased by Dao soldiers' attributes, making it a growable armament. A hot weapon that can grow and be developed in a standard way is definitely a first-class existence. If the aircraft and artillery structures developed by Yanhua were under normal circumstances, they would be at the level of World War II at best, far behind the Taoist soldiers. As a result, the Taoist armament was comparable to future technology. The box gun fires like a laser cannon. Who can withstand this? It's just that it takes a certain amount of time. The mobilization of tens of thousands of Taoist soldiers will take at least half a month. Jian Lu followed suit when he saw Gu Shanhai agreed. If possible, it would be best if Gu Shanhai didn't go. But Gu Shanhai couldn't persuade him to go there, so he could only give his full support. The master and apprentice also have a deep relationship. Half a month is enough. I also need to prepare something to deal with various unexpected emergencies. Gu Shanhai thought that he would take advantage of half a month to build 10 big Ivans for self-defense. This thing was very useful whether it was robbing homes or killing people and setting fires. If you need anything, go directly to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and they will take care of it for you. Jian Lu didn't ask Gu Shanhai to collect it himself. This is unrealistic. The best way is to use the national power of the Taki Kingdom. Yes, I know. Gu Shanhai nodded. He needed to distribute some resources before, but he actually paid the bill from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Therefore, all Gu Shanhai's expenses were essentially reimbursed by Longhua. Otherwise, Gu Shanhai, what are mountains and seas doing to protect Long State and Jianlu? Chapter 297. Tens of millions of troops are stationed, and everything is moving. Your Majesty, this Emperor Long has no idea of the future and has mobilized tens of thousands of Taoist troops to fight against the Yin state. This is the opportunity for us. We only need to take advantage of his unpreparedness to attack his rear and occupy many of his states. County. By then most of the world will belong to me, Dashi, and the time of unification will be at this moment. A civil servant said to Luo Chuan with a happy brow. Luo Chuan looked at the other party coldly, and then said, What next? Who will fight Yanhua? In the land of Yanhua, there is nothing to worry about but strange and obscene skills. It is said that Emperor Yin actually made the common people literate and also said that the common people should have meat and fish in their meals. It is really ridiculous, the other party said with some disdain. Hearing this, Luo Chuan's expression became even more gloomy. And then he became angrier as he thought about it. He picked up a memorial on the desk and threw it at the civil servant. The other party didn't dare to hide. His forehead was broken by the horn of the memorial, and he quickly knelt down and trembled. You said it so lightly. Why did the Yanhua army conquer the 3 states of Shigua? Luo Chuan knew that this man was flattering. As a result of the 9th level law, many people who only know how to flatter and use power came to power. After all, he relying on the aristocratic family. If the aristocratic family is very powerful, it will definitely have to crowd in. Each of them reported good news, but not bad news. If they really couldn't hide it, they used the spring and autumn style of writing or beautified the method to describe it. Anyway, when you look at it, the internal rivers are clear and the sea is peaceful, and the world is peaceful. External battles have either resisted foreign enemies or been defeated one after another. Even the captured land of 3 states can be beautified into a gentleman's demeanor. Luo Chuan was not a fool and could see the problem at a glance. All the civil and military officials were trembling, and there were many talented people. Luo Chuan had all been sent to various places to work for management. Those who were incompetent like this were to give face to the family, and they could be kept around like parrots. Normally, teasing Mincy with a few pleasant words will naturally make him feel happy. But if he dares to say anything without knowing what is good, the parrot is just a parrot, and no matter how pampered it is nothing more than a plaything. Are you from the Zheng family in Longyang? Luo Chuan asked, softening his expression. I don't dare to take it seriously. The minister is from Longyang Zheng. This minister was about to cry. Of course, he could understand that Luo Chuan was not afraid of his family because of this, but was telling him to go back. Looking at your old age, go back and have a good rest, and let your nephew from the Qin tribe take over, Luo Chuan said gently. As for parrots, if you don't know what you are interested in, you can just change to another one. In such a big family, there must be someone who knows his place. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. At this time, The other party also woke up. He originally thought that he was favored enough and was a popular person in front of Emperor Shi. So he was not willing to be a civil servant in name only. He also wanted to have enough power. So only then will the export belittled. He is not stupid at all. He knows how powerful Yin Guo is, and how courageous Jiang Lu is. He is just pretending to be stupid. So he is not stupid, but simply bad. He never thought that Luo Chuan was much more awake than him. My lord, please leave. After the other party finished speaking, his figure left with sadness. Others present either gloated or responded with ridicule. If you want to gain real power, you must have your own force. This requires the support of his Taoist soldiers within the family. Even if he doesn't have this, it can only be said that the family itself does not think highly of him. It's not that they have never turned around. This kind of people have real talents, so they can be appreciated by Luo Chuan, instead of relying on belittling their enemies and deceiving themselves. I can't match Jiang Lu's courage. Luo Chuan also sighed. If he used the strength of a country to fight against Yin Guo, he would have a 50% chance of winning. It's just that in the entire Shi kingdom, the aristocratic families are so powerful that it's difficult for him to balance them. How can he let them move together? If Yin Guo were to attack, the aristocratic families in Shiguo would definitely surrender as soon as possible instead of resisting to the end. You must know that Maitake was destroyed not many years ago, and these aristocratic families came to work for him seamlessly. They didn't care at all who was their immediate boss. They only cared about their own family and interests. Your Majesty, this matter should be decided as soon as possible. Another minister stood up and said. But the other party did not come up with any bad ideas, but let Luo Chuan decide on his own. Let's discuss this matter later. Luo Chuan did not speak directly, because there was no point in discussing this with this group of people. This group of people was more used to stabilize the family than to really let them make suggestions. Later, these people were dismissed, and the servants were notified to pass the order, so that the real powerful officials could come to discuss with him. A layer of cuticle has grown on Subu's skin, making him look like a little dragon. How dare this former royal family be so reckless? Subu's head almost turned into the shape of a giant dragon, but the shock was clearly visible in his expression. Among the 4 kingdoms, his Zhou kingdom was the weakest. If not for the uniqueness of Dragon Tooth Art of War, he would have been destroyed long ago. Dragon Lord, we should take precautions as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the Taki kingdom or the Yin kingdom wins this time, the world will be annexed. The decline of the Shi kingdom and the rampage of the aristocratic family will not last long. A man with dragon-like characteristics on his body, the minister said. The opponent was the dragon-toothed Taoist soldier. As Subu gradually returned to his ancestors and became the Abyss Dragon clan, the dragon-toothed Taoist soldier, as a dependent, also naturally changed accordingly. What's the best way to deal with it? Our Zhou kingdom is weak, and we can't compete with it. Subu looked into the distance with his dragon eyes. He was very confident about himself. He struggled to defeat the Shi kingdom, and even followed the 2 countries to fight against each other. What are you thinking about? Yin Guo went into full-scale war, and Shiguo lost 3 states in less than a month, while Longguo also occupied 1 state. This meant that his Zhou state was far away from Yenhua. Otherwise, his Zhou state might have been destroyed. Longya Taoist soldiers are indeed crazy, but that doesn't mean they can compare to each other. They have been entangled with Shiguo for so many years, but they have not conquered a single state of the other side. This shows the strength of Yenhua. As for why they have been entangled with Shiguo for so many years, it is naturally because of the support of Yenhua and Longguo. They wish they could bite harder. Hearing what Subu said, all the courtiers with dragon-like characteristics in the palace also remained silent. How about finding the dragon body and reshaping the dragon soul? Your Majesty, will you recreate the world? Someone came up with an idea. The general meaning is to resurrect the original demon dragon to reverse the situation. Although the demon dragon was dismembered, it only needed to reunite the corpse. As for the dragon soul, it was the Dragon Tooth Art of War. However, this idea was immediately rejected by Subu. If the magic dragon reappears and creates bad karma, it will never be feasible. Having said that, Subu's heart was also moved. That is, the heartbeat returned to the heartbeat, and the action returned to the action. He didn't want to have an extra emperor on his head for no reason. If the magic dragon really revived, wouldn't his position as Emperor Zhou, who practiced Dragon Tooth Art of War, be very embarrassing? Therefore, it is directly rejected with righteousness. Everyone also heard what Subu meant, so no one mentioned it again. However, it is not that easy to resurrect the dragon. First of all, The demon dragon has been dismembered. Each body part has been sealed in an unknown area, either collected by a big family, or filled in the grasslands, or deep sea. They may not be able to find it even if they want to find it. If they really find it, maybe their entire Zhou kingdom will be destroyed. The prosperous age for us kings is not now, but in the future. Seeing this, Su Bu also said. Su Bu had a plan long ago. He did not intend to fight. Instead, he would wait until he completed the Dragon Tooth Art of War, to fake his own death and proclaim himself, and wait until another dynasty weakened before being born again, so as to gain sufficient strength. The main reason is that these people are too powerful, and he can't defeat them at all. So when the chaos comes again, he will take his Dragon Tooth Taoist soldiers out of the Imperial Mausoleum and sweep across the world with lightning speed. Achieve the throne. Other war masters definitely don't have his ability. After all, Dragon Tooth Art of War has an extraordinary origin. It can reverse the human body and become a dragon body. Naturally, the lifespan can be greatly improved. In addition, it is self-proclaimed, and it can also alleviate the passage of lifespan. Because of this, he did not give up. Otherwise, he would have surrendered instead of boldly proclaiming himself emperor. The reason why he wants to proclaim himself emperor is to use his current half-dragon body to absorb the energy of a country. The reason why he wanted to defeat the Shi Kingdom before was also to plunder and collect the wealth needed for the Imperial Mausoleum. Everyone was very excited when they heard Su Bu's declaration. As high-level officials, they naturally knew about Su Bu's plan. Now that they couldn't defeat him, they couldn't just let them need him after defeating the opponent. Please be considerate of the supervision of the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum. This is the foundation for us. Su Bu must have faked his death and went to the Imperial Mausoleum to wait. He couldn't just pass on a piece of news. He wants to do the whole trick, rather than just perfunctory the enemy. If he really fell short for such a trivial matter, the price would be his life. After all, they have called you and found out that you are still alive. How could they let you go? It would be better to be imprisoned, but it would be miserable to be imprisoned. His lifespan is far longer than that of ordinary military leaders. Seeing this longevity, the emperor will definitely be interested. Life will definitely be worse than death. Yes, Dragon Lord. Naturally, everyone responded in unison. This mattered to them, so they must have taken it seriously. Another epic mission? Zhou Ding looked at the new mission that emerged. In the epic mission called the Battle of Dinghua, he naturally got the intelligence released by Jiang Lu, which made him a little puzzled. The other party chose to make a desperate move even though he was not in desperate situation yet. He understands why this epic mission is called the Battle of Dinghua. As long as he wins, there will be basically no resistance to the unification. As for losing, the consequence of failing the mission would be his death. He didn't know if another achievement like starting over would be triggered in the future. Therefore, for the safety of his own life, Zhou Ding felt that this task must be completed. Thousands of Taoist soldiers have gathered. It's difficult to fight. Zhou Ding also had a headache. If the tens of millions of Dao soldiers are formed by the combination of many military leaders, Zhou Ding is actually not that afraid. The total of the military leaders under his command also have tens of millions of Dao soldiers, and they can be beaten into equal numbers. But a military leader with tens of millions of Dao soldiers, this kind of terrifying power can really overwhelm his country. However, he also understood that the opponent could not push him sideways. The opponent with tens of millions of Dao soldiers could never completely control it, and could only control a tenth of it at most. The remaining 9 million Dao soldiers were more used for deterrence. It's too late to recruit troops now. Zhou Ding knew that although there was a dynasty hegemony system, all he had to do to recruit troops was to fill in the numbers in the designated column. The problem was that it took a process to take effect. The higher the number, the longer the process. Now he also knows that although he has the assistance of the system, it only takes time and logic for the system to take effect. Just like if a national policy is illuminated by him, it will be born or implemented due to various circumstances. For example, for certain technologies, someone will happen to know them and come to rely on them, and then they will be promoted through various accidents. For example, aircraft, cannons, battleships, etc. The technologies and various national policies are continuously accumulated, and finally a complete technology is formed. As long as he lights up the national policy, someone will have an idea in their mind or work together to achieve the goal. Description in the national policy. I only have 100,000 Taoist soldiers in my hands. Although I am good at defeating the strong with the weak and the many with the few, No matter how strong I am, I can only fight against 1 million king-level Taoist soldiers. The gap between them and the tens of millions level Taoist soldiers is too big. It's big. For Liang Tao soldiers, king-level Tao soldiers, named after 4 Liangs of 1,000 categories, are the most powerful Tao soldiers in Zhou Ding's hands. The difficulty, duration and cost of training are extremely high. 1 against 10 at the same level. As for himself, after proclaiming himself emperor, he achieved an achievement. Within the scope of the main city, he is immune to 99% of damage. And within the scope of influence, he is immune to 90% of damage. Basically, as long as he is within the main city, he will be immune to damage. Coupled with Dao Bing's feedback, the assassin had no chance of impressing him. Fortunately, he has stayed in the main city for so many years and has never left. So he doesn't have to worry about his own safety at all. It's not that Zhou Ding doesn't want to train more. He also wants 4 or 2 soldiers of 1 million people. But he can't afford any more. The daily expenditure is the expenditure of 1 million king-level Taoist soldiers. Which means that although one can fight 10, it still consumes 10 people. It's just that the number is small. But it's easier to control. Luo Chuan and Jiang Lu seem to be in a hurry to control 1 million Tao soldiers. And they may not be able to exert the power of 1 million Tao soldiers. While Zhou Ding controlled 4 or 2 Tao soldiers with 100,000. But he was able to exert the power of 1 million. If they really had to face off like this, Zhou Ding might still be able to win. There are also shortcomings. The military feedback given to him by the 4 or 2 soldiers of 100,000 people is only 100,000 level, not million level. Unlike the other 2 people, one is a soldier master with million level feedback. He is a military leader with tens of millions of feedbacks. And his own strength is very powerful. I can only use props to accelerate, but I don't know if it's too late. Zhou Ding collected a lot of props. Since the last time, the main city was shattered and started from scratch. He also has a habit of collecting props. Now it's time for a decisive battle. And it's time to use it. After using them all, Yinghua's national power should be able to increase to another level. Chapter 298 Capturing the King. A blow from the sky. The confrontation between Ta Qi and Yin has lasted for 3 days. Jiang Lu personally led troops to the front line as an absolute deterrent. Zhou Dingzi did not appear. But he invested a large amount of troops and brought some powerful armaments named after the sun to resist Jiang and lose tens of thousands of Dao soldiers. Gu Shanhai, on the other hand, had personally infiltrated into Yinhua's capital to carry out his mission. No one knew about this act. It's so bad. Does the other party have any backup plan? Gu Shanhai was a little surprised. But he felt relieved. He was worried about a good fortune or a mediocre hexagram that would be very problematic at first glance. Although the bad hexagram says that there will be a narrow escape from death, it also proves the truth of this matter. I have to say that this development has almost caught up with modern times. But where did the excess productivity go? Gu Shanhai was in the capital of Yinhua at this time. Overall, there were huge differences between the other 3 countries, with high-rise buildings everywhere. Cars, trams, etc. are already running on the streets. If Gu Shanhai had not seen it before, he would definitely be shocked. Gu Shanhai even suspected that the information age was already budding. The pure information age was nothing. But when combined with the power of the art of war, it would definitely be far more powerful than the original. So it's a time traveler? Gu Shanhai was thinking about this matter. And it should be a time traveler with a golden finger, such as a system or something. However, Gu Shanhai, a time traveler with a system, is not that afraid. If the other party can develop Yinhua to this level without a system, it will definitely be a very troublesome existence. If he really wanted to meet this type of time traveler, Gu Shanhai would not dare to confront him head-on. His abilities were definitely not inferior to his own. After shopping around for a while, I bought a newspaper and read it. I have to say that in terms of public opinion, Zhou Ding controlled the entire Yinhua tongue. And through the newspaper's encouragement of the people, it was able to enhance great cohesion. Sir, please show me your identification. A man wearing patrol clothes came over with a hint of caution in his tone. Of course. This is my ID card. Gu Shanhai took out an ID card from his arms and handed it to the other party. After the other party proofread it, it was returned to Gu Shanhai. Sorry. I thought you were a refugee from outside. After all, although your clothes are valuable, only the old diehards and outsiders in Yinhua would wear them. The patrolman pointed to the gown on Gu Shanhai's body, feeling a little embarrassed. When Gu Shanhai heard this, He felt a little embarrassed. There is a little problem at home. And I only have one piece of clothing. So, I understand. Your wife must be very lively. The other party winked at Gu Shanhai, and then left. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai was a little bit dumbfounded. But he also understood the status of the family in Yinhua. Old Stubborn is the nickname of the aristocratic family. It should have been a contemptuous name at first. But as time went by, the contemptuous name became accustomed to it. It can be seen from this that the aristocratic family has no soil to survive here, and it is only in Shi Kingdom that it flourishes. In the country of Long, there is a monopoly of state-owned enterprises, and most of the aristocratic families work in the company on a 996 basis. The Zhou Kingdom was even worse. A group of mud-legged people came to power. Su Bu majored in Dragon Tooth Art of War. After all, they really don't want to be forced to become Longya Taoist soldiers, not to mention losing their personal freedom. More importantly, becoming Longya Taoist soldiers involves the risk of death. How could these noble sons of aristocratic families be willing to go? Therefore, most of the aristocratic families actually defected to the Shi Kingdom, and then worked together to perfect the 9-rank law. If everyone didn't cheat, Shigu's move could really increase the country's strength. However, he didn't expect that the 3 opponents on the other side would all play out of the ordinary. The strongest one is Yinhua. The entire aristocratic family group is melting away. And finally it has become a scholarly family and an ordinary family. As long as the aristocratic family cannot monopolize, there is no threat. And at most it is rich. Jiang Lu, Gu Shanhai and others were not worried that the Guishang Long Kingdom was so rich. It was not because the people, money and power in the Guishang were controlled and monopolized by Jiang Lu, and they were not supported by force. It's developing very fast. Gu Shanhai thought, if he didn't understand Zhou Ding, he should have invested in him in the first place. But if he really wanted to invest in Zhou Ding, he felt that he might become the next Lu Buwei. Success or failure is a matter of time. Anyway, after the matter is completed, he will probably die first. After all, Gu Shanhai really wanted too much. He didn't want the world, but he wanted all the resources produced by the world. This palace is very creatively built. Gu Shanhai looked at the imperial palace not far away. The overall design and construction of the palace were far better than those of Jianlu's palace. One look at it gave people a bright feeling. Jianlu did not build a formal palace. He wanted to return to the old capital. That is, to return to Yong'an City in Sili Prefecture. After all, that was the capital of Daolong, so that he could show his legitimacy. But obviously Zhou Ding no longer has this idea. He prefers Yanzhou. The 5 elements escape was activated instantly, and the whole person disappeared into a deserted corner. And then the next moment, he appeared in the palace. He saw a middle-aged man where Guyu was lying. His unkempt appearance made Gu Shanhai think he had come to the wrong place. Then what? Who are you? Zhou Ding swallowed his drink and asked at a loss. Should he be considered an assassin? Gu Shanhai also answered with some uncertainty. Why is Zhou Ding so virtuous? Zhou Ding was actually a little confused. This was the first time he met an assassin, because the weapon masters he summoned were all very capable. And with the existence of 4 or 2 soldiers, basically no one could enter the palace. Hack! Someone is coming! Escort! Zhou Ding hurriedly stood up and shouted loudly while rolling around. He was not a fool. An assassin would definitely sway him. How could he be so stupid as to continue chatting with Gu Shanhai and wait for death? Boom! The next moment, a large number of 4 or 2 soldiers broke through the wall and entered, regardless of etiquette or rules. Naturally, the priority was to save people. The mana halo in Gu Shanhai's hand flicked and exploded into radiance, delaying the group of 4 or 2 Taoist soldiers. However, these Taoist soldiers were incredibly powerful. Gu Shanhai discovered that they were actually much stronger than Wang and other Taoist soldiers, almost catching up with his inner demon Taoist level. Seeing this, he could only release a large number of inner demon Tao soldiers to block him, and he tried to find a way to intercept Zhou Ding. What kind of background does this kid have? He can come and go freely in the mana aura without any influence at all. Gu Shanhai muttered in a low voice, drew out the green dragon and slashed at the opponent. The attack fell on the opponent, but nothing happened. The opponent was still alive and kicking. Judging from Zhou Ding's reaction, it was impossible to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, because the opponent was full of flaws and was really just an ordinary person who encountered an attack. But it happened that such an ordinary person ignored the mana aura and even Gu Shanhai's attack. It's too late. Take the people away first. Gu Shanhai discovered that for some reason, the inner demon Taoist soldiers, who were evenly matched at first, fell into a disadvantage, and were hacked to death by the enemy's Taoist soldiers in a matter of 3 seconds. Gu Shanhai suspected that Zhou Ding was responsible. Wait a minute. How much money will they give you? I'll pay 10 times the price for my life. Zhou Ding saw Gu Shanhai's big hand squeezing him over, and he couldn't help but feel the soul of the dead. So he hurriedly said. Gu Shanhai didn't intend to respond to him at all. Instead, he grabbed the other person and rushed out. It's not that he doesn't want to use the universe in his sleeves and 5 elements escape. These 2 abilities are actually ineffective, as if they have been reduced by 99%. The Qiankun in the sleeve is not strong enough to take the opponent into the sleeve. And the same is true for the 5 elements escape. After bringing the concentration, even if he wants to activate it, it seems as if he is being pulled by force. At this time, Gu Shanhai finally understood that the other party might have some kind of rule or concept level thing. It might be a system or a golden finger. It was precisely because of the existence of this thing that Gu Shanhai's original prophecy was showing a chaotic cover. As soon as he came out, Gu Shanhai continued to scatter the hard demon Dao soldiers outside. And Qinglong also continued to spit out a halo of mana to block the large number of 4 or 2 Dao soldiers that were besieging him. You can talk about anything. If the price is not right, you can tell me. Zhou Ding was caught by Gu Shanhai and calmed down at this time. He has become a qualified king through these years of experience. At least he still has the ability to express his emotions and emotions without changing his expression. And he still has the ability to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses in front of him. Normally, he does belong to the otaku category, but his abilities are also first-rate, rather than a useless otaku who really knows nothing. Shut up! Gu Shanhai conveniently stuffed a Dao-protecting demon into Zhou Ding's body. The result was just as he expected. 99% of the effect was lost, but he was able to shut up. After dealing with Zhou Ding, Gu Shanhai decisively activated the extreme state, and his overall strength continued to soar. And then he sent out all the inner demon Tao soldiers to delay and block the 4 or 2 Tao soldiers. Then his whole body turned into a rainbow light and left. The 5 elements escape was suppressed by some kind of golden finger on Zhou Ding's body. But that didn't mean that Gu Shanhai only had this escape technique. He had seen all the inheritances of the 3 major religions, Chang'un, Jixia, and Yuhuai. And the escape technique in his hand there are many. But they can't compare to the 5 elements escape under normal circumstances. Not suppressed? Gu Shanhai also discovered that this escape technique was not suppressed. Originally, his idea was to increase speed, but he did not expect that it would have unexpected effects. This made him confused. But he soon understood that the escape technique he performed only had the attribute of escape. And his 5 elements escape was not only escape technique, but also involved many aspects. It is very likely that the golden finger on Zhou Ding's body was connected when he led people to escape. And the normal escape technique was applied to himself without involving Zhou Ding. So this could be used. Zhou Ding has shut up now, but he is still struggling. His strength is really strong. But in Gu Shanhai's ultimate state, the opponent has no ability to break free. Hong Guang flew all the way and crossed the entire territory of Yanhua, behind Gu Shanhai. 4 or 2 Taoist soldiers were chasing him in front, and the inner demon Taoist soldiers were dragging behind, also following closely behind. Has the suppression ability decreased? Gu Shanhai noticed that Zhou Ding's original suppression ability had changed from 99% to 90%, which made Gu Shanhai's expression perk up. He lost part of his blessing after leaving Yanzhou. If he leaves Yanhua, it means that the increase will be completely lost. Gu Shanhai also immediately became energetic. As long as it's not constant, there's a chance. Boom. Gu Shanhai and his men smashed directly into Jiang Lu's tent. Damn it! Teacher, please calm down. If I hadn't held back my strength, I would have been charged with murdering my master now. Jiang Lu looked at the huge potholes that were smashed around him with a shocked look on his face. The camp was covered in white for dozens of miles, but there were no casualties. All the powerful people present gathered around him. If they hadn't seen Gu Shanhai, they would have attacked him long ago. There is no way! The 5 elements escape has failed. I can only smash it all the way. I'm caught. Gu Shanhai's entire body lost weight. There was nothing he could do about it. The main reason is that the extreme state consumes his lifespan and vitality. It is normal for him to lose weight. Even his hair has turned gray. It is also because the duration is slightly shorter. Less than 10 minutes. So the loss is not big. The reason for losing weight is because burn the fat first. Don't worry. It won't be too late to get rid of those chasing soldiers. Jianlu turned around and saw a group of twisted demons and monsters and a group of serious Taoist soldiers. The camps are easy to distinguish, so you don't have to worry about killing the wrong person. The demons are Gu Shanhai's demon soldiers. Jianlu's eyes twitched when he saw it. It was so ugly that he couldn't find the corresponding words to describe it. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. It will save you from accidentally killing it. A terrifying aura spread from Jianlu's body. And the tens of thousands of soldiers at the military level showed their true strength. Military formation front arrow. The military formation is as fast as the wind. Military formation. Strategy wind and thunder. Strategy Hideaway. Strategy. In an instant, strategies and military formations were supported by the mighty Taoist soldiers. Following Jianlu's guidance, the rain of arrows turned into brilliance and tore apart most of the sky. Everyone saw this scene. The power of tens of thousands of military-level soldiers was far beyond everyone's imagination. The 4 or 2 Dao soldiers were completely turned into nothingness in the brilliance of the arrow rain. But nothing happened to the inner demon Dao soldiers, indicating that it was really just a rain of arrows. But under the control of Jianlu, the soldier master, no damage was done. That's all. Why should I fight with my life if I am so strong? You can just shoot a rain of arrows from a distance. Gu Shanhai wanted to complain, but he found that Jianlu also succumbed. Fortunately, he had quick eyesight and quick hands to catch him. It is obvious that tens of millions of Dao soldiers are used for command, which is also a huge burden for him and cannot be used casually. It feels a bit frustrating to be strong but unable to use it. Gu Shanhai doesn't know how to make up for this shortcoming. It's okay. I'm a little out of strength. I'll be fine after I rest for a while. After Jianlu recovered a little strength, he continued to explain. 100,000 Dao soldiers can be wielded like an arm, but millions of Dao soldiers can barely be used. 10 million Dao soldiers can barely be used. Dao soldiers are far beyond my control, which is a pity. Chapter 299. Can people be replaced in this system? Teacher, are you okay? Quickly call the doctor. Jianlu looked anxious. It's okay. I'm just a little out of breath. Gu Shanhai felt like he was out of breath. Are you okay? What was that thing just now? Just now! After Jianlu killed Zhou Ding, a ray of light suddenly jumped out from the opponent's body. The thing spun half a circle. Gu Shanhai intercepted it 3 times in a row without stopping it, and finally sank into Jianlu's body. The first time was in the normal state without hiding. The second time was in the extreme state. And the third time, he directly used the World Tree form. This was drained. The gain and loss duration was less than 1 second, and it was still partial. So it was consumed. I can only say that it's okay. It doesn't look like I can only be paralyzed. When Jianlu heard Gu Shanhai's words, he almost burst into tears. The main reason was that Gu Shanhai's appearance was so charming that he was just skin and bones. And he was about to lose his ability at first sight. The doctor came over quickly. He took Gu Shanhai's pulse first, but remained silent. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Marquis, I'm afraid I won't die soon. Hearing these words from the other party, Gu Shanhai was also stunned. It seemed that he had indeed lost a little bit of his life force. At first glance, he looked like he was really about to die. But for this problem, he would recover in the morning at most. Taking some medicine can help you recover faster. What? I think you may have misjudged it. Gu Shanhai expressed tactfully that he was mistaken. Yes, it was a misjudgment. You go down. Jianlu did not refute this time, but asked the doctor to go down, his expression becoming increasingly sad. Seeing this scene, Gu Shanhai was speechless. Then he took out a large handful of pills and stuffed them into his mouth. The vitality is quickly restored, and the original skinny appearance is also filling up. Times in. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. What kind of change was this? I told you that I'm fine. I still have a lot of life left. I can't die even if I want to. Gu Shanhai complained. That's good. That's good. Seeing this, Jianlu was relieved. And then he winked at the doctor and motioned to have another look. Master Marquis, let me check your pulse. The doctor understood immediately and said quickly. Gu Shanhai did not refuse. The other party could tell what kind of pulse there was. There was no real pulse in his body at all. The flesh and bones in his body were all mixed with spiritual plants. In fact, it was not accurate at all. So if you want to see anything, you have to help with adjustments. As for why you didn't pretend before, it's very simple. You looked like you were about to die when you couldn't catch your breath. Who would believe you if you said you were a healthy person? Jiang Lu was afraid that he would have to kill the doctor immediately. I have never seen such a lively person at your age, Mr. Marquis. The doctor quickly came to the conclusion and said there was no problem. Jiang Lu was relieved at this time. It's fine if nothing happens. That's it. Now that the bandits have been eliminated. Gentlemen. Mia Yin. Jiang Lu changed his tone. Now that the biggest problem has been solved, Mia Yin must naturally be eliminated. Yes. As soon as everyone responded, they marched towards Yanhua. Teacher, come with me. I have something to discuss with you, Jiang Lu said. Gu Shanhai nodded, and the two of them entered the rebuilt tent, surrounded by a large number of Taoist soldiers as a safeguard. That ray of light is a system called Dynasty Hegemony. It's a bit strange. When I first installed it, the version name was called Zonjin Production, Ascension Guarantee version 10.0. As a result, a large series of garbled characters suddenly appeared during the installation process. And then the name of the version became official version. The 3 words in front of the official version seemed to be blocked and could not be seen. It's as if someone interfered with the installation. Jiang Lu didn't hide anything at all. He had heard Gu Shanhai talk about the system and so on. So he knew the concept. I can't quite figure it out. Gu Shanhai was also a little confused. He had seen the system in his previous life, but he had never seen it in this life. The main reason is that there seem to be people who like to throw away systems. And I don't know what the situation is. Most of these systems are tools for fun, and serious ones are either not available, or they are relatively rare. Do you think this system can be used? Regarding the system, Gu Shanhai had also built some, but they were of no use. As for Jiang Lu's, he couldn't help uninstall them. So since you can't beat him, just lie down and wait until Gu Shanhai has the strength to come back and help. It works. And I have completed a lot of tasks and completed a series of achievements. It's no wonder that Yanhua is in such a situation. This system can actually affect various decisions and decrees of the entire country. Even if you point out the corresponding national policy, you can have the corresponding technology. It's a pity that all the previous national policies were cleared due to the death of the host. I need to activate them again. Jiang Lu watched the big national policy tree keep pulling up, and then discovered a brand new area that was being updated. But he didn't know when it would be updated. You've been using the system for nothing. What else are you dissatisfied with? Gu Shanhai complained. At this time, Jiang Lu, who was exploring the dynasty contest system, also complained. Teacher, the summoning card pool for the warlord of this thing is also locked. It is said that it can only be used after my national policy update area is updated. No wonder Zhou Ding can have it. There are so many talents, and all the co-authors were drawn from the card pool. This thing can be updated. What the hell? When Gu Shanhai heard this, he felt that this system was really annoying. Except for not being able to draw cards. Everything else is very useful. I just tried to click on a basic national policy, and it should have started to take effect. Jiang Lu didn't care much about this. Updates will be updated. Now there is no shortage of military leaders. With the large number of systems and suggestions provided to him by Gu Shanhai, the talent reserve and talent recruitment can be fully supplied to the whole country. And this thing can actually assist Taoist training. It just needs to be followed by corresponding national policies. But increasing the soldier reserve is no problem at this stage. Jiang Lu quickly found a new function. Speaking of which, this thing is of no use to you, right? Gu Shanhai asked. It's useful. I can still see the situation. More importantly, this thing can actually show the loyalty of my subordinates. Teacher, why aren't you here? Jiang Lu asked curiously. Why don't you think about what you call me, and what kind of loyalty your system shows? Gu Shanhai wondered how bad you are. Jiang Lu also looked embarrassed. It seems to make sense. He didn't regard Gu Shanhai as his subordinate. So naturally there was no corresponding loyalty in the system. I'm sorry. I found you. Teacher. Jiang Lu cursed rarely. He saw the large list of bonuses when Gu Shanhai was in charge, and his eyes almost went blind. Where? Gu Shanhai was also a little curious. In the heirloom, a series of increases have been added to long countries such as good weather, good harvest, etc. Jiang Lu looked shocked. In this state, it was comparable to all the increases on hand. This sounds a bit like I hung it on the wall to bless you. Besides, why am I in the heirloom? Gu Shanhai thought this was too outrageous. It's okay. As long as it works. If you mind, I can provide it for you. Jian Lu also teased. No, I don't want to die young like this. Gu Shanhai refused without hesitation. To them, Gu Shanhai was already half-body buried in the ground. But to Gu Shanhai, this age and is compared with lifespan. It can no longer be described as youthful, but as just born. I actually have so many SSR cards and dozens of UR cards under my command. Jian Lu looked at his commander and became increasingly satisfied. Those UR-level military leaders were basically taught by Gu Shanhai, and they were all his own. This shows that Gu Shanhai is not only a family heirloom, but also a top-level soldier master maker. Even if he does not reach the highest level of UR level, those who serve under Gu Shanhai will be SSR-level soldier masters at the end. Relying on the card draw of Zhou Ding's command, there are not as many SSR-level and UR-level soldier leaders as him. However, it is not that the other party has accumulated nothing over the years. At least the number and quality of the middle and lower class military leaders far exceeds his own. After all, the high-level soldier master card may not be drawn. But how could the middle and lower level soldier master cards not be drawn? Oh, that's it? Gu Shanhai expressed disdain. You occupy more than 10 states in Daolong. If you don't even have this bit of background, you're a fool. Jian Lu's eyes twitched when he heard Gu Shanhai's disdain. He did not dare to say that most of these military leaders had such high quality because they graduated from Gu Shanhai's sect. If it really comes down to it, Gu Shanhai might take this opportunity to show off again. After Zhou Ding's death, Yinhua's military leaders and Taoist soldiers lost their corresponding increases and restrictions. As one goes, Yinhua will definitely lose. Jian Lu changed the topic. Restrictions are sometimes not a bad thing. Just like loyalty, which is a restrictive measure. However, because he is one of his own and not drawn from a card, he is not always in the ranks of die-hard loyalists. All officials in Yinhua use military leaders drawn from cards, and their loyalty is die-hard, which makes it very difficult for countries to infiltrate. Firstly, these military leaders cannot be bribed. And secondly, because you and they are not of the same origin, it is extremely difficult to rise. Basically, after outsiders join, there is no way to rise, and they are naturally excluded. Then do you have other effects, such as reducing damage? Gu Shanhai suddenly remembered Zhou Ding's peculiarity and asked. Well, within the sphere of influence, the damage is reduced by 90%, and within the main city, it is reduced by 99%. Jian Lu checked it and replied. Good guy. No wonder I couldn't beat him at first. Gu Shanhai finally understood. With a 99% reduction plus Zhou Ding's own strength of 100,000 Dao soldiers, he would have to at least use the world tree. Only the form will do. It is precisely because of this reduction that Gu Shanhai can't pull the Qingquan in his sleeve. After all, he only has 1% of the strength left. And the 5 elements escape is also unable to escape because of this. This ability can be called almighty. Even if Zhou Ding was the master of 1,000,000 level Taoist soldiers at that time, Gu Shanhai could not capture him. I also found Zhou Ding's 100,000 Taoist soldiers, which are called 4 or 2 Taoist soldiers. It's interesting. It is illuminated through national policies. It is possible to train Taoist soldiers without having to study the art of war. It is really counterintuitive. Sky. The names of these 4 Taoist soldiers sound weird, but they are good at moving 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. If I hadn't done it, the 100,000 in Zhou Ding's hands alone would be comparable to the millions of king-level Taoist soldiers. They should be a unique category of the dynasty hegemony system. Anyway, I have never heard of such a powerful type of Taoist soldiers. Jian Lu got another piece of good news, so he shared it with Gu Shanhai. Good guy. No wonder you can defeat my inner demon Taoist. The ability to defeat more with less is the rarest ability among Taoists. Gu Shanhai was also muttering in his heart. There is an insurmountable gap in the grade and quantity of Taoist soldiers. These 4 or 2 Taoist soldiers can actually break this norm. It is no wonder that Zhou Ding will choose this Taoist soldier as his own Taoist soldier. Controlling 100,000 to be able to compare to 1,000,000 and controlling 1,000,000 are 2 completely different concepts. It's just that this system seems a bit rigid. Obviously, I can train the Sun and Moon Taoist soldiers by myself, but it is not unlocked in the national policy. Zhou Ding is a system that succeeds and fails. Jiang Lu couldn't help but sigh. Gu Shanhai also realized at this time that most of Yinhua's productivity would not have been swallowed up by this system. After all, the dynasty hegemony system in the entire Yin kingdom was the most suspicious. So he reminded Jiang Lu aloud. After hearing this, Jiang Lu also found a corresponding explanation in the dynasty hegemony system. Teacher, you are right. But it is not just productivity. To be precise, it should be the national destiny. When promoting and implementing national policies, a part of the national destiny needs to be logically rationalized. In this way, the overall national policy can be implemented, and those who intend to obstruct and resist will be justified. I don't understand the specific principle. Jiang Lu bluntly said that this is a price of the national policy. But when the national policy is completely formed, the national destiny occupied will be returned. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he thought for a moment. It seemed that there was no big problem. But even if there was a problem, he couldn't tell. I see. This system should involve the aspect of cause and effect, luck, and even fate, and the like. The cost of such a system is not low. Gu Shanhai also saw from this item many clues have been revealed, and the gold content contained in the dynasty hegemony system is extremely high. If the cost fails, it will be a matter for the future. It can't be solved anyway, so it's better to use it now. Jiang Lu is also relatively indifferent to this. For him, it doesn't matter how noisy the system is in 100 years. People are dead. What to worry about? If it suits you now, then use it now. With the assistance of the dynasty hegemony system, Jiang Lu feels that he can unify the entire world within 10 years, instead of just regaining Dalong and rebuilding the world. Without the great enemy Yenhua, it was only a matter of time before Shigua and Zhouguo were destroyed. Chapter 300, Destroy Yin and Defeat Shi. During the 3 months of Jiang Lu Yujia's personal campaign, Yenhua was destroyed. But during this process, the resistance was particularly strong. Those diehards summoned by Zhou Ding not only refused to surrender, but also attacked crazily. It can only be said that they are indeed worthy of the word diehard. The solution is also very simple. Of course, kill them all. Otherwise, why would you keep it? After annexing Yin State, he was naturally ready to attack Shi State and Zhou State. Many aristocratic families in Shi Kingdom came over and expressed their desire to surrender. But Jiang Lu's attitude was ambiguous, and he basically held them back. For Jiang Lu, if he was ready to take action, he would not start immediately, but at least he would have to digest all the territory in Yenhua before proceeding. Otherwise, rebellion will easily arise. In particular, the public opinion in Yenhua was very conflicted with him. The reason was also very simple. They lived very comfortably under Zhou Ding. Because of the correction and assistance of the dynasty hegemony system, many problems were not a problem. Therefore, there are a lot of troubles in the local area. If these troubles are not solved, wouldn't it be a hindrance to the rebellion at the front and rear? Gu Shanhai and Jiang Lu returned to Liangzhou. After Jiang Lu destroyed Yin State, he was no longer worthy of his personal conquest when targeting Shi State and Zhou State. Thousands of Taoist soldiers were also dispersed to various places as a deterrent. After returning home, Jiang Lu continued to study the system while handling official duties. He found that Zhou Ding had not developed the power of this system at all. The other party will only rely on the system blindly instead of integrating it with reality. After the two are combined, greater benefits can be obtained, which makes Jiang Lu quite excited. Gu Shanhai didn't have much idea about this. The system wasn't always like this. If you were cheating and you were suppressed by the Sosu, then why would you cheat? Wouldn't it be better to just work hard honestly? Teacher, it's not good that we always think about the card system bug, Jiang Lu said with some embarrassment. Then don't get stuck. Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes. Jiang Lu said this, but his body was very honest. He did whatever Gu Shanhai asked him to do. Even though the system is indeed very complete, none of the opinions given by Gu Shanhai can be successful. Either they have a complete response method, or they are not effective at all. Okay, I won't test it today. Let's test it again tomorrow. Gu Shanhai felt that he had almost tested it. It was normal that he didn't find the bug. Only if he really found it would there be a problem. Okay, let's talk tomorrow. Jiang Lu was not very free. He also had to deal with official duties. Then he said, by the way, teacher, Su Bu is dead. Dead? Gu Shanhai looked a little confused. How could he die? Even if Luo Chuan, a reborn person, died, he would not die. You must know that the other parties, Dragon Tooth Art of War, is a bloodline cultivator. In Gu Shanhai's eyes, not to mention physical fitness, His lifespan is much longer than that of ordinary soldiers. Dead. Not long ago, civil strife in Zhou dynasty was confirmed. And now it has become one. Many of the resurgent aristocratic families intend to use this as a request to join us, and have put forward many conditions. When Jiang Lu said this, his expression showed disdain. He naturally knew the situation of Zhou Guoli's family. This group of second-hand scrapped cars still wanted to sell them for the price of new cars. And they also asked for this and that. It was just thinking. Too much. It's unlikely. The other party majored in Dragon Tooth Art of War. You should know how strong the dragon was back then. Gu Shanhai expressed doubts about this. It is said that most of the Imperial Mausoleum has been dug up, and everyone has seen the corpse. Jiang Lu also took out the information and said, he's really dead. Things are so unpredictable. What's the cause of death? Gu Shanhai didn't have much thought about this. Whether Su Bu was alive or dead would not affect the overall situation. Jiang Lu had thousands of Dao soldiers before, making Otaki extremely stable. Now that there is a dynasty hegemony system, even if the rebellion that swept the world comes again, Jiang Lu can easily quell it. The disease? The specific disease has not been revealed. It is said that there is something wrong with the Dragon Teeth Art of War. Su Bu seemed to be stepping into the realm of Deshang. Not only did he fail, but he failed and died of a bad disease. He didn't have a good piece of meat on his body when he died. Jiang Lu also told the information. It is said. Gu Shanhai felt a little embarrassed that there was no proof. But he nodded. It is also possible. It is normal to fail in cultivating this monster's method with one's own body. It is common sense that the practice of cultivating demons in the human body should fail. Not everyone is the protagonist. And one can easily practice successfully with a broken book or a technique with a very low success rate. Dragon Tooth Art of War is not a conventional art of war. After it has been spread for so long, only one Su Bu has reached this level. So anything is possible. In the future, you will spread this matter and use this empirical evidence to get rid of the Dragon Tooth Art of War. Su Bu's failure to practice it does not mean that others cannot practice it. This thing is always a disaster. Gu Shanhai also reminded. One sentence. He had to clearly define his position. As a vested beneficiary, he naturally wanted to maintain his rule. And Dragon Tooth Art of War was not conducive to his rule. So the best way was to cut it off. It's just that it's not easy. The main reason is that it spreads too widely. It's not just a family saying that. It's okay, as long as the family is wiped out. It should be so. Just want to deal with it. But it is also very difficult. Jiang Lu is not a person who doesn't understand anything. He must understand how difficult it is to deal with it. The more something is explicitly prohibited, the faster it spreads privately. Are you going to say that this thing can cause people to stop moving? Gu Shanhai thought for a moment. If you want to exterminate a species, you can say it is aphrodisiac. If you want to eliminate a certain trouble, you can also say it is not moving. As long as it involves this one thing, everyone will definitely take to heart. Listening to Gu Shanhai's unreliable words, Jiang Lu was speechless. If it could be solved so easily, why would there be so many troubles? Furthermore, those who can major in Dragon Tooth Art of War can definitely experiment on their own whether they can do it or not. After all, they are all qualified for actual combat. And they are not just craftsmen. They have all become military masters. So how could they be short of actual combat partners? You think it's unreliable? Then the fighting time is only 3 seconds? Gu Shanhai thought for a while and changed his explanation. Teacher, you are very reliable when it comes to unreliability. Jiang Lu said, who would believe this stuff? You don't care if he believes it or not. Whoever practices it will not be able to hold his head high after word spreads. You can't prove this. It's all big men. So you can't let people watch and prove it. Gu Shanhai made a point. Whether it is effective or not is one thing. If you throw dirt on this art of war first, as long as your reputation is ruined, even if you are a major, you will not dare to expose it. No one will believe you if you really dare to expose yourself. At first glance, it does seem unserious. But there are 3 unfilial piety. Not having an offspring is the most serious. Those who want to serve for them will also be shaken by this. After all, if your military commander is like this, then their Taoist soldiers will also have to do it. What will happen if there are no children in the future? The main theme is murder and heartbreaking. Another thing is that once such rumors spread, they immediately become representatives of the third rate. A normal person would definitely not choose this art of war that may not be used and has a bad reputation if there are better options. Over time, dust will naturally accumulate, and cleaning it will be much simpler. You can give it a try, but don't have high hopes. Jiang Lu also understood Gu Shanhai's thoughts. Instead of demonizing, it was better to stigmatize. Demonizing it can still mean that it has a certain power, but stigmatization directly makes it fall into the quagmire. The Zhou kingdom doesn't have anything to worry about. Let them make trouble on their own. It won't be too late to solve the problem when they are free. How is the situation in the Shi kingdom? Gu Shanhai asked again. The situation is clear. 5 states have been conquered. The opponent basically has no power to resist. However, under our pressure, the family and Luochuan entered into a deeper bond. It is obvious that they understand that only in Luochuan, only in this country can their aristocratic family have the same treatment as the rest of the world. Jiang Lu said with a smile. There were many Shigla aristocratic families who were ready to surrender before, but were held back by Jiang Lu. However, there were also smart people who saw at a glance that the aristocratic families were really going to join this new generation of Otaki. It's considered mild, but if it's more serious, even they themselves have to be involved. Therefore, in this case, they naturally gave their full support to Luochuan. They wanted wealth and fortune, and they also wanted life. So they had no choice but to make a desperate move. It's not like Luochuan has fattened him up. If it weren't for the 9th grade law, the Shi Kingdom's family wouldn't have expanded to this extent, Gu Shanhai said bluntly. However, Luochuan's power has now increased instead of decreasing. External pressure has forced the aristocratic family to stop fighting with Luochuan. Even the internal fighting between the aristocratic families has eased a lot, because if they continue to fight, they will only intensify death rather than any real benefit. As for running away, where can they escape? There are barbarians on the grassland. Even if they are maimed, the barbarians will not play any family games with you. They will only chop off your head and seize your property. Wife and daughter. Overseas is even less reliable. If it is okay in Yingwe and has corresponding technology. In Shigua, the technology is only a little better than Zhougua. They do not have the relevant shipbuilding technical support to go to sea at all. Under such environmental conditions, they were forced to burst out their potential. Wouldn't it be good for us to get fatter? When we attack Yongnan in Sili Prefecture, we will have to spit out everything we eat. Jiang Lu's tone was calm, but he revealed a chilling air. They have rebuilt the world, so there is no need to keep these aristocratic families. It is true that aristocratic families cannot be cut off, but Jiang Lu can choose a family that is beneficial to him. Wouldn't it be good to let his 3 sworn brothers, Zhang Yin, Li Yu and others become new aristocratic families that support him to consolidate his power? Why choose a group of young people who can backstab you at any time? That makes sense! Gu Shanhai also knew how wealthy the family was, and after some searching, Gu Shanhai was able to get a lot of resources. Dead? How could he be dead? Luochuan looked a little ferocious, his eyes full of anger. Not long ago, he had just sent an envoy to Zhou to sign an alliance agreement with Subu. But the result was good. The people of Subu died, while the envoy was still on the way back to Yongnan. How could he accept it? After the Yin kingdom was destroyed, he also saw the ferocity of Jiang Lu. The number of military leaders and Tao soldiers killed was shocking. Such cruel behavior made the hearts of the Shi kingdom fluctuate. Even though this time it was not Jiang Lu Yujia's personal expedition, Long Jun's behavior had already been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Otherwise, could this group of aristocratic families have attached themselves so decisively? It's all because they are also afraid. If they weren't afraid, they would have gone to Taki country by now. Bastard! Bastard! Luochuan continued to vent his anger. The ministers below were all silent and dared not speak. It wasn't until he vented his anger for half an hour that he calmed down. And then he said, "My dear, do you have any good strategies to defeat the enemy?" Luochuan spoke, but no one answered. A good strategy to defeat the enemy? If it really happened, Taki would not occupy the 5 states. Oh, actually there is. That is to surrender directly. But the aristocratic families are absolutely unwilling to carry Luochuan all the way forward. If Luochuan surrenders, he will most likely not die, but will only be imprisoned and unable to leave the mansion for the rest of his life, which is equivalent to being imprisoned. The aristocratic families no longer have this kind of treatment. After all, Luochuan obtained his position through abdication, and still has legitimacy. Therefore, using the name of returning power as a reason for surrender may lead to a lifelong title of an Legong. And he will also have no food and clothing. Worry. None of them? Luo Chuan looked gloomy. He could surrender, but he didn't want to surrender. At least he still had a chance. I have a plan. A soldier leader stood up and said, My dear, please tell me. Luo Chuan's expression did not improve. Who knew whether the other party's idea was a bad idea? We can go around to the north, then to Lenhai, away from the central plains. We can keep the people of the world safe, and then lie dormant for a while, waiting for a comeback. What the other party said was very nice. And the people of the world are making a comeback again. What the actual meaning is, let's run away. The route has been drawn for you. It's just that it's not easy to go to sea without a ship, Luo Chuan said a little excitedly. But he also understood that they did not have the corresponding ships to ensure that they went to sea. I have learned that many of Yenhua's remaining ministers have entered our country, and I can safely obtain their armored ships from them, the other party said again. Hearing the word iron armored ship, the minister's eyes also lit up. The Yenhua iron armored ship was indeed extraordinary. Although it was destroyed by Gu Shanhai before, there must be some left in the dock. As for being captured by the Long Kingdom, that's not it. It doesn't matter. Just spend money to buy it. As long as you hide your identity, you can completely run away when you get the armored ship. This is a good strategy for the sake of the people of the world. If it can be done, I will leave this matter to Aiching. Luo Chuan's face also improved a little. And someone finally made a constructive suggestion. Yes, Your Majesty. It's just that the wealth is not enough. We should wait. After the other party agreed, he opened the door again, which meant that since he was going to run away, he had to loot all the wealth and couldn't stay to benefit Taki country. Great! Luo Chuan must have agreed. Why did he stay with the enemy? Of course he took them all away. Chapter 301. Ministers from all over the world, coming from all directions. The Shi Kingdom was destroyed in a dramatic manner. No one could have imagined that their resistance would be due to an armored ship. Even Jiang Lu didn't expect that someone from Shigua would come over to buy the ship left by Yenhua. This kind of thing is simply too funny. As a result, he followed this line and noticed that Luo Chuan was planning to go to sea to avoid it. After that, he followed this line and directly destroyed Shigua. At that time, the entire Yong'an city was in chaos. All the aristocratic families had collected a large amount of gold, silver and jewelry, and were waiting to board the boat and leave together. And then, they were caught. Just kill them casually to gain the favor of the people, and then open a warehouse to stock up on food. At least you don't have to worry about reputation. After the Shi Kingdom was destroyed, the Zhou Kingdom, which had been in civil strife, was frightened and reached a consensus and surrendered directly. At this point, Jiang Lu became the real Emperor Long, the one who had real power and military power. The former Emperor Long who abdicated to Luo Chuan had contracted an illness and died a long time ago. It doesn't matter how he died. Anyway, as long as it's dead. Gu Shanhai also went to Su Bu's Imperial Mausoleum to take a look. But he did not investigate too deeply. The Imperial Mausoleum was indeed damaged, but it was also repaired. It seemed that it was done by a local family. Gu Shanhai also, if he didn't actually open the Imperial Mausoleum, he might be really dead. Afterwards, he naturally followed Jiang Lu back to Yong'an City. And after renovating it, he held a ceremony to worship his ancestors and declare to heaven. After that, it was 3 years of recuperation. During these 3 years, Jiang Lu continued to make up for the shortfalls over the years through the dynasty hegemony system. After fighting for so many years, it would be false to say that there were no shortcomings. The population has dropped to only about 1/10 of its original size, which is enough to show how fierce the fighting was. However, Jiang Lu did not intend to stop there. Instead, he continued to expand abroad after 3 years of cultivation through the system and government orders. The barbarians from all directions were wiped out, and Otaki's territory occupied the entire continent where they were located. With the maturity of scientific and armament technology, a new development model was implemented overseas. Gu Shanhai also made a lot of money, especially various technologies. As in Guogong, he could browse these technologies at will. In addition, through continuous development, his resources are accumulating more and more, allowing his various experiments to advance by leaps and bounds. There are 2 states of being short of money and not being short of money, and there are even a lot of people under your control who are trying to do it. The world changes a lot every day. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but sigh. Really? Teacher, have you never thought about enjoying yourself? It is said that there is a lot of fun overseas, and there are even some blonde and blue-eyed people. Jiang Lu, who was reviewing the memorial, raised his head and teased. I feel like I'm enjoying myself right now. What are you doing outside? Gu Shanhai is not the kind of person who likes to play. Getting stronger quietly is one of the few things he enjoys. There are blonde and blue-eyed band people overseas, and the other party's system is the same. But they call them knights, and their development is still very good. Unfortunately, they met people who were involved in a series of events such as time travelers, reborn people, and dragons. Otaki. If I were just a little bit weaker, I would be dead. So it was blown away immediately. You don't seem to be enjoying the blessings at all. Even the royal researchers are not as hard-working as you. Jianlu also advised Gu Shanhai not to do any research when he is old and live a few more years. That's not because they don't work hard. If they work hard, there's nothing they can't do if they work 12 hours a day, Gu Shanhai said confidently. Jianlu couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it for 12 hours. Because of the external extermination, the ordinary people in Otaki still live very comfortably. The contradictions are transferred to the outside world, and resources are taken in from the outside. It is even possible to earn income without working. However, this unhealthy trend is being gradually eliminated by Jianlu. Adjust it. What he needs is a vigorous and upward atmosphere, not an atmosphere that gradually becomes corrupt from the inside out. Sir, pour some tea. Jianlu glanced at the tea in Gu Shanhai's cup and shouted, and then said, You are too energetic. Please calm down. The Crown Prince Jiangming stood up quickly. Stop pouring it. If you drink any more, you'll get bloated. Gu Shanhai waved his hand to stop, and then said, Otherwise, like you will become sluggish in middle age. By the way, your system hasn't been updated yet? It's been several years. Right. Gu Shanhai changed the topic. Jianlu looked indifferent to this. Not yet. But it doesn't matter. As long as it works. It just won't draw cards. Other modules can be used. Gu Shanhai and Jianlu tried to figure out how to fix the bugs for nearly a year. But they didn't find any bugs. So they finally had to give up. Gu Shanhai was cursing a little because of this. This was the first time he had seen such a complete system. And it didn't even have a single bug. It was so abominable. By the way, teacher, have you figured out how to teach this thing? Jianlu asked. I don't know. If I had to wait for you to die and let Sheer give you a ride, you would probably be killed and dropped. But if you really say this, you, the old Jiang family, will become the ancestral father. The father. The son. The filial piety. Gu Shanhai joked. When Jianlu killed Zhou Ding, this system was directly transformed into brilliance. So it was certain that he would find another host after his death. However, Gu Shanhai didn't know how to choose the host. Anyway, he couldn't even detect what the system's body was. He couldn't grasp it in the form of the world tree back then. Let alone now. The tradition of a loving father and a filial son doesn't matter. I'm just afraid that there will be problems with this inheritance, Jianlu said without any taboos. While Jiangming did not dare to raise his head. He was really not easy to participate in this kind of thing. The issue of inheritance that Jianlu mentioned was naturally those who were short-lived, had no heirs, or were turned into puppets and killed conveniently. He had no way to guarantee that generations of wise kings or ministers would have the same intentions. Category. In 100 years of life, he has experienced everything he should have experienced. From being impoverished and being accepted as a disciple by Gu Shanhai to rising up, to now dominating the world. He has also seen a relatively open mind. Then I can't solve it. In our situation, I have to walk in front of you. There is no eternal dynasty in the world. Right. Gu Shanhai was just about to say some wise words. And then he thought of something that seemed to be wrong. Really? Teacher, you should be open-minded. Those ministers don't dare to say anything. Jianlu also sighed with emotion. Since the situation was achieved, everyone except Gu Shanhai has been respectful. There are also officials and censors who want to improve their reputation by impeaching Gu Shanhai for being impolite in front of the palace or disrespecting the emperor. As a result, they found that the civil and military officials in the court who were originally making a lot of noise became quiet and looked like you were going to die. Look! As a result, the reputation was lost. And so were the people, because they had gone to court. Jinui took these people to the prison, revealed all the dirty things under their butts, and arranged the beheadings for the next day overnight. This is just a gamble. Anyone with a discerning eye can see the power of Gu Shanhai. Not to mention that Jianlu, Emperor Long, is his true disciple. Those named disciples all hold high positions in the court. And at least, they are all dukes of the country. The prime minister and the other princes and princes also learn from Gu Shanhai. How many people will you offend at once? If you want to offend the emperor, the officials will at least protect you because you dare to directly admonish you. If you offend a group of people, everyone will watch you die. It's okay. These are just minor problems. If you have time, you can cultivate one yourself. Gu Shanhai said that he couldn't understand how someone could think of letting others go against them. It's too late. Besides, this is good. Jiang Lu also likes this court very much. There must be some friction. But the power of Otaki is concentrated in his hands. And there is a dynasty hegemony system. With assistance, you don't have to worry about doing anything stupid. By the way, a batch of special plants that you need, teacher, have recently been sent as tribute from overseas. Can you see the quality? Jiang Lu put down his pen for reviewing the memorial, meaning he could take a look and take a rest. Okay, let's take a look. Gu Shanhai didn't have any objections. The two stood up, and Jiang Ming followed. However, as soon as they took 2 steps, Jiang Lu scolded him. Why are you following me? Have you finished handling today's government affairs? Without. Then don't go back yet. It is obvious that Jiang Lu has begun to deliberately train Jiang Ming as the successor to the crown prince. He is generally very satisfied with this successor, but his temperament is a bit softer. No matter how soft he is, there will be no disputes in the future. He does not need to be the leader of the development of Otaki. Jiang and Lu will be able to unify the world in 5 to 10 years at most. By then, Jiang Ming only needs to be the leader of the defense. Otherwise, if someone comes who can beat and kill casually, it will be completely detrimental to the development of Otaki. After the reunification, there was more need to recuperate and recuperate. His cultivation in those years was just a last resort. Otherwise, with Jiang Lu's temperament, the era of great conquests would have started directly. You don't reprimand too much. Seer has done a good job. Gu Shanhai rarely spoke. He could also see that he was soft-tempered. But he was not so soft that he had no bottom line. Jiang Ming was that kind of person. It's soft yet strong. But it's just not obvious at ordinary times. Teacher, you just like to help them talk. Jiang Lu stopped talking when he saw Gu Shanhai come out to help them talk. That's not true. After fighting back then, no matter how soft-tempered you are, you still have to be a little tougher. Gu Shanhai said, how could the person who went out under him be such a waste? Let's go. Let's go see what plants are sent as tribute from overseas. Gu Shanhai shouted, and Jiang Ming looked at Jiang Lu cautiously. He didn't dare to go without approval. Since your master has spoken, let's go together, Jiang Lu said angrily. The 3 of them also left the royal study together. And then all manners of manners were put on display, without any need to move at all. I just don't understand. This thing moves slower than me, and you still want to sit on it. Gu Shanhai complained after getting into the jia. I can't help it. It's just trivial matters that require royal majesty. So I just let them go. Jiang Lu was not like Gu Shanhai. He was already used to sitting. It's just that he was born in the military, and his style is resolute. Sometimes he doesn't care about it when things are really urgent. This group of people are talking nonsense. Is this how the royal majesty works? If you put tens of thousands of Taoist soldiers out, even if they are squatting on the roadside and eating bread, they are showing the true nature of the royal family, not these fake things. Gu Shanhai did not hesitate. Said, Majesty is demonstrated by the edge of the sword, not by such messy things. When Luo Chuan was entrenched in Yong'an, the former Emperor Long also drove like this. Can this show the royal majesty? Still a puppet. In the prosperous age, there are still things that should be done. At least I can be a lot cleaner. Jiang Lu agreed very much with Gu Shanhai's words. But after becoming the emperor, he had no control over many things. And he was not even as free as Gu Shanhai. If Jiang Lu didn't follow the etiquette he should have, someone would impeach him from time to time. The main reason was that he couldn't refute this kind of impeachment. And he also thought about dealing with it directly through restructuring. However, he is thinking about using the national policy in the dynasty conflict system to make changes, and he is assisting from the side. The main reason is that if he takes the lead, there will be a lot of trouble. On the contrary, the dynasty hegemony system made the process smoother. It's just that it's not the right time to point out the corresponding national policy. His national policy points are limited. So naturally he must develop it first instead of wasting national policy points for such a trivial matter. Of course, if you want to point out the national policy, you need to prioritize a lot of prerequisites. If you only need a few national policy points, you can use them. But now that there is too much demand, naturally you can only give up first. In another 10 years, the world was unified, and Jiang and Lu held another ceremony to worship heaven and ancestors. The great events of the country are in the army and in the sacrifice. Gu Shanhai also imprinted the wonders of heaven and earth with ministers from all over the world and coming from all directions. This trip can be called the ultimate perfection. In another 10 years, this time the prince will supervise the country. And Jiang Lu is already 70. Teacher, have you been away for 10 years? Jiang Lu asked. It has been 10 years since Duke Ngwa passed away. The chamberlain on the side replied. If his life had not been shortened by 10 years, the teacher might have lived to be 100 years old. Jiang Lu also sighed with emotion, and then discovered that at some point, his dynasty hegemony system was suddenly updated. Jiang Lu also suddenly discovered that the name had also been changed to Dynasty Development System, and the 3 previously blocked characters in front of the original official version also appeared, which was called the official version of 5 Elements Sect. Then, he hurriedly opened the National Policy panel, and a large number of new national policies appeared. The one that attracted his attention most was the Independent National Policy section at the top, which was called Establishing Diplomatic Relations. More importantly, these sections did not require national policy points to be clicked at all. Bright, but have already been activated. Establishing Diplomatic Relations, Iron-Blooded Utopia. Establishing Diplomatic Relations, the sun never sets on the dynasty. Establishing Diplomatic Relations, Dashu Empire. Establishing Diplomatic Relations, Mahayana Zuanzhenjiu. And he only needs to click on it to communicate with these forces, and even contact each other. Teacher, you really left me a great gift, Jiang Lu murmured in a low voice. He had never forgotten that Gu Shanhai said that he was the head of the 5 Elements Sect, and he was a disciple of the 5 Elements Sect. Chapter 302 High-Level World Adventure King World. I feel like it's about to crack. Gu Shanhai touched the skin on his face, which was in a state of constant cracking and healing. Now he is already in the Tianjing stage. He successfully refined his spiritual veins in the previous world and broke through to the Tianjing stage through the wonders of unifying the world. Under normal circumstances, it takes great perseverance to refine the wonders of heaven and earth, and you need to fight against them, and gradually accommodate them during this tugging process. But Gu Shanhai, the unifying wonder of heaven and earth, is different. It is said that he imprinted it. It's better to say it was sent by Jiang Lu. Therefore, when it is taken into the body, this thing not only does not resist at all, but also integrates very well. It belongs to one's own family, rather than being stolen from the Xuanzhen world. The wonders of heaven and earth do not need to be refined, but they require more time. Gu Shanhai looked at the Wushuang Temple and Longevity Mountain in his body. With the blessing of the wonders of heaven and earth, they continue to expand and increase. Their physical body, mana, and soul, it is constantly being strengthened and promoted under the wonders of heaven and earth. As for his breakthrough magical power in the Tianjing period, it is naturally the Ziwei Do Shu from the same series as Ji Min Dun Jia, Tai Shen Shu, and Shu Shi Lu Ren. It is an all-round comprehensive magical power. When the wonders of heaven and earth are expanded and transformed, they can become interior scenes. When the soul leaves the body, it can drive this wonder. Now, spiritual consciousness has become stronger, at least in terms of accuracy. It is far better than any scientific research equipment in my hand. Gu Shanhai's improvement was not really based on the system of cultivating immortals, but on his own entire system. At present, it will take at least 10 years for the wonders of heaven and earth to be transformed into interior scenes. Gu Shanhai estimated the time. If the normal wonders of heaven and earth want to become an interior scene, it will take at least 1,000 years. The reason why he is so fast is because the wonders of heaven and earth, which unite heaven and earth, are cooperating with his transformation. It's like one is fighting hard, and the other is taking the initiative to help. So the efficiency is naturally much worse. So the soul of heaven and earth must be prepared. Should we go back to Xuanzhen realm to get a copy? Gu Shanhai thought about this matter. As for the soul of heaven and earth, Gu Shanhai can go to other worlds to get it. But he has to see if there is a suitable world. His eyes kept wandering among the large number of high-level worlds presented in the first era, rather than returning to the Xuanzhen world. He was more inclined to go to other worlds. The reason is very simple. Things like the soul of heaven and earth are no longer as simple as spiritual veins. They are really related to the world itself. So naturally they must be strictly guarded. Even if they can be found, the quality will not be very high. The soul of heaven and earth that Gu Shanhai wanted could only be slightly inferior, even if it was not as high as the wonder of heaven and earth that unified the world in his hands. If the wonders of heaven and earth create the intensity of the interior scenes, then the quality of the soul of heaven and earth determines the intensity of the exterior scenes. In the cave soul stage, the Xifu's spiritual veins can be released in conjunction with the wonderful scenery to form a substantial existence. In addition to being both offensive and defensive, it can also provide a training ground. It is equivalent to Gu Shanhai carrying a huge mountain. If nothing else, it is very useful if it is used to hit people. The intensity of the outdoor scenery released is itself constructed from the soul of heaven and earth. In other words, the better the soul of heaven and earth, the higher the potential and intensity. Well, there are also my physical problems. I can barely handle it at this stage. Gu Shanhai sighed while browsing the high-level world. From time to time, there would be a large number of plant roots, branches and leaves, vines, fruits, and the like coming from him. Grew out of his body. He is constantly wandering in an indescribable direction. He is obviously cultivating immortality. But the body he cultivates as an immortal is stolen from the world. The analogy is the process of becoming a world. Immortal cultivators in the Xuanzhen world naturally do not have this problem, because they only cultivate immortality. And Gu Shanhai does not only cultivate immortality. There was no explosion this time, which must be attributed to the wonders of the unification of the world. Because there was no resistance and the integration was smooth, it naturally did not stimulate his qualitative change. That's right. In Gu Shanhai's eyes this is not a weakening, but a strengthening. However, if you delay it for a while, it will not last forever. The sky scene stage may not change, but the cave soul stage will definitely complete the transformation. The later the transformation is, the more complete Gu Shanhai's preparations will be, and the better the effect will be after transformation. So the soul of heaven and earth also needs to be of sufficient quality. Huh? Is this world coming out now? That's right. The time is about the same. Gu Shanhai's beating eyes also stopped. He saw a high-level world called Adventure King World, and he quickly found the corresponding memory in his mind. This world is similar to the Brave World, the mid-level area that Gu Shanhai went to before. They are all about fighting monsters and upgrading. However, the difference is that the Brave World only has unlucky braves, while the Adventure King World is closer to everyone fighting monsters and upgrading. In this world, there are special measures such as towers and dungeons, through which adventurers can obtain God's gifts and have semi-digital power, and can kill monsters in towers or dungeons, improve your strength and obtain various equipment, props, etc. It is the world closest to the players of the first era. If there is any difference between the two, it is that players can be resurrected if they die, but the natives of the Adventure King World cannot be resurrected if they die. The gods should be able to extract the best souls of heaven and earth. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes. The strange phenomena in this world are naturally not innate, but created by fallen gods. Of course, judging from his memory, these gods were dead. They were the only ones who died. But they became saints and walked in the world, forming adventure groups and constantly attacking. Gu Shanhai didn't know what the purpose was. You may have known it in your previous life. But even if you knew it, it would be meaningless. Because even if tens of thousands of years pass, there is still no problem in this world. Which means that the gods have not succeeded at all. And there is no need to worry at this stage. This world is a rare popular world, Gu Shanhai thought. The reason why this world is popular is because it produces everything, whether it is Eastern or Western professions, equipment, skills, or even props, servants, etc., etc. Plus there are many monsters and many tasks, which makes many players flock to it. Gu Shanhai also entered it several times in his previous life. After catching some things, he continued to cultivate immortality. The main reason was that at that time, no one saw the details of this world, and it was just used as a transition. There are quite a few artifacts, but you need to reach the first pass to get them. If you have the chance, you can pick one up and study it. If the saints in the Adventure King World were still gods, Gu Shanhai would be afraid of them. But falling from the throne of gods and becoming saints, even if they have the corresponding power, is really nothing to Gu Shanhai. He had just come back from a world with an energy level as high as 3000. The most energy level of Adventurer King's world was around level 1000. And this level 1000 was Gu Shanhai's estimate based on gods. If there were no gods, there would only be saints. In the era of beginners, this level is falsely high, and it is only level 300 at most. The highest level of the players in the first tier should be around level 200. Gu Shanhai estimated the world and compared it, and found that the highest level was indeed almost at level 200. However, there are very few players who can reach level 200. It would be good to have 1,800 players, and the entire player base currently has around 30 billion players. There will always be only a small group of people standing at the top of the pyramid. As for Gu Shanhai, he is currently around level 1500. So as long as there is no superstandard existence or any hidden world clues, it is basically not a problem. For example, in the era of high demons in the Sun Never Sets dynasty, and the existence of the old king, etc., if he didn't act cunningly, the highest level of a group of people would not exceed level 30. Another example is the Dashu dynasty, which did not use the martial arts True Immortal. Then it's a world where martial arts are a bit reluctant. The Adventure King world is similar. If you don't touch the secrets of the gods, there will be nothing in the level 300 worldview that can threaten Gu Shanhai. But if it really involves these secrets, Gu Shanhai will naturally be guaranteed to be at level 1000. And it is possible to continue to rise. The world is not static. Just like the current iron-blooded utopia. At the beginning, it was just an ordinary supernatural world. The current energy level is probably around 500. You can go there, but you have to prepare a lot. Gu Shanhai thought for a moment. The main theme of Adventure King World is adventure, which does not fit with his style. He doesn't like recklessness very much. The gods must not be touched, but the remains of the gods can be. Gu Shanhai was not stupid. He had nothing to do with causing trouble for himself. On the contrary, dead things like the remains of gods were easy to deal with. Besides, in the Adventure King world, the gods have all fallen and cannot be found unless they are resurrected. So we can only start with the remains of the gods. But who is the protagonist of that world? Gu Shanhai searched his memory, but found no information about the protagonist. And then he forgot about it. It is normal to have no relevant information. It is impossible for Gu Shanhai to really bring back so many memories. It is already good that he can save some relevant settings of the Adventure King world. It is impossible to predict the direction of this life in his past life. When you enter this world, prepare more consumables and standard equipment to exchange for players. The Adventure King world has been open for some time. So not only players have settled in, but there must be a large number of player forces. So Gu Shanhai wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. In fact, for Gu Shanhai, he doesn't like to go to high-level worlds with many players, mainly because most of the players are from the chaotic camp. Even if they are chaotic and good, it will bring unnecessary variables. Some powerful calculators like variables as lubricants. But Gu Shanhai is different. He would rather be more rigid and ensure the completion of the plan. Therefore, he can naturally avoid contact with players and not have contact with players. Unless it's really a collision this time. Speaking of which, this is my first time entering this high-end world, which is quite popular. When the high-end world was just opened, the first iron-blooded utopia world that I entered was considered a small hit, but the popularity was not very high. So there were few people who came into contact with it. In this Adventure King world, there are at least 1 million players, and the data will continue to increase. Because of its high comprehensiveness, it can easily become a source of resources for players. However, the current strength of players is not enough to monopolize the entire Adventure King world. Some powerful saints can even form an entire city to serve as a logistics organization for customs clearance. Therefore, 1 million players are actually not that many people in the entire Adventure King world. Not to mention that these million players are not from the same organization. And they will be even less conspicuous after being dispersed. There should be something in the Adventure King world that allows Xiaobai to continue to grow. Gu Shanhai glanced at the huge giant deer Xiaobai. Its strength had stagnated for a long time. The main reason is that there was nothing that could cultivate Xiaobai in the Taoist world before. Even mounts and battle beasts were only derivatives of Taoist soldiers, not real beast masters. Yo Xiaobai said that the horses were in such a miserable condition that they were about to be eliminated and would have to live in the zoo from now on. With the birth of armament technology, mounts and war beasts have also been gradually eliminated. People can directly drive tanks and fly. Not only is it stronger than war horses, but it can also obtain corresponding increases. Although the cost is high, There is no need to worry about the wear and tear of war horses. Isn't it nice to live in a zoo? At least you don't have to worry about being shot to death by stray arrows or becoming a meal because there is no food. Gu Shanhai responded. Compared with fate, many things are negotiable. Of course, if you say that the price of freedom is higher, Gu Shanhai will not refute it and will only respect your choice. Yo! Xiaobai said that what you said seemed to make sense, and then said that he also wanted to live in the zoo. Gu Shanhai had a black streak on his head. He was thinking about fishing at such a young age. No zoo is willing to accept a deer that is lazy, greedy, and likes to butt people. Gu Shanhai directly started PUA on Xiaobai, since it was a deer anyway. Huh? Xiaobai said. Is it true? It doesn't believe it. Xiaobai felt that he was a deer, but he was not a brainless deer. Over the years, he had learned a lot about the ways of the world, so he did not accept Gu Shanhai's PUA at all. Go! 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 If you do this again, I'll let you move the bricks, Gu Shanhai said in a very bad way. How could he not believe this? As a righteous knight, how could he lie to others? Hey, Xiaobai expressed serious dissatisfaction with this, but he did not continue to disturb Gu Shanhai. 3 days passed in a flash. Gu Shanhai successfully produced a batch of goods, waiting to be bartered for something, and then entered the world of Adventure King. High-level world, Adventure King world. Task, clear an adventure land. Damn it! Why does the back of my head hurt again? It wasn't as strong as it was in the last world. Why is it coming back to me now? Chapter 303, The Legacy of the Gods. The Saint Walks. An unknown small town. Gu Shanhai looked at this mixed world and didn't have many thoughts. Instead, he was constantly adjusting the parameters of his own legal domain and the Qing Emperor Sutra of Immortality to be compatible with this strange world. In this world, energy is referred to as divine power. The original name is naturally the power of gods. After the death of gods, the divine power escapes and forms monsters. The remains of gods become adventure places, such as towers and underground cities. And the Aborigines, they become stronger by killing the evil monsters born in the adventure land, and using the blessings of gods to absorb the divine power released when the monsters die. Of course, not all of these divine powers will be absorbed. Some will be condensed into equipment, props, or resonate with blessings to become skills and the like. Gu Shanhai obtained these data through prophecy and divination. He discovered an interesting thing. That is, the database of this world is very complete. And more importantly, the consumption is extremely low. It's just that the information is a bit outdated. It may be the legacy of the gods that were originally related to the prophecy. Later, the gods fell and became saints, so they could no longer interfere. It's just that this mission is a bit difficult. Gu Shanhai looked at his main mission. At first glance, it was just called Clearance Adventure Land. But in fact, he learned that if you want to clear an adventure place, basically only those large adventure groups can do it. Moreover, there are very few adventure places that have been cleared in history, and most of them are just used as a way to become stronger. A way. But correspondingly, the rewards after clearing the adventure land are also extremely rich, and can create a LV10 adventurer. Of course, adventurers have levels, but the levels are not exaggerated to level 100, level 1000, etc. The apex is level LV10. This level is of course not the level division of the first era, but the level division of this world. It's just that there are actually 2 levels above LV10, which are saints and gods, but these 2 levels are not reachable by adventurers. At least according to records. No one has broken through LV10. If Gu Shanhai's prediction is correct, the saint should be at level 300. And if LV10 is full, it should be around level 299. As for the gods, they are guaranteed to be at level 1000. The large span is normal because the gods have disappeared. You have to obtain the identity of an adventurer first. Gu Shanhai thought for a moment. If you want to become an adventurer, you must obtain blessings from the gods. And the origin of blessings from the gods is also very simple. Just go to the adventure place and kill a monster. However, even the weakest monster has extraordinary strength. Therefore, although becoming an adventurer is the general trend in the world of Adventure King, not everyone will try their best. The success rate is only about 1%, which is equivalent to 100 people. Only one person can become an adventurer. In fact, it doesn't mean that only by killing monsters can you obtain the gods' gifts. There is another way. That is to give an ordinary person a job transfer certificate. Adventurers have professions. except for some insignificant people who can obtain God-given professions when they become adventurers. Most adventurers who want a profession must kill elite monsters and lord monsters above ordinary monsters. The job transfer certificate can be dropped. So except for the second generation of the big forces, no one can afford this method. Using a job transfer certificate to become an adventurer is an extremely extravagant and wasteful act. Because becoming an adventurer will not obtain a career. Even if you are a genius, you will still be able to obtain the most powerful and suitable God-given career. If you disappear, you need to obtain your job transfer certificate again to take up the job. Therefore, this kind of behavior will only be used by those second generations with poor talents. The real heirs, legitimate sons, etc. will become adventurers by fighting monsters. As for Gu Shanhai, he planned to take a look first. It would be best if he could get a job transfer certificate to study the principles. Judging from the fact that you can become an adventurer through a job transfer certificate, this job transfer certificate should also be composed of divine power. It's just that gold coins are a little hard to find. Gu Shanhai muttered quietly. The gold coins in this world are not regular gold, but divine gold coins exploded from monsters. Among adventurers, only divine gold coins are the currency in circulation. And the ordinary currencies below are circulated among ordinary people. Divine gold coins are not just currency. They can also be used to enhance the strength of adventurers, such as improving skills, strengthening equipment, and a series of other things. If you want to buy a job transfer certificate, they don't accept ordinary currency, only divine gold coins. Even the most basic job transfer certificates for the 3 professions of war mage and priest require 1,000 divine gold coins. Fortunately, this is not a big deal for adventurers. A level 0 monster will drop 3 to 5 gold coins. That's right. The levels of adventurers and monsters do not start at LV1, but rather rarely start at LV0. This type of people are called novice adventurers and novice monsters. Adventurers at level 1 will not fight monsters at level 0 because if the level is too high, the benefits will be reduced. Forget it. No one knows me anyway. Gu Shanhai looked at the people around him and felt that he should not follow the rules. He would let go of his identity as a righteous knight for the time being, and temporarily use his identity as an evil player. When he has no money and can't buy it, but wants it, he can only pay a price. As for who pays the price, Gu Shanhai doesn't care at all. As long as he doesn't pay, it's fine. As long as he wasn't caught. Who knew it would be him? A righteous knight. Who did it? It's just that this town is too small. We need to find a bigger city. Gu Shanhai glanced at the adventurer industry around him. The job transfer certificates sold here were all of the lowest quality, such as warriors. Occupations such as mages, priests, and archers have very limited strength. The skills acquired by this type of profession are very limited, including basic skills such as warrior's charge or shield attack, and mage's water arrow or fireball. And what's even more ridiculous is that you can only get one randomly. For example, if the priest gets a healing skill, it's okay. At least someone is willing to bring it. But if you get the healing mastery at the beginning, it's over. Because this is a passive skill of healing. And the two work together. They are very powerful together. But they only have a single healing proficiency, which basically declares the end of their adventure career. Unless an adventure group is willing to take him to level up, and then take a gamble to obtain healing skills. But in this case, it is very likely that you will have to work for the adventure group for the rest of your life. After all, the adventure group is not a charity. Of course, if you are the second generation of a big force, you don't have to worry about this. After buying a map in the prop shop and determining his location, Gu Shanhai quickly located the big city he wanted to go to. Holy White City. The big cities in this world are all named after colors. As for Holy White City, it is a big city built by holy saints. It can also be ranked among the top 10 cities among many saints. It is actually impossible to verify which god the predecessor of the holy saint was. Firstly, the time is too long. And secondly, the saints deliberately conceal their divine origins. When he thought of this, Gu Shanhai's mind suddenly twitched. Could his identity be enough to become a saint? It doesn't seem impossible. As soon as the idea came out, he couldn't hold it back. The main reason is that being a saint is just an identity, and is not a real saint. The other thing is that if he becomes a saint, will he have a previous life as a god? In this way, he ran directly over to inherit the remains of the god that had been tampered with in his previous life. Maybe the extracted soul of heaven and earth would be more suitable for him. Then, He took out a page from the history book and made decisive changes. Don't tell me. It's really doable. But it's a bit stressful. Don't panic if you encounter this situation. It's just a matter of spending some money. Lifespan. Give me Krypton. Gu Shenhai noticed that his lifespan was constantly passing by. In this short period of time, his 30,000-year lifespan was consumed. And finally it gradually subsided. At this time, the traces on this page of the history book are gradually changing. The money has been paid, and the identity words are still being generated. It will take a certain amount of time to be completely solidified. After all, this identity involves a lot. And it cannot be said to be generated immediately. Only after you have achieved your destiny can you be qualified to access this identity. If you don't achieve your destiny, you won't even be able to reach the threshold. It is expected to take about 5 months. But Bilua's previous life took 1 year. This is still the result of wasting one's life. If you don't work hard, even if you can obtain the status of a saint, it will take at least 100 years. And it took Bilua 1,000 years to perfect it in her previous life. The main reason is that the identity of the saint comes with the identity of a fallen god in his past life. It is precisely because of this binding that the Bilua in his past life and the blessings in this life can save a lot of trouble. 5 months is not a long time. At least in the short term. I am unlikely to become an adventurer. Before Gu Shenhai had studied the mechanism of adventures clearly, he would definitely not accept the so-called gift from the gods rashly. Even if he wanted to accept it, he would have to use his status as a saint to bind the gods. After all, if the binding is successful, it is basically Gu Shenhai's possession. Sooner or later, he will eat it. It is the one with the least trouble in the future. Of course, if you find something wrong with an adventurer, it's normal not to become an adventurer. He doesn't really come here to become an adventurer. Sir, I just saw you buying a map. I think you are preparing to become an adventurer. Gu Shenhai was about to leave when a skinny middle-aged man jumped out and stopped Gu Shenhai. Gu Shenhai frowned and then said, Yes, you want to team up with me? Of course not. Sir, do you need power training service? If you place an order now, there will be a discount. The middle-aged man said quickly. Discount? What kind of discount method? Gu Shenhai was also a little curious. It is normal for power leveling to appear in this type of world. You only need to sign a divine contract with the Ghost Wolf Adventure Group. 50% of all gains before you reach LV5 will belong to the Ghost Wolf Adventure Group. Then the Ghost Wolf Adventure Group will arrange adventurers to help you kill monsters. This, the middle-aged man said, striking while the iron is hot. Dot! Hearing this, Gu Shenhai felt numb. He didn't expect it to be this kind of power training. I thought it was a one-time settlement. But I didn't expect that these people were more ruthless and wanted people to work for the rest of their lives. Most low-level adventurers may not be able to reach LV5 until they die. If they really can reach LV5, they are still one-sided characters. So why give them half the points? I'm afraid not all of them were destroyed. But if you really want to divide it in half, even if you can reach LV5 originally, you will be unable to reach it due to this blood-sucking. The discount is very strong. But I think I can do it myself. So I might as well save this money. Gu Shenhai said jokingly. The divine contract is not an ordinary contract, but a special function. After signing the contract, it will be restricted by the gods' gifts, and violation will be extremely severe punishment. As for the so-called Ghost Wolf Adventure Group, they are just a group of low-level adventure groups in this small town, specially used to deceive people. Any adventure group with a normal mind would not sign a divine contract like this, because this thing is not a complete guarantee. There are many props that can be cleaned, and there are also many professions and skills that can be exempted to a certain extent after paying a price. So I'm just trying to deceive those people who have no brains. If I really want to become an adventurer, I'm afraid I'll have to be thrown into an adventurous place to fight monsters constantly. And then as a goldsmith, it doesn't matter if I die, since they didn't contribute the capital anyway. Whatever you get is a profit. Hearing this, a gloomy look flashed across the middle-aged man's expression. But he also showed a forced smile. If you feel that this share is not appropriate, 30% is fine. I will give you the biggest discount. Having said that, if they really go to the base of the Stygian Wolf Adventure Group, then it is not up to them to decide how much to sign. No. No. You go find someone else. Gu Shenhai refused directly. He was not a fool. Gu Shenhai also noticed that the other party was so attentive, judging from the scars on the other party's body that were covered by clothes. It was likely that he would be beaten if he failed to complete his performance. This person is also an adventurer. Level LV0. But his strength is too weak. Because he has never fought monsters. He is almost the same as ordinary people. Don't even think that after becoming an adventurer, you will be extraordinary and have power far beyond ordinary people. Becoming an adventurer is just the beginning, not the end. If you want to become stronger, you have to constantly fight monsters. Upgrade and pass adventure lands. Humph! I'm giving you face? I'm an adventurer. And I'm kindly helping you. But you don't know what's good and what's wrong. The middle-aged man saw how soft he was. So he was ready to be tough. It was very easy for him to choose Gu Shanhai. Because he was a foreigner, and he knew almost everyone in his town. Suddenly, a stranger named Gu Shanhai appeared and bought a map. He was obviously passing by. This didn't trick him. Who? Yeah. So what? Gu Shanhai said it didn't matter. The middle-aged man clenched his fists. But in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. The main reason was that Gu Shanhai looked a bit strong. He hadn't made an order for a long time. When he was beaten, he was hungry and full. He might not have much strength at all. Instead, he will be beaten by the opponent. You just wait for me. If you offend our Stygian Wolf Adventure Group, you will feel better. The other party said his cruel words very seriously and ran away. Gu Shanhai casually made a fortune. And then he felt happy. This is an unexpected blessing. My luck has taken effect? Could this be any chance? Chapter 304. Why don't I just pick up something from you? Blood Moon Werewolf is more about blood. Right. Gu Shanhai sat on Xiao Bai's back, fiddling with a job transfer certificate in his hand. This thing was the job transfer certificate he had picked up from the safe in the Stygian Wolf Adventure Group's residence. As he analyzed it, he gradually discovered the extraordinary features of this profession. This world does not have species such as elves and dwarves. But there are professions such as elf archers and dwarf heavy-armored warriors. Such professions contain the dual factors of bloodline and profession. Just like this Blood Moon Werewolf. It is not a whole, but 3 parts at a higher level. It consists of 3 parts, blood, moon and werewolf. The blood part is more like a mutant berserker, and the moon part is more like a mutant berserker. It's unclear at the moment, but it's certain that it's some kind of amplifying profession. And being a werewolf is a bloodline tendency. As for where Gu Shanhai's berserker job transfer certificate came from, of course it was sponsored by a powerful adventure group in Holy White City. That is to say, the more advanced the occupation, the more complex and complete the components. The highest quality job transfer certificate in his hand is the Blood Moon Werewolf, and its strength is almost close to that of the god's familiar profession. God-love professions are professions similar to God's given professions and are in the strongest echelon. God-given professions can only be obtained when you become an adventurer. But God-given professions are different. They can only be dropped from the original Lord of the Adventure Land. The original Lord is one of the guardian bosses at the end of the level. Yes, there are more than one level of boss in the Adventure Land. And there are many of them. It seems that the Ghost Wolf Adventure Group planned to upgrade the Blood Moon Werewolf profession to a God-affiliated profession. But unfortunately the success fell short. This Blood Moon Werewolf is an advanced profession, 1 level higher than basic professions such as War Mage, Priest, and can only be dropped from Lord Monsters. Of course, Elf Archers, Dwarf Heavy Armor Warriors, etc. are also advanced professions. Therefore, as long as you advance to 1 level, you will indeed be able to reach the strength of the Divine Family profession. As for why he failed, it was of course because he took away the job transfer certificate. Gu Shanhai, a member of the God's Family profession, also has one. He got it from a certain powerful adventure group when they jointly funded it. The name is Holy Singer, and his profession is probably a combination of a priest and a bard. He is a pure auxiliary, although he is extremely poor in survival and attack. His powerful buffing ability is also a profession sought after by many adventure groups. There is no such thing as just being a support person, so you will be looked down upon and ignored. Instead, you will be well protected and treated like a big daddy. This Holy Singer should be a special profession of Holy White City, which is not available in other saint cities. Gu Shanhai has also studied it, and this thing is indeed outrageous. The amplification ability alone is no less than the Halo Master that he used perfunctorily. The profession of Halo Master really exists. In terms of Halo, it can really beat the Holy Singer by 10 steps. However, the problem is that the Holy Singer has more than one auxiliary ability. and the Halo Master can crush it only by specializing in Halo, suppressing the opponent. After all this back and forth, the two sides are actually not much different. The foundation of the god's profession is formed from the remains of gods, so it has such strength. Then why is the god-given profession? Basic professions and advanced professions are formed by the condensation of divine power. This is true. The strength of divine professions lies in their materials. So why are god-given professions? It is impossible to say that just because you are talented, you can smooth out the differences in materials. Gu Shenhai prefers that the birth of the god-given profession is due to the physical problems of the adventurers themselves. However, regardless of whether they are God's given professions or God's favored professions, the number of such adventurers is extremely rare. It is like the Holy White City has lost a number of holy singers, and now the entire city is about to be turned upside down. All the adventurers were scrutinized, causing a stir. Even the Holy Saint personally went to trace the situation, but unfortunately nothing was found. Gu Shenhai is relatively stable. After all, they are looking for adventurers and not ordinary people. Because of the gift from the gods, every adventurer will have a grade on his head to classify the difference between ordinary people and adventurers. It is normal not to cause trouble to ordinary people. How can ordinary people steal the job transfer certificate of the Holy Singer from the safe of a powerful force? Only adventurers and players can do this. In this way, even though Gu Shenhai was riding a white deer that looked like a giant beast, no one thought that it was Gu Shenhai who stole it. Even if he came forward and said it, others would probably only take him to ask who instructed you to come out. Take the blame instead of asking how you stole it. It is also normal for the white deer to take the lead. If the parents are animal trainers, summoners, etc., they can leave the beasts and summons to their children for protection. However, this situation generally means the death of the parents, and this type of the strength of the beast masters and summons will be greatly reduced after losing the adventurer. After all, this type of profession will have the ability to increase the ability to control beasts and summon objects. Fortunately, I was more cautious and didn't immediately become an adventurer. Otherwise, I would be in trouble now. Gu Shenhai was quite lucky and didn't get carried away. On the one hand, it refers to the troubles after picking up the job transfer certificate. And on the other hand, adventurers can be regarded as alternative believers of gods. The reason why they are different is because adventurers have a special identity between believers and blasphemers, occupying both. The existence of adventurers forms faith through the gods' gifts and maintains the adventure land. It is precisely because of this that various resources are continuously produced, in addition to the gods' remains themselves. The reason for maintenance is naturally faith. The blasphemers are also normal. The power they possess is obtained by embezzling the fallen gods. But as long as these gods are not resurrected, it won't be a big problem. After they are resurrected, they will definitely be very deadly. If someone cuts off your flesh and eats it, and also divides your power, it will not kill them. If it were Gu Shenhai, he would not be merciful at all. Anyway, an adventurer is a reconciled body of contradictions. Gu Shenhai can even foresee how many secrets are hidden in this world. So what he has to do is of course not to dig out these secrets, but to find an opportunity to get the soul of heaven and earth and then run away. Why would he be involved in something so dangerous at first glance? This kind of thing must be left to the protagonist, not to a bastard like him. As for collecting the remains of gods, as long as it's not the world of karma and luck, he can take it. If you have the ability, come and beat him. Of course, if you really want to hit him, fight back if you can beat him. If you can't beat him, run away. You can't stay and fight the opponent stupidly. So, let's run away now. Gu Shenhai looked at Shumbai City, which was under martial law. He planned to leave first. When I arrived at the city gate, I found that the city was already closed. Brother, let me ask, when will the city open? Gu Shenhai asked. The adventurers guarding the city did not see Gu Shenhai, mainly because Xiaobai's horns were too big and blocked Gu Shenhai's figure. I don't know. I'll wait for notification. The other party said a 6-character mantra, perfectly throwing the blame away. Then what should we do if we come to the countryside and have no place to live? Gu Shenhai asked again. It is true that Holy White City is a big city, but there are also a large number of villages and towns around it. Otherwise, Holy White City alone cannot meet its own huge needs. There is no place for farming in the city. So where can the food come from? The food, vegetables and fruits are all supplied from surrounding villages and towns. Adventurers also have to eat, drink and defecate. Even an adventurer at level 10 unless they are in a special profession. Basically cannot get rid of it. According to Gu Shenhai's research, only some adventurers can actually become immortal species. For example, the elf archers mentioned before have the bloodline tendency of the immortal species of the elves, so their lifespan will increase. But there will also be corresponding problems. Some racial characteristics changes. I don't know. Ask the people in the Huiyao Adventure Group yourself. The other party was a little impatient. This Huiyao Adventure Group is the one whose job transfer certificate was picked up by Gu Shenhai. It is a frontline adventure group in the Holy White City. It is also one of the adventure groups under the command of the Holy Saint. It is a well-established and powerful force. Otherwise, how could the Holy Saint come in person to help investigate? Gu Shenhai could only leave in anger. It seemed that he would have to stay in the Holy White City for a while. After Xiaobai turned around and left, the adventurer guarding the city saw Gu Shenhai. Seeing that he had no rank on his head, he didn't take it seriously. Since he was not an adventurer, it proved that he was really just a countryman. And the fact that a middle-aged man has not yet become an adventurer means that the other party is not a suspicious person at all. After returning, he could only rent a house to live in first. He wanted to stay in a hotel, but Xiaobai's body was too big and it was inconvenient. What a big deer! After Gu Shenhai tidied up, he heard a child sigh coming from the yard. I glanced at a little boy next door who was lying on the wall looking at Xiaobai in surprise. He had a LV0 mark on his head, and he was obviously an adventurer. Master, come down quickly, an old voice scolded. No, I want to see deer, the little boy said with reluctance in his tone. The old man and the young man pulled each other for a while, and finally the little boy reluctantly got off the wall. Seeing this, Gu Shenhai made a fortune telling him that this was a bad year for him. In front of him, he met a Stygian Wolf adventure group who hired him as a goldsmith. And now, he met a second-generation character who fell in love with Xiaobai. The main problem is his identity. If he was an adventurer, the other party would really not dare to speak. But now that he is just an ordinary person, the other party naturally doesn't care. Fortunately, this matter is easy to solve. Gu Shenhai quickly figured out the solution. These two people are not members of a serious adventure group. Gu Shenhai can definitely report them. If they are caught, it will be solved. As for what to report, then someone must have stolen the job transfer certificate of the Holy Singer. As long as the mud falls on the crotch, it is either shit or shit. Gu Shenhai has already finished his research, which means that those job transfer certificates are no longer valuable to him. He doesn't have divine power, but he can still create something with similar effects by rubbing it with his hands. It's just a good way to get rid of suspicion and clear your name. When the time comes, you can also make a fortune from the Huiyao Adventure Group. No matter what it is, you can make money. Thinking of this, before the other party came to ask for it, Gu Shenhai first framed him, and then decisively took Xiaobai to the headquarters of Huiyao Adventure Group. He had just been gone for 10 minutes, when the old man who had comforted the little boy came over. He didn't knock on the door, but walked straight in. When he saw no one, he frowned and said, "Let's go." Gu Shenhai quickly arrived at the headquarters of the Huiyao Adventure Group, indicating that he had clues as soon as he arrived. There was no doubt or disdain from the guards about this matter. Now for the entire Huiyao Adventure Group. No matter whether the clues are true or false, they have to investigate. You said you have clues? A burly man wearing armor glanced at Gu Shenhai, his expression a bit disbelieving. But his attitude was the same, mainly because no one dared to lie. Yes, I came from the countryside, because the city was sealed off and I couldn't go back. I rented a house. Then I heard an old man and a young man next door saying something about preserving sanctity. And then there was a burst of movement. I took this opportunity and ran over to report it. Gu Shenhai explained briefly, and then gave a series of addresses. The other party listened very carefully, then nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take someone over to check right away. It's just that you need to wait here for a while." This man didn't believe everything, so he kept Gu Shenhai at the station to prevent him from fooling them and causing trouble. Normally, he wouldn't care about it. Now is a special time. Someone might have instigated them to come here to torment them. What about that? Bring more people with you. That kid is already an adventurer before he's even 10 years old. Gu Shenhai reminded him kindly. The old man and the young man are not all of them. There is also a powerful adventurer out there. Hearing this, the other party's eyes froze. Only big forces could afford to let such a young child become an adventurer. Okay, I understand. The other party didn't question it. and he quickly left with the others. When Gu Shanhai saw this, he didn't resist and just sat there. The staff beside him were not light-sided people. They served him some tea and snacks and chatted with him, probably just to inquire about the situation. Fortunately, Gu Shanhai was well prepared and dealt with it fluently. From time to time, he complained about how much trouble the lockdown had caused him. This adventurer from the Huiyao Adventure Group was also a little embarrassed. After all, the city was closed because of him. Fortunately, he is also experienced. Embarrassment is embarrassment, and chatting is chatting. As long as he is thick-skinned, it is not a big deal. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai just started talking randomly, asking about the monthly salary or how to upgrade the level. As he was talking about this, time passed by little. Chapter 305I. The Saint of Twilight. The God of Final Destiny. The incident of the theft of the god's career transfer certificate in Holy White City was quickly settled, and was confirmed to be the work of a certain adventure group. The two sides also had a fight in the city, but unfortunately, the other party was not left behind. But they were captured. 2 family members have been arrested and are currently being tortured. As for Gu Shanhai, the Huiyao Adventure Group did not turn their backs and gave Gu Shanhai a house in the Holy White City and some money. They also considered that Gu Shanhai was an ordinary person, so the money they gave him was not a divine gold coin. If an ordinary person really owned a divine gold coin, it would be a disaster, and he would be easily targeted. In addition, the other party also told Gu Shanhai that if anything happens, he can come to the Huiyao Adventure Group to find him, which means that he can act as a backstage for him. For ordinary people, this is tantamount to reaching the sky in one step. Gu Shanhai naturally agreed wholeheartedly. There is a difference between big forces and small forces. They are big-hearted and have a broad vision. This is not only a thank you, but also a way to promote the reputation of their glorious adventure group. Then, Gu Shanhai lived in the Holy White City for 5 months. On the one hand, he was studying various equipment and props derived from divine power. On the other hand, he was looking for adventurers with God-given professions and wanted to further study their characteristics. The former is easy to say. Holy White City is one of the largest gathering places for adventurers, and all kinds of things are circulated here. The latter is more troublesome, because the number itself is small, and most people understand that wealth is not revealed, even if it is really owned. God's favored profession will not be exposed casually. Adventurers do more than just kill monsters. There are also some who reveal that they are from the profession of gods. But these people are all level 10 adventurers who stand at the top of the world, and there is nothing that others can do if they find out. The identity has finally been completed. I don't know what identity it is. Gu Shanhai noticed that the identity change was completed on a page of the history book. Gu Shanhai, Twilight Saint/Fallen God. God of Final Fate. When Gu Shanhai saw this identity, he was a little confused. This was too unlucky. It was dusk, fate, and it was final. With the birth of his identity, the Biluo from his previous life and the blessings from this life immediately began to operate, constantly filling in the problems of his identity. Then, Gu Shanhai vaguely noticed a certain connection. That's right. It's the adventure land transformed from the remains of his previous life. Not to mention, there are quite a lot of them. There are 5 adventure lands, namely the Tower of Destiny, the Black Sea of Ending, the Dusk Plains, and the Wailing Group, mountains and repeated forests. In other words, the remains of the God of Fate and Ending are divided into 5 large-scale adventure places. Judging from the connection he noticed, this god should be at the lower end of the spectrum in terms of strength. Taking the adventurous land separated by the fallen god, who was the predecessor of the Holy Saint in the Holy White City, as an example, the other party has 37. There are 98 large adventure lands, 98 medium adventure lands, and 336 small adventure lands. And his predecessor only had 5 yuan. Fortunately, these 5 large-scale adventure lands are all in the same area, and they should be adventure lands that have not been cleared yet and need to be operated by Gu Shanhai himself. The weaknesses of the fallen gods are easy to attract attention. However, this god of destiny should be completely dead. Otherwise the Twilight Saint would not be able to take his turn, but someone else. It can also be determined from this that not all gods can successfully transform into saints, and they may die due to unknown reasons. These 5 adventure lands are all in crumbling condition. If they survive for another 100 or so years, they will be gone. Gu Shanhai also noticed the problem, because there was no saint, and the area was very remote and difficult. No adventurers came there. resulting in a lack of food. There's no need to continue. Can we just find someone to guide us? After thinking about it for a while, Gu Shanhai thought it was okay. Who to look for? It's very simple. You must choose the protagonist. If you don't choose a protagonist, why choose a supporting role? As for him doing it himself, this is not feasible, mainly because of his status as a saint. There is a rule that separates the saints from the fallen gods, so that they will not be able to exert their divine power after entering the adventure place. Although Gu Shanhai is not affected because he has no divine power. If he recruits a protagonist, he will make a lot of money. If he were to conquer these 5 adventure places alone, problems would inevitably occur. However, if he tricks the protagonist into doing the work and gives him enough benefits, it will definitely be smoother. It is equivalent to bringing a lucky pendant with him. He is not one of those people who wants to take advantage of the protagonist and step on the protagonist at the same time. Win-win cooperation is the best. Of course, the premise is that the protagonist is not a dark type or a villain. So Gu Shanhai needs to investigate first. Calculate whether there is a protagonist in this era. Gu Shanhai casually did a divination, and the divination showed that there was a destined son. Then it's Krypton life. At this time, you have to practice visceral divination. Otherwise, how can you check carefully? Many illusions began to entangle with each other, and finally built into a huge scene. I saw a handsome-looking young man with a large bag on his back, squatting on the ground to handle the corpse of a monster, while the other party was collecting raw materials. Beside him, several beautiful and well-figured women were chatting and laughing, seemingly not caring about the dangers of the adventurous place, and occasionally teasing the boy. After Gu Shanhai came back to his senses, his expression was a little serious. So I'm late, and the protagonist's harem has been established? At this time, Gu Shanhai was in a very difficult situation, mainly because he was now a winner in life. So how could he cheat? But the protagonist's life is a bit too miserable. He is a strict henpecker. Gu Shanhai also complained. From the scene just now, he also saw that the only thing the protagonist had on him was the knife used to collect materials. It belongs to equipment. And then, there is no equipment on the body. As for those women, the equipment they wear is very luxurious. At least the direct members of the same level in the general large adventure group are not as good as that. And judging from the temperament of these people, at least they are ladies. But they look a bit spoiled. It is precisely because of this that the protagonist is dressed in big and small bags. It is obvious that he does all the chores. I'm in Sanqui City, so it's not that close. If I return the house to the Huiyao Adventure Group and ask them to pay me the cost of a teleportation array, it should be about the same. If you want to use the teleportation array, you need divine gold coins, which Gu Shanhai has. But the problem is that he, an ordinary person, cannot use them because it will cause subsequent trouble. If you have gold coins, adventurers will definitely keep an eye on you. On the contrary, if you go through the Huiyao Adventure Group, there will be no problem, because everyone in Shengbai City knows what rewards Gu Shanhai got. Adventurers have come quietly to investigate for a long time, precisely because nothing was found. Gu Shanhai was fine now. If you tell the Huiyao Adventure Group the reason for going to Sanqui City, it's naturally to make a living. If that doesn't work, you can also find someone or seek refuge with relatives. It's a pity that a page in the history book can only have one identity. Otherwise, I could add another identity as the protagonist's uncle. There will always be flaws. Gu Shanhai sighed. At first glance, this time it seems that he has obtained 2 identities. But in this world, a saint must have a fallen god as his predecessor in order to be a saint. It is considered that he has a small bug. On the contrary, the identity of the protagonist's uncle is really irrelevant, so it can't be figured out. But if you pretend to be someone, it shouldn't be too difficult. I can definitely divine the protagonist's life information. There are no solutions, but there will always be loopholes in doing so, and they may be discovered. As for changing the identity, isn't there something wrong with that? He only found the protagonist as a pendant because he has the identity of a saint. If he really lost his status as a saint, what would he do to the protagonist? If this deception doesn't work, what should we do? Gu Shanhai was also worried. Giving help in times of need and adding icing on the cake are 2 completely different situations. What's more, Gu Shanhai didn't know the other party's temper. Judging from the current situation, the protagonist should not be in the evil and chaotic camp. Judging from the hard-working way of the other party, he should be a down-to-earth person who is willing to work hard. Otherwise, further observation is required. Hey, the separation is a bit serious. Gu Shenhai quickly got part of the protagonist's information. The protagonist's name is Rin, and he is the son of the leader of the long-disbanded Thunder Adventure Group. The Thunder Adventure Group's attack on a certain adventure land eventually led to total annihilation, and the huge force collapsed. It would be nice to say it was disbanded. As a result, Lane became an orphan. Next, as the leader of an adventure group, there must be a lot of good things in the family, so they were naturally divided up. In order to protect his family property, Ren, who was still 10 years old at the time, was hit in the head with a stick. Get down. But that group of adventurers didn't care about this, and just threw people out. At this point, Ren's personality changed drastically when he woke up. From his original childishness to a mature one. This only took one day. Isn't this a time traveler? Gu Shenhai complained. Because the separation he mentioned was not just a separation in personality. From his immersive prophecy, it could be seen that Ren was real. He was beaten to death with a stick. When he was 10 years old, Ren was not an adventurer at all. But the person who did it was a LV3 adventurer. How could he survive? Therefore, there is a high probability that the corpse has been resurrected. The next step was to form the Greenlight Adventure Group with a certain girl. This adventure group was somewhat famous in Sanqui City and belonged to the type of young geniuses. But in Gu Shenhai's eyes, these have nothing to do with the girls in the Greenlight Adventure Group. They all rely on Ren to become famous. Whether it is tactical planning or logistical supplies, or even the matching of equipment and skills. It's all thanks to Ren. It's just that Ren is unknown, and is still at level LV0. This is probably to repay the favor. It was precisely because of all these unscientific reasons that Gu Shenhai thought that Ren was a time traveler. Because these things were not what he should know at all. No wonder these women are so pampered. They have someone to back them up. This Ren's ability is really strong. We must find a way to dig him out. Judging from the information obtained by Gu Shenhai, this Greenlight Adventure Group should not be Ren's harem. On the contrary, these women from the big adventure group are somewhat ungrateful. They have taken Ren's contribution for granted. So their attitude has changed. Somewhat nasty. 2. What he lacks is not combat power, but someone like Ren, who can grasp the overall situation. There are so many people who can fight, and they can scatter a lot of divine power gold coins. But there are not many commanders, like Ren, who have a big picture view and strong micromanagement ability. So, if you provoke him, he can really poach him. But it may take a long time. Gu Shenhai also had a plan in mind. There is a 90% chance that the opponent is a time traveler, and a 10% chance that he is a true genius. But no matter which one he is, he can be fooled. Speaking of which, Ren is only 18 years old, and the Greenlight Adventure Group is too black-hearted, actually exploiting minors. Gu Shenhai complained. Ren joined the Greenlight Adventure Group in the world of adventure when he was only 11 years old. Most adventurers are not as experienced as him. It's just that Gu Shenhai is confused. Logically speaking, it has been almost 8 years. Why is it still LV0? Even with experience, he can level up. Wait. Unless there is something wrong with the other party's profession. Gu Shenhai also reacted. Some professions have certain restricted skills, such as increasing the experience required for upgrading or limiting the ways to obtain experience, etc. But this skill is extremely powerful, extremely heaven-defying. The reason why there are restrictions is because the blessings of gods form protection, not real restrictions. As the level increases, the restrictions will gradually weaken until they are reduced. Therefore, such people may be upgraded in the early stage, or they may be weak or weak. It's like other restrictions. If this is really the case, wouldn't you have found a treasure? What's more important is that the only ones who can obtain this type of ability are the God-given professions and the God-favored professions. Based on Ren's situation, he definitely can't get a God-given job. So there is only one possibility, and that is that he got a God-given job when he became an adventurer. Through a large amount of information, Gu Shenhai quickly analyzed what happened to Ren. Gu Shenhai's prophecy and divination cannot detect the career information of Ren. In other words, the career information of all adventurers cannot be detected. It is encrypted data. If you want it, you will not only have to kill yourself but also use violent means. This is a bit not worth it. It can be analyzed based on the other party's experience. As expected of the protagonist, the treatment is different. He started out as a God-given profession, although now he may be a loser. But, as the other person is a son of destiny, what is his mission? If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. It's impossible to honestly just create a protagonist and play with it. It's unrealistic. Chapter 306, The Protagonist Who Quits the Team. I am your uncle. Hello. May I ask? I heard that your adventure group has a young man named Ren. Can I meet him? Gu Shenhai said very politely after arriving at the location of the Green Light Adventure Group. The tall woman in the lead glanced at Gu Shenhai with a haughty expression, and then said disdainfully, He has quit the adventure group. He left not long ago. You can go and look for him elsewhere. When Gu Shenhai heard this, he was confused. Did he quit the team? This shouldn't be the case. Oh, okay. Thank you. Gu Shenhai didn't feel that the other party was lying, because the other party's mood swings could not be hidden from him. Wait a minute. Why are you looking for him? Another plump woman asked. Oh, I'm his uncle. Come here. Gu Shenhai was interrupted before he finished speaking. That's just in time. Take these things with him, so that he won't find reasons to come back later. With that said, the woman pulled out 3 large boxes. Gu Shenhai said with difficulty, I can't move it. I don't know who burst out laughing, but the other party didn't care about the feelings at all, and just put the things outside the station. That's your business. Also, tell Ren, don't even think about eating swan meat. Our Green Light Adventure Group has taken in a freeloader like him for so many years. Don't be ungrateful, a woman said contemptuously. Close the door. Dot! What is this situation? There were only 3 days between them. Why was Ren kicked out? Damn it! Gu Shenhai suddenly realized something. That is, this might not be a waste stream, but a withdrawal stream. He didn't think about this at all. In fact, now is the time for the protagonist to rise. Xiao Bai, take your things and let's go! Gu Shenhai shouted. Xiao Bai jumped out and threw 3 big boxes on his back, and then took Gu Shenhai to find Renan. Under normal circumstances, Ren lives in the Green Light Adventure Group's residence because he has no place to live except here. Instead, other members live in the Green Light Adventure Group's residence because they are all direct members of the Great Adventure Group. So their family conditions are much better than his. Therefore, after Ren was kicked out, there must be no place to live. This is the opportunity to provide help in times of need. It was easy to find Ren. Xiao Bai just followed his scent and chased him all the way. Needless to say, I actually found traces of Ren. At this time, he was talking to the owner of a medicine store and wanted to entrust him to help find a place to live. Run! Gu Shenhai shouted. With Xiao Bai's figure, he quickly attracted the attention of a street, including Ren of course. The other party looked at Xiao Bai and Gu Shenhai, who got off Xiao Bai with a somewhat confused expression. Who are you? Ren felt goosebumps as he looked at Gu Shenhai, who came over and took his hand. The two found a quiet place with no one around, and then began further communication. I'm your uncle. I hugged you back then. Your father Lei Batian thought he would have an accident, so he asked me to come and take care of you. But after I came, your house was empty. I've been looking for you in Lei Xian City for more than a year and still haven't found you. Later, I heard someone said that you were taken to other cities with the teleportation array. I inquired for 8 years before I found you. It's not easy. It's not easy. What Gu Shenhai said made an old man burst into tears. Ren was also a little shocked when he heard it. He had no impression of Gu Shenhai at all. I need to slow down. Ren had no doubts, mainly because he had nothing to be deceived about. And what the other party said was indeed correct. Oh, it's okay. Just take your time. By the way, I went to the Green Light Adventure Group to look for you before. I heard that you quit the group on your own and left something behind. I brought it back with you, Gu Shenhai said, pointing to the 3 big boxes on Xiao Bai's back. Thank you, Uncle. Ren was not used to Gu Shenhai's arm-in-arms, but due to his status, he called him Uncle. No matter how polite you are, we are all members of our family. You probably have no place to live now. Come on. Come back with me. I'll make sure you eat well. Gu Shenhai transformed into a self-conscious person. Ren glanced at the lack of rank on Gu Shenhai's head. So he sighed and said, Uncle, I want to be an adventurer. It meant rejection. He felt that Gu Shenhai wanted him to give up his career as an adventurer by asking him to follow him back. Then you accept it? It's not like I won't let you go. Besides, you've been kicked out of the group now. Do you plan to be a lone traveler or form an adventure group? Gu Shenhai asked. I'm going to form an adventure group of my own. Ren didn't hide it. That's a good thing. But how do you plan to organize it? Gu Shenhai asked. Well, first of all, I need a place to stay. I'll take care of it, Gu Shenhai said without hesitation. Ren was a little surprised. Can this be solved? But it's not in Senghui City. Do you think it's okay? Gu Shenhai said deceptively. After hearing this, Ren also pondered for a moment. It wasn't that he thought it wouldn't work, but mainly that he had an advantage in Suisun City. He knew all the adventure places around him and was able to rise quickly. But when he realized it was just a place of adventure. For him, there wasn't much difference. He didn't have much help at all in Suisun City. Instead, following this uncle who had just appeared, he might get more help. It's possible. But if you want to form an adventure group, you need at least 5 adventurers. If you include me, you'll need 4 more. Uncle, do you have any recommendations? Ren asked. Oh, no. You recruit your own members. But it's best if they are willing to share the joys and sorrows with you. Gu Shenhai gave him a vaccination first. After all, he didn't have anything there. It just fell into Ren's ears, reminding him not to look for those unscrupulous people again. I will investigate carefully, but it may take some time. Ren sighed. It was really difficult for him to find teammates in this situation. It would be fine if he just formed an adventure group, but the problem is that he has to take it to other cities. This condition would be difficult for many people. Small adventure groups generally do not cross cities. I didn't expect you, Ren, to quit the group. Those women really have no brains at all. If you don't mind, I can join your adventure group. A heroic female voice came over. The two turned around and saw a 2-5 tall woman with red skin and devil horns walking over with a huge sword on her back. Gu Shenhai recognized the origin of this woman at a glance. She was a demon giant swordsman, a high-level profession, and even much stronger than the Blood Moon werewolf in his hand. Though, haven't you always been a loner? Ren naturally knew each other. He had saved her life before, and then he would sell some potions and props to each other from time to time. And the two of them became a couple. Friends who were neither salty nor cold. I thought it was a relationship of interest, but I didn't expect that they were willing to join me. Then it's not because you have no one. Let's hang out with you for a while. The demon giant swordsman named Wei Er said it very boldly, but it sounded a bit wrong in Gu Shenhai's ears. This is the real harem coming into play. Okay, but I won't develop in Senghui City, so you have to think carefully. Ren didn't think there was anything wrong. Anyway, it was like this when the two of them got along before. No problem. It's the same wherever I go. By the way, do you need a mage? I know an elf elementalist. And I think you do too. Weir said. Are you talking about Lena? She is not an adventurer in the Hurricane Adventure group. If she wants to withdraw from the group, she will probably have to pay liquidated damages. This is a big expense, so forget it. Ren thought, but he couldn't get the money. The reason why he didn't have liquidated damages was simple. Because he didn't actually quit the group voluntarily, but was expelled. So the Green Light Adventure group he was in didn't dare to ask him for liquidated damages. How much? Gu Shenhai interrupted. With Lena's worth, the liquidated damages are at least 100,000 divine gold coins. But Lena and I should be able to come up with it together. We responded. Too many. Besides, Lena is here. I have it. Do you think these are enough? Before Ren could finish speaking, Gu Shenhai casually took out a divine gold coin with a face value of 1 million. Of course, the value of divine gold coins is not judged by quantity, but by face value. Therefore, although it is just a divine gold coin, its value is also different. Ren looked at Gu Shenhai with a strange look on his face. He had never thought that an ordinary person could spend 1 million gold coins of divine power. Uncle, where are you from? Ren asked strangely. I picked it up on the road. Gu Shenhai replied confidently. The expressions of the two of them became even more strange. How could they pick up 1 million on the road? It was more likely that Gu Shenhai was perfunctory with them. It was hard to tell the origin. This is too valuable for me. I borrowed it from you, and will return it to me later, Gu Shenhai added. Only then did Ren accept it, and said that he would return it to Gu Shenhai twice as much in the future. He knew that it would be a great favor for someone to help him when he was down. Not to mention that the other party supported him unconditionally. At this time, his last doubt about Gu Shenhai disappeared. If he really wanted to attack him, how could he pay 1 million for it? It's too polite of you to say it back. If you need anything, just ask me. If it's not enough, Ask me for it. I have plenty more. Gu Shanhai also gave instructions. That's right. It's what you think. If you have good teammates who are willing to follow you, just go ahead and dig in. And I'll pay the liquidated damages. Gu Shanhai said that he was rich and not afraid. Divine Power gold coins are essentially a product of energy aggregation. After studying Divine Power, and with his new identity, Gu Shanhai can easily create a large number of Divine Power gold coins through mana. So this thing is really worthless to him. He is a person with a spiritual vein in his body. And coupled with the resources of 100,000 inner Demon Tau soldiers, he can produce hundreds of millions of Divine Power gold coins. Ren quickly planned the 1 million Divine Power gold coins in his mind. If you want to say there are many, it must be a lot. But if you really want to use them, it is indeed quite limited. That's enough. How can I get you to pay for it? Uncle? Ren is not an unscrupulous person. For ordinary adventurers, 1 million divine gold coins is already a lot. No need to be polite. They are all family members. You go and redeem the person first, and I'll rent a house. It's not that easy to gather teammates. Gu Shanhai was also generous. After all, this thing is really worthless. Besides, if the protagonist really gathers the harem together, this lucky pendant will be equivalent to receiving additional reinforcement. When the time comes, it will be faster to help Gu Shanhai open up the 5 adventure places. And all he has to pay is some mana. Judging from the situation of the demon giant swordsman Weir, these harem groups are not just vases, and each of them must have corresponding strength. And this temperament is not pampered. No matter how you look at it, you are a character who has been killed in various battles. Ahem. Seize the opportunity, Gu Shanhai reminded in a low voice. But he didn't tell anyone clearly. Wire heard this and felt happy. While Ren thought that Gu Shanhai was motivating him to climb better, Gu Shanhai took Xiao Bai and left slowly. While Ren took Wire to the Hurricane Adventure Group to find the elf elementalist Lena. This world is really a mixture of East and West, Gu Shanhai complained softly. Ren's surname is Lei Yin, which is similar to Easterners. So his father is called Lei Batian. While Wire is a serious Westerner. But she is not blonde. Because the demon giant swordsman who took office changed her skin color and physical appearance. Occupations with bloodline tendencies can naturally affect people. So in fact, Wire should be a demon now, not a pure human. If someone uses the Blood Moon Werewolf Job Transfer Certificate, then the other person will also become a werewolf. I hope it will be more efficient. It is best to solve it within a month. Gu Shanhai thought for a while, and then gathered 2 more adventurers. And Ren's adventure group could be registered. The adventure group needs to be blessed by the gods to make a divine contract. But it can add regulations to this condition, such as liquidated damages and the like. Only then can a unique group be formed. The analogy is the official team formation, which can obtain some benefits and privileges. Otherwise, if you verbally agree to form a team, it will basically have no effect. If the opponent backstabs, there will be no penalty. If you have the blessing of God to bear witness, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Gu Shanhai estimated that 1 month was actually a short time. He saw that Ren was particularly cautious when choosing members of the adventure group because he was dismissed from the group. That is to say, Wire was familiar with him. So he did this. There was no hesitation in letting her join the group. If it were another person, she would definitely have to be inspected. He is also very picky. If it were not for repaying a favor, he would not look down on the level of the people in the Green Light Adventure Group. The inspection will naturally take time. Chapter 307 Almighty. Derived from 100% automatic ability. Uncle, doesn't your conscience hurt? Ren said with an expression of disbelief. No. My heart is as solid as stone, Gu Shanhai said without caring at all. Besides, think about it. How did I lie to you? Ren looked at the surrounding area and recalled that there was indeed nothing wrong with it. There were residences available, and he was even allowed to choose at will. Except that there was no house. It's okay to be an adventurer. But there's nothing wrong with him except that it's a bit nonsense to let him directly attack 5 large-scale adventure places. There's nothing wrong with it. Ren wanted to say that he was lying to me. But what Gu Shanhai said before was indeed true. Think about it. I am your uncle. Otherwise, who can get you 5 large-scale adventure lands? And you have not yet cleared them all. As long as you clear them all, LV10 is guaranteed. Here, you don't have to go through intrigues or fight with others. You can seriously become stronger without being disturbed. Gu Shanhai said it to Ren at the beginning. And he said, won't be disturbed. At the end. Said by the 4 girls who came with Ren. In addition to the tall demon swordsman Weir, there are also the elf elementalist Lena, who is only as big as a fist, the night blood healer Lu Qing, and the mechanical gunner Lu Mei. The former is a tall night elf girl, and the latter is a semi-human cyborg. The five of them seemed to be old acquaintances, and had a good relationship. But Ren couldn't tell. I think what Uncle Gu said makes sense. We are all young people, so we should have more experience. The demon giant swordsman was the first to agree, and the remaining 3 people also agreed. There are only 4 of them competing here. If Ren really becomes famous, there will be many little bitches competing with them. Ren also had a headache, and then said, Uncle, if it is so remote, it will be difficult to handle supplies. The medicinal materials I brought are limited and cannot be allocated. I can grow any herbs you want. I can grow them for you. You just need to feel at ease and start the strategy. Gu Shanhai said seriously. But food, I have it too. Besides, if you ask, I will. Even if you give me a grandnephew, I can take care of him. Gu Shanhai said that all the worries will be taken care of for you. As long as you pass the customs, it will be fine. Come, take a look. These are the people I brought out. The lowest are imperial ministers, and each of them holds heavy troops. Gu Shanhai said, and took out a stack of information. The 4 girls took the information a little shyly, wondering if Gu Shanhai was really that reliable. Ren narrowed his eyes. He saw that Gu Shanhai's problem was coming. He had noticed it before, but he didn't have the chance to say it before. Now it was time to show off. Uncle, who are you? Ren said in a calm tone. You can't let me help you. Just don't say anything. Oh, I am the Twilight Saint, and this area is my territory. Your father originally said that he would come to help me, but he disappeared halfway. So I had no choice but to inherit my father's legacy and let you come. 8 years ago, I planned till we came to build the city, but you disappeared. Not only have I been delayed until now, but I have found you. Otherwise, I don't know how many more years I would have been looking for. Gu Shanhai said with a sigh. Everyone's expressions also froze. The person in front of them, who looked ordinary and unreliable, turned out to be a saint. What is that? Uncle, let's stop joking. Ren also swallowed. Of course, he had heard of the saint, who was a more powerful being than LV-10. I'm not kidding you. Okay, let's see it first. Gu Shanhai teased, then turned around. 5 elements escape, Gao Laozhuang's technique. Gu Shanhai made up a random name, and then a village and town sprang up. Do you believe it? Gu Shanhai said. Everyone nodded. There was no rank on Gu Shanhai's head. This showed that he was not an adventurer, but he had extraordinary power. He could not be a saint. So, don't believe me that I am really good at raising children. As long as you help me pass the customs, the rest will be easy. Gu Shanhai said sincerely. Uncle, what? Why did you choose me? Ren was even more confused. There were many people better than him, but choosing him was like pie in the sky for him. Did you get it wrong? I chose your father, but your father died, so I asked you to come. Gu Shanhai rolled his eyes and said, Don't be so sentimental. Dot! Ren was speechless. It seemed like this was true. Without his father, the uncle of the Twilight Saint would not care about him at all. He also became a second-generation co-author. At this time, Ren was in a daze. So, wouldn't it be possible to say, my uncle is a saint, when he goes out in the future? Gu Shanhai conveniently changed the town he created through the 5 Elements escape into the 5 Elements sect. 5 Elements sect? Ren looked at the name with curiosity. Well, do you want to join the sect? Become my disciple, and enjoy the business of raising children personally as the sect leader. Gu Shanhai teased again. Then go in. Ren thought for a moment, and found out it was feasible. What about you? Do you want to come together? But I have agreed beforehand that my teaching is very strict. After all, none of my subordinates are ordinary people. What Gu Shanhai means is that you have to be willing to learn and resist being beaten. With him, there are no unqualified disciples. The remaining 4 people naturally nodded in agreement. In fact, Gu Shanhai mainly fell in love with Ren In, and the remaining 4 people seemed to be a little obsessed with love now, so they could only serve as additions. He also hopes that they and Ren can make things happen, and even have a baby as soon as possible. Otherwise, how can he tie Ren as the protagonist? It's like a middle-aged person with an elder, a younger one, and a wife to support. He had to work hard and not dare to resign. This was Gu Shanhai's idea to tie Ren down. The main reason is that there is a problem with his identity. Otherwise it wouldn't be so troublesome. Okay. Choose your own room and have class tomorrow, Gu Shanhai said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shanhai found that the atmosphere seemed to be a little solidified, with Ren as the center, exuding some kind of Shura field atmosphere. Renan also noticed it, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He wanted to ask Gu Shanhai for help, but found that Gu Shanhai ran away quickly. I have something else to do. You guys take your time. Gu Shanhai's figure and voice gradually faded away. At this scene, the four women were also very grateful to Gu Shanhai, and they all thought to themselves, Uncle Saint is a good man. Ren, let's go and see how the house that Uncle built for us is going. The demon giant swordsman took the lead and entered the town arm in arm with Ren like a good buddy. This is the first time I've seen this kind of Shura field. I hope everything goes well for Ren. Gu Shanhai didn't expect these things to happen. He thought they could coexist harmoniously. But now it seems that Gu Shanhai still underestimated them. In Ren's case, the one he got is definitely not the protagonist of an orthodox fantasy novel. It might be the script of a harem protagonist in a light novel, Gu Shanhai complained, because if it were a harem in a fantasy novel, it would be unlikely that there would be a Shura field. Afterwards, Gu Shanhai found a place to squat for more than half an hour, and he expected to go back after the time was almost up. Xiao Bai, let's go! Stop gnawing. If you keep gnawing in the forest, you will lose your skin. Gu Shanhai glanced at Xiao Bai, who was gnawing on the tree out of boredom. For Xiao Bai's size, the trees in this forest are about the same size as a big cabbage, and they can be chewed as snacks. Hey, Xiao Bai said that it is hungry, so why can't it get some snacks? It's okay for you to eat snacks, but you have to be careful. No, I remember that you seem to have a lot of broken bits and pieces on you. The broken bits and pieces in Gu Shanhai's mouth are of course his spiritual plants, in addition to being used for alchemy and cooking. Also used as feed for Xiao Bai. Yo! Xiao Bai's eyes widened, indicating that you have the nerve to say that. Even if it is stained with blood, there are still mincemeat, bones, and internal organs. So how can it eat it? I didn't find you disgusted when you were eating Malkshuang. You deer are almost becoming omnivores, Gu Shanhai complained. Hey, Xiao Bai said. Can it be the same? Malkshuang is cooked. The meat is not only raw, but damn alive. It can still move. It is difficult to digest it. It's true that it's difficult to digest, but it's nutritious. Gu Shanhai felt that his flesh and blood was just like Tang Monk's meat. There was a slight chance that ordinary people would live longer if they ate it, and the rest would of course be assimilated into his clone. Xiao Bai doesn't need to worry. It belongs to Gu Shanhai's family, and will not be assimilated. It will only absorb nutrients, but the digestion time will be longer. Xiao Bai carried Gu Shanhai back, yakking non-stop along the way. He had eaten a piece of ginseng dal with flesh and blood, and it groaned and groaned for more than half a month without digesting it. So Xiao Bai would never eat these scraps unless absolutely necessary. After returning, the storm had subsided. Gu Shanhai didn't care how Ren dealt with it, but he also saw from the side that this kid was somewhat capable and could actually balance himself. Uncle, are you back? Seeing Gu Shanhai come back, Ren's expression expressed his disloyalty. Gu Shanhai pretended not to see it, and then said, well, yes, Xiao Bai wants to eat snacks, so I took him to eat some trees. Okay, I hope Xiao Bai won't be so quick to eat snacks next time. After Ren complained, he straightened his expression and took out a map. In the area we are in, there are 5 large-scale adventure places, respectively. Ren quickly analyzed the information and contents with Gu Shanhai, and listed out a long list of plans. So, my plan is to start with the Tower of Fate. Finally, Ren came to a conclusion. Oh, you can figure it out. Gu Shanhai doesn't care about anything. You just need to start exploring the adventurous place. Okay, then we will start collecting intelligence tomorrow, and we can start the strategy in a month at most. Ren was also very satisfied with this, and Gu Shanhai did not interfere randomly. Is 1 month enough? Gu Shanhai knew about Ren's situation. He was a very stable person, and would not take action until he was unsure. So it took a long time to prepare in advance. It was for this reason that the Green Light Adventure Group took action against him. I was dissatisfied and thought he was an idler. But without Ren's perfect plan and command, it would be basically impossible to win every time without any casualties. Is that enough? Ren didn't expect Gu Shanhai to ask this. You can take your time and work slowly and carefully. Gu Shanhai also warned. He knew that Ren wanted to show his achievements to Gu Shanhai. Well, I'm not in a hurry. Ren was very touched that Gu Shanhai could understand him. His previous behavior had always been incomprehensible to the Green Light Adventure Group. But then again, why are you still at LV0 now? What's the status of your God-given profession? Gu Shanhai asked. Ren was also surprised. He didn't expect Gu Shanhai to see that he was a God-given profession. But then he thought that the other party was the mysterious saint. Although it was a bit out of place for them, it didn't mean that the other party could really do it. Use common sense to guess. My God-given profession is an automatic system. Gaining experience points is quite special. You need to upgrade your skills to upgrade. There is only one skill for each level, and you cannot obtain skills from killing monsters. Ren said bitterly. This matter did not matter. It's not a secret. Even the people in the Green Light Adventure Group know it. Of course, it wouldn't be a big deal if it leaked out, because it was really useless material. The first skill is called Automatic Return, which allows me to return to the Adventure Group station. What's more important is not the space teleportation, but the fact that I can actually walk back or rely on a mount to go back. If you want to upgrade, you need to use Automatic Return 1,000 times, and you need to be at a certain distance. There is no way to just swipe at the door. If you listen carefully, it is indeed a waste. At most, it is only useful when you are lost. Are you going back 100%? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. The skill effect is said to be 100%. But it is true. I can even sleep on the way back. Ren responded. He had given up on the idea of upgrading because of the way it was upgraded and how useless it was. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he couldn't help but take a breath. It's so scary. It's so scary. I have found a treasure. Your profession is the most powerful and heaven-defying profession I have ever seen. Ren had a black line on his face. And you were sure that what he said was not sarcastic. Upgrade as soon as possible. I'm sure that no adventurer's profession can match yours. You have to believe in your potential and my vision. Just these 3 words, 100%, are enough to confirm the rule. Gu Shanhai also didn't expect that Ren's profession would be so strong. No wonder the version will be weak in the early stage and even unable to gain experience by killing monsters. If automatic collection and automatic combat are introduced later, and judging from the description, the skill effect is 100%, which means that as long as the command is given, it will be completed. Really? Ren was a little doubtful. Why did I lie to you? I am a saint. You believe me. Gu Shanhai said seriously. This is definitely an all-around profession. In fact, it can be called the most powerful God-given profession in just 3 words. 100%. Chapter 308 The First Battle of the Adventure Group. The Unyielding Warrior Bound by Fate. Whoops, teacher. Didn't you say that saints can't enter the place of adventure? Ren asked curiously after collecting the corpse of a monster in his hand. It was now 3 months after they were tricked by Gu Shanhai. During these 3 months, they not only had to study with Gu Shanhai, but also had to scout for intelligence, formulate plans, etc. This can be regarded as the most relaxed time that Ren has experienced in these years. After all, Ren did all these things by himself before, but now he has the help of the Adventure Group members. Even if these Adventure Group members were not adaptable to his rhythm at first, it was a bit hectic, but now it is gradually growing. Coupled with Gu Shanhai's guidance, his originally amateur system became more systematic. Maybe it's because I'm incomplete, Gu Shanhai said with a sigh. When Ren heard this, he was silent. In fact, he also had a guess. He knew that saints were all mysterious and powerful, and there was no such type as Gu Shanhai who could have fun with the people. In his eyes, something might have happened to Gu Shanhai. So he was like this. The solution should be found in these 5 adventure places. However, what Gu Shanhai said was incomplete. In fact, he meant that a saint like him was only a name only, with only an identity and no corresponding abilities at all. If he has the ability, he is still working on it. That's right. Freshly made. He had just intercepted a trace of the divine power from the remains of the god of fate, an end that escaped from the monster. Teacher, do you have any research on the Tower of Fate? Ren knew that this topic was not suitable to continue, so he changed the topic. No, you have asked me before, Gu Shanhai responded. He didn't care much about these things. That's right. A profession has been created. Ren was suddenly overjoyed. What they killed this time was the Lord Monster on the first floor of the Tower of Destiny. Therefore, if a profession was to be dropped, it would definitely be a high-level profession. There are ordinary monsters, elite monsters, and lord monsters on each floor of the Tower of Destiny. Every time you reach the 10th floor, in addition to the first 3 types, there will also be original lord monsters, which are the kind of monsters that can drop the divine profession. Destroying Demon Spirit Warrior. A warrior class transfer certificate. This high-level profession should be able to exchange for a lot of gold coins. Ren is actually not interested in this type of profession, because everyone can only have one profession in his life, and there are changes and replacements. The solution is that this type of props is very rare, and only the last original lord who clears the adventure land for the first time has a chance to drop it. Oh, you don't mind if I take a look? Gu Shenhai asked. Ren handed it to Gu Shenhai without hesitation, meaning it was for you. He still respected Gu Shenhai very much. These 3 months of teaching made him know that Gu Shenhai was a true saint, not a bastard who knew nothing. Interesting. Gu Shenhai found that this job transfer certificate seemed to be very close to him, and he could make certain interference and modifications. Maybe it's because of his status. How can we say that this Tower of Fate and all its output are theoretically the remains of his previous life? And more importantly, this previous life is not very far away. If you can find me the corresponding god-level professions for them, I can help them upgrade their professions to the godlike level. For example, warriors should correspond to warriors, and mages should correspond to mages, Gu Shenhai said. In the past 3 months, with Gu Shenhai acting as an internal agent, Ren was naturally quickly taken over, and the bond became deeper. As long as there are many bonds with him, even if Ren knows the truth, he will work for Gu Shenhai honestly. Really? I will try my best. Ren must be very happy now that he has family responsibilities. The so-called corresponding occupations are like the demonic great swordsman, which is essentially a warrior-type occupation, while the elf elementalist is a mage-type occupation. The Tower of Fate has 100 floors and has 10 original lords. If you are lucky, you can get it by reaching the 40th floor. Ren made an estimate and felt that the future was promising. Of course, even if the Tower of Fate cannot be exploded, there are still 5 adventure places. Are you so confident that you can pass the level? Apart from anything else, if you want to pass the large-scale adventure land, you must at least have a team of LV-10 teammates. Neither you nor your wives have this level. Gu Shenhai reminded one sentence. It's okay. You can take your time. And if it doesn't work, try it a few more times. Ren was sincere. He knew that the strength of himself and others was flawed, especially him. Fortunately, Gu Shenhai also gave him time to brush up his skills in the past 3 months. This time, using the automatic return function, he was able to level up, although still very slow. The first level has been cleared. Let's go to the next level. Ren asked again. He actually wanted Gu Shenhai to be with him, especially since Gu Shenhai's healing ability was stronger than Lu Qing's, who had the Dark Knight Blood Therapist. Lu Qing's profession was not just about healing. She also had a part-time job of weakening the enemy and control. It is slightly inferior in treatment and auxiliary capabilities. It can only increase before the battle and heal after the battle. In the battle, it is used as a control and reduction position. It's impossible to have your cake and eat it too. The main reason is that Ren's adventure group is too small. It's impossible to find an assistant and a controller. Besides, he can't find one. And it happens that his friend Lu Qing can do it, even if not even proficient at it. Okay, I have no objection. Gu Shenhai would definitely not refute. He was here to inspect. To be honest, the team Renan has formed is very powerful. If they fight today, they can at least reach about 10 floors. Every 10 floors of the Tower of Fate corresponds to an adventurer's level 1. And in his adventure group, the highest level demon swordsman is already level 5. Even if others are holding back, he should be able to reach around the 40th floor. Large-scale adventure lands all start from LV1, but medium-sized ones don't necessarily start. Sometimes the monster at the start is LV1, or it may be LV0. The monsters in small adventure lands start from LV0. This is a conventional division. If the adventurer level is above LV3, you cannot enter the small adventure land. And if the adventurer level is above LV5, you can only enter the large adventure land. However, for the sake of caution, Ren did not think about playing so many levels. He was only prepared to quit after reaching the 10th level, because this time he only made a plan for the 10th level. I can only say that this kid is really stable, and he doesn't even look like a young man. Adventure Land can store progress. If you do not choose to reset, and you exited on the 10th floor last time, you will still reach the 10th floor the next time you come back. Except for the things that may be dropped only after passing the level for the first time. Everything else can actually be brushed repeatedly. However, there are also limitations. For example, the original Lord only has rewards for the first time. If someone in the adventure group has received a reward for killing the original Lord in the adventure place, then the adventure group will not trigger it after entering. This can be regarded as a way to skip class and avoid a boss battle. However, you will also lose a reward. Next time you come back, the adventure place will assume that you have already fought it. Even if no one has fought it, it will not happen. Will appear again. This method is still quite popular among low-level adventure groups. As for rewards, it is better than losing their lives. They want to become stronger, and they want lives. So they must pay something. It is naturally impossible for Ren to give up. The original Lord's kill will definitely get skill rewards. Although he can't get them due to professional reasons, his wives will get them. And his rewards will be turned into equipment, which is of great benefit. Everyone walked along the stairs at night, and soon arrived at the 2nd floor of the Tower of Destiny. Under Ren's command, her wife's team of 4 killed all the monsters, like chopping melons and vegetables. Then he was still the one collecting monster materials and checking the harvest. A piece of equipment? Ren quickly took out the harvest from the Lord monster. As for other gold coins and the like, they are just minor problems. Cold Swift Wind Heavy Crossbow. It's a pity that no one can use it. Ren was a little regretful. He didn't turn his attention to crossbows. And there was only one mechanical gunner in the team who was long range. And he still used firearms, not crossbows. It carries the ice attribute to slow down when attacking. The main attribute is to increase the rate of fire. The heavy crossbow itself focuses on attack and distance. Unfortunately, the level is too low. Otherwise, it may be worth about the same as the job transfer certificate of the Demon Destroyer Warrior. Ren checked the attributes. Afterwards, there was some regret. The first 10 levels correspond to LV1. What level of equipment do you want to drop? Gu Shanhai also glanced at it. He was just watching the transformation process of divine power forming equipment. The divine power gave me the illusion of a philosopher's stone, which can transform anything. Gu Shanhai was thinking about this in his mind. If he could really master this transformation method, many things would be very convenient. He tried to convert it, but found it impossible. Is there anything missing? He discovered a lot of problems. He was able to convert mana into divine power to create divine gold coins. That was because it was the condensation of divine power. However, he could not convert divine power into job transfer certificates, props, equipment, etc. Just like it's that he is missing a transformation device. He has the raw material of divine power, and he can see what the raw material can be made into, and even understands the manufacturing process. But he lacks a transformation machine. The power of the gods themselves? Gu Shanhai quickly thought of the problem. He was a saint, not a god. Those saints should not have this ability, which involves one of the powerful nature of gods. Yes, Ren was actually not very good at saying it. He disliked the low level of the Cold Wind Heavy Crossbow, and as a result, he couldn't even equip it himself. The heavy crossbow was LV1 level equipment, and he was only at LV0 level. Have a rest? Gu Shanhai asked. He just sat on the sidelines and watched like a bastard. Although Ren did not fight in person, he was still commanding. After looking at his wife group, Ren estimated the time and did not agree to Gu Shanhai's rest. Instead, he said, "We will rest after the next floor. Our time is limited, and we must conquer the first 10 floors today." Okay. Gu Shanhai didn't care. Therefore, everyone went directly to the 3rd level, and the number and strength of monsters increased again. But with a group of high-level players fighting low-level players and experienced commanders, this group of monsters will definitely die. The cycle went back and forth, and finally reached the 10th floor. After killing the Lord monster named after the original appeared again. The opponent had a name. The indomitable warrior bound by fate. Shustek. Previously, both Lords and Elite monsters had no names and only had 1 level. The original Lord monster has a long list of names before its level, which makes it very special. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes and saw the difference between this original Lord. Family of God? This unyielding warrior, Shustek, who was bound by fate, was probably a divine attendant or divine guard under the command of the god of final destiny. It is also possible that they are people who are being punished by the gods. Anyway, They belong to a special category. It was probably forced to become part of the Adventure Land after the original god fell. He is very powerful, and has the ability to transcend levels. He seems to be at level 1. But the opponent's real attributes are probably comparable to those at level 2. And with more powerful templates, such as health bars. The opponent's health is likely to be much longer than that of the LV2 Lord monster. And maybe there are some damage reduction skills on it. Gu Shanhai felt that if a group of LV1 adventurers really met the unyielding warrior Shustek, who was bound by fate, they would definitely not be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. But in the hands of a group of high-level adventurers, it would become a piece of cake. It's a pity that there is no certificate for the transfer of the gods, Rin said helplessly, as he looked at the things that exploded. There are a lot of things, but everyone's harvest is actually not much. Except for Rin, who is a little better. The lowest level of the wise in his adventure group is LV3. The skills obtained by killing the LV1 original lord are relatively dispensable to them, and the increase is too small. The Adventure Land does not encourage adventurers to constantly farm low-level primitive lords. Rewards will definitely be given, but the gap will be huge. For example, killing a primitive lord of the same level will give you a powerful skill. But killing a primitive lord with a lower level than yourself will give you a powerful skill. Lord, then the skills you get will only be junk skills. A lot of skills that cannot be compared to one in total. On the contrary, Ren, who is only at LV0 level, has gained the most. However, this so-called gain is only at the level of his LV0 level. If he is placed at the LV1 level, he will be eliminated. It's not that easy. Keep working hard next time. Gu Shanhai comforted him. This thing really depends on luck. And even he can't tell what the divine power will condense into. That's not bad. A piece of divine equipment is still the most suitable for me. Ren was not discouraged. If the divine profession were to be dropped so easily, it wouldn't be so rare. Equipment also has levels. There are 3 levels, ordinary, advanced and divine, which correspond to the 3 qualities of the profession. There is also a growth equipment that corresponds to the God-given profession. This type of equipment can only be used when you kill the final original lord when you clear the Adventure Land for the first time. Will fall. Chapter 309. This is called the traditional virtue of master-disciple lineage. In my case, the suppression is suppressed, but problems will occur from time to time. Gu Shanhai sighed, and he casually pressed back the plant roots that were sticking out of the skin. As his wonders of heaven and earth continue to be refined, his whole person is evolving. He is evolving an entire natural ecosystem, from birth to death, from flowers and trees to birds and animals to insect colonies, etc. It is changing all the time in his body. Now, I can barely wear a human skin. What should I do with my visceral divination now? Gu Shanhai had a headache. It's true that he has become stronger, but the problem is that all he has left is his heart. And over time, he may have to evolve into a part of the natural ecosystem. This is his inside scene. Under normal circumstances, the inner scene is actually illusory and does not affect the body. The problem is that Gu Shanhai is too strong. After he continued to complete the realm of law in the Qing Emperor Sutra of Immortality, it is far beyond the Xuanzhen realm system, especially with the appearance of the white tiger on the 6th level of Qi. The magical power of the inner demon Taoist soldier was changed from virtual reality to reality. Fortunately, because of the lack of the soul of heaven and earth, the interior scenes have not completely turned into exterior scenes. So the natural ecosystem in his body is still in a state of virtuality and reality. And once there is the soul of heaven and earth as a supplement, then he will directly incarnate into nature. Of course, it is just a small ecological circle. Not very big. That is, about 10,000 miles. When he thought of this, Gu Shanhai was a little at a loss. The main reason was that Wanli was just a base, and the range would gradually increase as he became stronger. Fortunately, these things are things for the future. What he has to worry about now is that the visceral divination technique will be eliminated because he has no internal organs. He must develop a new divination technique to replace it. Prophecy and divination can be used, but the effectiveness may be quite different. Uncle, something happened to Ren. Gu Shanhai was really thinking when he heard a quick voice. It's the demonic giant swordsman. Gu Shanhai arrived in an instant and saw that everyone had just escaped from the teleportation array and closed it to stop the enemy. This teleportation array was originally bought with money. Otherwise it would have taken a long time to go to other cities. But with the teleportation array, it was natural to arrive instantly. Ren was unconscious at this time, with a lot of blood on his body, and others also had a lot of injuries on their bodies. What's going on? Aren't you going to sell something? Gu Shanhai looked a little confused. As he asked, he threw a healing spell at him. And then Ren's body began to recover visibly. It hurts the soul and requires a few days of recovery. It's not a big deal. Looking at Ren, who woke up, Gu Shanhai said something. It's the Emerald Adventure Group. They did it, the elf elementalist said through gritted teeth. Yeah, I got it. I went over and raised the Jade Adventure Group. Gu Shanhai nodded. As a member of the Mahayana Xuanzhen sect and the head of the Five Elements sect, protecting one's shortcomings is a kind of inheritance. The master-disciple lineage is all about inheritance and affection. If you touch my apprentice, junior brother, nephew, etc., then I will kill your whole family. This is a traditional virtue. Everyone was also stunned. Without asking what was going on, he just went over and leveled the person. Isn't it a bad thing? Wait. Teacher. Wait. Ren also didn't expect things to develop like this. He hurriedly shouted to Gu Shanhai, who was walking past the teleportation array. The Jade Adventure Group is the largest adventure group in Sinqui City. They behind him is the Saint of the Forest. It's okay. It doesn't matter what the Forest Saint is. Just kill him together. Gu Shanhai said it didn't matter. When he came to this world, he wanted the protagonist to quietly conquer 5 adventure places for him and become the soul of heaven and earth. But if someone beat his apprentice and wanted to cut off his path, Gu Shanhai would chop him to death. Otherwise, what else could he do in the Taoist world in the last world? Just to kill the enemy easily at this time? It's okay to be low-key and cautious. But if you keep talking about it when people are knocking on your door, isn't that like a bastard? As for saying it's one's own fault, according to the rules of Mahayana Xuanzhen sect and Five Elements sect, that means if they make a mistake, their own people can teach them a lesson. And it's not your turn as an outsider to point fingers. The analogy is to beat the younger one to the older one. Opening the teleportation array, many figures were teleported over. Baby, you thought you escaped. Before the other party could finish speaking, all the figures were blown into a bloody mist in an instant. Ring couldn't help but swallow when he saw the scene, and the others also looked in disbelief. The person who spoke just now was an adventurer at level 9. As for the result, he probably didn't even know how he died. Then the blood mist gradually faded and disappeared without a trace. Gu Shanhai just stepped into the teleportation array and went to Sinqui City. After about 3 minutes, he came back. It's done. Don't go to Sinqui City next time to sell things, Gu Shanhai said casually after returning. Everyone thought they had failed, but they didn't expect Gu Shanhai's next sentence. I negotiated with the Forest Saint for 10 seconds to let him hand over the people. If he didn't hand over the people, I would just take care of the people and the city. Only the teleportation array is left. If you go there, it's just a wasted trip. As soon as these words came out, Ren and others didn't know what to say. You are so strong, and you still need us to help you with this strategy. You can clear the level with just a wave of your hand. But Ren also felt warm in his heart. Who wouldn't like this kind of teacher? By the way, why are they chasing you? The little things you go out to sell are not worth such a big fight. Gu Shanhai asked curiously. Everyone's mentality is a little complicated. They killed you before they came over to ask what was going on. Teacher, isn't it a little bad for you to do this without even knowing the cause and effect? Ren asked hesitantly. It's true. But what next? Gu Shanhai said that I knew it was wrong. But not only did I not change it, I was also very arrogant. The only danger of doing this is that it may offend the protagonist. The problem is that the protagonist is on Gu Shanhai's side now. So he is rounded up as a righteous knight. And the people killed by the righteous knight must be bad guys. It's okay. Ren didn't dare to continue. Mainly because this incident happened because of him. This matter is still the fault of the Emerald Adventure Group and has nothing to do with you. Uncle Gu. The demon giant swordsman hurriedly opened his mouth to smooth things over. And then explained why. Probably the leader of the Green Light Adventure Group was the daughter of the leader of the Jade Adventure Group. She died because of a raid on the Adventure Land. As a result, the leader thought of Ren. His own daughter was dead. So why was he still alive? If it wasn't for him quitting the group and not giving advice to his daughter, how could his daughter die? Then he openly sent people to hunt down Ren and others. This is indeed against the laws of Forest City. But who makes the Emerald Adventure Group powerful? There are Forest Saints behind them. Even if it is their fault, no one will care about it. Big fists are tough. It makes sense. Not to mention that the ones who died were just an unknown small adventure team. Then, there was no more. Gu Shanhai took action and directly wiped out the entire Sinqui city. Ren is not stupid. He didn't say that Gu Shanhai killed innocent people indiscriminately. The adventurers in Sinqui City couldn't afford to offend the Emerald Adventure Group and worry about it if it had nothing to do with them. Then why would he defend a group of people who didn't help them? A stranger breaks with his teacher. They are human beings. But they themselves are not human beings. If it weren't for Gu Shanhai, his entire adventure group would be dead at this moment. And they might even be laughed at for not overestimating their abilities after death. They are so unreasonable, Gu Shanhai also commented. And then said, Fortunately, I am not unreasonable either. Teacher, it's not good for you to say these things so openly. Ren finally saw that Gu Shanhai's irregularities sometimes led to killing. If there's anything bad, it's all our own. We'll hide it and show it to no one, Gu Shanhai said confidently. Most of the top leaders of the Mahayana Xuanzhen sect have this shameless appearance. Gu Shanhai has learned a lot from being around that group of people for a long time. Not to mention him. Jian Lu also had the same character in private. Gu Shanhai thought that this tradition must be passed on to Ren. This tradition cannot be lost. Ah. Ren didn't know what to say for a moment. By the way, have you sold your things? Gu Shanhai asked. We haven't sold it yet. And we were hunted down while we were still bargaining, Ren said with a sigh. Fortunately, he didn't lose anything. Otherwise, he would have suffered a big loss. Okay. It won't be too late to sell them after you recover. Gu Shanhai knew that Ren was selling equipment and props not for the gold coins, but to purchase materials. This guy is indeed a talent. He taught himself prop making and potion making. And the effects of the props and potions produced are far better than those of life-related professions on the market. It can only be said that the effects of his God-given profession are 100% derived. There were other parts of him, but he wasn't aware of it yet. The main part of Ren's profession is automatic, and the derived part is 100%, because the main job is limited to skills, and the derived part is not so strict, so part of it escapes, forming his hidden ability. Yeah, no problem. Ren didn't object. He relied more on Gu Shanhai, but he was also an independent person. By the way, you should be at LV1. How are your skills? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. It's called automatic movement. It allows me to go to the place I've been to 100% of the time. Ren's face darkened. This skill was slightly better than automatic return, but only a little. However, it is easier to upgrade, and it can be used 1,000 times. He usually needs to go to the Tower of Fate to collect intelligence. It used to be a hassle-free trip back, but now it's a hassle-free trip back and forth. He could even take a nap on the way. Thinking about it, he was like a loser. He always felt that he seemed to have failed Gu Shanhai's expectations, which made him feel a little ashamed. Damn it! Your ability is even worse than before! Gu Shanhai was even more shocked. This meant that Ren was able to reach any area, and even barriers, dangers, etc. could not stop him. Yeah, it's really useless. Against the sky? Teacher, are you right? Ren was a little confused. He didn't understand what was against the sky at all. Yes, it's outrageous. Think about it. If one day I am sealed here, no one can come in. But with this ability, you can successfully reach here regardless of any seal, barrier, or even magic. Isn't it heaven-defying? Gu Shanhai joked. It's really nothing if it only has the word automatic. But if you add 100%, then it's extraordinary. After teasing, Gu Shanhai said seriously, this skill is equivalent to an automatic return to a higher level, indicating that Ren's God-given professional abilities are being unlocked bit by bit and matched with corresponding strengths. If one day, the ability to fight automatically appears, then as long as he uses it, victory will be guaranteed, no matter how strong the enemy is. Then what if such a weird skill is unlocked in the next level? Ren asked helplessly. That means you still have more potential that has not been unleashed. What Gu Shanhai said was really not a lie. The origin of the God-given profession is mysterious, but it is enough to compare with the god's favorite profession transformed from the remains of the gods. Its potential. Gu Shanhai suspected that this group of adventurers with God-given professions might be involved in the fallen gods. As for the connection between them, Gu Shanhai has no clue now. The main reason is that except for the difference in intensity between God-given professions and other professions, there is basically no difference in other places. Therefore, it will take time to explore. At least after Gu Shanhai has mastered his divine power. He is now able to condense his divine power into gold coins thanks to his identity as the Twilight Saint. If he wants to conduct follow-up research, he will probably have to turn this nominal identity into an actual identity so that he can see more, rather than a fake one. He also has a solution. Most people can become adventurers by killing monsters. But Gu Shanhai can become a saint. Others have changed their professions into various professions. But Gu Shanhai is even more unusual. He plans to change his profession to become a god. Yes, it is the fallen god of fate. However, he will definitely not use the original version. He plans to change it. When the remains of the god of fate and end are extracted into the soul of heaven and earth, it will be the same as his world-unifying wonders of heaven and earth, with full compatibility, without having to worry about resistance during the refining process. As a result, a very serious sequelae will occur. That is, the three realms of spiritual appearance, Dharma awareness, and Taoism may be distorted to the point of disappearing. If you want these three realms, you can only find a way to create them yourself. I will work hard. When Ren heard Gu Shanhai's expectations for him, he felt bitter in his heart. He wanted to believe in Gu Shanhai, but his profession was so weird. He used this skill twice in a row, which made him, there is no confidence at all. Well, you have a good rest, and don't bother yourself these days. After all, your soul has been damaged. Gu Shanhai also warned. It is normal for the attacker to have the ability to target the soul. Some professions have passive abilities. To be honest, Ren was able to escape thanks to his identity as the protagonist of Destiny's Child. Otherwise, how could a normal person come back alive when being pursued by a big force? He would have been crushed into mud long ago. But, if he had used automatic return at that time, he would have come back unscathed. But his harem group would not necessarily be there. Chapter 310, I seem to be becoming more and more like an NPC. It's done! Gu Shanhai also looked happy when he saw the words, Saint Dusk, floating above his head. This is the manifestation of the rules of the world, which shows that his identity has become a real saint. Instead of just wearing a piece of skin, the forest saint he killed before also had the same style on his head. The same as mountains and seas. But this thing is a bit conspicuous. Can you take it back? Gu Shanhai always kept a low profile. Speaking of which, where's the power? Gu Shanhai looked at the golden halo font on his head. Under normal circumstances, there would definitely be power feedback. But he didn't receive it. Is it because there was no conversion when you died? So it expired? Gu Shanhai knew that the Twilight Saint did not exist at all, because the god of fate and end died completely. So it was a little embarrassing. He now had an identity, but his death was too clean, leaving no inheritance for him. So I can't receive any inheritance. But there is good news. His authority has increased. If the connection between these 5 adventure places was previously on the 2G network, now it is directly connected to the 5G network. The gap is enough to explain the problem. But correspondingly, Gu Shanhai found that if he entered an adventure place, he would be rejected. There is also good news, because he did not inherit the inheritance. So unlike other saints who cannot enter the adventure place, he can enter the adventure place, but he cannot use the power related to the saint. But he does not have the power of the saint at all. To put it another way, it probably means that as a saint, he was stillborn. Gu Shanhai didn't care about the power of the saint. He was interested in the power of the fallen gods. So he directly used the higher power. What would he do with this transitional power? The power of the saint would not only not be a boost, but would also become his entry point. The restrictions of the adventure land are completely uneconomical. This feeling of longing derived from divine power? So the saints need something in the adventurous place? The remains of the gods? It doesn't seem like it. At this time, Gu Shanhai also noticed the thirst for a certain sense originating from divine power. But this sense was not his own, but came from the golden halo font on his head. It felt to him like energy-generated desire, which had little to do with him. So it was easily isolated. We have to wait until Ren helps me clear the Tower of Fate. Gu Shanhai was also very lucky at this time. Fortunately, he intercepted Ren. Otherwise, he might not be able to pass the level, mainly due to restrictions on identity. Speaking of which, when others cut off the protagonist's hair, I cut off the protagonist's hair directly. Thinking of this, Gu Shanhai was also happy. Compared with cutting off the protagonist's opportunity, letting the protagonist do things for himself and everyone working together to win-win is the best development. For now, other saints may not be able to pass the adventure place that may last for 1800 years. In Gu Shanhai's case, with Ren's growth rate, it will only take about 10 years at most. As for the protagonist's opportunities, He has exclusive access to all 5 adventure lands. Even the largest adventure groups do not have this treatment. And it is impossible for Ren to grab what Gu Shanhai wants. His character is not the selfish type, but the type of repaying kindness. In addition, Gu Shanhai's intentional guidance and atmosphere changes in aspects. At least for now. This small group has the demeanor of a master-disciple line. There is no need to worry about Ren's disguise. Gu Shanhai is an expert in emotions and desires, and the opponent's ability is not enough to disguise. After tinkering for a while, he dug deeper into his own Twilight Saint. It seems that we can intervene. Although Gu Shanhai cannot create props, skills, etc. through his divine power, he can change them. For example, a piece of equipment can be molded and improved by him, and a profession can help them advance. For example, Ren's 4 wives. Now Gu Shanhai can help them to upgrade their professions without a certificate of divine favored profession transfer. The advanced profession is promoted to the divine profession. As for the God-given profession, he still has no clue. It's a pity that I don't have the ability to create. Otherwise, I would have customized it. But if they can get the God's career class transfer certificate, I can shape and improve it to form a brand new career. Gu Shanhai's idea is very simple, which is to form a deeper bond with Ren. A direct two-pronged approach, not only deepening the bond with Ren, but also performing curb binding through pillow style. Of course, he doesn't have any malicious intentions and his profession is very serious. It's still because of his identity. It's not that it's useless. There is another thing that I can create directly out of thin air. Gu Shanhai felt the fluctuations and changes of divine power, because it cannot be converted into actual equipment and props. He can interfere with adventurers, such as adding corresponding skills to them. That's right. He has become a professional mentor, and he is also a full professional mentor. Through divine power, it interferes with the divine blessing in the adventurer's body and locks his professional skill library. In this way, the opponent can have a corresponding skill of this profession. This is the essence of the skills that adventurers acquire after defeating monsters. By absorbing the divine power from monsters, they can access the professional skill library in divine blessing, and then randomly unlock a skill. However, it is random, but there are certain restrictions. For example, if the adventurer is if you brush a low-level original lord, then the divine blessing will be based on the incoming divine power and give him skills that are not performing well, which are garbage skills. However, these restrictions are not a problem for Gu Shanhai. You can directly unlock the most advanced skills. It's true that you can do this, but you can't really unlock it for them. You have to complete the target. The indicators Gu Shanhai mentioned were of course not asking Ren and the others to pay money or give them something, but rather study tasks, homework completion, test scores, etc. He can even take out equipment and props with modified attributes as an incentive. I seem to be becoming more and more like an NPC. Other saints should also have this ability. So why are there so few adventure places that have been cleared now? Gu Shanhai's idea is normal. Saints have this ability. Not to mention other things. As long as they create a large-scale adventure group of 100 people, all of which have LV10 gods, and have all their skills unlocked, and have top-notch equipment and props, the adventurous places can be pushed across. As for level, it is not a problem at all. For adventurers with this condition, it is normal for adventurers to leapfrog and kill them. If you don't do this, there is only one possibility, and that is that this behavior will harm the saint himself. Is it because I didn't inherit the legacy of the god of fate that I don't feel it? Gu Shanhai suspected that he might not have it, so nothing would happen if he caused trouble. His own system is not about saints and gods. These two things are just additions to him. In addition, mana is converted into divine power, and mana has become very cheap in his case. So he does not have it at all. Feeling distressed, "Teacher, we are back and have successfully cleared the 20th floor of the Tower of Fate." Ren came back and reported the situation to Gu Shanhai. Just when he came back, he saw the golden halo of words on Gu Shanhai's head, which made him stunned for a moment. And then he looked happy. "Teacher, are you recovered?" "No, it's just a SHL. This thing looks good to you, but it's actually useless." Gu Shanhai sighed. This thing is indeed just a SHL. Ren was also thinking in his mind. It seems that as we gradually conquer the adventure place, the teacher's strength will gradually recover. This is really good news. The main reason is that this one and the other is too coincidental, and Ren can't help but think in this direction. Gu Shanhai was also aware of Ren's thoughts, but he did not correct it. It might be a misunderstanding. This way, he would be more motivated. How about it? Do you have the certificate for changing the profession of God's family? Gu Shenhai asked. No. It's not that easy to drop. Rin was also very moved by this. Gu Shenhai's first concern was not about the clearance, but for their disciples. The God's career transfer certificate is related to the career advancement of his 4 wives. That's a shame. My strength has improved and I recently opened a new business. Through homework completion, test scores, etc., I can give you skills. For example, if the 5 of you get perfect scores on all exams, each of you will be given one of the most divine skills. Or, if everyone has completed their homework this week, I will give you an advanced skill. Of course, if someone is holding back, you'd better help the other person improve their performance. Otherwise, the quality of their skills will be reduced or even eliminated. Gu Shenhai said with a smile. This is called both prosperity and loss. Just when they heard this, masks of pain appeared on the faces of Ren In and others. Is Gu Shenhai's learning task so easy to complete? But on the other hand, Gu Shenhai's teaching quality is excellent, and their strength in all aspects has also improved by leaps and bounds. Teacher, how about you try another way and use the progress of conquering the adventure land to change your career? Ren asked cautiously. Do you think it's okay? Gu Shenhai's smile became even brighter. I think it may not work. Ren is not a fool. With Gu Shenhai's attitude, how can it be possible? You guessed it right. But it's a pity that there is no reward. Gu Shenhai said that you are really smart. And then continued. Then, the scores from the test scores can be used to get the attributes of my customized equipment and props. Yes, I can change them. But you have to provide these things yourself. I can't enter the adventure land now. So naturally I can't get these things. After saying this, Gu Shenhai said with a serious expression. From now on you can only rely on yourselves. Now I can only cheer you on from the rear. Teacher, thank you, Ren said in a deep voice. No matter how polite you are, we are all our own people. Gu Shenhai didn't have much thought about this. It was just a matter of effort. How many times do you have to use automatic movement before your level can be upgraded to LV2? During these days, in addition to studying, detecting intelligence, making plans and other things, Ren has been grinding levels. 2/3 of it has been completed. I should be able to upgrade before I attack the Tower of Destiny next time, Ren said after looking at the progress. When he was in the Green Light Adventure group, he also thought about upgrading. But it was just because the group of charming ladies was really holding him back. As a result, he didn't have enough time at all, and he was usually busy with it most of the time. After he was almost ready, these pretty ladies squandered all the divine gold coins they earned from the adventure land, forcing him to continue the strategy. Even though these charming ladies are powerful, what they are squandering is the Green Light Adventure Group's divine gold coins. If they don't make more money, he will go hungry. So it was a last resort. Gu Shenhai's comment on this is that you are the one who made you a liquor, even if you are not doing it properly. It is indeed not Gu Shenhai's turn to stop him. That's good. Gu Shenhai is still very satisfied with Ren's upgrade progress. He has done more than 600 automatic moves in 3 months, which is quite hard. At present, Ren basically conducts a strategy once every 3 months. Because it is fully prepared, the strategy is very fast. Basically, it is a speed run without any damage. Unlike other adventure groups, there will basically be someone who enters. Casualties. Teacher, I want to expand a second group and let them move bricks, Ren said. Second group? That's fine. You can make up your own mind. Gu Shenhai didn't care about this either. This second group is different from the first group. They are not included in their adventure group. They use the divine contract of mercenary, and the nature of their work is the same as that of the first group. Just like working part-time, they support this group of adventurers and give them adequate wages. And their harvest goes to the adventure group. I just need your name and some small businesses you have started. You see, of course Ren knew that if his small adventure group wanted a second group, basically no one would come because he couldn't afford the corresponding fees. Treatment. People can earn income by moving bricks themselves. So why should they give it to you? If the salary is low, risk takers will be reluctant. If the salary is high, they will lose money. Therefore, there is no way out. Just use the identity of a saint like Gu Shenhai. How to carry out it? I usually don't have time. It is impossible for Gu Shenhai to really manage this matter. You only need to provide the best person with a high-level skill every month. Do you think it will work? Ren asked tentatively. It's not very good for you to pick and search. Otherwise, the first place is advanced skills. The second place is customizing high-end equipment. And the third place is customizing high-end props. This is not much more attractive than you. Gu Shanhai thought it was something. That was it. It didn't take him a few minutes. Will this put a burden on you, teacher? Ren asked hesitantly. Although Gu Shanhai said it was easy. But for low-level adventurers, having one of these things is considered to be powerful. So the gift is very valuable. Rich. The adventurers at the bottom level must be the ones moving the bricks. Who among the middle and high-level people will move the bricks? No. It's just a small problem. Gu Shanhai said. Can this be considered a burden? Chapter 311 It's okay to lie to your brothers. But don't lie to yourself. Good guy. Where did Ren find so many players here? Gu Shanhai complained. He found that most of the second group members Ren recruited were players. The player IDs above each one have the same appearance as the level above the adventurers. This group of players all come from the same player force, named Lingyun Pavilion. But they are not high-level people, but a group of low-level workers. The kind that clocks in at a fixed time every day and plays strings after get-off work. In fact, Gu Shanhai didn't understand the formation of this kind of player ecosystem. Because for a normal player, how much money can he earn from part-time work? Of course, they may not be greedy for money. As players settled in, a large number of surrounding resources were developed, forming a brand new market. However, in addition to players, adventurers also followed. The main reason was that Ren's propaganda was confirmed. Everyone knew that there was a saint here, and they were also interested in the rewards for the top 3. With the increase in population, the original 5 Elements sect town was expanded by Gu Shanhai into a large 5 Elements sect city. However, the name is a bit unsociable. After all cities in this world are distinguished by color. But Gu Shanhai is too lazy to do this. Ren reminded him. But he didn't care either. If he doesn't change it, what else can others do? Join forces to boycott? That's nonsense. Gu Shanhai can produce benefits for the bottom adventurers and player teams. If they want people to give up on this in just one sentence, why don't they just order the whole world to become their slaves? This isn't more of a one-and-done thing. After Gu Shanhai saw the players arriving, he also opened his 5 Elements sect shop. But it only catered to players, and only engaged in bartering. Gu Shanhai also gained a lot by exchanging various secrets of skills, exotic flowers and herbs from other worlds. As for the players looking for trouble, the players are not blind. Gu Shanhai has the level of a saint on his head, which is enough to show that Gu Shanhai's strength far exceeds theirs. The level of the Adventurer King world is about 1 to 30. Which means that an adventurer's level 1 is approximately equal to a player's level 30th. And a saint is a level 300 existence. So as long as players don't have a flaw in their brains, they won't mess with a level 300 boss. Not to mention that this small shop is very economical, and everyone who comes to exchange things feels like they are making a lot of money. However, there are also some players who want to ask Gu Shanhai how he got the title of Twilight Saint. Gu Shanhai is not stingy. He just said that he had completed the hidden mission, and that the mission was very difficult. As for asking about the mission process and strategy, Gu Shanhai would just smile and say nothing. Most players would understand that the benefits here were too great and Gu Shanhai would not talk about it. So he did not ask further questions. There are also some who continue to ask questions without knowing what is good. And Gu Shanhai will only say one sentence and wait for you to trigger it. This kind of people just want to come and get benefits from Gu Shanhai. During this period, Gu Shanhai also met some big players he knew in his previous life. Most of these people were leaders of major forces or powerful lone rangers. They either invited Gu Shanhai to join their forces or came to test Gu Shanhai's strength. After all, everyone is at level 200. So if a person at level 300 suddenly appears, it will naturally be eye-catching. This is the trouble of coming to the popular world. So Gu Shanhai has always been relatively repellent. Players will be like flies, taking the trouble to annoy him. Fortunately, as the heat dropped, Gu Shanhai's side gradually became less chaotic than it was at the beginning. The harvest is not small. Gu Shanhai looked at the harvest of the past 6 months and was quite satisfied with it. The harvest was used to improve his legal domain and the Qing Emperor's Sutra of Immortality. In addition, there are spiritual plants. The strange plants brought by players from various messy worlds have also enriched the spiritual plants in his body. By the way, I was a vegetable before, but now I can barely be considered a human. Right? Gu Shanhai was somewhat doubtful about life. After his spiritual root power has reached level A, it can no longer grow. It does not mean that it has reached its peak, but it cannot grow. The premise of spiritual root power is that Gu Shanhai is still a human being. But this morning, all the bones and internal organs in Gu Shanhai's body that were originally few have disappeared. And now all he has left is human skin. If you cut it open, you can still see the wriggling plants underneath. This made Gu Shanhai a little sad. A good power was eliminated as soon as it was eliminated, and he had to make further modifications if he wanted to use it. It's just that there is no clue to modify it now. The reason for the change is naturally because he has completely integrated the wonders of heaven and earth to unify the world. Now he is at the peak of the Tianjing stage. He only needs the soul of heaven and earth to be in place to break through. Gu Shanhai was also caught off guard. It was really too fast this time. He hadn't even developed the techniques for the cave soul stage yet, let alone the corresponding breakthrough magical powers. In the past half year, Ren also conquered the Tower of Fate to the 40th floor, but he did not plan to conquer the 50th floor by conquering it, but instead moved to the Sea of End. The strength of Ren's adventure group is relatively uneven, so they need to improve their strength to almost the same level. Therefore, it is better to improve the progress of other large-scale adventure places to the same level first, and then slowly conquer them. In the process of the development and growth of the 5 Elements Sect City, many adventure groups have also settled in and started to conquer these 5 adventure places. But the progress has not been as good as Ren's adventure group. To say that the one who has made the slowest progress is Ren. He is only at level 2 now, and has awakened a skill called Automatic Collection. The effect of the skill is just like the name. As long as it is activated, he can collect resources around him, and the collection is 100% successful. When he first obtained this skill, Ren's already chilled heart became half chilled again. This skill is much better than the 2 skills of automatic return and automatic movement. But the problem is that it has no combat effectiveness. He is the leader of the adventure group and must be on the front line in person. However, the upgrade to now is just a life skill, leaving him at a loss as to what to say. It's just that the effect is quite good. Whether it's medicinal materials, ores, or even the corpses of dead monsters, they can all be collected cleanly, which is better than Ren's own efforts. It's just that it's a bit difficult to upgrade. This time, it takes 10,000 automatic collections to upgrade Ren to LV3. This means that he has not completed the upgrade to this day, which makes Ren very depressed. That's right. The person holding the adventure group back is Ren himself. His 4 wives, who are members of the adventure group, are all at least LV5. The originally highest level demon swordsman is already LV6. But after arriving here, the level has been improved. The speed dropped. Lord Saint, I heard that you sell some unusual things here. A voice came, and Gu Shanhai looked up and saw a man wearing a thick windbreaker, a peaked cap covering most of his face, and a mask underneath his nose, making it difficult to see his face. He asked in a low voice, "Unusual things? What do you mean?" Gu Shanhai had so many unusual things here. He didn't even know what the other party wanted, whether it can restore a man's glory or level a city to the ground. Both of these things can theoretically be called extraordinary things. Of course, it's unusual. The other party gave Gu Shanhai another hint. Gu Shanhai felt that this guy looked like the Riddler. I'm full of extraordinary things. Whatever you want. You have to give me a type. For example, if you want to conquer the world or conquer women, you don't want to play tricks with me and let me guess. Gu Shanhai said helplessly. This is just like selling some 404 capable CDs here. He is obviously selling them openly. I heard from someone that you, boss, sell things that can turn a city into ashes. The other person said in a low tone. But when he said this, he was a little reluctant, and he was obviously a little dissatisfied with Gu Shanhai. Oh, it's easy to talk about. Look, this thing is called Big Ivan. Not only will the city be razed to the ground when it explodes, it will also leave poison for tens of thousands of years. And this, the limited edition Kingslayer. As long as you put it on, you can be 50 to 50 equal to the Saint. Otherwise, look at this Killing Halo version 7.0. As long as it is thrown into the crowd, everyone will involuntarily fall into the killing until there are no living creatures in the Halo. Of course, the most useful one is the Blood Barrier Pill. It is colorless and odorless. You can recycle it after use and still eat it. Gu Shanhai laid out a lot of things. No matter what the other party could not think of, there was nothing that Gu Shanhai could not do. If you can afford the price, customization is no problem. Gu Shanhai has a very good service attitude. As long as he can afford it, he can talk about anything. As expected of the Saint of Twilight, it's just that I can't afford the price. The man sighed and said in a regretful tone. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai didn't expect it, and then nodded. Okay, then come back when you can afford the price. After saying that, Gu Shanhai also started to pack his things, just to amuse himself. But the other party reached out to stop Gu Shanhai's behavior and said, But I really need it. Oh, what next? Gu Shanhai put it away in an instant, and then looked at the other party in confusion. You have no money to eat, but Gu Shanhai can still give you a meal. But it turns out that you are lucky. It would be too weird for you to buy weapons of mass destruction and tell him that you have no money. I would like to ask the Lord Saint to give me a copy, and I will surely be rich in reward in the future. The other party said in a sonorous and powerful tone. When do you mean you are coming? And how generous is this generous reward? Gu Shanhai thought about credit. It is also possible, but it must be negotiated. The other party also fell silent. He didn't expect Gu Shanhai to ask such a question, which made him feel uncomfortable talking for a while. Please, Lord Saint, give me some face. The other party started to speak. Forget about saving face. Let's sign a divine contract. Gu Shanhai said calmly. This kid must have come to him for free. The other party was speechless for a moment. Gu Shanhai was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he sat down and waited to see what the other party would say. This is not the first time that adventurers have been given credit. As long as the divine contract is signed, Gu Shanhai will not lose money even if the other party dies. Therefore, those who are willing to sign are basically those who really have no money and want to become stronger. If they can't repay the debt, they will go to the 2nd Regiment to pay off the debt. And Gu Shanhai doesn't care. But for the man in front of him, Gu Shanhai really didn't expect that he actually wanted to have sex for free. I am the Guardian Elder of the Holy Spirit sect. If you, Saint, give me a face today and give me a share, when I become a god in the future, I will definitely support you. Saint! Seeing this, the other party began to reveal his identity. Come. That's okay. Let's sign a divine contract. Gu Shanhai nodded. It's okay to give him face and sign the contract. Gu Shanhai is also aware of the power of the Holy Spirit cult. It is similar to a cult. It has deceived many adventurers into thinking that they have the qualities of gods. Moreover, these members firmly believe in it, and their power is not small. They are all individuals with their own personalities, commonly known as shameless. The reviews are actually quite good, because they only lie to themselves and not others. Just like this person. He only wants to have sex for nothing. If Gu Shanhai doesn't give it, he will keep pestering him with all kinds of persuasion, and will not say anything about snatching it. His personality is very awkward. Can you not sign it? The other party asked. No. What if you become a god and don't acknowledge your debt? Gu Shanhai complained. After learning that the other party was the Holy Spirit cult, I finally understood why it was so weird. Think about it. If you become a god, you must be very powerful. Right. Then if you break the contract, no one will help me. So let me give you one. And you will have to give me a corresponding reward for the future. Guarantee. Not empty words. Gu Shanhai Xiaoji deceived the other party with emotion and reason. After the other party was silent for a long time, he nodded. What you said makes sense. Very good. Then the next thing is the collateral. Gu Shanhai said a lot, and directly confused the Guardian Elder of the Holy Spirit sect, and just took a big pill in a daze. 1. Signed a divine contract similar to a contract of sale. By the time the other party reacted, he had already left Gu Shanhai's 5-element sect city with Big E1. Sure enough, you can lie to your brothers, but lying to yourself means you really have a brain problem. But then again, is this guy going to blow up some city with Big Ivan? Do you really think that Gu Shanhai was so kind that he gave the other party the nuclear bomb on credit with just a few words? The main reason is that I just want to have fun, so that the world will not be in chaos. After the other party blew up Big E1, Gu Shanhai went to the Holy God cult to ask for money. If he gave it, they would bleed a lot. If he couldn't give it, don't blame Gu Shanhai for being ruthless. Yes, there was something wrong with that divine contract. It was not just the Protector Elder who signed it. It also stated that Gu Shanhai could defer relatives, superiors, subordinates, etc. to collect debts. He can even trace his power. So in this way, he can become the creditor of the entire Holy Spirit religion. The other party wanted to have sex for free. So of course Gu Shanhai also wanted to cheat the other party. You can't be so stupid that you just believe whatever the other person says. Besides, that's all if the other person can really become a god. Investment can be regarded as forming a good relationship. The problem is that this is simply impossible. Because Gu Shanhai understands what a god is. Virtue. Only saints have this qualification. And for others, there is only one protagonist left. Chapter 312. Selling Big Ivan is all about a good person. The divine contract has been activated. So where did the Protector Elder explode? Gu Shanhai made a decisive calculation, and then discovered an interesting question. That is, the other party used the Great Ivan in the Holy White City. Yes, it was the place where Gu Shanhai lived before. Does he have any grudge against the Holy Saint? Gu Shanhai was a little confused, but he didn't calculate it carefully. However, this Great Ivan did not completely destroy the entire Holy White City, because the Holy Saint took action and suppressed the explosion of the Great Ivan. The main reason is that the Great Ivan that Gu Shanhai provided to the opponent was just an ordinary version. If the version of the magically modified Great Ivan that Gu Shanhai had used to deal with Luo Chuan in the Taoist world, he would definitely have wiped out the opponent's scum. Then will I be able to collect debts next? Gu Shanhai got a little excited thinking about it. If the other party didn't come here for free, Gu Shanhai wouldn't do anything wrong. But now that he was sent to his door, he would definitely not be polite. I have to say that the combination of Divine Contract and Shangqian Jilyu is just like loan sharking. And it doesn't just deceive one person. It's the entire force. It's a pity that this Divine Contract is not my own. Otherwise, I could do even better and directly plot all the 18 generations of his ancestors to work for me as hard labor. It was also Gu Shanhai's first time to experiment, because the previous adventurers came to borrow money with the real intention of paying it back. But this Holy Spirit cult came to do it for free. So it was different. This is considered an evil way of playing in TNG Flow. In fact, asking for debts is the lowest form of playing. Next, you can completely enslave them. You can use this group of people to pay off debts or let them help you block arrows. You can even through this group of people, various opportunities are further intercepted. If there was a chance to cut off who, the price must be paid by this group of people. But the chance fell into the hands of Gu Shanhai. If we were to be more ruthless, we would directly put all kinds of backlash and consumption on this group of people. This sect is called the Slave Main Sect in TNG Ryu. There are several taboos about this genre. The first one is not to use it on players, because the player's semi-digitization will have a corresponding status panel and will be noticed immediately. The second thing is not to use it on the destined sons and destined villains, because these people cannot be explained by common sense. As a slave owner, there is a high probability that TNG Flow players will overturn. If you compare luck and causation with the protagonist and villain, you are not looking for death. Even if there is no causation and luck in that world, the destined child and the destined villain are born with corresponding emergency mechanisms. However, there are also those who are brave in art, because if they are not killed by the backlash, relying on these two people, they can definitely make a lot of money. Of course, 98 out of 100 people who played this way were tricked to death, and one was captured to be the protagonist or villain. Only one of the remaining ones could escape unscathed. There are the mainstream of evil slaves, and there are also the righteous dog-licking stream, which is to be friends with the protagonist. Gu Shanhai normally follows this style, but his method is more special. He directly intercepts the protagonist, which is a higher level. This genre requires a lot of investment, is time-consuming and troublesome. More importantly, it requires timing and examination of the character and character of the protagonist. But it is very stable and safe. If someone beats you, the protagonist will help you out and even give you various gifts. As for why you don't lick the villain, no one with any brains would do such a thankless thing. After you solve the protagonist's task will fall on you. The main line of the world is extremely difficult. It's enough to make TNG Flow players deeply involved. Other types of players trigger the main line of the world and can be sold to big forces. After all, these people rely on their ability or luck, while TNG Flow relies on calculations. Those who have a name will not be able to withdraw when the time comes, and they will be tied up directly for you. Die in this world. If the world main line is triggered next to the protagonist, the difficulty will decrease while the rewards will remain unchanged, because more often the player will assist the protagonist rather than follow the protagonist's path. A large amount of resources can be realized in this process. That's 198,672 and 73. In just a short time. I have an extra slave. This thing can be fooled. Gu Shanhai looked at the divine contract and split it into 10. More than 98,000 copies came, which was also a bit of a surprise. The highest level of slaves here is LV10, and the lowest is ordinary people. Yes, the new one is an ordinary person, and he should become an adventurer of LV0 level in the near future. It's a pity that some of them are not capable enough to interfere with their fate. Otherwise, I could save a lot of things. At present, Gu Shanhai's ability to control these 198,000 people is limited. He can only let them take the blame and bear the damage, but cannot let them move forward according to the destiny woven by Shanhai. The main reason is that what he currently masters is more about the secret ability of revealing information, and other aspects are not involved in depth. But it's not all useless. When we extract the soul of heaven and earth from the remains of the gods, we will definitely use this group of people. Gu Shanhai suddenly felt that if he wanted to pay the debt, he didn't need to be in a hurry. He could just keep the money as a food reserve. It doesn't matter if you really don't need it. It's not a waste if you just eat these people when you're leaving. How could he use it so easily when it was in Gu Shanhai's hands? The value must be maximized. It's strange. Why can't it be calculated that the Holy Spirit religion is going to blow up the Holy White City? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. His prediction seemed to be swallowed up by an invisible whirlpool. This feeling is very strange. What is covering up is not the guardian elder of the Holy Spirit cult, but the root cause of the bombing of Holy White City. Something weird has appeared in this world again. Gu Shanhai's face fell. Under normal circumstances, if something appears that he cannot calculate, it is probably something from outside the world or above the standard. For example, in the world of Dao soldiers, there are rebirths sent back from the world or existences such as time travelers with systems. Otherwise, he can even count the protagonist, let alone the same thing. Otherwise, I won't go to investigate. What a ghost! Gu Shanhai complained. He should be cautious to the end. If he personally investigates such an ignorant matter, does he dislike his own longevity? So there had to be a way to do things. So he chose to publish a task for players and adventurers to check. This is the serious solution. As for why this is done, it is also very simple. Because this big Ivan belongs to Gu Shanhai. So this is reasonable. Even if someone finds fault, Gu Shanhai will find a way to silence him. For this reason, he asked players and adventurers to find some clues. He did not expect to find out all the truth. It's just that this task cannot be sent by Gu Shanhai, but by Ren, because he is a temporary player. Even if it is temporary, he is still a player. So he cannot send tasks to other official players at all. He originally asked Jianfeng to intercept Hu in the Everlasting City. Chance's tasks are all done through the disciples of the Xuanzhen sect, rather than by him personally. Gu Shanhai just looks like an NPC. But he is not a real NPC. For adventurers, it's relatively simple. Just put a bounty on it, and that's it. This is a lot more convenient. It can't really have something to do with the gods. Right, Gu Shanhai thought. But then he thought that the gods' information is encrypted, while the Holy Spirit teaches vortexes, and the two concealment methods are different. If he wanted to predict the divination gods, Gu Shanhai could check it as long as he successfully decrypted it, or had the corresponding secret key. However, the Holy Spirit cult was simply swallowed by the whirlpool. What do I want? Holy Saint, why did you come to me? Gu Shanhai watched as a ray of pure white light continued to gather, and finally turned into an old man wearing a white robe and holding a wooden staff in his hand. Indifferent, as if detached from the world, with the opponent's level 300 strength. It only took an instant for Gu Shanhai's 5 elements sect to come from Holy White City. Twilight Saint, I would like to ask if the prop used by the Holy Spirit cult to attack the Holy White City was provided by you. The Holy Saint's tone was calm, and his unwavering look seemed to be telling the story of the Holy White City. Things that have nothing to do with you. Yes. He got it from me on credit. What's wrong? Gu Shanhai spoke directly without pretending to be stupid or hiding anything. Thank you for your answer. I just want to know why this Holy Spirit cultist wants to attack the Holy White City. The Holy Saint is not here to ask questions. He understands one thing. That is, if the murderer kills someone, you cannot go after the blacksmith who sold him the weapon, because it is unreasonable. This world itself favors a worldview in which the weak eat the strong and the strong are respected. Gu Shanhai is strong enough to kill the Forest Saint, so the Holy Saint will not come to trouble him. I'm really not sure about this, Gu Shanhai said truthfully. That's such a pity. If you, Twilight Saint, have any clues, you can come to me at any time. I will never let you, Twilight Saint, make your trip in vain. The Holy Saint did not continue to ask. The murderer killed someone. If you asked a blacksmith why he wants to kill someone, isn't this pure nonsense? Of course. I'm also curious about why the other party is targeting Holy White City. Gu Shanhai nodded. This is not a big deal. Next, Holy White City will contact other cities to attack the Holy Spirit cult. I wonder if the Five Elements sect city of the Dusk Saint is interested. The Holy Saint changed the topic and invited Gu Shanhai to join. Sorry, I don't have huge power like the Saints. Now I only have a small adventure group of 5 people under my command. They are conquering adventure places for me and can't spare their hands. Of course, Gu Shanhai had no idea. He hesitated and refused. But he didn't stop the Holy Saint's behavior, because he really didn't know the inside story. There were so many people coming to him for credit, so there was no need to confront the Saints over this trivial matter. Besides, the main reason is that the Holy Spirit cult really has a right to death. And if it bombs a weak city, it won't end up like this. The strength of Holy White City is also among the best in the entire Adventure King world. And it has a wide range of friends. Not those like the Holy Light Church, who are like villains. That's such a pity. But if the Five Elements Clan City provides traces of the Holy Spirit cult, the Holy White City will not be stingy in its thanks. The Holy Saint did not force it, but gave Gu Shanhai a hint that he could join at any time if he changed his mind. Of course, lawless thugs like the Holy Spirit cult should be brought to justice. Gu Shanhai ignored the fact that he sold the Big E1 to the other party. Twilight Saint, it's best if you can understand. I hope you will consider it carefully next time you sell certain props. The Holy Saint reminded him very straightforwardly. This is just an accident. The sword is in the hand of a person. It is the person who makes the mistake, not the sword. The reason why the Great Ivan can be used to attack the Holy White City is because the other party has a bad heart. Its real use is to use it in the strategy and adventure. On the ground. Gu Shanhai said that as long as I can afford the price, I will sell it to whomever I like. Don't stretch your hand too long. The Holy Saint was silent for a while, and did not continue to argue with Gu Shanhai. In that case, Dusk Saint, you can take care of yourself. After saying this, the Holy Saint turned into a ray of light and disappeared, apparently returning to the Holy White City. Hey, you came to me to ask for an explanation. I really thought you were the elder. Gu Shanhai was very disdainful of this, and the other person's last few words were just a knock on him. It's just that Gu Shanhai not only doesn't take it to heart, but also continues to sell all kinds of things and cause trouble to the entire world. When the time comes, they will be extremely busy selling more Big Ivans to the Holy Spirit cult. He just wanted to see blood flowing like a river. However, we can't let the Holy Spirit cult continue to have prostitutes for free. They are going to be wiped out anyway. So it is better to give him all the assets so that when he dies, he can also meet some Zen rules. For example, he comes in time and leaves naked. Gu Shanhai did this for their own good. Otherwise he would be giving the enemy an advantage. And he could get a little bit of arms by coming to Gu Shanhai to buy them. Teacher, who is the Holy Saint? After they left, Rin dared to come over and ask. When the Holy Saint came, he formed a radiant field, isolating everyone from the outside. And only Gu Shanhai was left to communicate with them. Yeah, the rest is okay, but it doesn't look very human. It's as dry as a piece of dead wood. Gu Shanhai said casually. Dot! Ren couldn't say anything. Gu Shanhai could complain and talk nonsense. But he couldn't. He didn't have to be afraid of the strong. But he had to have corresponding respect. The reason why he came to me is very simple. It's an after-sales issue. Unfortunately, he is not my customer. He is at best a victim. So there is no need for me to coddle him. Gu Shanhai knew what Ren wanted to ask. So he replied smoothly. That's really fate. Ren was also a little dumbfounded. What on earth did you sell? And a saint came to ask. It's okay. It's quite valuable. Gu Shanhai wondered how he could sell the thing if it didn't have any value. He is a person who talks about yuan rather than money. After all, talking about money is so cliché. By the way, you came just in time. I need your help with something, Gu Shanhai said. Chapter 313. This letter is very unique, and it tastes great when stir-fried. The crusade against the Holy Spirit cult has aroused quite a heated discussion among players and adventurers. At least the popularity of his Five Elements sect residents has dropped a lot. Gu Shanhai also found out the reason. Among adventurers, this is a bigger opportunity. And on the player side, it is a large dungeon event with generous rewards. So the daily life stopped, which made the original bustle quiet down. But it doesn't mean that everyone will join in the fun. Many people from the second group formed by Ren stayed, mainly because they signed a divine contract. They can leave if they want, but they have to pay liquidated damages. Otherwise, they really think you are a peaceful modernization. In the world, it's just like going to work. You can go to work if you want to, and you can resign if you don't want to go to work. Nothing is that easy. After signing a divine contract, you must either complete the quota or default on payment. As the lowest level, you have no ability to resist at all. Ren and the others don't have much interest in this matter, so they might as well conquer more adventurous places to improve their strength. They are different from those adventurers. The resources of the second group can meet their consumption. In addition, with the support of a Twilight Saint like Gu Shanhai, there is no need to get involved in this matter. Be able to have a lot of resources. There were 198,000 people, and only 73,000 people are dead. Gu Shanhai looked at the decrease in the number of divine contracts, and his eyes twitched. It is true that the Holy Spirit cult is a big force, but in front of many cities of saints, it is almost like an ant, and it cannot make much waves at all. The remaining 73,000 people are estimated to be able to support it for another month or two at most. After all, 120,000 believers were dealt with in just 1 month. How long can they last? Of course, in this month, Gu Shanhai also sold 5 more Big Ivans. The buyers were naturally members of the Holy Spirit cult, and the other party was forced into a desperate situation and had to resist. It's just that this time the other party wanted to get credit but couldn't get it, and was blackmailed severely by Gu Shanhai. It was a seller's market now, so Gu Shanhai said he wanted to buy. But if he didn't buy, get out. The first time, the other party was really stubborn and said he wouldn't buy it. In the afternoon, when he came to pay in despair, Gu Shanhai took advantage of the situation and gave him a 50% increase. The other party gritted his teeth and bought it. Not to mention, Gu Shanhai thought he could push him even harder. After the other party finished buying, Gu Shanhai asked Ren to report back directly, ate at the first place and at the next, and also grabbed some things from the Holy White City. As a small business owner, it is normal for him to report terrorists possessing weapons of mass destruction. Even if he sells weapons of mass destruction, everyone has the responsibility to maintain world peace. Damn it. Getting some rewards is just a convenience. Not really greedy for such a small thing. The Holy Spirit sect should still have some wealth. Gu Shanhai was thinking about how to blackmail them all in the end. Otherwise it would be a waste to keep it. If there was no wealth, how could there be 73,000 people alive now? All of them must have been killed. The rulers of the Saint City are not kind people. When the Holy Saint came to visit them, if Gu Shanhai had not been a saint, he would have had such an attitude and would have killed him long ago. Therefore, having strength is the key point. The opponent does not have any strength and can only be beaten into a mess and blackmailed by Gu Shanhai. Let the Holy Saints help us fight together. Anyway, they want to vent their anger and want face. I'm different. I don't like face. I want face. Gu Shanhai thinks it should be possible. Anyway, it's just a push, not asking them to show mercy. As for whether Big E1's final direction fell into whose hands, or whether it exploded, Gu Shanhai didn't pursue it. The thing was sold, whether it was used or lost, and it had nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He had never seen it. Who lost the newly purchased mobile phone, and then went to the mobile phone store to ask for an explanation. Teacher, I have collected the information you want for you. Ren came over with a lot of parchment, and put it directly on his cash register. So many? Gu Shanhai was also a little surprised. Previously, Gu Shanhai asked Ren to give a commission to players and adventurers, asking them to help find out why the Holy Spirit religion wanted to blow up the Holy White City. In less than a month, they collected this. Well, that's all. But I guess it's of little use. I have withdrawn the commission bounty in the past 2 days. I found that it is of no use. What Ren said was also very honest. In fact, most of them are of little value. Well, let's withdraw then. Gu Shanhai didn't care about this. Intelligence information is time-limited and has no value after it expires. Furthermore, most adventurers and players have been thrown into the Holy Spirit. During the crusade against the cult of God, there was naturally not much time to do such tasks. Even if it is done, the quality is not very good. After all, it is all about where to go and how many to kill, compared with the bounty reward given by Ren. Of course, the reward given by Saint City is higher. So torture or exploration, it seems like a waste of time. Gu Shanhai flipped through the information, most of which were useless talk or trivial matters, which were of no use at all. Only a small part of the information is slightly useful. Anymore. And it's gone. Collecting bones? Gu Shanhai discovered one thing in common. That is, many adventurers and players mentioned that the Holy Spirit cult seems to be collecting the bones of the dead. Why are they collecting this stuff? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. There are professions such as necromancers and necromancers in the Adventure King world. But due to rules, the skeleton soldiers and zombies under their command are not actually real existences, but summons constructed with divine power. And summons, the summoned objects and beasts summoned by master and beast master professions are actually of the same nature. They just look ugly. Therefore, there is no need to use corpse bones at all. And there is no special material. The foundation of adventurers lies in divine power. These ordinary people, and even the bones of adventurers themselves, do not belong to the category of divine power, and have no effect. I'm not sure. It's probably just a coincidence. When Ren heard this, he also responded. He also saw this problem when he was sorting it out before. But he didn't take it to heart. It's definitely not a coincidence. Gu Shanhai narrowed his eyes, and seemed to have thought of something. Isn't it a coincidence? Ren didn't understand why. Don't worry about this. I'll handle it, Gu Shanhai said calmly. It is impossible to predict and divination. And it requires corpses. This reminded Gu Shanhai of a special plane merchant from Umbrella Company Limited. In most cases, they only accept skeleton soldiers. Although these bones are not skeleton soldiers, the Umbrella Company Limited also accepts them at a discount. About 10 complete bones can be turned into a skeleton soldier. Speaking of which, the opponent should not accept the skeleton soldier summoned by the necromancer in this world. Gu Shanhai was thinking about this. The main thing is that this skeleton soldier is made of divine power. Not a real skeleton soldier. You have to find a way to prevent the other party from successfully redeeming it. Otherwise it will be troublesome if you really get some terrible weapon. Gu Shanhai didn't want to go find this plain merchant. Mainly because he didn't have skeleton soldiers on hand, and it would be troublesome to collect them. If you really want to get something better, you will end up like a street rat like the Holy Spirit cult. He is indeed not afraid. The problem is that there is no need. The items from Umbrella Company Limited were also really expensive. He estimated that he would have to kill at least 10 worlds similar to the Adventure King world before he could replace it with a weapon of about level 1000. Is it really okay? Renan couldn't help but ask when he saw Gu Shanhai deep in thought. It's not a big problem. I don't even need to do anything. Gu Shanhai's idea was very simple. Just to kill with a borrowed knife. Just go and tell those saints that the Holy Spirit cult is collecting corpses to cause trouble. And it is still making big trouble. Commonly known as snitching. Otherwise, how else could Gu Shanhai take action himself? He doesn't have that leisurely thought. Even if the Holy Spirit cult kills the entire Adventure King world and goes to Umbrella Company Limited to exchange for a weapon, it will not pose much of a threat to him. It will only be a minor trouble at most. Do you really think that Umbrella Company Limited does not evaluate risks? The Taoist world may give them credit. That's because the Taoist world has a high level of energy. People in the Adventure King world don't have enough capital to let the Umbrella Company give them credit. The premise of credit is that paying the debt can not only recover the original capital but also make a profit, rather than just anyone being able to get credit. But wouldn't it be better if the trouble could be solved before it arises? So simple? Ren looked a little confused. This seems a little wrong. How could it cause such a big reaction if it was really so simple? It's very simple. Kill all the people from the Holy Spirit cult. Where do you think the trouble will be? Gu Shanhai smiled. Ren was very smart. But because of his own strength, his ideas were often different from his. In his eyes, this matter may require various conspiracies, entanglements of interests, etc. But in fact, he has never thought about the fate of the Holy Spirit Church being casually crushed to death. When he gets stronger in the future, he will be able to understand this solution. It makes sense. Ren also reacted. He was usually cautious. And besides, he was mainly focused on tactics. So he didn't turn around for a while. It's just right. Why don't you go there? Gu Shanhai thought that if the master had something to do, the disciple would do his best. Ren didn't refuse. No problem. But what should I say? Needless to say, you can just run errands and deliver messages for me. Gu Shanhai understood that Ren's weight was too light, and even a holy saint might not be able to see him. The best way is of course for Gu Shanhai to write a letter. Although it was said that if Gu Shanhai wanted to go, he would be there in an instant. But it would be too much trouble. He was really too lazy to move. And it was just time for Ren to go out and see the world. There is no need to worry about any danger. This time he will go alone. If there is danger, he will directly use the automatic return skill to come back. Gu Shanhai estimates that the saint may not be able to crack the automatic mechanism of Ren's body. Gu Shanhai hasn't been able to study it thoroughly now. Let alone the group of saints who hide in the city all day long and don't know what they are doing. Then it's much easier for me. Ren also smiled. Afterwards, Gu Shanhai pulled a spiritual plant leaf from his body and wrote down the cause and effect. The general idea was that he realized that the Holy Spirit cult's intention of collecting the bones was to destroy the saints like us and all the adventurers. And he directly added fuel to the fire to show that they still wanted to do it, coveting the remains of gods. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. What's important is to make them take it seriously. It's just a little embarrassment. Not a big deal. Teacher, please slow down. If you continue to talk nonsense, the Holy Spirit sect will hardly be able to bear such a big blame. Renan looked at Gu Shanhai writing more and more exaggerated content. And he was almost numb. They have to be restrained in taking the blame. If they really want to write randomly, it will be self-defeating. Is it too exaggerated? How about you write it? Gu Shanhai casually stuffed the leaf of the spiritual plant into his mouth, chewed it, and then pulled out another piece and gave it to Ren. When Ren saw Gu Shanhai's behavior, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Eating plants grown on one's own body seemed a bit weird. They had eaten them before, but they were cooked. This time, the scene of eating them raw gave Ren the illusion that Gu Shanhai was eating him. I'll write it, Ren sighed. At least, he could write more formally. Gu Shanhai's writing style would make his blood pressure soar. It means that only Gu Shanhai's strength can do whatever he wants. Ren finished writing in 3 to 5 times. Gu Shanhai glanced at it and estimated that this guy was also a famous pen before time travel. His writing was not only beautiful to read, but also easy to listen to. He even wrote about the various dangers of the Holy Spirit religion. Teacher, can you please take a look? After finishing writing, Ren handed it to Gu Shanhai. Gu Shanhai waved his hand. After reading it, send a letter to Holy White City. You can just go directly to the Holy Saint. That's it. Yes. After Ren put the letter away, he turned and left. There is no need to prepare anything. Just teleport directly to Holy White City through the teleportation array, and then rely on Gu Shanhai's spiritual plant leaf as a pass to directly see the Holy Saint. This spiritual plant leaf has the aura of Gu Shanhai and possesses some kind of unique power. As soon as he enters the Holy White City, the Holy Saint will be able to detect it immediately. As for what its unique power is, Ren really knows. It tastes particularly good when stir-fried. He showed off a plate last night, but the other functions are not clear. Gu Shanhai didn't mention it anyway. These spiritual plants are all used for cooking, but it shouldn't have much effect. Otherwise it wouldn't be used casually. TSK. After all this time, I always feel like I'm at a bit of a loss. Gu Shanhai calculated an account in his mind. Although he could extort things from the Holy Spirit religion, the 5 Elements Sect City was in ruins due to the loss of players and adventurers. Original income has been reduced. In this regard, he could only get all the resources of the Holy Spirit religion as soon as possible, and then restore the economy of the 5 Elements Sect City as soon as possible. Chapter 314 Plain Businessman. Vice Director of Umbrella Company, Ltd. How dare you run errands and deliver a message to me and get yourself into trouble? Gu Shanhai was a little doubtful about life. He never thought that Ren would be raped due to a series of accidents. Let's put it this way. You can come back in an hour at most. But now it's better. You may not be able to come back in a month. Uncle Gu, don't worry. I'll go get him back. The demon giant swordsman was also very worried. The letter sent back from Ren said that he was going to deal with the Holy Spirit cult. You'd better be honest and don't save Grandpa from Calabash Boys. Send them away one by one. Gu Shanhai said angrily. It doesn't matter if the protagonist gets involved in trouble and never comes back. If the harem stays with him, the other party will come back sooner or later. If even the harem runs away, then there is really no chance. Wire on the side was hesitant to speak, but seeing Gu Shanhai's persistence, she didn't dare to speak out. You guys, get some energy and give him a baby as soon as possible to avoid being abducted outside. Gu Shanhai reminded him. With Ren's character, if he really has his wife and children as ties. He will basically worry about his family all the time. Adventurers are not that easy, Wire muttered softly. Nonsense. It's so easy, and I don't need to ask you to work hard. Gu Shanhai had good ears, so of course he heard it. Uncle, have you ever felt that you resemble the elders who urge marriages and births during the new year? Lena, the elf elementalist on the side, also complained. Oh, I'm getting old, so I have to have some fun. They can't bear to have fun with other adventurers, so I can only have fun with you. Gu Shanhai was very confident. He not only urged, but also acted openly and honestly. Shameless urging. Times 4. Everyone was speechless after hearing this. As expected, elderly people are not easy to mess with. Okay, just go and do whatever you have to do. Ren will be fine. He should be back after a while. Gu Shanhai then advised them not to worry. Of course, he also had to hurry up. Go back and do your homework. Don't be an eyesore here. Weir and others also heard Gu Shanhai's thoughts, so they left consciously. After the person left, Gu Shanhai continued to perfect his breakthrough magical powers in the cave's soul stage. As for the corresponding skills, he did not intend to deduce them. The main reason was that he did not know if he would still have the chance to reach the upper 3 realms. I suspect that I have been crooked to the upper 3 realms, and it is not clear whether I still exist. So there is no need to prepare in advance. If there is really no way to improve, then Gu Shanhai plans to use this world's god system to become stronger. For him, as long as it is integrated into his own system and becomes one of the modules, no matter how it grows, it can drive other modules to improve. So it doesn't matter if he reaches the upper limit now. If he adds a few more bricks, the upper limit will also increase. From the beginning, Gu Shanhai was not worried that he would reach his upper limit or not be able to become stronger. If this one didn't work, just change it to another one, and he would always find one that would. Just like the 6-layer white tiger of chain energy formed by the Art of War. It was also integrated in this way. Lord Saint, someone asked me to send you a letter. An adventurer walked in and said respectfully. Compared to players, adventurers still know what it means to be respectful. When facing people who are stronger than themselves, they will not be as stupid as players. Okay, thank you. Gu Shanhai casually threw a divine gold coin with a face value of 1,000 to the other party, treating it as a tip. The other party also happily took it and left. 1,000 divine power gold coins is quite a lot. The other party was just along the way, and it was not meant to be specially sent to him. Gu Shanhai was actually a little confused when he got the letter. It couldn't possibly be Ren. After all, his letter had just been delivered not long ago. When he opened it, his expression became more solemn. Umbrella Company Limited? Gu Shanhai read the content and found that the person who sent the letter was the plain businessman who secretly encouraged the massacre by the Holy Spirit cult. The other party wanted to meet him. It's strange what the other person is doing when they see me. It doesn't make sense. As for Gu Shanhai betraying the Holy Spirit cult, isn't this nonsense? He just betrayed it. It was Saint City that did it. What does it have to do with him? It's unlikely that he's looking for trouble with me, given his personality. If he really wants to cause trouble, he'll just kill me. There's no need to show off in person. Gu Shanhai is still relatively rational. It's like if he wants to make trouble for someone, he will make an appointment or send a special letter. It's better to do it directly than anything else. But this is the first time I've been chased by a plain merchant. It can also be considered the first time. Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of this matter. Under normal circumstances, players regard the plain merchant as a rare person. But today this one really made him cold-blooded. It's just that this is teasing, and he has to take it seriously. I definitely have to go. But there is a trivial problem. The letter directly stated that I wanted to meet, but did not mention the time and place, which was a bit embarrassing. So, how do I get there? Gu Shanhai was also a little helpless. This letter was so overwhelming to write. Oh, don't worry, my dear guest. I'm already here where I want you to go in person. A slightly funny voice came, and an outline emerged from the black vortex. A figure who looked like a goblin, but had strange lines on his skin appeared. The opponent seemed weak, but Gu Shanhai knew that this was definitely just a disguise. If he really took action, the chaos originating from the abyss could transform the opponent into an extremely powerful being. Hello, Mr. Gu. My name is Xiaomian, and I am the vice chairman of Umbrella Company Limited, and this is my business card. The other creature named Xiaomian was in a suit and tie, looking like a successful person. And he handed over the A business card. After Gu Shanhai took it, he took a look and saw that it read, Minister of Commerce of Endless Abyss. Vice Chairman of Umbrella Company. Limited. Smiley face. I have long admired your name. Gu Shanhai also said warmly. But it was a bit strange that such a famous person came here in person. You're welcome. I'm here this time. I want to ask you something. Mr. Gu, he asked with a smile on his face. Gu Shanhai was not surprised, and then said, Please tell me. If you know, I will know everything and tell you everything. It's like this. I smelled a trace of bubble 73674 from the young man named Ren, and finally traced it to you. So I want to ask where you saw bubble 73674. There was no pretense in his smile, and he asked directly, Bubble 73,674? What is that? Gu Shanhai was a little confused. Shouldn't he ask about the Holy Spirit cult? How did you end up on this strange thing? Oh, Bubble 73674 is an abyss demon dragon. That's his name. 100,000 years ago, he was slapped away because he secretly gathered the leaves of Emperor Wu's mother. As a dragon whose main job is to be a farmer, he has always been I want to plant a world tree. But it's a pity that I don't have eyesight. However, due to the friendship between our Lord and the Martial Emperor, although Pao Pao 73674 suffered a big blow, he probably didn't die. It's just not clear which world he was hit to. The smiling face also told the cause and effect. I know an abyss demonic dragon. I don't know if it is Bubble 73674, but I would like to ask what the character of Bubble 73674 is like. For example, if he was dismembered and suppressed by someone, he was rescued by you. Will it destroy the world? Gu Shanhai felt like shit. He is absolutely sure that the abyss demonic dragon in the Taoist world dared to pick up the leaves of the world tree, and then suffered a big blow. Otherwise, why would it be so weak and be suppressed by a group of people? Well, it depends on whether there are some existing relatives and friends in that world. If so, Pao Pao 73674 can only admit defeat. After all, he has already suffered from a big dick, and he will definitely not want to suffer from another big dick again. Already, Xiaomian also hesitated for a moment before saying, What? How do you judge this? Gu Shanhai didn't really want to say it, but obviously, he couldn't hide it from the person in front of him. The other party could detect from Ren that Gu Shanhai possessed the Dragon Tooth Art of War. So even if he didn't say it, the other party can also trace the cause and effect and find the Taoist world. It seems that your guest has an important person in that world. Don't worry. He won't dare to mess around again. Smiley Face also assured this. Are you sure? Gu Shanhai still didn't quite believe it. That was the abyss demonic dragon. I'm very sure. He will definitely be very honest and won't make trouble. He will only leave with me. As a businessman, I am still very honest. Xiaomian promised again and again, fearing that Gu Shanhai wouldn't believe it. So he added, I pledge this in the name of my lord the Will of the Abyss. When the other party said this, the pupils in Gu Shanhai's eyes shrank. The last sentence the other party added was not empty talk, but really had a conceptual level effect. It was equivalent to an oath. If you break it, you will be punished. Serious backlash. Especially when the other party uses the Will of the Abyss as an explanation. Just like a fanatic using his faith as a guarantee. It has high credibility. Of course, Gu Shanhai couldn't hide it even if he wanted to. The other party was trying to set him up. Well, his location is... Gu Shan posted the coordinates. Thank you so much. This is my little thought, he said with a smile, took out an invitation letter, and handed it to Gu Shanhai. This world is difficult to describe, so please be more careful. That's too polite. Gu Shanhai said this, but he took it without hesitation. The most precious thing is not the world itself, but the leaf of the world tree that fell into this world after bubble 73674 was blown away by a big cock. It is currently an ownerless thing. If you can get it, if so, it's yours. Smiling Face also told him. Then Gu Shanhai froze, and then looked at the world on this invitation and felt a little confused. Something doesn't seem right. I'm sorry. Gu Shanhai finally realized that something was not right. In his previous life, he was reincarnated into the world tree, which was the raw material found in this world. Yes, how could it be related after going around in circles? Let alone this one. Each leaf of the world tree is still the leaf of a certain existential mother. What about that? Will it be okay if I take it? After all, it is a leaf of the world tree. Gu Shanhai asked cautiously. If it is ownerless, Gu Shanhai really doesn't care. The problem is that the origin of the other party is mysterious, and he really wants to take it. Will he also suffer a big blow? No. It's just a leaf. It's like one of your descendants pulled out a hair of yours. After teaching him a lesson, will he care about this hair? The smile means that you can take it with confidence. If the other person if you don't want to let Bubble 73674 take it, Bubble 73674 won't be able to get the leaf at all. Your metaphor is incredible. When Gu Shanhai heard this, he was indeed a little speechless. Otherwise, he would not have cared about it. It was just a strand of hair. And a leaf is not even a hair for a world tree. Yes, our umbrella company, Limited, is extremely reliable in terms of integrity. You can rest assured. However, with your strength, it will still be quite difficult to enter that world. I hope you will consider it carefully when entering. Don't think about it too long. After all, no one knows who will pick up this leaf. Smiling Face warned again. Hey, then you can't plant the world tree? Gu Shanhai also thought of this blind spot. I don't think Pow Pow 73674 will ever want to plant the world tree again after being beaten so hard. The smiley face means that the one he wants to plant is just a dragon for Pow Pow 73674. And it has nothing to do with other people. Okay. Thank you for the invitation. Gu Shanhai could only believe it. Mainly based on his previous life experience. What the other party said is true. Because he became the world tree 100,000 years later. And the leaves of the world tree still existed at that time. There is a high probability that Bubble 73674 in the Dao Bing world has been resurrected. And it has obviously changed very much. To be honest, I didn't plant the world tree again. After Gu Shanhai got it, he was not held accountable even before he was reborn. It was like an ant picked up his hair. And he wouldn't care about this little thing. So, Mr. Gu, do you want to buy something? Produced by Umbrella Company, Limited. It must be a high-quality product. Xiaomian changed his attitude at this time and took out a list and manual from his arms. Gu Shanhai also narrowed his eyes. You can take a look, but I don't have much. So I'm afraid I won't be able to buy anything. He definitely didn't refuse. Even if he didn't buy it, he would still find a piece of meat missing. The customer is God. You can choose slowly. After saying that, he handed the list to Gu Shanhai with a smile. It means that it doesn't matter whether he buys it or not. It's just a matter of fate. After all, he is a serious businessman with a smiling face. Unlike those businessmen and meows who don't have any sense of service. They are all the kind of people who love to buy or not. Get out of here attitude. Then I have to broaden my horizons. Gu Shanhai said this. But in his heart, he was complaining about you. A guy from the abyss who regards customers as God. Are you planning to flatter him? Chapter 315 The Protagonist's Gift Seed of the Holy Spirit. It's too expensive. The target of this umbrella company, Limited, is not the self-employed at all, but the big forces. Gu Shanhai cursed a little. He knew that the arms produced by the umbrella company, Limited, were not sold to individuals. Because individuals are being unable to afford such a large transaction expenditure is commonly known as having no money. They generally sell to rebel armies, revolutionary armies, various major forces, etc. The service tenet is indeed that the customer is God. Just like the Holy Spirit Church, Umbrella Company, Limited treats them as gods. If the other party has money and buys their products, then they are businessmen and their services are quite considerate. But now, the Holy Spirit Church is not only out of money, but also beaten to the point of collapse. The Umbrella Company, Limited, also regards them as God. But now they are abyss familia, and they are incompatible with God. Not only do they not provide help, but they also secretly do evil things. Seeing this situation, Gu Shanhai's eyes twitched. Don't ask him why he knows. Because the number of his divine contracts has been greatly reduced. And there are only more than 3,000 people left in the Holy Spirit religion. If the Holy City takes action, it is impossible to die so absolutely. It can only be a higher level. Only the Umbrella Company, Limited, can take action. The remaining more than 3,000 people probably survived because their quality did not meet the standards of Umbrella Company, Ltd. It is precisely because of this incident that the originally vigorous crusade against the Holy Spirit cult has reached an advanced stage and may come to an end in a while. After that, Ren should be back soon. He was still waiting for Ren to guide him to the adventurous place, hoping nothing would happen on the way back. If something happened again, Gu Shanhai would have to take action to capture the person himself. As a result, After waiting like this, another month has passed. As Gu Shanhai becomes stronger, his perception of time is also lengthening. It is like an experiment. It may take him months or even years, isn't it? Because his ability is weak. But he has reached the corresponding level. You can't get up fast even if you want to. It's not bad. Uncle Gu. The demon giant swordsman ran over with an anxious look on his face. What's wrong? Did you blow up the kitchen or Xiao Bai jumped up again? Gu Shanhai said helplessly. As for Qing Long and Baihu, they work in Jiuzhou Ili. Unless something happens, such as Gu Shanhai needs tools when cooking, refining elixirs, refining weapons, etc. Then they are given a temporary break. No. There is news about Run. Wire said quickly. You're not dead outside. Are you? Gu Shanhai asked somewhat unhappily. That's not true. But it should be soon. Seeing Gu Shanhai's attitude, we also knew that Gu Shanhai was a little dissatisfied with Run. Not to mention Gu Shanhai. Even she was a little dissatisfied. And it didn't matter if she didn't stay home for a month. And no news has been sent back. Is it fast? How fast can it be? Gu Shanhai also asked with a calm expression. It is said that he got a treasure from the Holy Spirit religion, called the Seed of the Holy Spirit. But now he is being hunted. We're said without any concealment. Oh, I'm familiar with the next plot. Chasing, counter-killing, chasing again, and counter-killing form a cycle. And maybe I can pick up a beautiful girl in the middle. Gu Shanhai is very familiar with the protagonist's routine. You can guess what the other person will do next casually. Uncle Gu, do you think Ren has found a beautiful girl now? Wire hesitated and asked. Now, I guess I haven't picked it up yet. Gu Shanhai didn't know what the situation was. Then if he picks it up, can you not bring it back? Wire felt that Gu Shanhai was her biggest supporter. Oh, the other three thought the same. Mainly because everyone supports Gu Shanhai. Dot! Gu Shanhai has a black line. You are too straightforward. At least be more tactful. I'll try my best. Gu Shanhai didn't have the nerve to say that he wanted to have as many people as possible. When the time comes and the bond with Ren becomes deeper, he will have no choice but to work under him honestly. That's not right. Why did I get involved? Why did I bring it back? You have to ask Ren not to bring it back. Gu Shanhai also realized what this matter had to do with him. He didn't want to fight against each other. Habit. Even if one of them is a stallion. Aren't you going to save Ren? Weir was a little surprised. Do I need to be rescued? Gu Shanhai said that this is the protagonist. And things like turning danger into good fortune and turning danger into safety are simply commonplace. Then what if something happens? Why don't you go and bring him back? Weir knew Gu Shanhai's strength. So she begged Gu Shanhai. Weir naturally valued Ren's life more than bringing another one. This is too troublesome. Forget it. I'd better take a trip to avoid being delayed again. Gu Shanhai thought for a moment and said that outside. Ren's growth was indeed relatively fast. But the problem was that he was growing faster. No matter how fast he is, he has to come back and help Gu Shanhai conquer the adventurous place before it can be turned into Gu Shanhai's interests. Otherwise, no matter how fast the other person grows, he will still be working for the world. Whoever you work for is not a fight. The other person is still his apprentice. Gu Shanhai will definitely not exploit the other person to death. Then after a casual divination, he found the other party's location. I'll be back as soon as I go. After Gu Shanhai said that, he moved away directly using 5 elements escape. When he reappeared, he was already in a deserted mountain. I saw a cave in the distance. Yes, it was very cliché. At this time, the injured Ren was unconscious in the cave. It's numb. Sure enough, I picked up another one. Look at this figure. It's a Lolita shape. But there seems to be something strange about it. Gu Shanhai squatted down and muttered to himself. As soon as she finished speaking, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, with the radiance of divine power appearing in her eyes. He really has a hidden identity, Gu Shanhai complained. I saw this woman floating in the air, stretched out her hand a little, and an aura that made everything tremble emerged from her body. God? No. It's man-made. Where did Renan pick it up from? Isn't this too outrageous? Or is she the so-called Holy Spirit seed? Gu Shanhai said as he stretched out his hand and carried a big penis over. He slapped the opponent directly against the wall. He has also mastered the strength, ensuring that he can faint without dying. Injuries are certainly unavoidable. After the opponent was embedded in the wall, both his divine power and his aura disappeared as abruptly as if the power had been cut off. The method used is really too crude. Probably due to my own lack of control. Gu Shanhai picked up Ren, stuffed a large ball of elixir into his mouth, poked it with his hand, and forced it into his stomach, mainly because Gu Shanhai's grasp was too big. If he didn't help him, he might choke to death. Ahem, why does my mouth smell like braised pork, garlic shrimp, and stir-fried side dishes? Ren opened his eyes and smacked his mouth, which left him with an unforgettable aftertaste. Oh, because what I gave you is a package worth 1 full score test paper. You must remember to return it with a full score test paper next time. Otherwise you will be dead. Gu Shanhai said on the side. Teacher, why are you here? Ren was a little surprised, and then looked frightened. What? Can I return it? You can't retreat. You've already eaten. Gu Shanhai spread his hands. Besides, if I don't come, you will be gone. I heard that you picked up some kind of Holy Spirit seed from the Holy Spirit cult, and you were almost killed when you were being hunted. Where is that thing? Don't tell me it's her. Gu Shanhai pointed to the human figure still embedded in the wall, said, Ah, no, this is the seed of the Holy Spirit. Is she okay? Ren took out something similar to a seed, then looked at the traces on the wall with a suspicious expression and asked, It's okay. This thing is thick-skinned and thick-skinned. Where did you find it? Gu Shanhai didn't really care what the Holy Spirit seed was. He wanted to know more about what this woman was. She said her name was Ling, and she didn't know anything else. I found her in a seal of the spiritual cult. She regarded me as her brother. Thanks to Ling on the way. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to escape. Ren said. I suspect that she is an artificial god from the Holy Spirit religion. A mutilated version. Gu Shanhai also said it bluntly. If something like this is hidden, it can easily become some bloody plot. Just say what you need to say, and there will be no follow-up. Will become a problem. Ren was also surprised. Can God still create things artificially? I don't know. They all say they are suspicious. Gu Shanhai said that you have to listen to it anyway. Gu Shanhai is not sure yet. Then why don't you save the soul first? Ren wondered if it was true. He didn't have to save the person first, and being embedded in the wall was not a problem. It's really troublesome. You'd better take care of yourself first and think about how to explain it better when you get back. Gu Shanhai said as he pulled the person down from the wall. He might have used a little more strength just now, and it was embedded quite deeply. After pulling the person out, he stuffed a handful of pills into it and said, By the way, this account will be on your head. You have to use 2 full score papers to replace it next time. If you lose one, I will not only punish you, but I will also punish you. Adding fuel to the fire and fanning the flames in front of you, Wire and the others, will make it difficult for you. At this time, cold sweat broke out on Ren's forehead. He had never been so afraid of being chased before. If Gu Shanhai doesn't add fuel to the fire and fan the flames, the most he can do is to coax him one after another after he returns. But if Gu Shanhai plays dirty tricks, he may be miserable in the future. Not only will he be miserable in class, but he will also suffer after class. No problem. I will definitely give you a perfect answer sheet for the next exam. Ren understood that if he wanted to protect himself, he had to steady Gu Shanhai and not convulse. Actually, it's not that there is no solution. If you get perfect scores in all subjects next time, I will not only not hold you accountable, but I will also cover you and try my best to minimize the impact of this matter. Gu Shanhai threw the person to Ren. His tone was bewitching. Ren was not stupid. After taking the person, he asked cautiously, What if I fail to fulfill my promise? Gu Shanhai showed a bright smile. Have you ever heard of resurrection? Unfortunately, I know it. I will sew your body up when you are divided into 5 parts and then resurrect you. Teacher, you are so powerful. Why did you come here to torment me? Ren's face turned bitter. Reject? Impossible. When Gu Shanhai made this proposal, he didn't let him choose. He told him that this time I've tricked you. You can either face the difficulty or wait for punishment. There is no third way. Can choose. If the disciple doesn't bother me, it won't be in vain. Gu Shanhai said with a smile. While the two were chatting, the girl named Ling gradually came to her senses. But looking at her dazed look, she obviously had no memory of the previous rampage. Gu Shanhai suspected that it was some kind of defense mechanism produced after stress. Then it wrapped around Ren's body like an octopus, and then looked at Gu Shanhai with a slightly wary expression. TSK. I can't help you this time. If you go back in this state, It can only mean that you will be more complete when you come to class tomorrow morning. Gu Shanhai said with gloating. And Ren was admonishing Ling to come down first. But one person was stubborn and the other was stubborn. Seeing this, Gu Shanhai just wanted to watch the excitement and didn't mind the trouble. So he moved everyone back with the 5 elements escape. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Ren also swallowed when he saw this. And the demon giant swordsman, elf elementalist, dark knight blood healer, mechanical gunner and others who were still waiting anxiously on the side also looked at him with unkind expressions. Where is the person? I brought him back. Ask me about the specific situation. I don't know. Gu Shanhai sighed, pretending to be sad. Wait! Ren suddenly shouted. Teacher, I think you are a good match for this Holy Spirit seed. How about you take it and take a look? Ren gave in decisively. He didn't care much about the Holy Spirit seed. It didn't matter if he gave it to Gu Shanhai. As long as he could survive this disaster, it was worth it. Gu Shanhai actually didn't want it. This thing was Ren's own opportunity. He hadn't studied it before, so he didn't know what it was. Well, if you bribe me in person, I can't speak for you. Gu Shanhai felt a little embarrassed. No. This is not called bribery. This is called filial piety. Ren has a strong desire to survive, because the Shura field is about to explode. And it is very worthwhile for him to exchange it for a Holy Spirit seed that has no idea of its use. Buy and sell. What do you think? Mainly to be fair. This girl is indeed extraordinary and related to gods. Gu Shanhai turned to look at the 4 people. With Gu Shanhai speaking, the 4 of them could not get angry. The leader, Wire, also nodded. Since the teacher has spoken, I will spare him this time. Gu Shanhai still has some face. Thank you, teacher. Ren quickly stuffed the Holy Spirit seed into Gu Shanhai's hand and followed him back. The matter has been revealed. But Ren has to go back and explain. Otherwise, if the misunderstanding continues to expand, there will definitely be an uproar. Gu Shanhai also looked at the Holy Spirit seed in his hand and was a little bit dumbfounded. So, am I cutting off the opportunity in disguise? Or the protagonist personally gave it to me? Chapter 316 Spirit Seed. The prototype of the next life. A divine seed, in other words, is probably the embryonic version of a spirit. Gu Shanhai quickly found out what this Holy Spirit seed was. If the little girl Ren picked up was a half-finished artificial god, then this thing was the other party's former embryonic form. But it was far superior in purity to a little girl named Ling. The little girl named Ling is not a pure divine structure. If you really want to talk about it, she is a half-god and half-human existence. Therefore, this Holy Spirit seed is the highest technological crystallization of the Holy Spirit religion, using a technology that is beyond the world level. Gu Shanhai suspects that it was born from a special technology exchanged between the leader of the Holy Spirit religion and the Umbrella Company Limited. It seems that the divine power in the spirit was extracted from a fallen god, with obvious traces and imprints. In other words, the other party's form is closer to that of an unstable saint. The seed of the Holy Spirit is different. It contains the power of gods. Unfortunately, Gu Shanhai has no way to use it. Otherwise, if he uses it, he can become a god. In the worst case, he can also obtain the form of a god. However, because it was too purified inside, it only had divine power, and could only be regarded as the most inferior god. But even the most inferior one is still a god. If the other party can successfully activate it, the Holy Spirit Church can really turn around. Unfortunately, when he met the protagonist Ren, he was taken away by him. Therefore, this Holy Spirit seed should be one of Ren's trump cards, such as transforming into a god form to supplement his lack of combat power. Now that it is good, he gave it to Gu Shanhai. This is not incomprehensible. After all, Ren couldn't understand this thing, and was afraid of danger. Giving it to a boss like Gu Shanhai was the best choice. Ren is not the kind of person who is selfish and hides everything. He is naturally more open-minded, and will not hide anything when something happens. This thing is of some use to me, but not much. This Holy Spirit seed can also be regarded as a spiritual plant seed. Its nature is the same as Biluo in his previous life and Fulu in this life. They are both virtual and real. The only drawback is that this thing is a magical thing, and Gu Shanhai is a little disdainful of it. He has no use for the god form. According to his plan, as long as he successfully receives all the inheritance of the god of fate and end, he will become a god directly, whatever god form he wants. This god seed is more like a low-end knockoff. You can't say it's useless. But it's really not that useful. Unless some training is carried out. Various data emerged in Gu Shanhai's mind. Just like how he used Shen Heng's destiny to cultivate fortune in his life. It created a special effect. The only difference between this seed of the Holy Spirit is that it is pure. But the good thing is that it is pure and has plasticity. The bad thing is that he has no self-essence. But the good thing is that because he has no self-essence, Gu Shanhai can easily modify and manipulate it. In this way, the next life of my 3 lives should happen to be here. Today I really have to say that this thing is destined for me. If it had been before, he really couldn't tell. But after Ren brought it to him, it really became a destiny. So you have to be careful with the materials you use. Gu Shanhai rummaged through his mother of pearl and quickly took out something he thought could be used. The cursed sword of the king. The stone of destiny, shattered sand version. And the cause and effect of the Xianwei sect. It's been hidden in the snow for so long. It just comes in handy. Gu Shanhai took out these 3 things and almost forgot about them. When it comes to attributes such as faith, destiny, and the next life, these 3 things happen to be present in the body. As long as I successfully cultivate this spiritual plant, the world within my sleeve will be truly fulfilled. But this is just one of the auxiliary functions. The real focus is on the cause and effect of Taoism. If it is changed to our 5-element sect, Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of a special genre called the protagonist-follower style. This type of player contracts the protagonist as a follower and takes them out of the world together. Of course, those who can play this genre are the bosses among the bosses. If you want to take away the protagonist, you must complete a series of difficult tasks such as the main world line and follower tasks. However, this type of player has extremely high combat power, which cannot be compared with those of the summon protagonist branch of Tianji Flow, because Tianji Flow is essentially a temporary summon. The strength of the protagonist group will be fixed by the world level, while the protagonist and follower flow directly gives the protagonists unlimited power. The potential of the upper limit can break through the original limitations. If Gu Shanhai uses the Taoist cause and effect of the 5-element sect, then he can summon the power of Huang Yanshan, Jiang Lu and others to come. At the peak of Jiang Lu's life, with the support of tens of millions of Taoist soldiers and the dynasty hegemony system, the 3,000 level combat power was crushed down. No one in the Adventure King world he is in now can resist it. Even if all the gods are resurrected, there is no escape from the word death. Not only that, Gu Shanhai can also summon the power of He Lingyun, Artolis and others. Among other things, He Lingyun's superpower is enough for Gu Shanhai to solve many problems. The world they live in may not have cause and effect. But if Gu Shanhai does, it will work. He can sow good causes and reap good results. It is this power that Gu Shanhai borrowed. In this way, as long as he accepts enough protagonists as apprentices and trains them all to be successful, it will be equivalent to Gu Shanhai carrying a group of protagonists with him. What's more important is that the protagonist's luck can also affect him, giving him a similar ability to turn disaster into good fortune. The effect may not be as good as the original version, but when multiple protagonists are blessed with it, it is very impressive. It's just that if you want to successfully cultivate it, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Gu Shanhai knew that the time cost required here was very high. This is not like Bai Luo in the previous life or Fu Lu in this life, which has innate advantages. Bai Luo in the previous life itself is the Bai Luo seed transformed from the obsession of the mountain ghost, while Fu Lu in this life is the aura of the Son of Destiny. This thing can survive anywhere. The seed of the Holy Spirit does not have so much mystery. At most, it only has a plasticity, and its innate advantages are definitely not as good as these two. Fortunately, I have enough time. Gu Shanhai is actually not in a hurry to leave this world, so he has plenty of time. He can even wait here for 100 or 1,000 years. Speaking of which, if I find the leaves of the world tree, can I change it into a ginseng fruit tree? Gu Shanhai's mind twitched, and he seemed to be able to do it. After all, he already has Wuzhuang Temple and Wanshou Mountain. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if he no longer plants ginseng and fruit trees? Ahem. Let's talk about this kind of thing later. Let's talk about it later. Gu Shanhai will not use the invitation letter given by Xiaomian at this stage. That world is a little bit more special, and the energy level is a little higher. Although it is not as good as the Taoist world, it must be at least level 2000. Afterwards, Gu Shanhai devoted himself to the research of this Holy Spirit seed. The days passed day by day, and Gu Shanhai lived a relatively fulfilling life. Ren and others are also growing rapidly, especially after adding the girl named Ling. The difficulty of conquering the adventure land has once again dropped. After this girl became an adventurer. She received a God-given profession named Holy Spirit Armed Master. The ability is to create various equipment through divine power. Each equipment has special effects, and can become stronger as the level increases. Therefore, psychic energy can be used as a fill-in for various deficiencies. It can not only fight, resist, and control, but also has terrifying strength. Gu Shanhai was not too surprised by this. After all, the other party was half human and half god. It would only be a problem if he was really weak. Don't touch it if you don't want to buy it! Gu Shanhai was studying the spiritual plant of Holy Spirit seed in his mind, and saw a player touching a sword with his hand. So he shouted casually, "Who can afford it when it's so expensive? God! You provide credit services to those NPCs. Why don't you provide them to us?" The player asked. "Hey, is there a rental service in the first era?" Gu Shanhai asked back. "If you give it to the player, it will be gone." The other party's face also dropped. "You are too double standard. I will go back and put it together and come over in 2 days to buy it. It doesn't matter. You can take your time," Gu Shanhai said slowly. "Master, are you willing to keep it for me?" The player's eyes lit up, and he said quickly, "No, I still have about 100 swords with this attribute. Don't worry about selling out." Gu Shanhai said this, and immediately gave the opponent a critical hit. Dot! The other party left speechlessly. This is a good thing for him. At least, he doesn't have to worry about his equipment being bought when he comes back. Although Gu Shanhai's shop is rather strange. It does not accept game currency, and only exchanges various props, equipment, skills, etc. But the overall value is far higher than that of the auction house and Space Inn. The first era, street vendors etc. are nearly a third cheaper. This is good news for ordinary players. It is precisely because of this that we can have a steady stream of customers. Because of the existence of Gu Shanhai, his 5 Elements sect has gradually become the mainstream gathering place for players in the Adventure King world. And because of this, many players have come from other places. The world comes to buy. Many big forces also thought that Gu Shanhai was not only powerful, but also had a lot of high-level and high-quality life skills and wanted to win over him. But they were all rejected by Gu Shanhai. There was no suppression or people sent to trouble this matter. Gu Shanhai was so powerful that he was a huge monster by himself. If someone came to him without having the foresight, it would be no different than seeking death. Mainly because someone found out Gu Shanhai's previous record. The maniac who wasted his account in the early stages of the game. After so many years, there are endless ways for NPCs to destroy their accounts. While players' methods are very rare. Therefore, everyone on the forum basically knows about Gu Shanhai's intimidation. So there is no reason to offend Gu Shanhai. Furthermore, Gu Shanhai's small shop would not actually have any conflicts of interest with him. The amount of money he has in his store will not affect the market situation of the entire first era at all. Those big forces are stupid enough to target him. The richest man in the country went to target a dilapidated canteen in a remote mountain village. What's more important is that there is a world-destroying ferocious beast living in this canteen. Isn't it mentally ill? There were some that were unclear. But Gu Shanhai took care of them all. The method of handling it is also very simple. First, destroy the account. Then put him to sleep. Then dig a hole and seal it. When the seal is lifted and he wakes up, it may be thousands of years later. As for whether he will be dug out by others, that is unlikely. He is buried more than 1,000 meters deep. And with the existence of the seal, if he is really dug out, it will be just like that. What can the other party do? Gu Shanhai suddenly raised his head and reached out to grab a piece of white light that was flying towards him. Then the light shattered and turned into a stream of information. 10 days later. The saints meeting? The messenger was a holy saint, and the other party sent him a message asking him to attend a meeting in 10 days. Master, what was that just now? A player asked curiously. Oh, the NPC called me to have a dinner party, Gu Shanhai said nonchalantly. In fact, he was conducting prophecies and divination, trying to see what the so-called saints' discussion was. He doesn't have much thought about saints, because he himself is not a serious saint, and he is still a stillborn child. So too much contact can easily expose his own problems. Even if he exposes his problems, those people will the saint can't do anything about himself. But doing so will cause a lot of trouble out of thin air. If you inquire, you will naturally find no relevant information, as it is all encrypted. Dinner party? The player was also stunned. Is there such a treatment? Yes, it is that group of saints. When you have the title of saint, you can also have dinner together. Gu Shanhai did not explain too much to the other party. This player did not ask the question, but said, "Oh," and started to check out. That's right. Gu Shanhai only talked to the other party for the sake of the other party's purchase. Otherwise, Gu Shanhai would not even pay attention to the other party. Let's go check it out in 10 days. Just think of it as a fun. It shouldn't be anything serious. Gu Shanhai didn't take it too seriously. For him, this was actually an opportunity. An opportunity for him to understand the world on a deeper level. He was too lazy to look for it before, because his purpose was very clear, which was to extract the soul of heaven and earth from the remains of gods. The world had nothing to do with him, no matter what his situation was, or how it changed. It was different now. The opportunity had come to his door. He didn't have to look for it by himself. Gu Shanhai would definitely have to go there. Digging for opportunities and seizing opportunities are two different concepts. On the other hand, it means prostitution for free. Who wouldn't like it? Maybe we can learn some truths about the world. Gu Shanhai knows that the saints hide many truths. Truths that even those high-ranking LV-10 adventurers don't know. Such as gods, adventure places, etc. If you want to know the truth of these existences, you must join their circle to understand. Chapter 317 The Great Ruins. The Weight of the World. It looks like there are a lot of people. Gu Shanhai glanced at the number of saints, and he found that in addition to those saints who established the city, there were also many saints who were wandering around and did not form their own power. The great ruins are getting closer to us. The one who spoke was the holy saint, and the other party's prestige was not low. But this prestige was most likely based on strength. Gu Shanhai didn't know what the great ruins were, and he didn't ask immediately. Instead, he looked calm, just like other saints who didn't react. We must get rid of the influence of the great ruins. Otherwise we will all perish within 100 world scales. The holy saint continued. Hearing this, Gu Shanhai didn't know what to say for a moment. He thought the world would end soon. But it turned out that he was simply overthinking it. In the Adventure King world, the world scale used by the saint as a unit of time is approximately one scale equal to 10,000 years. It is still 1,000,000 years away from this, which is too unreasonable. No wonder all the saints have expressionless faces. As strange as someone learning that they may encounter the end of the world in 1,000,000 years. If it takes 100 days, these saints may still respond. In 1,000,000 years, this is just a ball. This time, let alone the saint, is also a long time for the previous god. The world needs enough weight. We must increase the population and adventurers as a load to prevent our world from being carried away. The holy saint continued to speak. Gu Shanhai originally thought that Daxu was an existence similar to a black hole that would swallow up the Adventure King world. But now it seems that it is more like a passing supergiant meteorite, because it will pass by the Adventure King world. The formation of similar gravitational fluctuations will have an impact on the entire Adventure King world. So they are increasing the weight of the world. Once the weight of the world is insufficient, the entire world will be taken away by this ruin and wander. Every meeting you hold discusses the great ruins, and even the same nonsense is said. Is there no other way besides increasing the weight of the world? The existence named Silver Saint spoke. The other party's tone was also very calm. But Gu Shanhai could hear the other party's dissatisfaction. It's probably just this one thing that you keep saying over and over again. What's the point? It's not like they're not doing anything to increase the weight of the world. Saying it 3 or 5 times can still be used as an instruction. Once it's repeated too many times, everyone will get annoyed. The other saints did not agree or object. They were just like clay statues. They allowed you to make as much trouble as you wanted. After the trouble, you all went back to your homes. Each person's personality is indifferent, even inhumane. Like a rigid rule, the predecessor of the saint is a god. So people have very few emotions and desires. Someone like the Silver Saint, who can express dissatisfaction with words, is already very good. So Gu Shanhai also understood that he seemed a bit different. The metaphors formed by the Holy Saint, when communicating with him, before were more like a social means rather than the other party's real sophistication. I understand. I will pay attention next time. If nothing happens, the meeting will be dismissed. The Holy Saint did not refute, but directly said to dismiss the meeting. Gu Shanhai was also a little surprised that he didn't say a few more words about such a long-lasting matter. All the saints were not polite. They all stood up and left. At first glance, they seemed not to take each other seriously. But for the saints, why did they have to do some meaningless things during this time? For them, Social interaction is not necessary. Gu Shanhai did not leave, but sat in his original position. The Holy Saint also saw that Gu Shanhai had something to ask him. So he asked, Twilight Saint, do you still have any doubts? I would like to ask, what is the Great Ruins, and what is the weight of the world? Gu Shanhai said directly, there is no such thing as euphemism. It is better for everyone to be straightforward. Why don't you know? The Holy Saint asked. Why should I know? Gu Shanhai asked rhetorically. We don't know what the Great Ruins are. We only know that it will pass by our world every 100 world ticks. And its duration is 100 tick. During the period between its arrival and its departure, there will be a huge gravitational force. If our world is not enough, then the whole world will be swept away and drift away with the ruins. This is the best outcome. The worst outcome is that after we are hijacked, the world will be torn into countless pieces by the unstable forces within the ruins. So, we need to increase the concentration of divine power as a whole to increase the weight of the world and avoid being trapped by the destruction from the beginning. Compared to the power inside the ruins, the gravitational pull formed on the outside can still withstand it. The Holy Saint briefly told Gu Shanhai about the situation in Daxu. But Gu Shanhai didn't feel much at all. This is normal. How will you feel about things happening a million years later? I can only say that this setting is awesome. Then, there is no more. In the entire world, only saints can live for such a long time. So in fact, they have no impact on this era at all. At this time, Gu Shanhai also understood why the Holy Spirit Church existed and why it was annihilated. The saints did not care about the blasphemous behavior of the Holy Spirit Church, because the gods never cared about the complacency of ants. As a part of all living beings, it's also what they value. The reason why they were wiped out was naturally because they wanted to carry out large-scale massacres to reduce the weight of the world. This violated the bottom line of the saints. For them, it doesn't matter if you call yourself a god. After all, bragging is not illegal. Therefore, this was dealt with. So, does the fall of the gods have something to do with the Great Ruins? Gu Shanhai asked another question. Yes, and no, the Holy Saint responded, and then asked Gu Shanhai, how come you don't even know this? If you don't know, what's the problem? Gu Shanhai was a little curious. He is not a true saint. He is just a parallel importer. There is a big problem. If you hadn't been recognized by the world, I would have thought you were a fake. The Holy Saint looked at Gu Shanhai and said seriously, Dot! Gu Shanhai didn't dare to say. He was really a fake. The gods themselves are one of the weights of the world. The fall of the gods is the result of the world saving itself. All things are born after the whale falls. The weight of the corpse after the death of the god can give birth to more weight. That is, adventurers. The Holy Saint's explanation was very simple. He probably used the gods as a culture medium. As for the gods, the world didn't care. And they didn't care either. So wait, all the gods have become saints? Gu Shanhai asked. Of course. They all became saints. The Holy Saints did not hide anything. What if it's the dead saint? Gu Shanhai couldn't help but think of the forest saint he killed. Wouldn't that mean he was dead? The divine power of the saint comes from the gods and is eternal. He will become a God-given adventurer. That is, an adventurer with a God-given profession. And become part of the weight of the world. The Holy Saint said it euphemistically. And Gu Shanhai listened. Understand? Those adventurers with God-given professions are all reincarnations of saints. Therefore, from an essential analysis, adventurers with God-given professions are actually the reincarnation of gods, while saints are special existences between gods and adventurers. No wonder Gu Shanhai couldn't interfere with a God-given profession. I see. Then I still want to ask, how did you observe the Great Ruins? And how did you accurately locate the time? Gu Shanhai asked curiously. This is very important. It is impossible for you to say that there are only 100 world scales. You must have data and empirical evidence. The main reason is that Gu Shanhai also wants to study it. If nothing else, the existence of the Great Ruins itself has great value. What went wrong when you first became a saint? The Holy Saint was also a little helpless this time. How come you don't know anything? And how do you survive until now? Sacrifice everything and attack with all points? I don't know. Gu Shanhai spread his hands. Alas, you are the saint closest to human beings that I have ever seen. Maybe this is the price you pay. In the eyes of the Holy Saint, Gu Shanhai is very problematic. If it were not for the rules of the world manifested above Gu Shanhai with the title of saint, a Holy Saint will definitely think that Gu Shanhai is a fake. As for what was on Gu Shanhai's head was an illusion, If there really was an illusion that could cover them and the world, then they would also recognize Gu Shanhai as a saint. Either identity speaks for itself, or strength speaks for itself. Then, a little bit of light in the holy saint's hand turned into a ray of light and sank into Gu Shanhai's body. "This is all the information I obtained when I first transformed into a saint," the holy saint said. "Then thank you to the holy saint." Gu Shanhai is never pretentious when dealing with others. You dare to accept what you give to him. Something went wrong? As long as the fist is hard enough, he will just hold back and do nothing. And the other party will not dare to let out a fart. The holy saint did not answer, but left directly. For him, answering was a waste of time. Everyone knew it well and, okay. Most of the saints had weak social relations with each other. In other words, the holy saint may be a little bit strange. Otherwise the communication between the silver saint and the holy saint would be too much. No one paid any attention to the death of the forest saint. After Gu Shanhai got the things, he moved back instantly. Then he began to check the various information given to him by the holy saint. The content was still very complete. Gu Shanhai also found a way to observe the great ruins. It was not exclusive to the holy saint, but all saints knew it. Using divine power as a method of observation? The method of observing the great ruins was quickly learned by Gu Shanhai. This thing was useless to Gu Shanhai because it could only be used to observe the great ruins and not other things. After the overall ceremony and related materials were prepared, Gu Shanhai couldn't wait to start observing. "Wait a minute. Are you sure it will take another 100 world scales to reach this thing?" Gu Shanhai was quite horrified. He looked at the ever-expanding black meteor-like existence that was getting closer to the Adventure King's world. After further calculation, he discovered a big problem. That is, the saints may have calculated the wrong unit of time. This is not 1,000,000 years. It will only last 1 year at most. If it is not solved, the world will be destroyed. What the hell? Gu Shanhai didn't know what to say for a moment. You guys are so biased. You can think of 1 year as 1,000,000 years. That's 6 zeros off. Gu Shanhai didn't know what to say for a moment. Calm down. Calm down. Take another look. Maybe I saw it wrong. In this regard, Gu Shanhai said that in his previous life, this world was destroyed within a year. So in fact, as a ghost, Ren did not work for him in this previous life. And he might have already started to solve the problem of the great ruins. The reason why the previous life was not destroyed was that Ren, the Son of Destiny, solved the problem. Now, the Son of Destiny is in the 5 Elements sect, having sex with his wife. So he has no time to solve the problem. Besides, even if you can solve it, you may not have enough time, and you may not have enough experience to keep up. After Gu Shanhai conducted many observations, he determined one thing. That is, his observations may be correct, and the progress of the great ruins observed by the holy saint may have been wrongly estimated. At this rate, in about a month at most, corresponding problems will appear in the Adventure King world, such as similar tidal phenomena or corresponding changes in the ecosystem, physical parameters, and even rules, etc. Don't worry about the remains of the gods for the time being. This thing is very strong and belongs to the weight of the world. The first priority is to hold a meeting. Gu Shanhai's face fell. He had never thought of leaving now. He finally caught a big one, but just left like this. Wouldn't it be a huge loss? Especially for the seed of the Holy Spirit. His research has just become somewhat successful. If he leaves now and changes to another world, without corresponding environmental support, the difficulty will increase nearly 10 times, and the failure rate will also increase sharply. So he couldn't leave and had to find a way to deal with Daxu. Of course, he certainly couldn't carry this matter alone. He had to let the saints carry it together. Anyway, nothing has come to an end yet. If there is nothing we can do, it will not be too late to run away. What a headache. I have to ask the holy saint to call me back. Gu Shanhai complained. The meeting had not ended for an hour. But this time it is definitely not as strange as the meeting of holy saints. The news about Gu Shanhai will definitely make the few emotions of all the saints boil. After all, they can slowly accumulate the weight of the world in 1,000,000 years. But in 1 year, they may not be able to induce so much birth. It's really unlucky. My mission was obviously just to clear an adventure land. But now it's better, and I dug up the end of the world. The local adventurers may not be very good yet, and I don't know if I can count on the players. Chapter 318. Destruction is coming. The Saints' response. The Saints were called back again. but they didn't have any complaints. They still looked like the expressionless clay-embodied Bodhisattva. The Dusk Saint made a new discovery after observing the ruins. The Holy Saint said. He didn't know what it was, but it was a good thing to have new discoveries. Gu Shanhai stood up and took out a large blackboard, and then wrote down a large number of formulas. The saints below did not question or ridicule. They all quietly looked at the large number of formulas written by Gu Shanhai and silently deduced them in their minds. 10 minutes later, Gu Shanhai finally finished writing, filling a large page, and then said, "You were wrong in your estimate of the arrival time of the great ruins. It is not 100 world scales, but a year." The emotions of the saints began to fluctuate, but not too much. No one said they didn't believe it, but they were deducing the results for themselves. "That's right. You calculated a wrong data, which caused a huge deviation in the results." Gu Shanhai knocked on the blackboard. He did not give examples or make connections. There is not much for the saints here. The big meaning is that actual data is the most convincing. "I need to observe it again." After the Holy Saint got the result, he did not believe it immediately. He naturally understood that this kind of thing needed to be investigated by himself before he could rest assured. The other saints also nodded together, stood up and left one by one to verify. The process didn't last long, and everyone came back in about half an hour. Everyone's observation methods were the same, so the difference was only a minute or two at most. This time, the mood swings of many saints became more and more intense. "The results obtained by the Dusk Saint are correct. The great ruins are only a year away from us. We will be able to see the impact in a month at most." The Holy Saint spoke on behalf of the other saints. "So, what should we do next?" Gu Shanhai asked. "I don't know," the Holy Saint said straightforwardly. "If it is 100 world scales, no. Even if it is 100 years, there is still a chance. The problem is that in 1 year, I am afraid there is no chance at all. The first is that they can't gather that many adventurers. At first glance, it seems that as long as you kill monsters, you can become an adventurer. You can force everyone to become an adventurer. The problem is that the remains of gods cannot be carried. Every ordinary person becoming an adventurer is a blessing process, and blessings must be consumed. It is true that the divine power in the remains of gods can be cyclically restored by adventurers fighting monsters, but the overall amount is limited and cannot satisfy so many people. Otherwise, the saints would have manufactured adventurers on a large scale long ago. And there is no need to worry that the weight of the adventurers will decrease after death. The real essence of the adventurers is divine power, and the divine power will spread out after death, and the weight will not disappear. It is to return to the whole world again. Dot! Gu Shanhai felt that he was tired of chatting with a group of impure people. These people were too straightforward. At least he could give some advice instead of saying he didn't know. Ever since, he fell into silence again. The saints were not in a daze, but were constantly calculating various data in their minds and looking for effective solutions. Normally, it is really the weight of the world developed by 100 world scales, and there is no need to worry about the influence of the great ruins. Now, it is different. The weight of the world is too light. There is good news. That is, after we are involved in the great ruins, we will not necessarily be torn apart, the Holy Saint said. What's the probability? The Silver Saint asked. 50% chance. Listening to the conversation between the two, Gu Shanhai was speechless. Isn't that just 50%? There could be a third possibility between being torn apart and not being torn apart. We will discuss this matter later. Our top priority is how to get rid of the great ruins. Gu Shanhai also reminded him aloud. After all, there is still a year left. It would be bad to give up without working hard. According to the results deduced from the data, the probability that we can escape from the great ruins is less than 1 in 10,000. The Dark Saint sitting next to Gu Shanhai reminded Gu Shanhai sensibly. This means that everyone has voted, and the idea of stability is gone. What everyone is thinking about now is how to preserve the 50% chance of not being torn apart in the ruins. If the world weight is cleared and reaches the minimum, can the success rate be improved? The Silver Saint spoke again. This approach is rational but also cruel. It means not only killing all the adventurers, but also clearing away the weight of the world formed by the accumulated divine power. Even the remains of gods, adventure places, etc. must be cleared away. They do this not only to protect themselves, but also to protect the entire world and all living things. It is possible to sacrifice a small number of people, even themselves, as long as it can protect the whole world. Saints are cruel and rational. and they regard the survival of the world as their goal of survival. They are emotionally indifferent, and will not be affected by many internal and external factors. At most, if it is increased by 10%, the world itself has weight. The Holy Saint knows that it is easy to gain weight, but it would be too whimsical to want to be light enough to not be affected by the gravity of the ruins. The weight of the world itself is there. I think there should be hope. Gu Shanhai interrupted their conversation. The saints looked at Gu Shanhai, waiting for him to tell him a solution. If the solution was really feasible, they would immediately abandon their original plan. After all, the 60% chance is really not high. Players, you should all know that they have special origins, and can even travel to other worlds. Gu Shanhai said that Daxa may be a big natural disaster, but there is still a gap when compared with players. That group of strange beings with the ability to resurrect? Are they too weak? Or do they want to migrate through the players? The Holy Saint asked. He didn't think the players were of much use. Weakness is just an appearance. They have unique creative abilities. They just need the right guidance. Players at this stage are indeed weak in the eyes of these Aboriginal senior officials. That is to say, being able to be resurrected is a bit more eye-catching. But that's the extent of it. For the saints, they have never coveted this ability. So it doesn't matter. Correct guidance? The Holy Saint didn't understand. He once observed this group of people. They were like playing in the world. They did weird things. Some people were like good old people and were willing to do anything. Some people were always thinking about it. Interests. Personality quite contradictory. It's just that the players have no influence on their plan. So they just let it go. Yes. According to my investigation, some of our words and actions can form a unique task for them. If they complete it, they will be able to obtain rewards from unknown existences. Of course, if we can give additional rewards, it will be even more. It will greatly increase players' enthusiasm. And the more difficult the task, the richer the rewards that the unknown existence will give to the players. However, I have also explored it, and it seems that it needs to comply with a certain logic. For example, if the players are asked to destroy the Great Ruins, I am afraid that it will not be able to form a task. So, we can completely attract more players to come to support by releasing extremely rich rewards to solve the tasks of passing by the ruins. If one player can't solve it, what about 10,000, 100,000, or even millions of players? Gu Shanhai actually didn't say everything. He actually didn't attract players, but wanted to attract First Era to the game. This is definitely the main line of the world. As long as it is announced in a way that all players can access, the appeal will definitely be overwhelming. In the hands of players, as long as a task is formed, First Era will also provide some corresponding clues. If it can attract players with talents such as simulators and text reminders, the winning rate will be even higher. So, the price we have to pay is wealth? The Holy Saint asked calmly. Yes. It's enough to allow us to overdraw hundreds of years of wealth expenditure. Gu Shanhai replied. Otherwise, if you really don't give anything, why would the players come here? How sure are you? The Holy Saint did not ask about the expenditure. For all saints, the so-called wealth is all external things. As long as the world can be preserved, everything is not a problem. 90%. Gu Shanhai said sonorously. As long as the efforts are strong enough and many big forces enter the Adventure King world, the Great Ruins may not necessarily be a problem. It may not be possible to destroy the ruins, but there is no problem in surviving in death. Many saints began to discuss and brainstorm, mainly speculating on Gu Shanhai's 90% success rate. An hour later, the Holy Saint also responded to Gu Shanhai on behalf of other saints. Yes, but the effect must be seen within half a year. If there is not enough effect within half a year, then we will start a weight loss plan. The Holy Saint did not say that he would make Gu Shanhai pay the price if he failed or had no effect. He is a grasshopper on a rope. Without so many rules, it is equivalent to the two plans being implemented together. The difference is that if they really see the light in the first half of the year, then they will not choose to massacre the adventurers to lose weight. In fact, there is no conflict between the two. After all, the weight loss plan does not require spending wealth. Just kill and that's it. Of course, this is a necessary means. Gu Shanhai did not refute. If the time came, why would he stop him? At that time, it would be okay to just take Rin and his wife and run away to other worlds. Whether it was the Xuanzhen realm or the Dashu dynasty, there was a place for them. So it didn't matter to Gu Shanhai. As for the others, it has nothing to do with Gu Shanhai. He only brings his own people. And it is good enough not to add insult to injury when facing others. So, what do we need to do? The Holy Saint asked the relevant question. Of course, the saints could not expect to let Gu Shanhai do everything. This was unrealistic. I have already drawn up the charter, and now I will pass it on to you. You can grasp and decide on the specific details or direction yourself. But one thing is that you can't trust players too much. Gu Shanhai transmitted the plan he made to the saints, and did not ask for rigid implementation. There are differences between saint cities and saint cities. If they were copied, something would happen. Fortunately, although the saints are emotionally weak, they don't really understand anything. On the contrary, their emotional intelligence is actually very high, just like artificial intelligence. You can say it is dead, but you cannot say it is incapable. After receiving it, the saints turned and left one by one. Seeing this scene, Gu Shanhai's eyes twitched, and then he left. The main reason was that the saints thought that since the plan was in hand, they should implement it, and the rest would be meaningless politeness. So there is no need to do it at all. Just leave according to the old rules. The main reason was that they regarded Gu Shanhai as a saint, and felt that everyone thought the same. So they were so abrupt and left without saying a word. This time, the entire forum will definitely explode. Gu Shanhai thought to himself. The Adventure King world itself is a popular world. Gu Shanhai also appeared before. In addition, it is one of the highest level worlds that players in the current First Era can access. It is considered a high difficulty world. Therefore, as long as such a rich world main quest is released and everyone can take it, it is estimated that there will be at least more than 500 million players. If you are lucky, 5 billion or even 10 billion is possible. The overall number of players has been increasing. The more open worlds First Era has, the more players are encouraged to have children and form second, third and other generations of players to work for them. Otherwise, with just the initial few players, how can we divide the world into so many? By the second version, there were so many worlds that we had to reselect an unlucky world as a player training base. What's next? How about letting Ren out? Gu Shanhai thought, if it wasn't for the possible crisis of annihilation, Gu Shanhai wouldn't have planned to let Ren out. The time is only 1 year, or more simply half a year. If you really want to count it out, Ren can only attack the adventure place twice. Gu Shanhai is not short of such a small amount of time. With the help of the Son of Destiny, the difficulty should be reduced a lot. But then, Gu Shanhai was also a little worried, because if Ren left, would he be dragged along forever and never come back? It is even possible to be directly sacrificed to heaven. This kind of thing is also possible to happen. After all, he is his disciple, so he must be considered. If Gu Shanhai had no way out, he would just grit his teeth and fight with Ren. The problem was that he had no way out, which led to the idea of running away if he couldn't. Forget it. With me watching, nothing big will happen. It's just a good time for him to experience some big scenes and practice. Gu Shanhai thought about it for a while. With his own strength, he couldn't resist the great ruins. But in a blink of an eye, it is still possible to take Ren and his wife out of the Adventure King world. If you can't fight but can run, then you don't have to worry about too many problems. Chapter 319. Why haven't you left yet? Disgusted face. Damn it! The Phase World main line? This damn thing can be received here. A player was shocked when he looked at the mission that emerged. Then this kind of shock continued one after another, and finally spread among the entire player group of Adventure King world. This move was naturally posted on the forum, and the popularity quickly reached the top spot. A large number of posts and many forces entered the Adventure King world, making the Adventure King world the most popular world for a while. The main story of the world has been exposed for who knows how many years. But there are only a few people who can obtain this task. Even if they obtain it, it is very difficult to complete it. Unlike this time, it was announced directly and everyone participated. Not only the players came together, but all the NPCs also helped you. The temptation was naturally very great. The most important thing is that there are additional rewards, because this behavior also opens an event. It is a task and has 2 rewards. There is no need to compete with others. Everyone has a share. Small and medium-sized forces and ordinary players come here to eat meat, while players from large forces come to get the big share. Players in each ecological niche can obtain their own benefits. All the Saint cities were full, especially the 5 Elements Sect city on Gu Shanhai's side. It was revealed on the forum that it was built by players, and there was a big boss in charge. So the number of players who came in was ridiculous. Gu Shanhai couldn't even open the store anymore. So he ran away. He can guarantee that 10,000 players are sane. How can he guarantee tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of players? How could this five-element sect city be able to accommodate so many players? It had become a check in Holy Land. However, many people came specifically to see him. But unfortunately, the building was empty. Fortunately, I had predicted it in advance. If I hadn't escaped in time, I would have been in big trouble now. Gu Shanhai was also a little frightened. The influx of a large number of players, Wu Yanong, was the first time he had seen this kind of situation. This behavior probably also attracted those players who specialize in the mid-level area. Holy Saint! Have you counted how many players have come over? Gu Shanhai is now hiding at Holy Saint's side to avoid the limelight. Gu Shanhai is not worried that players will go to his 5 adventure lands to cause trouble. Because the main line of the world has nothing to do with the adventure lands. They both directly clarify the situation of the Great Ruins. Therefore, from the first era, the mission system takes the lead and begins to save the entire world. This also has a disadvantage, which will make the entire Adventure King world increasingly eroded by the first era. But for Gu Shanhai, it doesn't matter at all. As long as the world is not destroyed and people don't die, the entire world will become an object of exploitation. And the indigenous people, and even the ecology itself, will have no impact. Therefore, with the idea of not dying in the dead world, Gu Shanhai came to divert trouble to the east, rather than being torn into pieces by the Great Ruins. It would be better to take advantage of the first era. At least everyone would benefit. No! There are too many! And they are still entering. They have spontaneously started to save the world. Although I can't understand it, I can be sure that it should be the existence behind the players. The Holy Saint also not stupid. Statistics players? The ever-increasing number alone made him feel overwhelmed. The large influx of players has affected the normal order. Also, after the announcement of the Great Ruins, a lot of problems arose for adventurers and civilians alike. It's very difficult to lead back to the original atmosphere. The Holy Saint also knew how shocking it would be if such a big bomb exploded among the Aborigines. Originally, everyone was eating hot pot and singing songs. But someone told them that in 1 year at most, they could all ascend to heaven together. Who can accept this? This resulted in chaos, with some people smashing, looting and burning, while others were hysterical. Even the leader of the Glory Adventure group under the Holy Saint came to him several times, wanting to confirm the news. Even if he said he thought it was true, he was not willing to accept it. Kill if you have to. There is no need to stay. It's best to kill harder, and don't stab the front line with all your strength in the back. Gu Shanhai didn't have any opinion on this. If Gu Shanhai was an Aborigine, he wouldn't be able to accept it. It will disturb people's hearts. Of course, the Holy Saint wants to kill and kill, which saves trouble. But these are troubled times. Gu Shanhai has no power in his hands. Even if he does, they are all players and don't care at all. So it doesn't matter. For example, Ren En and others had arranged to leave long ago, and the 2nd Regiment was also disbanded. So the 5-element sect city was just an empty city. Gu Shanhai even removed the 5-element sect's plaque and took it away, not leaving it for the players. Holy Saints! You have more solutions than I do about this matter. But in troubled times, heavy rules should be used. And there must be no mercy at this time. Gu Shanhai knew that killing too many would lead to chaos. But for him, there was no need to think so much. It would lead to chaos. It's because he hasn't killed enough, and he can't be a wise king. But it's much easier for a tyrant or a coward. If you die enough, you will naturally become honest. The Holy Saint and others also know this. But they are different from Gu Shanhai. They are not as free and need to consider more. I need to see them. The Saint of Dusk can do as he pleases. The Holy Saint stood up and left. The leader of the Brilliant Adventure group came to see him again. He came very frequently, and he had to comfort him. If we don't see each other again, we will have different thoughts. Good guy. You didn't even give me a cup of tea. And now you have to guard the door for you. Gu Shanhai felt that this Holy Saint really didn't treat him as an outsider. There are a lot of secrets and precious things stored here. The props, equipment, etc. were just gone. Or maybe you simply feel that these things are meaningless. If the crisis in the Great Ruins is overcome, then there is a high probability that the saints will become gods again. Then these things are really just external possessions. And Gu Shanhai would give them to him if he wanted them. If it fails, the world will be gone. and everyone will die together. This thing will be even more meaningless. So for the saint, wealth is just a passing cloud. It can also be seen from this that gods do not seem to need resources, or even faith. The remains of the gods in the adventure land require faith, because they need to increase the weight of the world and maintain themselves. The analogy is that solar energy is needed to operate after a power outage. The existence of gods is more like a rule, and the embodiment of being integrated with the world. Even if you ascend to the gods again, you don't even need to recover the remains of the gods, but just keep the entire adventurer system. As for his past life, Gu Shanhai didn't know. At that time, when he came to this world, it was thousands of years later in the Adventure King world. The crisis in the Great Ruins had already been overcome. He didn't know how he got through it. He didn't even know that there was one. There is no news on the forum about the Great Ruins crisis. Someone may have triggered the world main line and completed it quietly. Or no one may have triggered it at all. Gu Shanhai is not the real protagonist. How could he touch everything and still know the inside story? At this time in his previous life, he was actually just rising, barely reaching the first echelon of players, and had never even completed a main world story. How could he possibly know these secrets? If he really wants to become a great god, it will take him tens of thousands of years to achieve it. Yo, Xiao Bai gestured to Gu Shanhai. He had just seen a pot of plant. Judging from the appearance, it should taste pretty good when making hot pot. So he wanted Gu Shanhai to plant it in his body and cultivate it into a spiritual plant, so they could make some together at night. Let's just say, can you be more serious? How can you come to someone else's house and just look for things? Gu Shanhai complained. Hey, Xiao Bai said that it was just a deer, not a child. So it didn't matter. How old are you? Can you be more careful? Besides, this plant looks tender, very bitter, and very unpalatable, Gu Shanhai reminded. Xiao Bai expressed that he didn't believe it. When no one was around, he carefully nibbled a hole as big as his little finger on the leaf of the plant and chewed it in his mouth. At that moment, a large amount of bitterness exploded on its taste buds, and it immediately wanted to spit it out. Gu Shanhai's eyes were quick, and he quickly clamped down on Xiao Bai's mouth. Yo, Xiao Bai said in a hesitant voice that I may not be a human, but you are a real dog. Finally, he swallowed it. The bitter feeling lingered on Xiao Bai's tongue for a long time. Even if he drank water, he couldn't get rid of the taste. He could only take a sweet pill in his mouth to get rid of the bitterness. I told you not to eat, and I still don't believe it. I want to eat everything, Gu Shanhai expressed, gloating. Yo, Xiao Bai said dully. It wanted a poison immunity. Dot! Gu Shanhai had a black line on his head. Good guy. This is his stubbornness. You have never thought that some tonics also taste like this. Besides, toxin immunity cannot cover up the bad taste. In this regard, Xiao Bai didn't say anything anymore, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Hey, I suddenly thought of a blind spot. That is, Xiao Bai, you don't seem to be an estrus. Right. Gu Shanhai realized this. Xiao Bai had been following him for so many years, but in the end, he didn't behave like this. Xiao Bai looked at Gu Shanhai with disdain and said that it is a magical animal. How could it not be able to control its instincts? It only ensures the transmission of blood when its life is in danger in the wild. Now it is immortal with Gu Shanhai. Why give birth to a cub? It depends on Gu Shanhai to raise it. Then I have to thank you more for not giving birth to a little white one for me to chew with you all the time. Gu Shanhai also found that Xiao Bai's idea was really realistic. He didn't have any big dreams. He just wanted to gnaw him. This owner is old. Yo! Xiao Bai said no thanks. This is what it should do. Gu Shanhai was also a little helpless about this. Xiao Bai seemed to have been raised a little crookedly by him. After more than half an hour, the holy saint came back. When he saw Gu Shanhai and Xiao Bai teasing each other, he was not too surprised. Instead, he said, Dusk Saint, why haven't you left yet? This. Gu Shanhai didn't know what to say for a moment. Call you straightforward. You are indeed straightforward. Call you tactful. In the saint, you didn't say, leave quickly, but used rhetorical questions. That's enough. That's euphemistic. Okay, I'll leave right away. Do you dislike me so much? Gu Shanhai asked. It's not that I dislike you. It's just that your presence will affect my work efficiency. The holy saint meant what he said. Fortunately, he also added, when the crisis in Daxu is over, you can live here with me. Okay, I'll change it. Twilight Saint, I suggest you not to disturb other saints. If you really have no place to go, I can give you a location. The holy saint blocked Gu Shanhai's idea of going somewhere else. In other words, if you have nothing to do, don't make trouble. Stay somewhere cool. If you can't find it, I'll give you a cool place to stay. Okay. Gu Shanhai agreed. He couldn't solve the big ruin anyway, and was already lying down. So he just wanted to find a quiet place to study his spiritual plant. Then the holy saint gave Gu Shanhai a coordinate location. Then sat down and began to handle official duties expressionlessly. Anyone who is thin-skinned would be embarrassed. But Gu Shanhai was not embarrassed at all. Instead, he stared at the holy saint for 10 minutes. There was no reaction from both sides. And finally he left angrily. Xiao Bai, have you ever felt like you've gained weight again recently? Gu Shanhai, who came out of the 5 elements escape, asked. Before, Xiao Bai had been in the dynamic space of Zamuko, so he didn't feel much. This time, Gu Shanhai had the illusion that he was carrying a main battle tank. But the actual weight must be heavier than the main battle tank, because it was just an illusion. Yo! Xiao Bai said confidently that he was right. Yes, then isn't your charge now even more terrifying? Gu Shanhai said with a breath of cold air. Xiao Bai hasn't charged for a long time. But it doesn't mean that he has lost this ability. But it has become more and more proficient with continuous training. Hey! Xiao Bai and Gu Shanhai said that if they don't give it a try, it has never been put into practice. No need. I think charging is good for escaping. Gu Shanhai didn't pay much attention to Xiao Bai's charging damage. For him, it was not as practical as his ability to escape. As for the mount, its combat power is just an added bonus. It is mainly used to carry Gu Shanhai on its back. Then Gu Shanhai set his sights on the location given to him by the holy saint. It was a huge palace with perfect facilities except for the lack of people. Obviously this should have been the residence of a large adventure group. But it was abandoned. The place happened to be big and there were not many people. So it was appropriate for Gu Shanhai to stay here. He was also a saint after all. And it was impossible for a holy saint to arrange a leaky earthen kiln for him. Xiao Bai, how about you come and clean? Gu Shanhai asked tentatively. Yo! Xiao Bai said that he could let Qinglong and Baihu do it because they were idle anyway. You can't catch them both and pick them up hard. Gu Shanhai complained. But he didn't force it. And finally let Qinglong and Baihu come out. However, in terms of cleaning, Qinglong and Baihu were indeed better than Xiao Bai. At least they often did it. Chapter 320 Why is Chance the boy's skill? Damn it! I can't detect anything. Gu Shanhai cursed. He originally thought of harvesting some wool from Daxu. But after repeated observations, he found that he could not effectively observe other data at all. It was as if this observation method was specially used to observe its movement and time. As for where the observation method came from, it was given by the world when the gods fell and became saints. It is equivalent to a gift from heaven. Therefore, it is more difficult for Gu Shanhai to modify it because the scope was already limited when he was born. Even if he changes it again, he can only do the dojo in the Conk SHL, and he will not be able to achieve the effect he wants. After struggling for 3 days, Gu Shanhai gave up and could only wait until the great ruins were closer to take a look. I still underestimated the players' attitude towards the main line of the world. In just a short time, 10 billion people have poured in. Gu Shanhai glanced at the statistics compiled by Saint City not long ago. This is still the first batch, will definitely be more numerous now. Initial suspicion is that 1/10 of the player population has poured in. When Gu Shanhai entered the Taoist world, there were already about 30 billion players. Players are not in the real world, where they want cars, houses, and licking gods and goddesses. In the game, they can take away the aborigines by gaining favor. Therefore, the fertility rate has always remained high. That's right. Even if the other party is an aboriginal follower, as long as he has a child with the player, the child will be able to obtain the status of a second-generation player in the first era. If you have more babies, you can even get additional permanent increases. This kind of increase may be better than nothing, but the priority is extremely high. Gu Shanhai could only say that these people were real animals. At least, the world is getting better, and the influence of the Great Ruins is being eliminated. Gu Shanhai also saw many influential figures in his previous life, such as players with simulator talents, text reminders, favorability of all things, etc., who have entered the field. Such top players, one person can stand up to 10 billion people. If you weren't familiar with this type of player, You might be able to solve the problem of the Great Ruins as long as you play one. They naturally have the favorability of the first era. Ordinary players can only be regarded as small salesmen, while this kind of players are top sellers. So the treatment can be the same. It was Gu Shenhai who loved him so much that he would give him gifts from time to make him work overtime, so that he could pay for a villa at the end of the year. So coming so many people is a bit humiliating. It's probably because this time is really special, and everyone knows what he's doing. So he came in to investigate the situation, and do the world's main storyline. Even top players, like this will be excited by the rewards generated by the main storyline in a world with one of the highest energy levels at this stage. The reason why Gu Shenhai hid was to avoid being encountered by this group of players. Their detection methods are through simulations or text reminders. So as long as a certain amount of communication or cause and effect occurs, the other party can continue to expand through this point, perhaps forming a huge loophole. Another one is that Gu Shenhai has never thought about competing with them. What's wrong with becoming stronger in a low-key manner? Why should he go against the other party? There is no benefit. He is not one of those people who doesn't like other people's kindness, and just wants to step on them to show his sense of existence or superiority. The other party came all the way to help. Even if it was for a reward, he had to be grateful. After all, he was also a vested beneficiary. If he really didn't even have this kind of mentality, it would be better to leave as soon as possible. Yo, Xiaobai walked over, indicating that someone seemed to be coming. Gu Shenhai's spiritual consciousness swept away, and he didn't take it to heart. He was an aboriginal from the world of adventurer. In terms of strength, he was at level LV10. Just passing by. How could a LV10 adventurer come here? It seems that he is really coming for us. Gu Shenhai was a little confused. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a muscular body that could rival Xiaobai. Twilight Saint, I finally found you. The other party's tone seemed to be depressing. Then what? Do we know each other? Gu Shenhai felt that although his reputation was great, it was all in a positive way. With the menacing look of the other party, it seemed as if he was going to tear him apart. Ha, I don't know you. How dare you say you don't know me? The other party seemed to be a little stimulated and seemed unable to accept it. Oh? Should I know you? Gu Shenhai was also a little speechless. After a thought, he realized that he really didn't know him. Then he said, If you have offended me in any way, can I apologize to you here? Seeing that he was about to collapse, Gu Shenhai thought about it and apologized to him. Anyway, it was just a lip service, and he didn't have to pay anything. For Gu Shenhai, face didn't matter. Interests were the most important thing. Are you humiliating me? At this time, the other party's hair exploded, as if his tail had been stepped on. No, no, no. My apology is very sincere. If you really don't believe it, I can punish myself with 3 drinks. Gu Shenhai said that this was his bottom line, and it would be gone if it was any more. Hack me! The strong man immediately became angry and wanted to attack Gu Shenhai. But before he could finish his words, he was slapped away by Gu Shenhai and was knocked into the wall with a bang. No one has any grievances, so it's not a big problem for Gu Shenhai to take a step back. And it doesn't involve interests. But Gu Shenhai would definitely not be able to bear it if you yelled that he would be killed. So he would not accommodate his little temper. This kind of person just likes to push the envelope. And Gu Shenhai has to teach him a lesson. After smoothly pulling the person off the wall, Gu Shenhai couldn't help but sigh. Level 10 adventurers are so strong that they fainted here. After Gu Shenhai hung the person upside down, he woke him up. Why are you so impulsive? Tell me what grudges we have. If we can resolve them, we will try our best to resolve them. It is important to live in peace, Gu Shenhai said sincerely. Of course, if it cannot be resolved, Gu Shenhai will ask him to fishing. The kind without a helmet. You caused the Holy Spirit religion to collapse. And you dare to say you don't know me, the middle-aged man said through gritted teeth. Fortunately, Gu Shenhai was far away. Otherwise the other party would have to bite off a piece of meat from Gu Shenhai. Are you kidding me? Gu Shenhai's expression was a bit hacked up. The person in charge is a holy saint, and the ones who do it are many saints. I also sold you so many big Ivans, but you said that I harmed you and co-authored I, who forge iron and sell weapons, must be responsible for your failure. Wait a minute. This guy came unexpectedly. He didn't come here to bring you a chance. Gu Shenhai suddenly felt something in his heart. It was possible that this thing belonged to his slave in a causal sense. So if he really picked up something good, he would have to hand it over to a slave owner like him. The same is true for other surviving members of the Holy Spirit religion. But these believers are not strong enough and may die before they can reach him. As for the attitude, it is also very simple, because the other party is not a real slave, but only a karma. So the purpose of coming as revenge is very simple. Therefore, Gu Shanhai directly touched it. This behavior almost scared the leader of the Holy Spirit religion half to death. Mainly because Gu Shanhai's behavior was so weird. What are you going to do? He glared at Gu Shanhai angrily. Oh, let me search you. This is the procedure that female prosecutors from a certain country follow after their infiltration fails. Gu Shanhai quickly pulled out some things from the leader of the Holy Spirit cult. By the way, why are you a LV-10 adventurer? So poor? Gu Shanhai looked at the things in his hands and couldn't help but complain. All the equipment is gone. Probably it was blown up while running away. The other party was able to escape alive under the encirclement and suppression of many saint cities. It was already considered very capable. Don't expect more. Counterattack? He is not the protagonist. So how could he have the ability to fight back? Hey, this thing doesn't seem to be from our world. Right? Gu Shanhai took out a strange secret book. The name is Innate Incorruptible Boy's Skill. It is a skill from a certain martial arts world. Gu Shanhai flipped through it and found that the world level of this skill should be the same as that of the Adventure King world. And it is one of the top worlds at this stage. It should be dropped from a certain player. Yes, there is a probability that the player will drop something when he dies. But the probability is very low. Unless the player himself carries some negative status that increases the death drop rate or one of the passive skills. Class. Otherwise it is basically impossible to drop. Gu Shanhai died countless times in his previous life, and the number of items he dropped did not exceed 10 times. It is equivalent to being so unlucky that his teeth would get stuck in his teeth when drinking cold water, and the player would only drop items after death. However, with a large population base, it is inevitable that there will be unlucky people. As for why the player didn't learn the Innate Incorruptible Boy's Skill, it was either because he didn't have enough preparation for learning, or he was planning to take it back and sell it, which turned out to be bad luck. Of course, it is also possible that the player gave it to the leader of the Holy Spirit cult. Humph. The leader of the Holy Spirit cult snorted coldly and did not answer Gu Shanhai's question. Okay, this thing is your life-buying treasure. Gu Shanhai originally thought of giving the other party a dragon to bury, but he realized one thing. If he didn't kill the other party, he would pick it up next time. Wouldn't it be given to him again when the opportunity comes? What is this called? This is called a real-life traveling frog. So you have to take a long-term view and not be limited to your mentality. After putting the person down, the other party looked at Gu Shanhai with a hateful expression, thinking of saying harsh words. But when he thought of being slapped by the other party, he fainted and was hung up. If he didn't have the money to buy his life, the other party might not know what he would do next. You have to do some crazy things to yourself. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything and decisively turned around and left. Next time, when I have accumulated strength again, I will definitely make you pay the price. The leader of the Holy Spirit Church thought to himself. And when he left, he was constantly thinking about how to increase his strength. Gu Shanhai, who had sensed the other person's thoughts, didn't know what to say for a moment, always feeling that it was a little subtle. It gives him the illusion that the other person says he doesn't want it, but his body is being honest. Forget it. Be gentle next time. After all, they are here to deliver goods. What if they get damaged? Gu Shanhai sighed, and then began to read the Innate Indestructible Boy's Skill. But then again, why is it Tongzi Kung Fu? Gu Shanhai looked at the two special external skills, Pure Yam Golden Bell Shield, and Purple Chi Iron Claw Shirt, mixed in this boy's skill, which gave him an inexplicable sense of deja vu. Big Blood Cow 3-piece suit. Right? Gu Shanhai complained. He can be sure that the prerequisites for this book, Innate Incorruptible Boy's Skill, must be the 3 skills of Boy's Skill: Golden Bell Cover and Iron Claw Shirt. It is estimated that they need to be fully leveled. Fortunately, it works. I'll change it. It just so happens that the 3-piece Blood Ox suit I'm wearing has been obsolete for decades. Although it is not as good as Gu Shanhai's Taoist system, this Innate Immortality Boy's Skill can definitely be compared with the systems of the 2 worlds of Adventure King World and Xuanjin World. After all, they are the same. There may be shortcomings in the energy level, but there are also advantages. It is enough to supplement his boy's skill, Golden Bell and Iron Claw Shirt. Idle time is idle. I just want to practice martial arts and cultivate my character. Gu Shanhai thought. It was rare that he encountered a new martial arts system, so he just happened to practice it. As for the spiritual plant, he is also cultivating it. Now he is waiting for the data. Gu Shanhai doesn't have to worry about the 4 sacred beasts system monitoring. This skill seems a bit strange, but in the martial arts world where I came from, it is definitely among the top batch of martial arts. But the restrictions are relatively large. The main reason is that it requires a child body and cannot break the body. Secondly, it requires enough roots and bones. Can make money. Innate immortality boy's skill is an internal skill, while pure yang golden bell and purple chi iron cloth shirt are external skills. The former requires various elixirs and medicated meals, while the latter requires ointments, medicated baths, etc. If you don't spend money, you can't practice at all. And because it is a combination of internal and external training, 3 skills must be practiced at the same time. If you drop one, the remaining 2 will be stuck. So you need enough strength to make progress. Speaking of which, this boy's skill is really weird. The underlying logic is that the boy's body and inability to lose his virginity cannot be changed even if it is changed. No wonder that player didn't learn it. I didn't learn it when I was a player. Gu Shanhai complained that this was the first time he had seen such a weird martial arts. The main principle is to rely on the child's body to generate yang qi, thereby forming powerful qi and blood. Yes, this martial arts is considered qi and blood martial arts. There are many types of martial arts. The mainstream ones are Jinqi martial arts and internal force martial arts. Others such as qi and blood martial arts and human immortal martial arts are relatively rare. However, martial arts are not so clearly divided. Most of them actually overlap with each other. An innate indestructible boy kung fu, in his hand, which is both internal and external, is pure qi and blood martial arts. So it relies heavily on yang qi. And there are strange rules that it must be a boy's body and cannot be broken. It's a good thing that I don't get close to women. Otherwise, I might not be able to practice it. But it needs to be changed.